And the one that's straight in the inertial reference frame is still to the right of the person that's flying in that direction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the
What we
blue
expect.
one there is the great circle route in the
inertial.
in the surface, yeah. And then you can check how it looks on the inertial path, which is the yellow line. And that's it. Now I just have to create a GIF out of it. But you can just pick any two pair of points in any amount of time, and it does it correctly.
Right, the one where it's traveling north is a little bit more intuitive than the one traveling south, I think, because it's to the right of you, but because you're going south, it's to the left on the image.
Let me make it north to south. Like this.
Well, from the south to the north.
Well, that makes an 8.
Well, yeah, because you're going past the equator.
Right.
Like if you go from the equator to like 30 degrees north, I think that's the most intuitive example.
From the equator, okay, I put it the equator and then 30 degrees north.
Yeah.
Okay, that'll be.
Wait, you didn't change one of them, I think.
That's
is there
starting point.
Oh, pardon me. Is there a picture of the analemma from the south?
Oh yeah, it looks pretty much the same.
Yeah, it's just reversed.
I know, but I'm just saying, could somebody post one? I've never seen that there is one. There's only one from the north, right?
No, you'll see the same thing. It's just that longer, fatter part.
You mind just posting it? You mind?
I'm driving right now. Sorry.
Yeah, let me go to Australia. I think they got.
Well, they wouldn't really be able to get it up there because they're only like 30 degrees, right? Or I guess it really wouldn't matter, would it?
No,
I could see it.
You can see if you can see the sun, you can see the analemma.
Yeah.
Is there anything from Australia?
Oh, yeah. There it is from Sydney. Let me just download.
The longer part of that figure eight will be up top. Shorter part will be below.
Oops. Fuck you, Android. There we go. Ta-da! Yeah, and as mentioned earlier, I don't know who said that exactly. Field rotation would give you the wider part slightly higher than. What the hell's Bev doing?
He's posting memes in chat because that's all he can do.
Not saying anything. All right, whatever.
Yeah, he's just posting memes. That's all he's doing.
Oh, good for the pick too. Thanks.
No problem.
What exactly are you trying to simulate or show, Bacon?
This is you know when Jeremy's talking about the inertial path of airplanes? Yeah, this is the inertial path. So the blue point here is an airplane following its inertial path.
Right. If we want to get
and
into
the yellow one,
exactly, yeah. We're illustrating that the path in, like if we take the straightest path in an inertial reference frame, it's a curved path in the non-inertial reference frame, and vice versa. A straight path in the non-inertial reference frame is a curved path in the inertial reference frame.
Yeah, but why? Because the thing is, the inertial path wouldn't turn like a curve. It would.
Well, the Earth is rotating in the example, sort of. So.
Yeah, like if I do like this, that's because I can pick from inertia and non. Okay, so if I do it like this, this is the inertia, non-inertial frame of reference. So I'm rotating with the Earth here. I don't see the Earth rotating, right? And the blue line, yeah, the blue dot is making the inertial path. But if I rotate with the Earth, and you try to follow the line that the blue dot is making in space, it's not exactly a straight line because the Earth is still curved. Like it's not exactly like a roundabout. But the path is straighter.
Yeah, but what I mean is if the plane was fully following its inertial path, it wouldn't arrive at the same destination.
No, it's taking the inertial path that would put it in the destination.
So it's
The
taking the
goal of
inertial path with the the closest. The shortest inertial path is what you mean.
Exactly.
Right.
I
So
get what you mean, yeah.
the goal of both paths is to arrive at the destination. So
Yeah.
they both start out with that goal in mind.
Yeah.
For the purposes of this illustration, the amount of time it takes is the same in both, even though we know that's not quite true.
yeah, so the way I found the path for the blue dot is that I picked the position of the first point, and then I got the position on the second point, considering where it's gonna be after the travel time. So if I get the inertial frame, it moves. So I have this point in space as the first step, as the beginning of my path, and then I have this point in space as the end of my path. Then I get a great circle route between those 2 points, and that's exactly what the blue line is doing.
But the thing is, whenever Jeremy brings this up, he talks about aiming towards where the place, the destination is going to be once you go there, or once you get there, and then head for that position. So it's neither of these two. No.
Oh, it is in the inertial path. Like if you're aiming at what it's going to be, and you just eject yourself from the ground.
Am I just not seeing it quite correctly?
Right.
Yeah,
is that what the blue one is doing? It is aiming for where it's gonna be.
Yeah, I can make the path, the travel time longer to
right.
8 hours.
It's not intuitive.
I'm probably not visualizing it correctly.
Right. So what I did, I know this was, so this thing when I was drawing it with my finger, we already had rumpus diagrams up on the screen at the time. But the one on the right is the inertial frame of reference, how we observe it from the inertial frame of reference. And the Earth is rotating in this example. And in the left, we're observing it from the non-inertial frame of reference. So we don't observe the Earth to be rotating from that example. So what's straight in the non-inertial frame of reference, that's SNI, appears to be curved in the inertial frame of reference. And what's straight in the inertial frame of reference, as it appears to an observer from the inertial frame of reference, will appear curved in the non-inertial frame of reference.
Yeah, but of course, because you have to follow the curve of Earth, it's not fully straight ever.
Right. It's great circles.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Right. So that's the thing is, like, if you're traveling from the south to the north, you end up having this bend off to the left if you take the straightest path that you can in the inertial frame of reference.
So why is it curving back around?
Because that's how the gray circle route looks like in 3D space. So if you get this point here and follow the path of the blue line, that's the great circle route between that position and that position.
Oh, yeah, I got a better, yeah. Just now I saw the better visual, yeah.
I might be able to.
Are you able to draw that so that it stays stationary in space? Because then you can actually see the great circle path of the blue line. Because I couldn't visualize it in my head until I saw it from the side a bit. Because it's hard to visualize straight on, but once I saw it from the side and imagined it that way, it was very clear. So if you were to draw the path of the blue dot in space, so not rotating with the globe, that would show it.
If I had thought of that when I started programming this, that would be easier, because the way the code is now, well, one thing you can do is you can.
Well, can you not just make a? So of course I don't know how the code is right now, but could you not just duplicate the point at multiple timescales and then just make it stationary at that location? Of course, I have no idea how your code is, so it might have no
Let me think. Well, it got messy because I didn't plan for this. I just
it's fine.
Went straight for get it done. So
because all I'm thinking is like if not that I'm like smart or anything, but like if I had trouble visualizing it, then showing it to other people might also be hard.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of how to do that. I actually can plot the great circle out, but the problem is it's gonna rotate with the Earth. That's how it was before, actually. And it would be just a lot of points. Like it didn't create something to pull lines.
Yeah. Well, because the main thing, of course, is that we can easily see how the yellow point is the straight path on Earth. But in order to see that the blue one is the straight path in inertial space, you kind of course, you don't need it, but it makes it a lot easier to visualize.
I have the ground positions fixed for the points, and before projecting them, I multiplied them by a transformation matrix that accounts for the rotation of the Earth. So I can create like two types of points: ones that I don't do that, and the ones that I do.
Yeah.
Hey, Bacon.
What?
Wouldn't the planes do the same thing on a flat plane?
No.
No.
They would not.
No. First of all, the concept of a great circle route doesn't exist on a flat plane. You just have straight lines.
Explain a great circle route. What do you mean by that?
So
it's the shortest.
Go ahead.
Oh, go on.
No, you should, because it's your.
Okay, so the great circle route is the shortest distance over the surface of a sphere between 2 points.
Does it work on a concave Earth? Bending the other way?
Is it the inside of a sphere?
Yeah. So it's curving, but we.
Yeah, same circle, same great circle route.
Yeah. It would just be inverted.
So you're claiming that the plane is bending around the curve.
That's the trajectory.
Can you prove that?
Yeah.
Can you somehow demonstrate that really happening, not just saying it?
No. This isn't supposed to demonstrate that. This is supposed
I'm asking you. You're saying that great circle route means you just said it. The plane's bending around the curve, correct?
Yeah.
Can you demonstrate that in real life?
No.
Can you prove that it's happening?
Maybe if I can prove the Earth is round, I think I mean it's spherical. I think I'll at the same time prove that that's happening because planes keep their altitude, right? So if you're flying, keeping your altitude on a spherical Earth, then you're essentially making a curve. So I think your question is just asking me to prove the Earth is spherical.
Well, not really. I mean, I said, wouldn't it do the same thing on a flat? Oh, no, because we have a great circle route there.
I said the concept of great circle routes don't...
But I said, well, how do you prove that? And you're saying you really can't, so...
I'm talking geometrically. Great circle route is a concept. It doesn't have to do with the Earth. It's just if you have 2 points on the surface of the sphere and you want to know the straight line on the surface between those 2 points, that's described by a great circle route. Not saying anything about the Earth. That's what they are. And
kind of the math.
Yeah, but because you claim you keep altitude, isn't it the same thing as going straight?
Well, no, because altitude changes along a great circle route.
Oh, it does? How does that work?
What do you mean, how does that work?
Actually,
how does the plane's altitude change going from A to B on this sphere that Bacon has here?
Well, in this scenario, you're not changing altitude. In his example,
you're not changing altitude. Okay, so altitude doesn't change going from A to B in a plane.
It can.
What are you saying?
If you're in the sky, if you stay in the sky.
So for parts of the flight, you usually do stay at the same altitude. Yeah, correct. Of course, when landing and taking off, that would be impossible. But for most of the flight, you try and stay at a reasonably same altitude. Yeah. I don't see what the problem is right now, or what you're insinuating is a problem.
The problem is, I see this sphere he has. He has a dot A and B. He's going from one dot to the other. And I said, wouldn't it be the same on flat? He says, oh no, we have a great circle route. And I'm like, well, how do you know it's really bending? He goes, well, when I prove the bend, then I can prove the great circle route. So you can't really prove the great circle route.
That's not the point. What
That's
I'm
my
doing
question.
is what I'm doing. Okay, you asked if this would happen on a flat Earth, and if I applied the same logic that I applied on the sphere on a flat surface, the paths would be different. That's all I'm saying. I'm not talking about the Earth. I'm talking about applying
So
this
do you
logic.
mind if I?
He's talking about geometry right now. This
So
is
do you
true
mind if I
in
say
geometry.
do you mind if I say you can't tell in real life? Can you mind if I say that? Whether you're flying flat or curved, you can't really tell in real life.
When you say can't tell in real life, you can't tell with your eyes, correct? You wouldn't really be able to tell with your normal senses.
Is that a fair statement?
No, because I'm explaining why. So you
Okay.
can't tell with your normal senses, but you can have instruments that do detect such a thing, yes. So you can't tell with just your body alone, but using instruments, yes, you can tell.
What instrument do I need to tell? By the way, what is the instrument going to tell me, by the way?
Sorry, what? What is...
What's this instrument that you claim is... What is it going to tell you exactly?
So, for example, the main one would be a gyroscope, which of course tells you whether you're changing orientation in inertial space, which is literally what will be happening as you turn along a globe.
So, do you know how gyroscopes work?
Yes. There are many different types of gyroscopes. Yes, I don't have one personally.
Wait, you do or don't have one?
I do not.
Okay. So tell us how a gyroscope would tell you that we're on a globe or it's spinning, or what is it supposed to tell you, by the way?
It'll tell you that you're changing orientation in inertial space. That's what I said.
Okay, so can you show us a gyroscope doing that? Showing us we're changing orientation?
Right in this moment, no. I mean, I can always show you a video.
You know what? You have plenty of time. I mean, we'll continue.
There's lots and lots of videos online.
You can show me in the near future that shows me I'm orientating.
Have we reverted to 2015 or what? We've been over this.
Yeah, seemingly.
Okay, I apologize. Never use a gyroscope. Don't have a gyroscope. I'd like to know what the hell he's talking about.
Do you really not think there are videos of this online of simple gyroscopes just being shown?
I really think if you have a point, that it's fair of me to ask you to show your point. That's all.
Right. We can. Here's an example.
Yeah.
Here's an example of one doing that thing. Now keep in mind that this particular mechanical gyroscope was commissioned by FE Corps, which is a flat Earth run organization, and they had a field day with this thing. You know, that they wanted to obscure this thing from public view, but the guy who made the thing released the video from it anyway, because what it showed was that no matter which way that the thing was spun up and which direction it was rotating, it still processed with the rotation of the Earth.
Who submitted that last gyroscope?
It's at the bottom of Livestream 1 text. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, but I've seen this gyroscope before. It has a computer chip in it. So, no thank you. Do you have a regular
What exactly is the gyroscope? Okay, what is the computer chip capable of doing? Because what we have here is just a motor.
Computer chip is capable of inserting a drift that has to be there if we were spinning, because there's none.
Through what means? What does the
computer chip? That's the whole point. That's why you need a computer.
Right, what is the chip going to do
happening?
To process the gyroscope?
Like when you're playing a game, the computer tells you stuff that's not really happening.
All right, let's try this one more time. What is the computer chip capable of doing in order to make the gyroscope process?
Inserting that there's a drift when it's actually not happening.
You can see that.
So the chip you're asserting is changing the orientation of the gyroscope. But the chip itself alone,
all it
has is just that silicon chip, and somehow it can magically change that orientation.
The chip is saying something's happening that it's not, and that's why you need it.
What mechanism does the chip have at its disposal to change the orientation of the gyroscope?
A computer program.
What does it do in order to change the orientation of the gyroscope?
It doesn't do nothing except give you a false reading.
How is it that the chip is capable of changing the orientation of the gyroscope? I can ask this question so many times.
I'll answer it any way you want, because it's a computer and it's programmed to do that.
Right. So what is it doing to make that change?
It has a program that's giving you a reading that's false, that says it's changing, but it's not.
McGodrick, you can observe.
Damn it, dude. God damn it. Why does this have to be so hard? What it has is a motor, and it has a wheel, okay? Now the chip, you're saying, has some way to make that motor and that wheel do something to change the orientation of the gyroscope. What is it doing?
It gives you a false reading. That's what it does.
It's not about the reading. The orientation is changing, which we can observe. There's no reading. The thing is changing orientation. What is causing the orientation
so the thing is actually
change?
moving? The thing is moving?
Yes, the orientation is changing as it spins.
Then the computer chip is making it move.
How?
I didn't make the computer, but here's the thing.
What is the chip going to do to exert the force necessary to change the orientation of the gyroscope?
If you want to see if you want to see if the Earth is really moving, I wouldn't use a computer program to do it. I would just use regular tools.
What's the computer program
Let's try this one last time. There's a motor and there's a spinning metal wheel. What can the chip do to that spinning metal wheel to make it change orientation?
They can make it go up and down.
How?
Hang on, I gotta talk to my nurse. Hang on.
Oh my gosh.
Jesus Christ. This is not a fucking difficult question. All you have to tell me is what it does.
Well, here's
just
the
saying
thing.
it can change.
It's a difficult question when you have to lie, Doofus.
Okay.
Well, here's the thing though. We probably should have at least addressed the components of this gyroscope, so we can, for sure, for his sake, so he knows that there's no way that the chip could potentially move it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But the components of the gyroscope are visible. You have a motor, and that one motor is attached to one spinning wheel. If that chip had something else, like, I don't know, a rocket engine that it could turn on and off as needed to move it around, then I could see it. But it doesn't have anything to do to control the orientation of the gyroscope. There's nothing on that gyroscope to make that happen.
But it's shining light, and light has momentum. There you go. Debunked.
Jesus.
Gummy, good effort with SE Montreal and Rakia and those guys with the two adult brothers thing, by the way.
Yeah.
This exposes a complete lack of moral reasoning.
Well, real fast. Can I ask though what the chip does do though? Does it just
It's a closed loop servo. All it's doing is just trying to keep the motor running at the same speed.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It appears like it has two little buttons.
Yeah, so as far as I know, a gyroscope does not need a computer to make it work. It can work just with natural, up and down. So
just as I mentioned a moment ago, the entire purpose of that chip is to keep the motor at the same rotational velocity, which you can hear in the audio, I believe, at some point within that video track.
Right, because it wouldn't work without a computer chip, would it?
It needs to be able to maintain the speed of the motor. If you want to do that without a computer chip, you can, but I need to know what you think the chip is capable, what force it can exert on the gyroscope in order to move it.
When you have a computer, you can program it to anything. For example,
you cannot program a computer
question.
You're flying around a globe.
Right, you cannot program the computer chip to change the laws of physics. You cannot program a computer chip to suddenly generate a rocket engine and change the orientation of the gyroscope. So what is it that the chip can exert its force on? What can it do to change the orientation of the gyroscope?
Make it move when it should not.
Oh,
how?
Godric, for fuck's sake, dude.
I'm not.
Do you listen to yourself?
Programmer, yeah, but why would you trust a computer?
Godric, you can see the mechanism. That's impossible. Godric, you can literally see the mechanism, Godric. That's literally impossible.
Yeah, what does the chip have at its disposal in order to change the orientation of the gyroscope? What does it have that it can use to exert a force on the gyroscope to change its orientation?
I haven't looked at the actual mechanism. But obviously, a computer chip and a gyroscope, it's foolery.
Well, can I?
Why?
Do you listen to yourself?
See the mechanism.
If it processes, then why is it immediately foolery? It has to be because you want it to be foolery, because you want the Earth to be stationary, not that you're going off of evidence.
Can you show? Okay, let's just look at the other side. Can you show me a gyroscope that does not have a computer chip in it, like a regular one, that works to show what you're trying to show?
Move the goalpost, champ.
Right. Yeah, so what we need is another gyroscope, because the one that you have thinks that the chip can violate the laws of physics. We don't need to do all that extra. We don't need to do all that extra. We don't need to do all that extra legwork just because you think that the computer chip can somehow generate thrust from nothing at all.
Yeah, I think it's giving you a false reading.
Well, hold on.
How?
Oh,
maybe Godric, you should actually watch the video, because I mean, you gotta understand how they're getting the reading. I mean, from what I can tell,
all you do, Godric, is just deny everything. All you do. You got to listen to yourself back, champ.
Well, aren't there regular gyroscopes without computer chips?
Okay, how about I play devil's advocate, because I do want to bring up one thing.
Well, I never had a gyroscope. I did see some, and I never seen any with computer chips. And the moment you start inserting computer chips,
the laws of
miracles can happen.
Miracles. The laws of physics suddenly change when you have a computer chip.
Well, can I play devil's advocate?
They can be falsified.
Well, guys, can I play devil's advocate for Godric? Because I mean, right now he doesn't really have a good argument. But all right, so I'll play devil's advocate real fast. So the chip pretty much keeps a consistent, like speed for the motor, right? So it's consistent, right? That's mainly it from what I understand, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, I think it's a three-phase. I think it's a three-phase motor.
So here's my little, devil's advocate argument, right? So if is it possible that if you were to vary the speed, right, that you could potentially get a drift? Like if you were to vary this speed somehow, is that possible at all?
Conservation of angular momentum would cause it to vary in position. Like the conservation of angular momentum, you could cause it to vary in orientation and then ramp it back up to the speed that it was going before to get back to the original orientation. But it wouldn't be a consistent precession that would occur in the same direction continuously.
Okay. There you go, Godric.
It also wouldn't be something that you could fake in both directions of rotation.
Oh, that's true too. There you go. Yeah, Godric, you gotta just watch the video and just look at what's going on, because from what I understand, the readings that we're getting is it's like quote unquote physical one, where pretty much the light is shining on it's like a light, right? It's like shining on like a wall or a surface, something like that, and then there's like little like numbers. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just spinning around the room, that laser.
Yeah, so it's not like a number you're getting on a screen. Yeah, you're actually doing the measure, like you're actually observing yourself. So for this computer chip to somehow like mess with that's not even possible here. Yeah.
Was the gyroscope created by FE Core?
Yep.
Yes, it was the individual that did it was with FE Core, and now I understand that individual is no longer with FE Core.
Okay, so if a fly earther created the gyroscope, then why is Godric skeptical of a system that was created by flat earthers?
Yeah, that's a good question.
No,
He's
that's the
skeptical
same
because
question.
everything could be fake.
Chicken. What I'm saying is that these like globers, they're trusting computer programs, simulations to prove to them that they live on a spinning ball. And what I'm going to do is take out as many computers as possible and do it in real life observations that a layman can do without fancy astronautics, without orbits, which we can't confirm, with basic stuff we can do with basic. I know there's a gyroscope without computer chips, for example. I like to see that one work. And that would be.
Well, that's still not addressing the actual possession of this gyroscope.
Right.
I wouldn't trust any computer simulation or a computer to tell me what's real.
How could it affect the gyroscope?
Period.
You haven't explained that yet.
Like I told Doofus, if it's a computer, should be nowhere around measurements. We should be
but how is that circuit
because suddenly computers can change the laws of physics, right?
No, but how? Not because they can change the laws of physics, because they can fool you into thinking they're doing something they're not.
Okay, Godric, how is that chip fooling you?
I'm saying it's a computer. It's a computer. It's like a motor. It's moving when it shouldn't. Is what I'm saying. It's giving you a false reading. That's what I'm saying. That's my claim.
What?
Except it's actually moving. But the problem that you have to address is the fact that it's actually turning.
You can refute me if you can get a regular gyroscope that does that without a computer.
We already did the refutation. All you're saying is nuh-uh.
Like I was talking to another guy, he needs stellarium to show the right angles of stars to prove the globe. But stellarium, again, is a computer program. It's not reality.
Yeah, Godric, it matches reality, right? I can take my fucking theodolite here and point it where stellarium says a star will be, and guess what?
You can use stellarium. You can use stellarium and a EQ mount to track stars.
I'm gonna make this real clear for you. Listen, I'll make this real clear for you. A computer program cannot tell you what's reality definitively. You have to find out.
Does stellarium match reality, Godric? Yes or no? Does it match reality? Can I point my telescope where it says a star will be, and will I see that star? Yes or no?
I'll answer it in this way. There's some.
The answer is yes, Godric. The answer is yes. That is the answer. Yes, is the answer.
Examples of stellarium that you cannot get on this God-created Earth. And that's what falsifies stellarium. And that's what debunks your globe, because you can't show it in reality without your computers.
Show me some measurement that you've made in reality that does not match stellarium. You cannot.
That's not what I said. I said...
I asked you the question and you didn't say yes. Any other answer but yes is wrong.
There's examples in stellarium that you cannot get in reality. And those are the
show me one of those.
Hold on to prove your fake globe.
I would like you to
show
name
me
one
of those.
Name one.
Show me one of those.
Yep, you just made a claim that stellarium is inaccurate, and you need to be specific in that inaccuracy. What is it?
I didn't say it was inaccurate. I said it makes up shit that you cannot get in reality. That's not saying.
Okay, like what?
Okay, go.
Like what?
Like it was given. I saw, for example, an observation from the South Pole, quote unquote. I don't think anybody can confirm that. So they may, and that
they can't even confirm the one. They can't even confirm the one.
Hang on. That observation, listen, was made not by a person, by a freaking computer program. So no, that is not reality.
They can't even confirm the one at the North Pole. They can't even confirm the one at the North Pole.
The question was, is there some measurement or anything in stellarium that if I go out in reality to test, stellarium will fail against reality?
Right.
90 degrees from Polaris. You can't get that, and stellarium shows it.
No, you got to fucking ass backwards like Godric did, Jeremy. For fuck's sake.
He said there's things that happen in stellarium that you can't do in real life. 90 degrees from Polaris is one of them, unless you guys got something recently.
Got it around the wrong way, right? Will stellarium make a prediction that is incorrect in reality?
Yep, 90 degrees from Polaris.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Jesus, Jeremy.
Right, the whole point is to have it backwards. What we want to know with Stellarium, like if you give it your location or a location that your buddy's at, and any observations that Stellarium can give you from any of those locations that you can go to, I need one that doesn't match what we see in reality.
And Jeremy's going to go with his fucking ass backwards thing again, aren't you?
No, I'm just saying, does Stellarium show 90 degrees from Polaris? Like, that's something we can't verify. We don't know if that's actually happening or what.
That's not the fucking question, Jeremy. For fuck's sake.
That's my point. That's my point, champ. Okay, settle down, champ.
Okay, champ. Well, stop being such a fucking retard.
Relax, Ruhif. Relax.
I'll answer your question. The first part is I don't know. Second part is most all Stellarium stuff you can confirm in reality. But like I said, it's just a computer program. It's based around the globe. So when they start telling you shit that you can't confirm on the globe, that's when my red flag goes up. And according to Jeremy, it's also in North Pole. I was just saying the South Pole. According to Jeremy, it's also
like was it Gummy Bear said, you could
confirm. Yeah, we could confirm from the locations you specify in Stellarium that everything that you see up above in that program matches what you see in reality. We can verify that for hundreds of observers in multiple continents. Those are all things that we can verify. And yeah, the cool thing about that whole Stellarium is based on a globe thing is that Stellarium is actually open source. You can actually go and look and see what they did.
You can confirm that for the most part. And my claim and my point is that it would happen exactly like that on the flat Earth.
Jesus.
Okay, it uses a globe to do what it does, and it matches what reality does.
Yeah, if you can make it work on a flat Earth, Godric, we would love to see it. Love to see it. Just like, you know, celestial navigation, we would love to see you try and make it work on a flat Earth. And if you can, there is a little prize at the end of it.
How come them guys over at Mitch from Australia or maybe 10th Man or something? How come they didn't just do it yet?
That's a great question.
That's a very.
What are you guys offering? 10 G's?
Yeah, it's on the table.
That's what MC Tunes got up.
That's a lot of loot. You should double that up, Ruhif. Make it 20.
Sure.
Ruhif actually already has a multi-million-dollar challenge out there, unless it's been retracted.
No, it's still there.
What's your challenge? Let's talk millions.
Yeah, I still have a up to $10 million challenge live.
To get to 10
You
million.
want to take you take your best evidence, right, up to 10 million, so whatever you want to raise, up to 10 million, we take
you're talking about
our best evidence. Yeah.
Oh, no. What? So why don't you make it 20 for this challenge for the sextant thing?
20 G's, happy to.
Yeah, you should double it up.
Yeah, done.
Make Tunes putting in 10, you put in 10. Now we got 20 on the table, right?
If you can get it done, I'll give you 10 G's, sure.
Yeah? All right, bet.
Yep.
All right, I got you.
Not going to happen, though.
What are the stipulations?
Same as Tunes.
I don't even know what that is. Does he have a video of it or something?
Yes.
Yep.
He has the rules on his website with a hash against it so they can't change. And the hash is published in a video.
I think he uploaded a new one with less restrictions, right?
Yes.
He removed the almanac restriction to use the celestial sphere, which is funny. If flat earthers want to use the celestial sphere on a flat Earth,
and the Earth projections, right?
I don't know about that part.
You just can't use a globe. Yeah, you can use any. Yeah, you can call a projection of a globe onto a flat surface a flat Earth map. I'm fine with that.
As long as you treat at its flat, right? It doesn't help if you say, well, that's the map of the Earth, and then you use, instead of using it as polar coordinates, you use it as spherical coordinates. That's
you go and untransform it, kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you said
I'd be careful with the projections thing because MC Tunes' specific challenge has 3 specific stellar observations, which if you used an AE projection at the intended destination, I don't even know how you would know that ahead of time, but then it would still work. So, I mean, projections you got to be a little bit careful on.
Yeah, you can warp a projection to make it work for one observation, and that's why there are 2. Like the challenge is to do it twice, to apply the same method twice. Yeah,
I saw 3. Okay, cool. All right.
Yeah, so you can warp your map to make it work for one. Warp it however you like, But then you've got to use that same map going to the next one, and then you just, give three angles of stars that fuck your map up.
All right.
I mean, as long as you describe a method, I can always find where it breaks.
Exactly.
And you said McToon's putting up 10, and you're going to put up another 20.
I said another 10. You said make it 20. Let's put up another 10.
I feel like I started too low though. Let's start over.
Oh, just do the challenge, Jeremy. Just do it.
Yeah, I think the challenge. I think the challenge has a slightly varying value to it because it was originally sent as Bitcoin to the third party.
It's created now, right? No, it's
I think it's 10 grand, but he just transferred enough Bitcoin to it to definitely cover 10 Gs. Like he transferred like 15 grand of Bitcoin at the time, something like that.
All right.
Super chats right there.
So you're going to do the challenge, Jeremy?
I don't know. I'm not one of these people running around saying it can only work on a flat Earth. I'm not even familiar with it.
I mean, there's still 10 Gs there.
I know. Is it worth learning to do for 10 Gs? Maybe one of these guys can teach me.
I can't teach you how it would work on a flat Earth, no.
Yeah, teach me how to Dougie.
I mean, the way Tim Van and profess to be experts, and how this is absolutely a flat Earth proof. If I were a flat Earther, I would be up in their shit and show me how it's done. But nobody's putting the pressure on flat Earth for them to get it done.
I hear you.
Now, by the way.
I was gonna say that. Yeah, I hear you, Left Lane, but your mic's a little low.
And I think that would be a great contribution to Celestial Navigation, because if you can do trilateration on flat surface, that's way easier. They'll make it less complicated for navigators. You would make it faster.
We had a discussion yesterday about what does it mean when Toon changed the rules to say you're allowed to use the celestial sphere. Because that could be dangerous. That could be like a loophole.
I don't think so.
Because if
you want to reread the new rules.
Right. The celestial sphere, if you want to make that work on a flat surface, you'd still be having to explain how the light is getting there, because that's part of the issue. Is you can't use some fudge numbers or fudge effects that you don't have experimental basis in. They can't be arbitrary, like Brian Leakey's percentage thing that he may or may not be presenting to MC Toon in a couple of days.
I'm fine with him using that. Like it's obviously easily falsified, but you can pretend light bends any way he want in my version.
But Brian Leak doesn't work because what he's doing is he's forcing it to match 60 nautical miles per degree. If you do that, it doesn't work on a flat surface anymore. It doesn't even matter if that's justified or not. 60 nautical miles.
Still got to do it. Yeah.
All we got to do is 60. Basically, show the sky working in a manner that would work on a flat surface that makes it equal 69 miles per degree. That ratio.
Yeah, that can't work. That's my point. If you actually do that, find a way in which you can have 6 nautical miles per degree. That all the star sites, all the trilaterations that we have done so far have to be wrong, because that would give different results on a flat. No, it would give a different result it would give different results on a flat surface because you have different distances.
I hear you, but you're presupposing how the sky works, and if you put a lens in between the light source.
No, I'm not.
If you put a lens, what's up?
I'm not presupposing how the sky works. Regardless of on how the sky works, if the elevation angle matches a degree per 60 nautical miles, that doesn't work. Regardless of how the sky works, because if that's the case, and our method works, means we are validating distances, and you can validate distances in both.
All we got to do is show that 69 miles per degree on a flat surface.
No, you actually have to prove they're wrong for that to work on a flat surface.
Right.
I'm just going to show. What do you mean? I'm going to show it working on a flat surface. That's not good enough.
If you show that working on a flat surface and then you do trilateration, you get a different result because you have a different map. So the distances are different. If the distances are different, that affects directly the result of your trilateration.
That's why I don't care about the atmosphere there, because it's all about actually drawing the circles of equal altitude. You just can't do it.
When you draw your okay, listen to me. If I can show the ratio of 69 miles per degree flat surface, is that good enough?
No,
you've got to actually find where you are.
No, as the experimental evidence to show that light can do this. I said you wanted some kind of experiment. What were you looking for exactly?
But the thing is that doesn't help the challenge. That makes it worse.
What's the experiment you guys were looking for?
What do you mean?
I don't know. You said you couldn't just make up some numbers. You would have to come with some experimental evidence showing light could do this.
I'm right, letting
the way
you
that
make
light
shit
would
up.
have to. Yeah, the
you're
light
letting
would
us make
have
shit up.
bend,
All right.
Right, the light would have to bend in such a way that doesn't make any physical sense. Like it would continuously change how much it's bending by as you change your position on the Earth. There's no experiment to verify that that's exactly what's happening in our atmosphere.
Nothing that's been. I mean, you can obviously you can't do it in the atmosphere. You can do it on a small scale, though.
Right, so then you would have to show that what's happening in that small scale exists in our atmosphere.
I doubt you can even do it on a small
hold on a
scale.
second. Hold on 1 second. You guys can't prove what's going on in between us and the stars just as well as we can't. So I don't know why that would be our prerequisite and not yours.
I don't think you can
we have
even
weather
do that in
balloons
small
to measure
scale.
the atmosphere.
Okay,
that's what
once
we have.
again, know the medium in between us and the star. So if I were to change it, saying I have to prove that that's what it is, you can't prove that that's what it is either. You don't know the medium in between us and the star, neither do we.
But the argument, at least the argument I'm bringing, is that doesn't matter. If you want to find a physical way or just a magical, it can be even a magical way, in which the zenith, the angle that celestial bodies are from zenith, correspond to 6 nautical miles of distance. If you have that in your model, then celestial navigation doesn't work anymore there. If the Earth is flat there, that only matches the already trilateral positions in the spherical surface. Because if you change the surface, you change the distance. If you change the distance, you change the result of the trilaterations. So that's not going to work.
We'll see. We'll see. So all you need is the experiment on a small scale showing that. I don't know what's the link to his video so I can see.
I doubt you can even do that on a small scale because
I'll do it for you, champ.
The reason
you're on your phone, right?
Reason I gave before. If you find a medium that can account for the position of celestial bodies, now you fucked up their shapes. It's not going to look the same for everyone because
I know. I heard this one before. I know.
Yeah,
I know.
I posted a quote as well from the challenge. So it says that the method must only use known and documented behavior of light propagation. So unexplained or arbitrary treatment in the path of light taken from the start to the observer will disqualify a submission.
So he has
unexplained or arbitrary treatment.
I mean, I can't use a lens because if that's the case, that's bullshit.
You can.
You can demonstrate that
as long as you
demonstrate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. Hold on a second.
Yeah,
Doofus said, I don't have to show that the lens exists in between us and the star because you don't know the medium or what's in between us and the star just as well as we don't. I don't understand why that would be a prerequisite for us and not for you guys. That doesn't make sense. Hold on, let Doofus answer that, please.
All right. So what we have in our model, the globe, we have the atmosphere measured with weather balloons and such, sounding rockets and so forth. So what we say refraction is doing is backed up by the measurements that those return, and we don't assume anything about what's between us and the stars. We assume that that's nothing. Now, if we then have to make further assumptions that you say that the angles are all different, that they all are being deflected by something else up there, you have to show that that exists.
In other words,
now we have the least
I
number of
understand what you're saying about the weather balloons. What I'm saying is you guys don't know what's in between us and the star, right?
Right. It's a positive claim in the form of a statement.
Right. You guys don't know what's in between us and the star. Neither do we. So I don't understand why our prerequisite would have to be show you what's in between us and the star when you can't even do that.
If there's nothing,
we can
works.
actually just
We're not assuming there's something there moving things around. We're assuming that where we see things is where they are. What you're saying is there is something up there. You're saying there is something up there moving things around. So now you have the positive claim. Fun, right?
Yeah, whatever shit you want to make up, Jeremy's fine with me if you want to do the challenge.
No, this doesn't make sense at all, Doofus. I don't understand why you can use a model of how the sky works, and we can't use our model of how the sky works to show how it would be happening on Earth. It doesn't even make sense.
I'm letting you. You can use whatever model you like. Even one that can be falsified, like Brian Leakey's.
I don't know what Brian's doing.
Jeremy, let me coach you, and then we'll share the reward.
I think
you want to split it with me? Ruhuf's got 20 G's on it.
I'm kidding. I'm not going to do Ruhuf like that.
Got 10.
I mean, you could.
He's out of this easy.
My app would
well, no, Ruhuf's said that you could even do it with just fudging shit, with pretending. Like, for example, you could do it if you just pretend that there is a dome up there, and then it works in a very specific way to bend light. Then sure,
Walter Bislin did something like that. And of course, Walter Bislin immediately specified that there's no way to use that to to justify how that light is bending. Like, there's no way to justify that.
So, like, mathematically, it can be done if you allow the math to be all we need. But if we also need to demonstrate that it is possible in reality, well, then we're fucked. But mathematically, sure, yeah, it's doable.
So you said you got 20 racks on this, Ruhuf? Okay, I don't understand. All I need to show is that there could be something in between us and the star that would make the light bend in this manner.
Well, there could be is quite a weird.
Yeah, but not in the manner of 60 nautical miles per degree. Actually, you have to refute that.
Why can't I just show that? What do you mean? Why would we refute that? That's what happens, right?
That cannot happen on a flat surface.
Well, I'm telling you, if we could change something in between us and the light and the light,
yeah, I understand. I understand that you're referring to that being done physically. What I'm saying that can happen is that can fit how we already do celestial navigation. If that was the case and the Earth was flat, we have to change how we do celestial navigation. Our position fixing would be wrong.
I thought the argument was to show how celestial navigation could work on flat Earth.
Yes, exactly. Find out where you are.
Okay.
So Jeremy, the fact that the way we already do works means that whatever method you come up with have to be compatible, at least in the inputs and outputs, to ours, right? Yeah. So if you have 60 nautical miles per degree on a flat surface, that's no longer compatible to the way we do it. That would create a different way, a different result for the trail aerations. So we know that's wrong. So if you're in a flat surface, you can't have 6 nautical miles per degree. You need the circles of equal altitude to be not circles.
So you do need circles. You do need the circles of equal altitude.
What I'm saying is, on a flat surface,
are the circles of altitude something you're definitely going to need for this?
Yes.
You need some aspect of them, is what he's trying to say.
Yeah, you need the concept of
circles work on a sphere. You have to find.
So we don't need the circles then.
No, hey dude, listen to me, man.
That's running away from the point. The point is that if you plot circles of equal altitude on a flat surface and have those match the positions that they were observed from, they cannot be circles.
So we're definitely going to need the circles, you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
So we don't need the circles. So I'm not worried about the circles.
I'm not answering that question. I'm talking about something different. You're just running away from what I'm saying.
I'm talking about the circles. You're talking about the circles. I'm wondering about these circles.
Just come up with a method to find out where you are.
Do we need the circles or what, man? Why you guys dodging these circles?
Yes, you do.
Kosho, do we need the circles?
Ruhuf. I can just, for example, when you're doing a position fix, you get the distance that you measured from the angle and the distance that you calculated from your guess position, right? And knowing which one is bigger and how much they're bigger, you can then fix your position based on those values. You're not actually drawing any circles, right? So
Yeah,
in that
that's how it's
sense, you're not
done.
using
Actually, in reality, yeah. But Toon's challenge doesn't give you a dead reckoned position.
So that's I'm just giving the context of what Jeremy is complaining about.
Those lines that you do draw are
Complaining
actually
about
meant to be
anything.
part of a circle, right?
Complaining about anything. I don't know why you said complaining. I'm asking if you need these circles or not. That's way different than complaining.
All right,
I'm
yeah,
telling you.
I'll take that back.
Thank you.
I'm
I
telling
am
you
wondering
that,
about these circles.
the circles that you need them on globe model, and if you're going to do it on a flat model, you got to figure out what to do with the data, what shape to take with the data so that it makes sense on one of those flat models.
Okay, Coach, could you talk a little faster? It's too. Talk a little slower. I mean, it's too fast.
I'll talk slower next time.
Sorry, bad joke. You were just talking really slowly. I'm just kidding.
You got to shake it.
Shake it, baby.
No, you got to wiggle it just a little bit.
Coach has been on Discord. Coach has been on Discord nonstop for like 174 hours.
Yeah, I've been working on shit, dude. I work on a lot of shit, dude. All right. Watch your mouth, man. Anyways, I gotta leave for. I leave for a while.
Whose hair did
you
you just spit at us?
Spitting at Gio for what he was saying to me.
Yeah, that's great.
I'm just kidding. What I was saying, you just need some aspect of the circles, okay? Circles of equal altitude work on a sphere because it's just like those towers. You know, if you're trying to ping where you were using a couple towers, you would ping yourself and make a circle around it because that would make sense, right? If you can find a way to use whatever shape you might need on whatever flat Earth you use, it makes sense of it, then you'll be good. But I firmly believe that it's really impossible. I think other Globers here think it's impossible. So otherwise, it would be
like
$20,000.
You say you got 20 G's on it too?
No.
Ruhif got 20 on it. McToon got 10 on it. Ruhif said we could do anything we want.
Dude, I'll convert to the flat Earth right now. I'll convert today.
Yo, listen, can we use squares, triangles? Does it have to be circles? Can we use a pear-shaped circle? Can we use pear-shaped?
Whatever you like, Jeremy. Just make it work. Right?
Well,
and we will give you a second set of coordinates that will break it. Second set of angles.
Yeah, you know that if they are not circles, that's no longer 60 degrees per nautical mile, right?
Okay, so we definitely need the circles then. We definitely need the circles.
Can we at least have the shape depend on latitude, please?
Dude, I was saying before, that's why I was trying to think of the equation for the AE map. Because
I fucking can't stand your equation, okay?
Okay, never mind. I'll hold it in, dude.
If you allow shapes that change depending on latitude, then yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
You pulled out some equation of rocket fuel. Come on,
I didn't even pull that out. Listen to me, fuck.
Pull that out of your ass.
Yeah, I didn't even pull it out. I was reading it. Don Pettit was reading his thing about it in my head. But anyways, yeah, if you have circles of equal altitude and you decide that you want to make a distance to the GP and it's correlated with whichever direction it's facing. Like I said, I don't want to give away too much, but you could make something to where, depending on which direction it's facing, you multiply it by some factor, probably something like a cosine or something like that. Yeah, and then your length.
Send me a DM. Send me a DM. We'll work on this, and I'll split Ruhif's 20 G's with you, and I'm keeping McToon's 10.
That's cheating. I can't do it.
So 20, 10. 20 me, 10 you.
Nah,
it can't be done.
I'll agree if it's the other way around. 20 me, 10 you.
I like your negotiating skills. We'll do 50-50.
Nah, you've changed my mind. Now I want the 25-5.
25-5. You get 25.
Ruhif got 20. Ruhif got 20 G's on it, and then McToon got 10. That's 30.
Nah, it's fine. I'll do it myself, and I'll give you a pittance of $500.
We were gonna do that to RC Micey one time. one time RC Micey, because Pete Shea said that he was just talking shit, and he said that he could he said he could make it the ISS in Blender like it was nothing, and then RC Micey was like, okay, well, I'll give you $200 plus I'll pay for what she said, or what did he say? He said pay $200 plus I'll pay for the entire Adobe bullshit. And then he backed down. But then Joby said that he would do it. Joby's like, I'll do it. I was like, okay, Joby, I'll make it for you, and we'll just split the money. Because he was going to pay him up front, but I decided that was fucked up. The thing about this one is it's impossible, so somebody couldn't even help you anyway. So
I don't know how it's impossible when there's people running around saying this is the only possible way. It doesn't make sense. Somebody is severely wrong with this one.
Yeah, that's what we're saying.
Like those are like the two antithetical. Called.
There are people that are completely wrong about this.
Antithesis.
Antithetical. There's some other weird word. I was trying to get fancy with it, but yeah, that's the literal antithesis of, it can only be done on a flat Earth to it can only work on a globe, or it can't work on a flat Earth.
That's why they made the challenge, dudes. Because you guys, not you guys specifically, but there's assholes in your group who are just like lying and say that they. I mean, no offense to Witz, he's not an asshole, but he's one of the people saying it, and yeah, they're saying that it only works on a globe, on a flat Earth. I mean, what's that? Globus was another one. There's a few people.
By the way, Jeremy used antithetical absolutely perfectly correctly.
Antithetical, that is it? That's the word?
Yeah, opposed to mutually incompatible.
Thank you.
That's all right.
Well, there's a couple differences.
Oh, go ahead, Joe.
Well, there's a couple differences with it, though, Kosho. Like, okay, I think we've agreed. Let's just say for a moment, if we were able to go out and take sextant measurements, detailed sextant measurements around the entire Earth, build the GP, circle of equal altitudes, those are either going to fit, let's say, between these two concepts of a globe or a planar surface. They're either going to.
This is why you get interrupted, Gio.
All right,
this is why you get interrupted.
All right, I'm going to mute you now since you interrupted me.
What?
Anyways, so you have circle of equal altitudes and GPs. So those are either going to fit on a planar surface. All those circle equal altitudes are going to fit on a planar surface. Or if the Earth is a globe, they would fit on a globular surface. So saying that, let's say they fit on a planar surface, then saying that it really truly only works on a planar surface, like fully works, would be correct. It doesn't mean you can't ad hoc it to some extent for a globe model, but that would be a correct statement if these guys are saying that. However, to get the difference between the circle of equal altitudes fitting on a planar versus a globe surface takes an enormous amount of work to map that all out.
Right, on a planar surface, with the stellar observations that we have, those circles of equal altitude wouldn't be circles anymore.
Unless you change that 60 nautical miles per degree relation, that has to be false.
They don't go together.
Yeah. I mean, for the way we're doing to work because the way we're doing works. So
I don't understand. Explain again why I can't put a lens in front of a light source on over a flat surface to make that 60 nautical miles per degree match.
Do it. I'm allowing.
Because that would invalidate work. That would invalidate things that we already know work. So if you had, regardless of the lens, it's not actually about what the light's doing. It's not about what the sky is. It's not about that. If you have 60 nautical miles. You have 60 nautical miles per degree. that's gonna form a circle, right? And you can't have those circles on a flat surface working if you have those circles on a spherical Earth also working. You can't have both working because you'd have different distances. The circles would overlap in different spots.
Yes, I agree. That's why I was pointing out the difference. I agree. But but if it's a planar Earth, you could ad hoc it to work on a spherical model. You would have to fudge some distances and you would have to fudge some areas and regions, but you could ad hoc it enough to pass off to the general public, who most people are sitting in front of the computer and Google and are not actually out on the Earth doing anything.
Not only that,
you don't have to. You don't have to.
Hold on 1 second. The distances. Hold on 1 second. The distances are so minute between an arc length and a chord. You have to go a vast distance for it to be anything probably even noticeable.
But you have in celestial navigation. In celestial navigation, if you sight a star 45 degrees of elevation angle, how far do you think that GP is? So that makes a hell of a difference. That's the thing about celestial navigation.
2,000
You're
miles.
dealing with distances that are enormous on the globe. So yeah, that does change.
I think you can say distances are enormous, regardless of the shape, but it conforms to a globe. I would definitely agree.
I mean, answering geo, there are things. For example, the almanac. You can just get a single, because the almanac is not something that fills in things for each person. It's this global thing. It's this unique thing that works everywhere. And if you have a single page of the almanac, you can actually fill the rest of the almanac from that single page. You can get all the position on the star in the whole year just by a single random page of it, because the almanac isn't making up position of star. It's a simple a cycle that the stars move across the sky once every sidereal day, and they do that by changing their longitude. That's all the almanac is assuming. And you can throw the almanac in the garbage. If you have a single page, you can actually get the rest of it by yourself. So it can't be something that, well, if we gather a bunch of data, we can now create a different version. No, you're going to end up with the same version, because you can get the almanac, you can compare it to Stellarium, you can compare it to the sky, right? And that does match, because when people are trying to look to the sky, they use Stellarium, for example, as to know where to point things, like telescopes and things like that. So there's no space for that, what you're proposing. I don't think there's a space for that. There's no room for rebuilding positions of stars and distances. That's, I mean, if you try to do that,
you have a reverse engineered one that you were given, and you're sitting at your home on a computer and you think something works.
That's what I just explained.
You haven't gone out to the world.
That's what I just addressed.
Okay.
It's not reverse engineered.
What have you done to verify that it matches reality, other than sitting at your computer in front of Google and plugging numbers into a computer?
Like we talked about a while ago,
the sky
we can run Stellarium and guide our telescope with it in reality.
Right, those are
you have the data, Geo. We've had this conversation a dozen times.
Yeah, these are basically the same kind of data sources. You got celestial sphere in both the almanac and Stellarium, and they serve the same kind of purpose, telling us where the stars are, where they're over.
Yeah, and you can just, I mean, if that was wrong, then when people were trying to use that to get to point to celestial bodies, they wouldn't be able to.
Hey, you guys get that if they lied about the Earth, then the map's not entirely correct, right? So if you didn't straw man the map as if it is definitive reality that needs to be explained, then you're missing the entire point, because they lied about the Earth, bro.
Regardless of
the
specifics of what's actually on the regardless of the specifics of what's actually on the map, the circle of equal altitude concept and 60 nautical miles per degree together wouldn't make sense on a flat surface. The circles would either not be circles, or the distances wouldn't match up with the angles as well as they do.
Right, and we have verified data of people using this specific methodology everywhere, verifying longitude and latitude with exact precise distances between locations with the current map. That's your claim?
We
If
have,
that's not your claim, then your claim is literally moot.
right. We have a method that works everywhere, so far
Just
as
you
we
saying
know,
that doesn't
unless you want to say that there's a place where it doesn't work, because then you would be supporting your position that there is
No,
evidence that it doesn't work somewhere.
you're just making a baseless assertion. So do you have some
So,
data to support this?
so
Right, your
where does
baseless assertion on your part is to say that it doesn't work somewhere. You need to provide evidence of somewhere where it doesn't work.
Okay, let me explain to you. It's very simple. You just claimed that it works everywhere. You made that claim. So now I'm saying, okay, can I get the data to support that it works everywhere? You're now saying I have the burden of proof to show where it doesn't work because you claimed it works everywhere.
Right, let's try this again, because what I actually said was that there are several locations. Because what I actually said was that there are several locations that all around the globe, people from Africa to Europe to North America, all of these different places, and it always works in all of these places. That's what I said. Now,
no, you literally
what I
said it
need
works
is
all
evidence.
over the place.
So what I have is evidence that it does work. Now I need evidence that it doesn't work. What do you got?
Okay. Okay, how about this big shot? For one, you said it works everywhere, but anyway. So how about you show me the North Pole and past 60 south latitude, please? Show me it working. Wow, that
let's skip the point where it's supposed to be your turn to provide evidence where it does not work, and then you're asking for more evidence that it works in different locations.
Okay,
I already
here's where it
have
does not
evidence
work.
that it. I already have evidence that it does work in various locations. What I
here's
need
where it does
from
not.
you, what I need from you, is some evidence that
I think
somebody
he's
has
trying
gone
to
out and
respond to you,
collected
Doofus.
data. What I need from you is somebody has gone out to collect data and find out that it doesn't work. Do you have that?
Okay, so just to clarify again, you made the claim that it works everywhere, right? And I'm saying you can't make that claim because they lied about the Earth, they lied about the maps. And so if you're making that claim, how about you please show me the data that verifies this methodology at the North Pole and past the 60 south latitude? Okay, game over. Next.
It isn't game over because all you want to do is say that it doesn't work somewhere on Earth. Now,
You're claiming it works everywhere on the Earth, and it proves that.
What you have asked for is more evidence that it does work somewhere else. But you made the claim that it doesn't work somewhere else. I need evidence to support your claim.
All right, real quick, there's no reason to start screaming. I mean, if you're interrupted, we can moderate, but there's no reason to do that. But yeah, go ahead. What's it?
Yeah, I never claimed that it didn't work anywhere. What I said was, since you're claiming it works everywhere on the Earth, and that actually proves your claim about what the Earth is, I'm asking for a very specific region. I happen to know that you do not have the data to verify. And do you have the data for the North Pole or past the 60 south latitude or not?
No,
I don't need
what's
that.
your next point?
What I have is evidence of it working in various locations everywhere that I have evidence for. All that evidence that I have from many locations all across this earth that we live on is all working in all of those places. If you want to come and tell me, that it doesn't work somewhere, you need to give me evidence that that's actually true.
Okay, why do you keep saying everywhere when I'm specifically asking about two regions and you don't have evidence that it works there, and now you're saying I need to prove that it doesn't work somewhere? You're making the claim
I don't have
everywhere.
evidence that it doesn't work there either.
Yeah,
I'm not
So if I don't have evidence that it does work there, and I don't have evidence that it doesn't work there, all I need to conclude is that all the evidence that I do have, it working everywhere that I have evidence for, is that it works everywhere that I have evidence for. What you're claiming is that it doesn't work somewhere, so I need that evidence to back up your position.
Okay, so actually, you don't get to straw man what I'm claiming, even though you tried 5 times.
Argument's over, man.
I bet if you interrupt me, that it'll become somehow I lost.
You did, but okay.
No, so fundamentally, you're just wrong. So you're making the claim that this somehow is only possible on this magic globe you were taught and that you believe in. You're saying that it works everywhere on this magic globe and that it proves that the Earth is in fact this magic globe. So when you make that claim, you're making that claim, a preposterous one, mind you. I'm asking you to verify it. And if you're conflating it to evidence for the globe, how about we talk about the North Pole and past the 60th south latitude? And do you have data to support that?
Neither of us do, right? None of us do. What's next?
Yeah, but conveniently,
if I don't have any evidence that it doesn't work up there, and if I have evidence that it does work in other locations, then the only conclusion I can draw from the evidence available at my disposal is that it does work. If I don't have any evidence that it doesn't work, then I cannot logically conclude that it doesn't work. What I need from you is evidence that it doesn't work.
Okay, here's my evidence. You can't actually claim it works all over the globe utilizing the globe.
That's fine, Witsit. Jesus.
Dude, you guys are both losers. Stop interrupting me. Thank you. Okay,
I need evidence that it doesn't
I bet
work.
if you continue to interrupt me after that, then you're automatically right.
Yeah, and you call us losers, you get a response,
and you
right?
continue to go on. It's crazy.
Yeah, so don't add on, right?
Are you
Don't
guys,
insult
even
us.
though it's 2v1 and you're impulsively interrupting, you let me, 3v1?
No, I'm not entering in the debate. I'm just saying you're trying to provoke an emotional response. No, I'm just trying to get a point in. I haven't spoken at all, Witsit. Can I just get a point in quickly?
Yeah, after the other guys interrupt me 3 times, your turn. Go ahead.
Fine, if you think it's interrupting, I'm sorry. That wasn't my intent. I was trying to wait for a gap. I've been waiting very patiently.
Go ahead.
I do think... Now you're interrupting me. So I do think you were trying to elicit an emotional response with the use of the wordage. All I can say is, I've done, a personal check when I rode up to Scotland. I used to ride up to Scotland, every year to see some family up there when my great uncle was still alive. And one time I actually measured the angle to Polaris. I was interested. It wasn't nothing to do with the flat Earth. It seems to conform to the argument at hand that I registered about an 8.5 degree difference between where I lived in London at the time and Wick in the north of Scotland.
Okay, so do you think that things working in the northern, let's call it hemiplane, somehow debunks flat Earth?
It also works Australia too, but okay.
Okay, so that's a claim, right? And so if you can show me data from Australia and further south of it working, that would be great. I seem to try to be the only one trying to get straight to the point here, which is if you're claiming it proves. No, if you claim that it's becoming very reiterative and elementary. If you're claiming that it proves the Earth's a globe, write it down. If you're claiming this proves the Earth's a globe, that's your claim. So the globe claims a circumference value and an entirety of the Earth claim. Therefore, can you validate the information at 2 specific points I'm starting with? We haven't even continued past that part because you guys can't admit you don't have it.
I have an answer for
you. No, they've said that multiple times that no, we don't have the data for the 60th parallel south and the North Pole that they've personally done. So they've tried to move past that point. I don't think you're actually listening to what's being said, Witzik.
Right,
I think that's why there's been a bit of frustration going on. Sorry, Kosher.
If we want to falsify something, we need something to falsify with. If I'm going to falsify a model, I would get some evidence that doesn't fit what that model says.
I actually have an actual answer. That's what I'm trying to. Because the other night we did the same test where you use something like Heavens Above. So what's it if you go to Heavens Above? You can. Hold on for a second.
Yeah, for sure. Let me hold on for a second. Go ahead.
Yeah, if you go to Heavens Above, you could pick a location by the North Pole or by the South Pole, whatever you want to pick. Any place in the world that's where you want to test it, and you can pick it and not tell us the location. Then you can pick 3. That's Heavens Above. I'll have the star chart for right now.
Get out of here. Because this is ridiculous. So 2 people interrupt me, and then the third guy said, "Sorry, I wasn't trying to interrupt you."
I had an answer for your
monologue. Now you're interrupting me again.
No, I was in the middle of saying something, but I was telling you that I had an answer for your question. You were asking over and over, and they were saying over and over no. But I'm telling you, there's a way you can test it.
Yeah, you're not answering my question actually.
Yeah, you said, can we verify it works in the southern and the northern pole or whatever?
Wait, not or whatever. What did I say?
You said in the Arctic or in the other than 60th parallel.
Okay, so if you want to give me data specifically verifying that, as opposed to telling me hypothetically,
I was telling you right now. I wasn't.
Now you're interrupting me again.
You interrupted me.
This is why I'm getting out of here, right? Is because I come in here trying to be chill, but when I start to see exactly When I start to calmly, coherently break down the logic of the arguments, the Globers cannot help but to tag team me, impulsively interrupting. If you want to verify that this somehow proves the Earth is a globe, how about you go to the areas that are in question that are diametrically opposed on a flat Earth and a globe Earth? That's where you would go to actually find out the truth and if this methodology would be verified past these areas. Do you have that data, or can we just acknowledge what we all know, which of course none of us have access to that data, and we can move on?
It's not either or diametrically opposed. It's not a diametrically opposed or anything like that, because we can already verify that the concept between circles of equal altitude and 60 nautical miles per degree simultaneously taken do not make sense on a flat surface. It's not like we have to go somewhere that you think we cannot go in order to verify that the entire concept doesn't make sense on a flat surface.
That's an insane claim, right? So you're looking at stars, and we don't know the distances to the stars, and we don't know the medium that the stars are in, and we don't know the medium differential, and we don't know how that affects perspective relative to your location relative to the center. And although you want to immediately hand wave dismiss all those things I just said, they do not disappear. These are just objectively relevant factors that you're breezing past your presupposition of, and I'm calling them out.
Okay.
Right, so those factors would need to have something to actually be able to account for.
You interrupted me when I was in the middle of telling you something just to complain for no reason, dude. It was fucking rude.
That's
right. And then not allowing me to finish.
Okay, I'm getting out of here.
You asked a question.
Everybody else said, like I got
you interrupted me. I was trying to answer your question and give you actual information.
So I got interrupted 5 times in a row, and then somehow
it doesn't matter, dude.
I just made very hyper. Are you going to respond, or I'm leaving?
I'm in the middle of responding to you. This time, don't interrupt me so I can finish saying it. Okay? There's a website, Heavens Above. It has all the stars for any place in the world. You can pick any place in the world, whether it's in the Arctic or wherever you want it to be. You don't have to tell anybody where it is. It'll have the stars for right now. You can literally go there. It'll tell you where the stars are and what angle they're at. You can pick 3 stars and their angles. You can tell them to any one of us, and in a couple of minutes, we can tell you exactly the location that you just picked. That's verifying that it works in the Arctic.
Oh, it's verifying that it works in the Arctic because I can go to the North Pole and I can put in my input of data. Because that's not true. Sure. That's not true. You guys just have to lie. So back to the point, right? It's very simple, okay? You're claiming that this proves the Earth's a globe. Let's go to the parts that can't be verified, that need to be verified for the globe. And in addition to that, all you're doing is looking at stars, okay? Their apparent locations, and they're relative to the medium, which you make an assumption about. You make assumption about the stars being equal distance, infinitely far away. But they're actually all different distances. But we can assume they're all equal distances, and that distance just needs to be, quote unquote, infinite. And then we're going to assume it's in nothingness. These are all wrong. So your presuppositions are called a reification fallacy.
They're not.
That's not true. No one's assuming they're the same distance.
Yeah, you actually treat them as if they are whenever you're using this methodology. You didn't know that?
No, we just assume. We just assume they're as far enough that there's no parallax. That doesn't mean same distance.
No, yeah, we treat them
enough to not make a difference to the method employed.
You guys are lying about
the thing that you forgot about while we were discussing this whole thing is that if we need to falsify the globe, we need somewhere where the globe stops working. If we have some evidence to guide us toward where we can observe something that it says should not happen on the globe, then we need that.
Okay, so once again, what you did was look at the sky and then over hundreds of years try to formulate a globe model relative to the sky. Now, what you don't seem to understand is the assumption of terrestrial convexity does not equate to reality, and all you're doing is looking at layered medium differential in the apparent locations of the stars that reset. If you keep breezing past it, past the fact that you have to treat them as if they're at the same distance, meaning that they're, for intents and purposes, infinitely far away to where we don't see a change because they're all far enough away, and then we assume that they're in nothingness, we can then start to make stories up about how we should view them. I'm not interested. That's called a reification fallacy. Watch no one respond specifically again, though.
It's not.
No, let me respond specifically to that. So I will do that for you, Witzik, which is quite simple. The fact that we can use them accurately for navigation, and they work. Going north and south, we can be really accurate on where we are. And that to me isn't reification. That is showing the validity of the method. So no one's trying to make a concept concrete. So I don't know why you're going down reification.
Yeah, actually, the concept is the globe model. The globe model was built over hundreds of years. On repeat. This is why I'm leaving. Hundreds of years of post-stiction observations of the sky that resets, built upon presuppositions of the distances and the medium that they are made up in, literally disregarding any potential medium differential or how that affects perception. Let me guess, that was word salad, even though it's hyper-specific and coherent. I must be dumb. The fact is, you are reifying the concept of the globe and the infinite vacuum that it's residing within, and that is a reification fallacy. I don't have to go past this until you can address it.
In that case, let me respond very quickly, because I just want to do this before he goes off. Can you give me any conclusion that isn't based on some form of presumption?
Just like that was actually crazy timing that I couldn't push my talk. So say it again.
Can you show me any conclusion that doesn't have some sort of presumption in it, i.e. inference?
Yeah, sure. If I boil water at a certain temperature, or if I heat water up to a certain temperature, it'll boil relative to its pressure around it.
So there's an if, right?
No, I never said if.
So surely part of that problem that you've got there is, one, controlling the quality of the water, two, understanding the accurate pressure that you're at, and three, the amount of joules of energy required to get it to that boiling point, and four, how do you classify what that boiling point is? Is it just when the water bubbles, or are you going to a certain point of conclusion to then classify that as boiling point?
Okay, so you're briefly appealing to ambiguity. Tell me exactly what the presupposition was.
Is there any conclusion that you can reach without some sort of presumption, i.e. some inference?
I just now said one.
No, and I've just showed where you agreed there was ambiguity in it.
That's not presupposition. Presupposition, right? You want to define it. It's something that you presume to be accurate, right? Prior to you deducing whatever it is that you are examining.
Mm-hmm. Like the pressure. Or
like
the mineral content of the water.
Measure pressure? Are you saying we can't measure pressure? I have to presume it.
Well, how accurately can you measure that pressure?
Enough that we can.
Is there not ambiguity in the tolerance of the instrument you're using?
But what specifically is the presupposition?
It's accurate.
The fact you're presuming that it's accurate. You're presuming that you've determined what the boiling point is, and you're not taking some ad hoc colloquial view of it. That you're presuming you understand the amount of joules of energy going in there. All of those have a tolerance factor to them, all of which give ambiguity to what you classify as boiling point. So again, do you want to give me a conclusion that you can draw without some sort of inference?
It's very, very ignorant for you to try to compare these things, because all of these little bitty error bars of ambiguity you're appealing to desperately can be physically.
I'm not desperate. Don't infer something in my character when you're trying to do a response. Just stick to the point and don't try and elicit an emotional response through semantic shit.
I don't have to do this, bud.
Like, you don't. No, you're right.
Show some respect, man.
Then show me some respect, and I won't fuck you with it.
Well, guess what? I do whenever I constantly let you fully finish your point, yet you never let me.
You've overtalked people multiple times in this chat, Witzik. Don't lie.
Well, Josh, you just interrupted him, so please don't interrupt.
No, I waited for a pause and then I responded to his point because he asked a question and I responded to it.
Oh my gosh!
Or he made a statement that was inaccurate.
The fundamental difference is you're trying to somehow compare the assumption of things infinitely far away and nothingness vacuums that can't be manipulated or tested in any way to something that I can physically manipulate and verify with very intricate repeated measurements. Now, of course, we have a little error bar with everything, right? Now, you're talking about the conceptual description of that with joules, etc. No, that's just a conceptual description after the fact. The phenomena can be physically manipulated and the magnitude can be measured. This is a...
Yep. battery
and a joule is a unit of measurement. Let's say.
You cut out, Austin.
Okay. To say that there's some little error bar of ambiguity with the measurement that we might be off a little bit. Therefore, just like with that, I can make up any type of claim about the fairy tale of the universe, any kind of claim, because there's a little bit of ambiguity in this error bar that we can physically measure. Is insane. That's not it's just insane that you're trying to somehow make that argument.
When they measure a distance to a star, and again, I'm not an expert on this, but I assume that there is an error bar to that measurement.
Okay, but can you physically manipulate any of the variables involved?
When you say physically manipulate, do you mean can I sort of take observations at different points? We're talking about an observation.
Yeah.
So you're now trying to reduce this down to some sort of physical, tangible thing you can touch. Yeah. So we could talk. So I'll go on for that. So we could talk about the gas content of the atmosphere at any particular point on the planet. Now I can't touch that. I have to use instrumentation to analyze it to get a result out, don't I? So is that the same? Is that the same as a star to you?
Okay, no. So I'm about to have to try to fix this generator real fast. So it's very simple, right? We can physically manipulate and vary all the things that we're talking about in my example, like the water, the pressure, the heat, etc. But you cannot do this with any type of pseudoscientific proclamation about a vacuum with stars that are infinitely far away but different distances, but relative to us, they just look like they're the same. These are all unverifiable claims. To compare them to the same and say, well, we're allowed to make up whatever we want to in space because on the Earth, we can't get within a very, very small error bar and there could still technically be a little bit off. It's insane, and we all know it.
I don't know why I was muted. I wasn't over talking him, so I'm going to drop now because that was fucking annoying.
How did we get from celestial navigation to water bubbling? Boiling.
We were looking for
people constantly try to interrupt me and change the subject and divert away.
Oh, I feel like whenever you're here debating, you speak for more than half of the time, and half of that time is you complaining that you can't speak.
So maybe you should just stop interrupting me and we'd save a lot of time.
I haven't interrupted you once. I actually wasn't speaking to you anymore.
Yeah, but
what are you talking about?
You have to sit here and observe it and pretend it didn't happen. Like, all I know is you guys need to realize that when you lie, it's bad for your spirit.
What am I lying about?
I'm not saying you're lying. I'm saying just everyone needs to understand that when you intentionally omit truth and try to misrepresent things and lie and manipulate, just for everyone,
Who's doing that?
It results in a spiritual degradation, a spiritual power, the magnitude of your actual power and your field that you possess, which can be proven electromagnetically. It actually gets weaker when you lie. I'm just saying, so let's just try to have an honest, not so like, hey, can we all bombard Austin and trick him and misrepresent him and strawman him and divert? Like, can we just chill and try to be honest and maybe have a conversation that way?
Who's doing that?
Okay, well, we can try something more of an honest approach. Let's see, what do we need? If we have a method that we use to get something done, what would we need in order to falsify that method? We would need evidence to the contrary to make sure that a method doesn't work, right? That's how we falsify it.
Well, the problem is if you just look at the observations and then make up a story based on that, right? That isn't in any way evidence for, because you literally just had to make up the theory based on what you saw. If you then turn around a few years later and say, look, my theory predicts what we see, that's ignorant, because the only way you have your theory is based on what we see. So that you cannot conflate that to evidence for the validity of that theory. That makes no sense.
That literally is evidence.
Well, what I see is that the methods that we have don't make sense on a flat surface. The methods that we use don't make sense on a flat surface. I don't have evidence that those methods don't work, so I'm going to continue to go with those methods that don't make sense on a flat surface.
But you're just, when you say very ignorantly that they don't make sense on a flat surface, and then I objectively refute it, explaining that you're disregarding the potential medium differential of the lights in the sky, and then you just breeze past it and keep on saying that it's impossible on a flat Earth, it becomes no more real.
Oh, who said he's disregarding that?
Right. I already mentioned before. I already mentioned before that if we want to put any magic up in the sky that we want, to be able to refract any light in any direction in specific ways, just to make your assertion make sense, what we end up with is still the problem between the 60 nautical miles per degree and the shit, my brain's shorted out for
circles of equal altitude.
Yes, circles of equal altitude. Those two things together don't make sense on a flat surface, no matter how the sky is doing what it's doing.
None of that's true. So.
And show us how it works, Austin. For fuck's sake.
Explain to you, pal. Maybe write it down this time, okay? Because when he just because he says it doesn't matter, that means nothing. If he actually had a rebuttal, it would be substantive and specific. His
right, I need evidence that it works.
Okay, here's the deal, bud. You just now claimed that there's no quote unquote magic in the sky of how light could be perceived, right? Of course, I didn't invoke magic, but you said there's no way that the medium in the sky effectively could affect light to where we would be able to make the observations we do on this earth. We both know that's just something you're just saying. You just say that. It's literally just an attempt to handwave dismiss the importance of the medium assumption that you make.
Right. So if we have something like this, like Walter Bisland has very generously provided us, where the light does things that we don't have any means of making occur with any physical media ever. When we have something like this that might possibly be able to make part of it work, where we have 60 nautical miles per degree, but the circles of equal altitude won't be circles anymore, we have to throw out this notion that the light could be magically made to do something that would make a flat Earth make sense.
You couldn't just layer the circles of altitude?
Show us how it works, Watson. Seriously.
First of all, I don't make claims about the.
Of course you don't.
I bet if you interrupt me, when you say "of course not," you know the funny part is that you didn't even make up or come up with anything on your own. You simply believe in whatever the modern consensus says, and then you
I know that it works.
And then you
I know that it works.
Then you simultaneously arrogance to beat on your chest as if I need to compete with hundreds of years of back engineering and millions and billions of dollars from all the international governments that have then given you this half-ass model that still doesn't work. And if I can't then go tell you the answers that no human being knows, as in the differential of medium in the sky, none of you know it. None of you know anything about the sky. You don't know what's in there. You don't know what the medium is, and you don't know how it affects the light relative to the location of the observer on the Earth. Objectively, you can pretend you do. You can say, I need to come up with a theory that's to your satisfaction because your textbooks and your mommy and daddy told you one, but that's all irrelevant. The truth is that you're making an assumption about the medium in the sky and you cannot verify it. That's by definition a reification fallacy, a conceptual reification.
So real quick in the middle of that, real quick in the middle of all of that, you did make the claim again that the model that we verified doesn't work somewhere. Just want to point out that you made that claim yet again without providing evidence for it.
Okay, so I said a half-assed model that doesn't work, and what I mean is there's tons of things. Where do you want to start? The magnetic field can't be properly laid out on the Earth, nor can you even explain the causal agent and mechanism of a magnetic field or the appearance of a
navigation, Austin. Navigation.
So
Yeah.
I a good thing that's why I said that.
To answer something.
Now, if you interrupt me, somehow you can keep twisting my words and pretend I said something I didn't. But the truth is, you're gonna have to interrupt me. But this dude strawman me as if I was trying to say something other than the fact that the model itself overall just doesn't work. So can we try again? Does anyone respond to the actual point that you're reifying a conceptual application of the medium in the sky?
Obfuscating.
Right, I already
wanted
refuted
to
that
answer
specifically.
to a point.
What I actually did was refute that specifically by telling you about how the measurements don't make sense on a flat surface and why they don't make sense. What you're doing is constantly repeating that they should make sense if we make the sky do something else than what we already know it to do. What I need is for you to provide somehow where that actually makes sense, where it works.
Once again,
you're saying it could work, but I have no evidence that it could.
That's once again a straw man. I never said that the sky does something that we don't see it do, because it does the same thing forever. And when you say that something that we know it does, this is once again, you have for the fifth time reified a presupposition that you know that the medium is a vacuum and that little people that you worship called astronauts went out there and verified it. That's the only reason that you think that is because people told you it's a vacuum. You cannot verify it. It has not been verified. So try again. It's called a reification fallacy.
What I have is the least amount of assumptions necessary in order to make the thing that I need to have work. The thing that I'm looking at is in that direction. It's not in some magical direction, which it says it has to be. It's in the direction I'm looking. You're making the assertion that it's somewhere else.
Nope, that's once again a straw man. I'm not claiming anything anywhere else.
Because you said we don't know how the sky works, so we don't know where these things are, that it could be in a different place. You said those words.
Wait, well, according to you, they're all in a different place. According to you, they just look like they're all in this place, but they're actually all in a different place. Watch you obfuscate again.
That's not what. No one's saying they look like it in some place and they're in another place. That's nothing with something we're doing here.
Oh, so you agree that you don't actually utilize them as the supposed claimed locations that your model has?
What's
Oh, this is ironic.
Locations. I look in a direction.
I didn't get what you
see
said.
A thing, and I look in a direction. I see a thing. I say it's in that direction. You're telling me no. It's got to be in a different direction. The sky has to be refracting the light, or some other medium is in between that's causing it to be in a different place than I see. So what I'm doing is using the least number of assumptions possible, and you're just adding more things that you still haven't modeled out to see that it actually works or not.
Well, okay. Can you show me the actual data where you went and proved all the way down the longitude to the South Pole where it doesn't work on a flat surface, please?
I have proved that the method that works. All I need is evidence that it works in various locations to conclude that it does have evidence in support of the method working. What I don't have is evidence that the method does not work.
So once again, the method working means nothing when it required hundreds and hundreds of years of you slowly compiling a model that you reverse engineered to make it work on a globe, making assumptions about the sky. This is where you once again don't acknowledge it. What? This is where you once again don't acknowledge that I asked for a very hyper-specific piece of evidence that would verify this. And this is once again where you pretend somehow they didn't navigate across the Earth successfully for thousands of years, assuming it was flat, using that very thing being celestial navigation. And I know that I'm saying a lot. It's because you guys are exhausting me. I'm about to have to get out of here. Do you want to respond to anything I actually said or just reiterate some hand-waving missile?
I want to challenge something you claimed.
Circumnavigation? A very specific response, which is that the method does not have any falsifying evidence available, so it is not falsified. That's it for me. Who else?
Yeah, so once again, the very method that you're invoking, listen carefully. It came from hundreds and hundreds of years of reverse engineering a globe Earth model that you presupposed and stitched together. And it still doesn't
work. Let's see the flat Earth model. Oh, wait.
I'm still talking, bud.
Wait.
People used the Earth being flat to navigate with the stars for thousands of years. Oops.
Prove it.
Okay,
prove
so
prove that.
Yeah, I need some evidence of that anyway.
Let's see it.
They did not use celestial navigation thinking the Earth was flat and successfully navigate in the past. Is that your claim?
I think 2,000 years ago they debunked flat Earth, buddy. 2,000 years ago.
5,000 years ago.
2,000.
What about 2,000?
More than 2,000 years.
More than 2,000? What about?
Yeah, it was debunked.
Really? How was it debunked? How was it debunked? They put
circumnavigation, everything.
No,
just grab a plane and figure it out.
I'm not doing this. This guy's a clown show. So grab a plane, make it figure it out. I know over 100 pilots on a first name basis. Oh, no, you don't. Yeah, I literally do. They all know that the Earth has to be assumed flat and stationary. Oh, no, they don't. Yes, they literally do. Your heroes and your scientists say you have to go 62 miles.
Nice run, buddy.
I'm still talking. Next time I get interrupted, I'm just going to leave. And you're still not going to win. The Earth's still not going to be a ball. You come on
just firing with lots of different claims.
There's absolutely no reason for you to be here.
The problem is that every time I try to have a respectful conversation with one Glober, 5 of them just try to troll me and interrupt me and then bombard me and then pretend that somehow I'm the one that's not having respect. It's insane.
You didn't try to have a respectful conversation because you tried not to address the issues that were put to you.
He left.
That's it.
That's how he goes. Always when Witsi gets it. Gets
so does anybody else? Is there anybody else listening in this room want to tell me how he actually addressed the fact that the method used hasn't been falsified?
By asking you to do it on the North Pole.
Right, but did he ever falsify the method with evidence? Is there evidence available to falsify that method?
He kept saying things that you didn't say for the short time that I was here. That's all I heard.
One thing I wanted to challenge him on is this idea that this was reverse engineered, right? Because when I wrote the code that does trilateration and it actually works, I only used like 2 values. One was a sidereal day. How long is a sidereal day? That's pretty much observation. There's no assumption on that. There's no reverse engineering. And then the other thing was just get a position and start in a single moment in time. That's also just not a reverse engineering. That's just a single observation. So from those two values, just for those two things, I got a working model of trilateration on the sphere. There's no reverse engineering on that.
It was already reverse engineered before you did that.
Which one of those were reverse engineered?
You're a guy sitting at a computer, which is fine. I'm not criticizing that. I am too. We're sitting here at computers. You're not out on the earth measuring distances or measuring anything. And I'm not criticizing you for that. I'm not trying to say that you're, bad for that or whatever. I mean, it takes a lot of money and time and resources to go out and do that. But you're being given information and you're verifying it on a computer. That is information that, in my opinion, has already been reverse engineered. Before
what information?
The information that we're given is that the Earth is a certain spherical shape with a certain size. That information is what's put into the computer. If the computer verifies that something that is spherical and of that size would do what we think it would do, then what we're verifying is not reverse engineered. What we're verifying is forward engineered on a globe.
Information.
I don't get the whole reverse engineered thing. It doesn't make any sense. If we start with the globe and then say what it's going to do on the globe, there's no reverse engineering occurring there. Nowhere in any of those steps.
Yes, because you started with an assumption that was given to you of said size of globe and that Earth is globe.
Actually, you don't even need the size of the globe.
That already could be reverse engineered. For example, if the Earth is a plane and is surrounded by a celestial sphere that is spinning, then we have a spinning sphere geometry to the universe. It's not that we're on the outside of one, it's that we're on the inside of one on a planar surface. So to reverse engineer that would literally be turning it inside out and saying, well, we're going to make the globe a certain size and say that we're on the outside of it. Now you're already dealing with a reverse engineer reification fallacy.
Wait. That's not true.
I'm beginning to think that you don't know what reverse engineer means.
And one thing is that actually the size of the globe isn't used. You don't have to use the size of the globe. You can just purely use the angles of the stars. There's no assumption of size that you have to use. There's no reverse engineering of the size of the Earth that would be needed to make celestial navigation work.
Of course there
Could
is.
I possibly add something?
Yeah, go ahead, Flair.
Yeah, thanks. It's just that maybe it's not the right term to call it reverse engineered. Maybe it's kind of contaminated research, right? Because it's like a result of observation, which then gets interpreted in a certain framework. So it begins with sensory input, where we see rotation of the heaven, but this gets interpreted as a rotation of the Earth. This is, for example, a contaminated research. And if we go on and look at different angles and the results we get on the Earth, it's just that our framework decides what our interpretation tells us. So if we know that a day has a certain length and we observe the sun moving in the sky, but assume already that the Earth is rotating, we only need to measure the distance which the sun travels in the sky to give us a value from which we can derive, for example, a rotational speed or whatever. What I'm trying to say is when you try to trigonometrically calculate the altitude of the appearance of the heavenly bodies, you have to come out as the radius of the Earth because this is the only value you can derive. So it's only the way the data gets interpreted in a certain framework. Yeah, that's my point.
Yeah, but get a rotating sky is not enough. Rotating sky, if that's the only thing you're doing, that the Earth is not rotating, it's just the sky that's doing that. I mean, that doesn't work. You have two opposite rotations in the sky. Well, how are you going to do that if you're above a flat surface, right?
Well, yeah, right. A flat surface would be a difficult thing. If you had a stationary spherical Earth, you could make it so that rotating sky would do that.
Yeah, but that's because...
more importantly, we have other evidence that goes toward that. Like, we don't ever just look at one piece of evidence, the sky, and say the Earth must be rotating. We actually have other things like mechanical gyrocompasses, which don't have we don't have the luxury of just saying that they work through other means besides physics. And physics tells us that if the reference frame that they're attached to is rotating, then they will align with that axis of rotation.
Sure.
That's what a mechanical gyrocompass does. And so if we have one affixed to the Earth, not moving relative to the surface, doing that precession, then it must be that the Earth is rotating. That's the only logical conclusion.
I disagree, because I already talked about the framework of interpretation. So, for example, you talked about the gyrocompass. Let me take the example of a precession of a pendulum. An Aristotelian and a Galilean will differently interpret the result of the observation of the pendulum, right? But they observe the same thing. An Aristotelian...
Like I said, we don't just look at the one thing. So in the example of a mechanical gyrocompass, just to close that down real quick, the only experimentally verifiable thing that could cause precession in the way that we see it in a mechanical gyrocompass is rotation. And we can rotate its reference frame in order to figure out exactly how that works,
Yeah.
what direction it precesses to. When we have something like Foucault's pendulum, we can do the same thing. The reference frame that it's in, we can rotate to verify how exactly that axis of that plane of precession, because it's a pendulum, is able to precess relative to that reference frame through rotation of that reference frame.
Rotation of the stars.
We don't have some other means by some other thing or some other effect to cause that precession other than rotation yet.
Yeah,
of the stars, not the Earth. Stars.
But try to think about what I'm saying about the Galilean and the Aristotelian, because obviously we observe rotation. The heaven is rotating, right? Apparently, right?
Right, but what is the heavens doing to the pendulum then? You have to now invent some sort of mechanism that reaches toward that pendulum and causes it to do something different.
Yeah, fair enough, but I don't want to claim a scientific interpretation or explanation now. I'm just trying to address the logical consistency behind what is presented. And
right,
it is an important thing to...
Let him finish.
Sorry.
Yeah, and it is really, really important to think about our protocol or our method of doing things, because in my opinion we already invert the sense of reality when we observe a rotation of the heavens but claim it's actually the Earth rotating, right? So from this first principle, when this is neglected and we don't have our sensory input first, we can insert all kind of irrationality then, and explanations which don't correspond with reality.
Right. So what I have is the pendulum. Its precession relative to its reference frame can be experimentally verified to be caused by rotation.
Of the stars.
I don't have some other thing that can reach down into that pendulum and cause it to precess. So I don't have any reason to conclude that the Earth is not rotating.
But okay, let's get a step further then. I mean, if we imagine back to the time of Galileo then, when he presents his thesis of a rotating Earth, right? And then, for a counterexample, this pendulum would be presented from his opponents, because the outcome is entirely predictable with this east to west precession. In the time back then, it would have been interpreted as a definite proof of the rotation of the heavens and the stillness of the Earth, which is why I always mention this framework of interpretation from the results of observation, which science constitutes, right? So it's always I think I made this pretty clear.
Well,
but we don't have a mechanism whereby this rotation of the heavens causes the pendulum to precess. What I need is actually some mechanism that I can experimentally verify that causes the pendulum to precess other than rotation in order to rule out the fact that the Earth would be rotating.
It's the heavens that is precessing. You get a celestial sphere.
Right, I need a mechanism, Glory. I need a mechanism. Just saying the heavens rotate doesn't make the pendulum precess.
Just saying the Earth rotates doesn't prove it either, retard.
Right, saying the Earth rotates is something that I can draw from experimental conclusions. What I can do is I can rotate the frame of reference that the pendulum is in order to observe that the precession is caused by rotation. If I don't have another mechanism that can cause that level of precession that I can control, the only conclusion I can reasonably draw is that the Earth is rotating.
Are you aware if that's how you want to do things?
Hold on a second.
If that's how you want to do things for yourself, that's fine. The question is, have you arrived at truth or not?
Let me respond.
If you just want to debate someone or say that you have things or sound convincing, I guess that's your thing. But if your quest is to find the truth, Doofus, the question is, have you found the truth or not with what you just laid out?
There's no evidence that says that I haven't found the truth. The way that I have to conclude.
I mean, really, that question is it's really up to you. It's not it's not about proving something to someone. It's really whether you found it for yourself at the end of the day.
Right. But what I need is evidence to the contrary.
Well,
I don't have any.
It sounds like you're still searching for answers, so that's cool. Right on.
You have evidence you can verify by yourself on a daily basis from your sensory input, my friend.
All right, so we can go on that topic because I've actually done the research on this once before.
Quick question.
The human sensory system cannot detect reliably rotation above 0.03 degrees per second. What's interesting is that the Earth's rotation is purported to be 0.004 degrees per second. Well below the human threshold. Well below the human.
Let him finish. Hold on, Doofus, hold on. If it gets loud.
Human threshold. Why do I have to hold on if I'm not allowed to finish?
It's fine.
Speak. We're waiting for you.
Go ahead.
All right. So 0.004 degrees per second is well below the human threshold of 0.03 degrees per second. So you shouldn't feel it.
Okay, that's 3 seconds. I think he's done.
Any Globers care to explain why during a full solar eclipse there is anomalies in Foucault pendulums, measured anomalies? It's called the Alice effect.
Yeah, but
it's called the Alice.
Not really addressing
this is why you need fucking controls and experiments, nerds.
Right,
that don't understand. This is why you need controls and experiments.
Okay, it's not Foucault pendulums. It's toroidal. It's not Foucault pendulums. It's toroidal pendulums.
I'm not done yet.
All right, you guys. The thing is, if you pause for 3 seconds, people are going to think you're done.
Spinning due to the spin of the Earth. Why is there anomalies when there's fucking solar eclipses? And prove it.
All right. So the effect has been measured reliably in a paraconical pendulum, right? Only reliably for a certain subset of people. This is why there's controversy around the LA effect. The issue is that a paraconical pendulum is not a Foucault pendulum. We don't have any solid evidence that it does occur with a Foucault pendulum.
Does the spin of the Earth get affected during a solar eclipse?
You didn't listen to what I said. Thanks. Jesus Christ, dude.
I think he's been drinking.
No, I haven't been drinking.
So, question. How do people know if it's not the stars just moving and the Earth is stationary? And everything else is just moving?
Because there's no physical mechanism to move.
Right, we would have to resort to physics for that sort of thing. We could measure that sort of thing.
I got 2 cents here. I'm going to give you a little example here. Let's say you're in one of those planetariums, and the planetarium is such that the whole planetarium above you rotates. Like it spins around to represent the entire sky. Now you're on a platform that can also rotate. But to start with, the platform is stationary and the ceiling rotates. You throw a ball. That ball between both observers looks like it's going straight. The rotating ceiling does not affect that ball at all. Now, switch that around and the ceiling is stationary, but the platform that you're standing on rotates. You throw a ball to both observers, that ball looks like it turned. That's how you determine.
The problem is with the Foucault pendulum, you got which way is the deviation in the north? Clockwise. Coriolis is supposed to be counterclockwise. The Foucault pendulum goes counterclockwise in the north.
Yeah.
My point in that
hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second, Extremisist, because this is going to be a That's incorrect.
As viewed from above the pendulum.
I'll post the links. Go ahead.
All right. As viewed from above the pendulum, the Earth's rotation is toward the east, which to you, oh yeah, okay, there we go. All right. So the Earth would appear to you rotating toward the east to be counterclockwise.
I'm posting it right now, so there's no confusion. The Foucault pendulum goes clockwise in the north, and the hurricane spins are counterclockwise.
All right. Okay. Yeah. So as it's rotating toward the east, if you're viewing it from the North Pole, the Earth would appear to you from the inertial reference frame to be rotating counterclockwise. So the pendulum should rotate clockwise. That's what the Coriolis effect says that it should do. It also has to do with, if you want to mention hurricanes, you also have to remember what's inside a hurricane, the weather system involved.
Yeah,
the direction that the air is moving makes a difference as to which direction the storm system rotates. That's why tornadoes and hurricanes are a little bit different.
Okay, I know this is the Coriolis effect supposedly making these things happen. So the deviation should be the same way. The deviation should be the same way in the same hemisphere.
Not for storm systems. We already have storm systems that have different rotation based on what formed the storm system.
For bullets, storms, everything goes counterclockwise.
No.
Yeah, you have Foucault pendulum going. Dude, you can't have the Coriolis effect. You can't have the Coriolis effect be the same. Be hurricanes counterclockwise and Foucault pendulum clockwise. That's not going to.
Yes, we can, because as I mentioned, it matters how the storm system was formed and what formed it. If we look at hurricanes and tornadoes, there's a little bit of a difference there in how they're formed. So what direction they rotate will be different because of which way the air is moving.
Not to interrupt
you. Remember, the Coriolis effect is defined as a vector cross product, Jeremy.
Quick thing I want to point out. The whole point of what I was saying is that is how you can tell the difference between if it's the sky rotating or the ground you're on rotating. I wasn't specifically talking about Coriolis or pendulum. That's just a way that you can tell the difference between which reference frame is rotating.
Yeah, you would say that's a qualitative assessment.
That was a good point, Extremis.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a qualitative assessment in exactly the same vein as the fact that a mechanical gyro compass works while affixed to the Earth is also a qualitative assessment. It just determines that the Earth is rotating. It's not really measuring the precise amount that it's rotating.
And things do spin the same direction in both hemispheres. I don't know if that's with you, Jeremy. You know that, brother.
Right, the air masses, the way they move in a storm system, depending on how the storm was formed, will cause the storm to rotate in different directions because the direction that the air is moving is what's causing the rotation. If that air is moving in a different direction, the rotation will be in a different direction.
Yeah, but even if you do it in a bathtub, it'll still do it the same. Like it'll always rotate the same way.
Don't do the bathtub. It's too chaotic. It's too chaotic an atmosphere for that sort of thing.
And the people who do it, I'm saying they do it for they leave the water sit for a day or two and then they let it drain. But yeah, that was the same way.
It's too chaotic, even if you let it sit for a day. The thing that makes it all chaotic is the fact that the drain is too close to one wall and the specific imperfections in the drain cover and the pipes underneath of the drain will cause it to rotate based on that more than the Coriolis effect.
No, I mean in a tub, like what do you call it, a kiddie pool or something. That's what people usually do.
Veritasium and Smarter Every Day did it with a much wider kiddie pool than most people have.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like even in those ways, like when Coriolis occurs, like the rotation, it gets consistent. The rotation is actually consistent.
Yep.
Shortest for Jeremy.
If anybody else is actually interested in seeing that, Veritasium has both of the synchronized videos put together into one single video, so you don't have to try and watch both at the same time. In fact, it may even be in one of my playlists on my channel. There it is, in fact. Yeah.
But
So you got this effect called the Coriolis effect, the same exact effect, quote, Kosho 2022.
That's
now,
right.
hurricanes.
Sorry about sir.
Here, you want some more drink? Hold on, I'll be right back.
Go ahead, man.
One of these days, I swear, one of these flat earthers is going to give me something that tells me how those pendulums process other than saying the sky rotates.
Well, my personal, I mean, how do they explain, and we went over this with Jeremy, is there's no way to explain how it shows your latitude. I mean, that's just, there's no possible explanation for that.
Yeah, it's a double whammy.
That and
the only reason to have a sign relationship with latitude is if a sign relationship implies a curved surface.
Yes, and then Geo went off on how do you know it's a curved surface, and we go, well, there's a sign relationship. Well, what does that show? I mean, it was a deep, dark hole that we went down. And the other thing is, not only is there a relationship, but then it switches the other way. The precession goes the other way once you cross the equator.
Well, yeah, that's what the sign relationship is.
Oh, flat Earth is impossible. I mean, you guys spend a lot of time on this shit if it's impossible.
Yeah, and it's been impossible. Like, it takes me less than a minute to explain my justification just for the curvature of the Earth. And then it takes, like, hours to justify two flat earthers that don't accept what I said, why I said what I said.
And it takes them 5 seconds to hand-wave dismiss it.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, if I thought some people were into some, like, impossible shit and it wasn't even realistic, I wouldn't spend so much time on it. It was just me personally.
No, I feel you. I feel it now, man. And also, I mean, it's just people aren't going to accept anything we say if we.
You say it's impossible that the Earth is spherical.
Jeremy,
Jeremy,
are you telling me that? Are you telling me, Jeremy, that you're not going to be coming to the Pigs Can Fly meetings anymore?
I mean, yeah.
Oh, dude, we're doing 70 hours a week on the Pigs Can Fly.
I know, I'm giving it up. It's impossible.
Well, we got to convince these guys that pigs can't fly, dude. I mean, it's really important that we do this. Like, we have to do it every day. We have to do it.
Pigs can definitely fly. But, you know, I only come here because I like talking about this stuff with you guys. But I don't think anybody's going to convince anybody.
Right. It would be nice if at least the conversation moved forward in some way.
So why do you like to talk about it?
Oh, it's been moving forward. We've been moving it forward for years now.
What's the point of talking
about
it?
That's why I still get 2015 memes every time I go out somewhere else. All of Flat Earth is basically still in 2015.
Well, that's a stereotype fallacy.
What have you guys learned?
Hold on. Somebody just brought the argument. We should feel it spin. That's so 2015, and nobody's done research on the topic since in the Flat Earth community.
Yeah, the 2020 is the sextant, so you're 2022. You got to stay with the time.
Has this made you guys money?
Oh, everyone gets Lambos.
Lambos. One Lambo.
Just one.
I've made plenty of friends and only
that's good.
A couple of enemies.
That's good.
I mean, I picked a Diablo. They're just sharp looking. Which one did you get, Coach?
Again, that's like 1995, Jeremy. Get with the modern times.
What's that?
I got Aston Martin.
Gallardo.
There's a lot of old cars. I just like the shape of the body.
That's what she said.
Even like normal cars, like a Lincoln Zephyr or whatever they were called, they still got them. They changed them to like the MK5 or something. I just like the shape of those cars. Porsches, hate the shape of Porsches. Can't stand them.
Oh, that doesn't change.
They don't age. It's a good car.
You guys should be trying to falsify your model, not sit here and back it up all day, right? You want to be science, do real science shit. Try to falsify something with us. Help us out. We're on the same
We need
team.
a flat Earth model to work with, man.
We're on the same team, guys. Come on.
There's no model that works in flat Earth.
Right, I would like
our model. Is what he said.
Concave Earth, baby, concave Earth.
I would like that the people say that the globe is wrong, be able to provide where it's wrong instead of just saying it's wrong. That would be what I would want.
No, that's a good point. One of the ways is you got opposite spin directions for the same exact effect. Quote Kosho 2022.
Also, like
it's not opposite spin
flight paths. I don't understand how.
One is.
Come on, man.
I posted it in the chat. One is clockwise.
And I gave you the vector cross product as to why.
Yeah, they do what
they're
I
not
don't want to
in
hear
different directions. That's the
They
problem.
are going in different directions. I posted the citations for both of them in the chat. Do you need them again?
But you remember what I've told you? That's it. You don't have to repeat it to me, but if you can repeat it to me, then do it, because I told it to you 500 times. It's not different directions, man.
Right, the air mass, the direction that it's moving, determines the direction of the rotation of the storm system. I've given you that information several times as well.
Okay. I've posted my citations in the chat about the different directions. I mean, me and Kosho is still stuck on that part, saying it's not opposite.
And here's mine.
Because it's not, man. I've told you this.
Dude, I have a citation.
I know, Jim. I know what it appears to be. But that's why I made you that picture, was to show you why it's not opposite, dude. It's always counterclockwise. The thing with the Foucault's pendulum is you have to realize what you're observing. We're observing Coriolis effect. You're observing something that is trying to keep its course. While
the observation is the Coriolis effect.
The recording, what it's going to record on the ground, is going to be the opposite rotation.
Kosho,
we're the same.
I realize what we're observing. What we're observing is the Coriolis effect. All right? Do we understand the same exact effect? Quote Kosho 2022.
It's the same effect.
Yes.
Why it's opposite.
Same exact effect. Kosho 2022.
Yeah, man.
All right. So I realize
it's like a merry-go-round. If you recorded on the ground, that's a bad example.
We both.
If you kept in free space, if you kept in free space I don't know, something that was staying still that appeared to be spinning because you were spinning, when you recorded something on that platform, whatever it was, that was staying still while you were spinning, you would see it spinning the other direction. And Foucault's pendulum is not something that is rotating. It's something that is trying to stay stationary while we're rotating. That's why you see it deviate like that.
Okay, so we're seeing the same exact effect, and it's going in opposite spin directions, which doesn't make sense. You can come up with all kinds of math. You can come up with all kinds of math and cool stuff and shit. The point is, we have same effect, different spin directions, same hemisphere.
All right. Did you see the vector cross product I posted?
Which apparently was news to you guys because you were ready to debate me on it. Kosho still doesn't think I'm right.
Because you're not paying attention. You're not paying attention, dude. I love the picture I drew. The picture I drew, the rotation is the same in every one of those three pictures. The difference is, for the Foucault's pendulum, you have something that is swinging and is recording its swing as the Earth is rotating the opposite direction. So clearly, you're going to see it go. You're going to see it rotating the opposite direction.
And the vector cross product that I posted, the direction the masses are moving changes which direction that effect occurs in.
Yeah, so you're saying
which direction things are going.
All right, so Kosho, you're saying we should see the same exact effect rotating in different directions in the same hemisphere. That's what you're saying. This is perfectly fine. in your worldview somehow.
No,
both of them fit the definition of the Coriolis effect.
Yeah, it's the deviation of an object when we know what the Coriolis is. And the Foucault pendulum has many more issues than that. It should be on some kind of hinge joint or something that would only let it go straight back and forth. Because I mean, if you guys claim that it actually is only going back and forth, you know, you wouldn't be using like a ball. No, you turn in a Foucault's pendulum. Just this way, we wouldn't know if it was actually turning or just it was an apparent deviation.
All right. So what you want is a joint that's not free to swing in every direction equally.
Yeah, because the claim is Foucault only swings back and forth in a straight line. That's your claim.
All right. So the way to test that is to have a joint which can spin or can oscillate in any direction equally. Not to restrict it to only one plane of oscillation. That would not make it a Foucault's pendulum.
I know, but is your claim that it only swings back and forth in a straight line?
It is attempting to retain its orientation of its plane of oscillation. That's what it's attempting to do.
Which way does Foucault pendulum swing, do you think?
What do you mean? Which way does it swing?
Which way is Foucault pendulum swinging?
Because as it precesses, it continues to rotate all the way around. It swings in all directions.
Oh boy, I'll have to get it. It swings. So you think Foucault swings in all directions, and that it actually swings just straight back and forth. I'll get you a citation in a minute for this. Unbelievable.
All right, so
it's going in different directions. Oh my bad. Go ahead.
What you want to do is you want to restrict it to be in only one plane of oscillation.
Well, I just want to back your claim up that it's only swinging back and forth. That's not. I don't know what your problem with it is. You guys are saying it only swings back and forth in a straight line.
We're saying
I don't know why you just made up that other.
It's trying to retain angular momentum.
Yeah, I don't know why you made up that other. All right, I don't know why you made up that other shit you made up about it swings in every direction. It swings back and forth in a straight line.
What we say is it tries to retain angular momentum. What it's doing when it's oscillating like that, from the frame of reference of a person standing next to the thing, it swings in every direction freely and equally.
Okay, we'll find it. Well, I'll get a citation in a minute. I'm busy doing something.
Jeremy, can I say something to you? Because I just realized.
It's great if you don't understand.
I just realized
That's fine. I hear what you're saying. I don't know where you got that from, but I know where I got my shit from. So I'll get you a citation in a minute.
I realize now why you've been saying that, Jeremy. I was thinking, like, he's usually like a normal guy. He's not this dumb. And you're saying this thing, I thought it was really dumb. I thought it was really dumb, dude. I thought it was really dumb. Even just now with Doofus, I was like, dude, he's not retarded. Why is he still saying that? But now I get it.
What?
I get
What's
it.
the dumb part?
No, it's not dumb anymore to me. I get why
Tell
you're saying
me what the
it,
dumb
dude.
part is of you think I'm saying.
Okay, listen, I'll tell you why we think it's dumb, but why I don't think it's dumb anymore.
Why what is dumb? I don't even know.
I'll tell you, listen, dude, the swinging. Because you kept saying that to me. You kept saying that you, and I kept telling you the same thing Doofus said, that you want to make it so it only swings back and forth. And I was telling you, why would you purposely restrict it when the goal is to, start it swinging back and forth and, see if it actually goes around and deviate and processes. But now I understand what the problem is. The problem is that you're not realizing that when it keeps its rigidity in space, it's able to do this because it has a ball joint or it has something that allows it to swing. If it had only this swinging back and forth, even though it's keeping its rigidity in space, the ceiling and everything that's attached to the pendulum is not going to be able to do that. So the whatever was restricting its swinging from only swinging back and forth, it would still be turning with the Earth, and it would still be forcing the pendulum to turn with it. So I don't think it would happen the way you're thinking it would happen. But I think you're thinking the top would also.
You should have said it like this. You should have said it like this like a week ago.
Well, I didn't realize that. I thought you were just dumb. I'm telling you, I thought you were just being dumb. I was like, what the fuck?
Fuck off.
No, but I get it now. Yeah, you thought that you're thinking the top moves with it, but the top's not going to move with it. It's only going to serve to restrict the pendulum. It has to absolutely be free to turn its socket.
I know. You guys should be trying to work with us and help falsify some of these, globe claims with us. That's how your science works, right? Aren't you guys always trying to falsify the shit?
Kind of what we do, man.
And I've tried several times. I've done several measurements. I've done several observations. I don't have any evidence as of right now that falsifies the globe.
So you couldn't think of anything, something that could be done or something to falsify the globe.
I mean, if I hadn't already seen 2 celestial poles, I probably would be in a less well-off position when I started with flat Earth. But because I had already seen them with my own eyes, I already had a lot going on, as far as optics, and I learned all that stuff for what I needed to do at work. All of this adds up together to, yeah, it's still a globe. I need something that says it's not.
So there's no way the sky could work to where it could make the sky look like a globe, you think?
Not with all the observations that work on the ground as well, because you have to combine the distances to things and various bits of geometry together that would exclude a flat surface.
How do we know these distances are accurate? Because there's very little difference between a chord and an arc length until you get vast distances.
Right. If we're working on the circles of equal altitude and the 60 nautical miles per degree thing that we mentioned before, there's no way for those circles to be circles or the 60 nautical miles per degree being perfect at the same time. Those two things together can't work on a flat surface.
So, I mean, there's no way you could think of the sky to work to where that would match, is what you're saying.
Right.
You might have an imagination barrier or something. I don't know. We got to start thinking and use our brains for this. Try to falsify this scientific globe model.
I already came up with a way, dude. I told you.
Yeah, the obvious way is it's a globe.
I got an equation,
to try to falsify things, and the way your guys' science works, you're supposed to try to falsify it. That's science.
Whatever happened to this thing?
I already came up with that equation, dude.
Like, why do you guys not like science?
What are you talking about? You can't even hear me, dude. I'm telling you, I came up with an equation to make it work, man.
If you guys like science, you would have came up with an equation for a way to make this work.
I'm gonna burn your house down, dude. Tell your kids to make sure they're out of it. Make sure they're out of it, but make sure you're sleeping, dude.
Video games.
What's
That's
up?
messed up what you did to me, dude.
What's your equation? Break us off.
I tried to. Remember whenever I was trying to and you yelled at me earlier?
Because I normally hate your equations.
Yeah, I know you did this time too. Hey, by the way,
you pulled that one out of your ass last night with the fucking rocket tranquility. What's it called?
It's called the tyranny of the rocket equation, which I never even
pulled that right out of your ass, bro. I'm amazing.
No, it's not. There's a famous issue with the Apollo missions. Doofus knows. Everybody in here knows. That was the issue with.
You got lucky.
That's the reason why we can't just willy-nilly go wherever we want. This is the tyranny of the rocket equation. It makes it impossible to do things like go straight up 1,000 miles. I don't think that's possible.
I don't know. You just need a lot of fuel.
That's exactly right, dude. You just need a lot of fuel. But what does a lot of fuel mean? It means that you have more weight. More weight means you need more fuel. See what I'm saying? That's what the tyranny of the rocket equation is all about.
So you need a balance, huh?
Well, you have to find some way to get the thrust that you need that will work for you without adding too much fuel, because adding more fuel is going to mean you're going to need more thrust.
So you need these rockets. They try to get like probably the lightest materials as possible, right? That can withstand these temperatures too. And
hold on, real quick. 5 or 6 months ago, I remember we were going over this thing in GEMS where there was all this evidence. You guys were even conceding on it. A lot of you guys about and arguing with us that this craft they saw was defying the laws of physics.
The UFO?
Remember, somebody pure was arguing it was a dock. Somebody was. I don't know what. There was people arguing for goofy shit though. Remember, there was a craft and it was defying the laws of physics.
Yeah, we were talking about this last night a little bit, but yeah, there's UFOs and shit, and people don't know what to think.
Yeah, there's even Navy footage that has been released of crafts that are
doing what I'm saying.
Weird movements, right?
to say, like, well, obviously there's some technology on Earth that maybe can defy this rocket equation. They just didn't tell you about it. But
no, that's
it
a
might,
conclusion. That's a conclusion.
No, it might not even be from this planet. Like, we don't know.
It may not even be anything, actually.
Whatever.
Right.
No,
that's what I'm
it was
saying.
definitely
You can't come to conclusions before you have all the information.
It was definitely
We just had the experience with the Sunday roast. We just had one in the Sunday roast where it was the NVGs. They have a triangular aperture, and what we saw was a triangular craft. Well, no, not really, because the NVGs in that specific example had a triangular aperture.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I linked it in the chat.
I don't think the embed is working.
Yeah, it's not working for some reason. It's not showing the.
Just hit edit, hit space, and then hit send again. Or delete. I guess that also works.
Do you have picture permissions or something?
Maybe I don't. That's probably why.
What's your name?
Shark Attack. I'm just voice verified.
All right, hold on a second.
Hey, are we allowed to porn bomb?
Coach, hold on a second. I got you. I think I know the command off the top of my head. Sorry, what's your name? Architect?
Yeah.
Oh, we just did Shark Week in here, except it was Coriolis Week. You missed it.
Well, we were still doing a little bit today. Hey, man, I gotta say something, man. I hate to hold this against you and like rub it in your face or whatever.
Yeah, I know.
I'm not that kind of guy, man. I'm really not.
No, that's why you're doing it right now.
No, I'm not gonna do it. But I'm just saying I don't like to do it, and it doesn't feel good.
Yeah, but I'm gonna do it. Okay.
I can't. If I avoided talking about it, then it would just make me feel worse. Like I'm like, protecting you. So I'm not gonna protect you. I'm gonna tell you straight up.
I don't need to be coddled. What's up?
I'm gonna tell you straight up, dude. Rumpus came in here, dude, and if Doofus was here, and Ruhif might have been here, and we came to a conclusion, man, that actually,
you're off the island.
No, dude, what we said the whole time was right.
I'm just kidding. I'm just joking. You were just building it all. I'm just joking because you're building it all up. Like, we come to a conclusion. You're off the island. I was just.
I'm trying to find a way to say it without being.
I know. I'm just jerk. Kidding. I interrupted. Go ahead.
I just didn't want to sound like a jerk, but it's true. We did defeat you and humiliate you because turns out we were right the whole time. Case closed.
Wow. Okay. First of all, you have changed your mind 18 times throughout the past week on the thing I know you're talking about. First of all, earlier today you guys were saying it was the same distance. Then you were saying the one was shorter. You're all over the place.
Now, let me tell you something. You and Rumpus take the same medication or are not taking the same medication, or you guys fucking can't follow along or can't pay attention or remember shit. But we talked about so many different things that I had to make it clear to him that we agreed about. So if you I don't want to be explicit about it, but the point was we were talking about two different things. We were talking about different reference frames and which one was shorter. There was definitely a shorter one. And then we were talking about two paths or two methods of traveling, both on the inertial rotating frame. Like, remember the football, the kicker kicking the football, or the football being powered and heading there himself. And I told you that night that after a long time thinking about it, that it's basically the same. You're going to end up with the same path.
Hold on, Shark Attack. Did you get posting pick permission?
Yeah, I posted it.
Okay, all right, just checking. Sorry, go ahead. What were you saying, Gojo?
That's fine, man. I mean, do you really need to double check if you know how to?
Wait, were you talking to me that whole time?
No, you're interrupting, dude. Talking to somebody else, bro.
Yeah, you're saying the shortest distance is in the curved path. I know, it's crazy.
No, dude, I'm saying the shortest distance when you're talking about kicking the football, or when you're talking about the football being able to constantly correct its trajectory and then but head straight forward instead. I told you, like, I was thinking about which one was shorter, but then I was like, well, you know what? If you think about it, it's the exact same path. You would end up in both cases with the exact same path. And
that's absolutely ridiculous.
It's
not the
not
exact same path.
Think about it this way.
Listen, are you doing this on purpose because I'm quoting you as the exact same effect with the pendulum thing?
No, but
so now you're going to try to do this?
Geo's is recorded, dude. You can go back a week ago and listen to it, but it doesn't matter. Think about it like this, dude. Remember you said the football kicker? He can kick it perfectly straight. Like it's a perfectly straight line, right? And so he also knows where the goal is going to end up at. He knows exactly where it's going to be in reference to where he is. So he kicks it perfectly at the perfect angle, such that it takes the shortest path to get there. He just kicks
path
it,
in the
exactly
inertial
where it's
frame.
going to be, and it's heading right towards it the whole time. Okay?
Straight path in the inertial frame, shortest distance. Yes, we both agree on that.
I'm not saying anything about the inertial frame. What I'm saying to you is what that kick is going to look like, because he's kicking exactly where it's supposed to end up, and it's taking the exact path straight there, knowing where it's going to be at. That's going to look the same way as somebody who's facing forward at the goal, driving forward, and constantly adjusting in any direction to make sure that they stay on that path, headed straight for that goal. They're both going to be the shortest straight line paths.
So you're saying they're going to be the same path, same distance?
It's not the same path. It's not exactly the same path. They have the same starting point, the same ending point, but they do not follow the exact same path.
After that whole speech, you were wrong, Kosho. Jesus.
I realized I was wrong a little bit early on, dude. It's close to the same path. And I think I said that the first time. I said it was close to the same path. But I know it's not the same path. Actually, I was hoping nobody was following.
What the fuck, bro? You got to be kidding me after that big
Because I was
speech
thinking about it, dude, because
because
if he can kick perfectly, then his kick is going to be an inertial straight line. And so it's going to have to be a curved path, even slightly. It's gonna, at least on the non-inertial plane frame. Like I said, I think I said that too when we were talking about it a week ago.
Do you want to start over?
No, dude.
Well, I think you should, because I mean, you even said at one point you hoped nobody was following along. So.
Yeah, well, I was just hoping. I caught it in my head. I was like, wait a minute, it can't be the exact same path. So I shouldn't have said exactly the same path, but like when I stick with what I was saying before, that they would look almost alike. Like they're not going to be perfectly alike, but they're going to be the two shortest paths you can possibly take. They can't be too different.
Oh, you're saying they're the same distance?
No, slightly different. I think the one where he can constantly adjust, and he's making a straight beeline from one location to the other location, even though he has to adjust sideways a little bit or whatever. His distance is going to be a straight line from A to B, so it's going to be the shortest path on that non-inertial frame.
The shortest path is the straight path in the inertial frame, yeah.
All right, dude. I don't want to get into that, man.
That's the whole crux of the whole thing. You're not even making sense. You want to start over?
Oh, dude. At one point, we're going to have to take a class, you and other flat earthers, about reference frames. Like, remember that show from the 50s? That one video from the 50s, the reference frames video? You know what I'm talking about? You seriously don't even know what I'm talking about because you've never seen it. Oh, dude, you're missing the ISS, dude.
It's gone. There's
you
no
freaking loser.
Not coming back. There's no
what
coming
a
back.
Loser. Can't believe you stayed inside talking to us, man, the whole time.
When's it coming by my neck of the woods?
I looked for your place, and I didn't see it anytime soon. Let me see. Can't believe you missed it, bro. You got a pretty good one on April 10th. Fairly good one. 7:30, April 10th. And I'm talking about 77 degrees, negative 3.7 magnitude. That's as good as it gets. Well, it's not as good as it gets, but it's basically as good as it gets. But it's only 3 minutes, so.
Trying to get a copyright takedown for as good as it gets.
What you say one more time?
You're trying to get a copyright takedown for as good as it gets?
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, right. I don't want to get this server taken down by Jack Nicholson. But yeah, I'm still working on that thing for my bot, so people can put in their, I guess people can just put in their city, because I don't want people to be suspicious or nervous to put in their exact data, but people could just put in their general location. Yeah, and it should be able to tell us when people have passes that are shared.
Kosho script works. Enter your ASL, and then if S equals F, street address, city, town, zip code.
That's all that.
An ISS tracker is a pretty straightforward thing. You wouldn't really need a script for it.
Yeah, and if you were if you weren't in here mumbling nonsense at me and saying, "Hey, go outside and watch the ISS," I probably would have done it.
Dude,
you spent the last 10 minutes mumbling incoherent gibberish at me.
Wow, man, way to really put it in perspective and make me fucking realize it was my fault, dude. Good job. Anyways, dude, what was I saying? What was Doofus? I was going to respond to Doofus before you did all that, dude.
I would probably go out if it was coming by my area. I might go out and actually just look at it with my naked eye. I don't really care about trying to zoom in on it or whatever, but I would go out and just watch it go across the sky if I could.
Yeah, you know, you're gonna have a great one, and it should be easily accessible, easily seeable. Like I said, on the 10th. No, but I was saying Doofus. No, yeah, of course there's trackers and stuff that are easy. You don't need a program for it. The thing I'm programming is where people put in their information, and the information I'll get back is the paths that have multiple viewers viewing the same path. So that, like, if there's if there's an opportunity to have a shared observation.
Well, you want the blue dots. Who made that app? Oh, that's a David Weiss thing. Never mind. David Weiss knows where all the flat earthers are.
Are you a blue dot?
Oh, yeah.
Everybody's eerily okay with it, even if they don't like, big government knowing where they are. They want David Weiss to know where they are.
Kosho's a blue dot.
Human Sheeple probably has more people than David Weiss. When did you find out about that Geo? About Human Sheeple?
Couple months ago. Actually, God Scalpel was the one who found that that BitChute channel. I guess he was like talking to someone that used to be on I guess that mostly level, the 24/7 server that was taken over. I guess that I'm not really sure, but I think that actual server is gone. Like, it got deleted. But then somebody made another one that's called mostly level, because it only has 1,000 people or something, or 500 or a couple. I don't know how many it has. So there is still some server called that, but it's not Sheeple server. I don't really know what's up with all that. But anyway, somebody from there, he God Scalpel was talking to them, and he was asking, "Hey, do you know where Sheeple is?" And then that person said, "Yeah, man, this is his BitChute channel." So, and then he told us, and then we, several of us found out about it. And we were just like, "Oh my gosh," just seeing that. So yeah, it was a couple months ago.
Well, I'm gonna head out then.
I can't believe you missed the ISS, man. Fucking jerk. I'm about to go actually right now too, because I'm gonna go see the ISS myself, man. You know what sucks is actually I didn't mind when Witsit was here. He was asking questions that I actually wanted to talk to, but sometimes there's so many people. Creates an issue.
Yeah, that didn't go too smoothly.
It doesn't help that he acts like a prima donna though, and kind of entitled. I think we should come across as everybody kind of has a fair, nobody here is valued more than anybody else or something like that, as far as talk time or whatever.
Yeah, I agree.
Unless there's maybe he's some special, but it's not good for him either to kind of be like a, Because nobody else, maybe Moyak is maybe the only other person who does that. Who says, I'm going to leave. All right, I'm just going to leave. And then he just leaves. But nobody else really just says it and then leave, and then, you know, it like threatens people. All right, I'll be back.
All right.
You're in here telling me. I'm hoping no one was paying. I hope no one was paying attention, or people who lost track or something to that equivalent. In the meantime, the ISS is flying by, and then it's my fault. I don't know how this makes sense in your mind.
Dude, I get it, dude. I get it.
You're all very confused. It's okay. We'll have another class tomorrow.
Actually, you have more ISS viewings, man. But this one was your brightest one by far. It was going to be a beautiful sight. Yeah, you missed it.
What are you hoping he's going to get out of it?
I already told.
It's not for me to.
It's like
it's not for me, man. It's a beautiful moment.
Well, it's like in my opinion, the clandestine layer of the military-industrial corrupt complex, word salad, etc., are flying over some shit up in the sky to trick us that there's an ISS. So like, I'm just saying, like, what would be the value of like looking at it and being like what is that going to do?
Maybe you'll have a sudden moment of pride and hope, optimism.
Pride and hope that these people are not lying and that they're all honest and everything's hunky dory.
No, just pride and hope, optimism, and the abilities and the ingenuity of your fellow man.
It's going to do nothing for me. Yeah, I already explained this to him like 10 times.
I can't tell you what you're gonna fucking experience, man. It's your experience.
He saw that. Listen, Kosho was doing an Uber ride once, and he had a passenger. It was a guy. Kosho almost crashed because he kept looking up through his windshield trying to spot the ISS. The guy's like, "What are you doing?" He explained it to him. The guy's like, "All right, we can stop and watch it." And I think they like held hands and watched the ISS go by or something.
We didn't hold hands, but we were like.
They made out. My bad. They made out. I don't know what you did.
Looking up and we're like, wow, wow. We're like,
relevant. Whatever you did with this guy is not relevant. I'm just saying that's how.
I'm just saying. He said it was cool, man. That's why I was like, I really wanted to see it. He's like, you can pull over if you need to. I was like, yeah,
I agree. It's cool if you want to hold another man's hand. That's fine. I'm fine with that. It's 2022. We're very progressive.
He was like a tall, black African guy.
He was tall, dark, and handsome. I know. That's your type. I know.
He's like a basketball player or something.
He had very big hands.
What?
Jeremy.
What's up, Bacon? We need a new topic.
Yeah, no, it says that Jeremy was asking, not that he was asking, but he was always talking about like having a inertial trajectory of an airplane, right, between two cities. And I plot that on a sphere, on a rotating sphere, to see how that looks like if you want to see it. Jeremy?
That's a funny little animation.
Yeah, the blue one is doing the inertial path.
That was very goofy.
Yeah, I didn't see that coming. Thought it was just gonna be like a left curve, then a right curve.
I mean, where is the blockage in understanding that airplanes are just taking off, flying through the air, and then landing over a stationary surface? Like, is it just that the globe belief is so strong that you need to think of it otherwise?
I didn't get the critique.
Like, why come up with that conceptual curved pathway when what I'm saying is that, like, where's the conflict in just understanding?
Talk about it. I think that's helpful because we have discussions about it, and Rumpus earlier today was trying to create like a picture of how that would look like, and he couldn't do it because it was very tricky. So he just created an animation that would show exactly how it should look like.
I got you. Yeah, I may have come in.
Jeremy's not seeing. Oh, sorry, go on.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, apparently Jeremy isn't here to see it.
He might be listening, but I'm sure he'll like it.
Let me show the other one, the one with the paths in the inertial frame of reference. There. Like no one does the blue line, but I think the blue dot is what Jeremy was suggesting. I don't think he's suggesting that anymore, but that's what he was suggesting before. The airplanes should follow the path of the blue point.
Are you spiritual or religious at all, Bacon?
Nah. I used to. I was a Catholic. And after that I became, how would I call it? I don't know how to call that how to say that in English, but there's like this sort of religion. They say they're also Christians, but I think most Christians would disagree that that's
yes, messianic.
No, it's like they believe in reincarnation and don't believe in hell or heaven. They accept evolution. But I don't know. Like the translation would be something like spiritualism, but I don't think that's such a thing in.
Yeah, New Age is probably the best word. New Age hippie.
That's actually pretty old. Have you ever heard of Allan Kardec?
No.
Yeah, he's like the founder of it. Yeah, but I didn't stick there for long. After that, I still believed in like souls and stuff, but I didn't believe in God anymore. I didn't think God exists, but I still believed like people had souls. I just thought there was some physical reason why that happens. But then after that, I was like, yeah, doesn't seem to be the case. Doesn't make a lot of sense. So I dropped that as well.
Yeah, I just looked up this guy, Allan Kardec. It has nothing to do with a new age hippie anything. This guy's from 1860, or he was born in 1804. I guess they call it Spiritism. The Spiritism.
Yeah, something like that.
He's the author of 5 books known as the Spiritist Codification and the founder of Spiritism.
Mm-hmm. In Brazil, this is quite famous. This religion.
Interesting. Well, he's a French guy.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
The idea is that we come to Earth to evolve, so our souls are created, and then come here, we live a life, we commit mistakes, we learn, and then you come back here, and then you try to do better, and then you commit more mistakes, and then you learn from that, and you keep doing that.
What
the more
if you want to come back? You have to come back?
I don't think you can control. I think the idea is that like whenever you're ready, you're gonna just be born again in someone's body, and you're not gonna remember that, but your soul is like gonna affect how you live your life and your personality. And as you learn in that life, that learning also goes to your soul. So souls kept like evolving in this cycle until they become more and more, let's say, elevated, until they are with God, then they don't come back anymore. Something like this.
I would agree with most of that. Maybe I wouldn't word it in that way, but it's my understanding of my soul's development throughout all of my lifetimes.
Right. Yeah, I get that. I mean, I believed that for a couple of months.
But something to think about along with that is like population growth. Do we just have a bunch of souls on deck ready to start their initial journey? And I mean, wouldn't the population kind of remain constant?
I think new souls can be created. Oh, and by the way, there's also the idea that this happened across thousands of worlds. That like the Earth isn't the only planet with life, so you can cross planets. Your soul can be born in another one.
In other dimensions, yeah, that's how I see it as well. Other dimensions, not necessarily planets, but other realms like this one, or like many different forms. Yeah.
But one interesting thing about souls would be like if souls come in the moment of conception. Like think about twins, because some twins, it's like this single cell that when splitted, instead of being attached to each other, they disattached and created two different.
I thought for a second you were talking about the spark that happens at the moment of conception, the literal illuminating like light they see.
No, I was gonna talk about like where does the other soul come from, but if there's another soul comes to that new human that just split, sometimes actually when they split they all merge again and become a single individual. So
did you know about the spark? Oh,
no.
Yeah, there's a literal spark. There's a literal spark when at the exact moment of conception, there's an illumination that happens.
Interesting. Why is that the case?
Well, they'll blame it on some kind of chemical reaction or something, but it could be that the soul being created or enter, whatever. It could be something else.
Do you want the answer to be, Jeremy?
I want it to be whatever it is.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, see, if there are chemicals that should react and emit light, then I guess that should be the answer. But if there aren't, then that should not be the answer.
What was your question, Bacon, about twins?
Yeah, like let's say the cell is split in two that didn't attach to each other. So that can lead to two individual human beings, like twins, in the identical twins. But before that happens, it can also occur that they might attach again, and they just keep the developing, and they become like a single normal individual, right? So like I wonder how the soul, like what does the soul is doing there? Like are those the two souls merging? Is one of them going back to the heavens? Or it's an interesting thought experiment for me.
Well, wait, I still didn't quite get the scenario. You're saying in the womb, if the twins are connected, you're saying, and then they're born connected and then they're separated?
Oh no, like when you start, like not usually, you always start with a single cell, and the cell splits into two, and those two split into four, and that goes on until you end up with a baby, right? And one way twins can be caused is that during that cell division, the cell might actually disattach from each other, so they split, and they're no longer like physically connected. They're disattached, but they keep splitting individually, and each one of those two groups of cells become a different individual. And then you have identical twins. And what I was saying is that sometimes after they split and they kept dividing, they might touch and connect again, and then go back to form a single individual.
I had no idea that happened.
Yeah, actually, if you look it up, like twins aren't something simple. There are like a number of different things that can happen. You can have how do you call them, chimeras? That like you can actually merge different DNAs. Sorry.
Yeah, they people have been thought they had tumors that upon removal these tumors would have like teeth or hair, and it turns out that was actually at one time the twin that didn't develop as an individual.
Yeah, and there are people who have two different sets of DNA. If I'm not mistaken, there's even crime related to that. Like a person would have a blood sample that didn't like a DNA evidence that didn't match their own DNA, and they figured out the person actually had two DNAs. Sorry?
My blood is my brother's.
Ruhif is a globular cyborg.
Yeah.
Just kidding. Well,
yeah, if I left blood at a crime scene, I'd go and hit it on my brother.
That's weird. I don't know why. I'm not calling you weird. I'm just saying that sounds weird to me.
So when I had leukemia, they wiped out my blood stem cells and injected me with his blood stem cells.
My lord. Okay. That sounds.
So now the blood that I make has his DNA.
There's some eugenics stuff going on, but we'll leave that for another day.
Yes.
My God, I can't believe they're doing that. It's messed up.
Saved his life.
Yeah, they've been doing it for 100 years.
I just think there's much better ways to do that, but yeah.
Oh, I remember one case that this mix of a person with two DNAs was like an issue. A woman did a DNA test on his daughter. It wasn't meant for that, to know if he was her mother. Of course, she knew she was her mother because she had like it came out of her anyway. And but the DNA test indicated that her daughter, instead of her daughter, was actually her sister's daughter, not hers. But actually, she didn't have a sister, so she had a DNA that would match sisters, the sister of that mother instead of the mother herself. And what they found out is that the DNA of her mother, that what do you call the? Yeah, I'm really lacking some words here. I'm no longer in my the vocabulary that I learned.
The mitochondrial DNA that passed down from the mother.
Yeah, not just the mitochondrial, like the whole womb of hers have a different DNA. She was a chimera, so she had two DNAs.
wow.
One of hers and one of a twin that would be there if he had developed, but they both merged into a person with two different DNAs, and none of those DNAs were in the womb, and that's why like her daughter had the DNA of to be like what do you call the opposite of an uncle, like
the opposite of an uncle.
yeah, like what am I to my uncle?
Nephew.
Yeah, so her daughter has DNA of a nephew, not of a daughter.
Nice, yeah.
Well, about the souls thing, I was gonna say, because that's kind of where we got started on. Sorry, yeah, I know. I my push to talk was coming off. What I was gonna say is, my understanding of it, Bacon, is that the human body is a carrier of human soul energy. It requires human soul energy in order to function. So every human body has a human soul with it, but it can have more than one. So there's like a core soul, like Jeremy was talking about that spark. There's like a core spark of the soul entering into the physical world. And there's always one native human soul for every human body. There's like a native one, is my understanding of it. However, along with that native one, there can be other souls as well that can interact with the body in different ways. And yeah, there is like multiple personality disorder kind of thing. I mean, yes, that is implicated in multiple souls. However, that's not only what I'm talking about. There's actually even much more sort of ordinary type scenarios where people can actually have various souls, but the native one will always be there. And the native one can make like agreements with other souls to basically have various interactions within the psyche of that person, if that makes sense. But I think there's always one native soul.
That's an interesting soul mechanics.
Want to go and have some lunch, people? I'll be back.
Hey, Jeremy.
But yeah, I think like some people are just their one soul throughout their whole life, but then other people can have like different souls come in different ways. Like, have you ever known anyone where like you've known them for a while or something, and then like it just seems like they change, or it's like they're a different person, and you don't really know why, and then you kind of grow apart? Have you ever had that?
Sure.
Yeah. Brings in
I think
interesting
I've been
components.
through that. I think I've changed a lot from like before high school and after high school. I think I had very important personality changes through high school.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Anyway, I gotta go now. So see ya.
All right, man. Later.
Where everyone go?
Yo, what's up, man? I'm just chilling right now. What's up with you? Yeah, I think the room quieted out a little bit here. I kind of was busy doing some other stuff, and yeah, it looks like it got quiet for a little bit. I think Bacon was in here and some other people earlier.
Hello?
Yo, what's up?
Okay.
Ball lives matter. What's up, bro?
Good.
How's the firmament turning for you?
I think there is firmament or filament or
How does thy firmament
mattress firmament, whatever you call it.
Is your ether swirling nice tonight?
Sure.
Sure. The ether swirl's always good.
I'm not sure. Not sure I believe in ether. I don't know about that.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess nowadays it's been like there's different terminologies that people use, but ether is a classical element. It's an actual element of the universe.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. What's the best proof of ether? What's the best proof of some sort of ether is what they use to describe everything between matter, right? Kind of this field. Is that how you would describe ether as, like a field or a?
They can use the harmonics of hydrogen to predict at the elements after it. Using that same system, they predicted some before hydrogen, and the primal original one supposedly is be the ether. So from the
ether is
ether,
lighter than hydrogen.
So from the ether, when it's manipulated with spins and vortex things like that, we get our different effect. Everything is an effect of the ether, but with that idea.
So ether's an element before hydrogen?
Yeah, something like that. Look into what's his name?
Ken Wheeler?
No, not Ken Wheeler. Well, he talks about it too, but
Proteus Steinmetz.
I link you. Hold on.
Well, I would say the word ether itself is a very ancient concept and an ancient term. But I do think that throughout time, like especially in our modern day, there's like various different kind of, offtakes from it, like using that term for example, the luminiferous ether thing with Michelson Morley and all that was going on with that, like that terminology of like light traveling through a medium. So there's been those kind of like ad hoc things that have come later. But originally, I mean, ether, like the ancient conception of it is that it's an element. It's often referred to as the fifth element and also quintessence. And quintessence is known as being that which is what makes up the celestial bodies as well. So ether has been used for basically like the terminology has been used everything from the ground up. And in some conceptions, they talk about ether as being the heavenly, the very high octaves and high layers, like the ethereal layers in that sense. And then that concept is also used for the medium and atmosphere as well, and how light travels and how everything. So there's there's just many different usages of the term, I think, throughout time.
Huh. But how is ether useful? So let's say that ether's real and it's everywhere. From there, so what? What if ether turns out to be totally useless? What if it's not? What if it's kind of just there, but it's not?
Like
you can't
this.
tap into it, or
like this. Do you know what a wave is?
Sure. Yeah.
What's a wave?
A wave is like it's just a disturbance in a medium.
What medium?
Could be water, it could be air, it could be a solid.
Yeah, I mean, I think the idea of a wave that's in relation to ether, I think is very interconnected because, I think everything is ultimately waves of light, sound, electromagnetic, electrostatic energies that make up the entire physical world. Like we call these things air or a rock or whatever it may be.
Fields, like fields of what in what? That's what the ether is for.
There's for just waves. That's it.
Everything.
So what is it? What it just connects everything, puts
All
everything
field
on.
modalities. Everything.
I mean, one way I would describe it, like my understanding of it, is that before there was ether, before there was this whole world, you've got light, sound, electromagnetic, and electrostatic. All of those are the core elements, compounds. I would refer to them more as compounds, the original compounds. And then there's also love, which I think is encompassed within it all. But that light, sound, electromagnetic, electrostatic, and love essentially all come together to formulate the classical elements, earth, air, fire, and water. And out of earth, air, fire, and water, and ether is the fifth one. So you've got the ether, which is the main medium, and then you have the earth, air, fire, and water elements, which then make up the entire physical world that we live in.
So ether is just another part of just the physical world. There's nothing beyond that. It's there, but for some reason, you think the scientific world doesn't want to give it clout or something. So it's an uncredited part of the physical thing, along with water, fire, air, all that stuff.
All of those would be in ether. Ether would precede them.
Yeah, like ether would be like, I guess if I had to see it in order, it's like light, sound, electromagnetic, electrostatic. Those all like combine to then create ether, and then out of ether comes the fire, earth, air, and water. And then all of those, that's kind of how I see it in that order.
Backward. It's from the ether comes light, sound, everything. From the ether comes fire, everything else.
So when there's a place where there's no light, let's say a dark place, you would say there's just ether there. There's just ether and that's it, or
you could imagine ether as like the primal gas from which is the universe originated in or from or whatever, and from ether, this primal material or whatever you want to call it, when it's manipulated and there's different field modalities, you get all the effects in our world, including sound, light, fire, water, heat, wind, all of it from the ether. The ether would precede all of that.
what do you think the ether looks like broken down to its smallest part? What is it? How would you diagram it, or
I'm not
has
sure.
anybody tried, or
Sure, people have tried it.
Any concept drawings or diagrams?
You brought up earlier why it's not like taught as part of the physical sciences. I mean, I think one of the reasons why is that the whole globe thing, the whole heliocentric idea, they've purposefully and aggressively tried to eliminate the understanding of ether, to suppress it to such a degree, and then replace it with this whole bending and warping of space-time and the globe Earth and that whole system. So now they've tried to eliminate it to a degree, and to a massive degree, even to the point where it's not even taught in school or anything. And I think part of that reason is because if you know these components, you can actually, this is like the roots of free energy, because you can essentially extract energy directly from the ether.
That's pretty wild stuff. What's we use electricity to get energy from there? Like how do you get energy from ether?
Well, and if you fully, I guess it would come down to this: if you fully knew what it was, and you had devices and machines to measure and to manipulate it, at that point, just like we can do that with like silicone crystals for like computers and cell phones and all that, like there's a lot of technologies that we've like mastered in that way. So if you knew the ether, you know how to measure it, how to manipulate it, how to extract from it, etc., how to work with it, then yeah, you could. There's a lot of components of what you could do with that in terms of like, let's just say, just on the foundational level, being able to pull electricity directly from it without any power input, but only pulling it out essentially, which then gives you free energy that's just indefinite. You don't have to fuel it with anything. Because the whole system is like always moving. Like Earth is a free energy machine. Like the sun is always shining. I know that they have theories, the sun's going to explode or whatever someday, but I mean, that's just their theories. I mean, the reality is that the sun is just pumping, forever pumping.
Well, it's still unclear where the flat earthers haven't come up with a theory as to how the sun gets all its light, right? Like what's is it made out of gas or what? Quintessence, you said earlier. So how does this light stay on all the time? How does the sun move?
The latest, hottest theory on the block is concave Earth, baby. Concave Earth.
So what does...
You ever heard of that one?
I've heard of concave Earth, but what about the sun? Where does the sun get energy?
On what, flat Earth?
On concave Earth.
Well, technically, that question could be brought with any kind of model of Earth. Technically, what the sun is, but yeah, I mean, I think people have different viewpoints on it. Are you asking where it gets its light, or how it kind of emits light?
Right. Or since most of you reject the helium fusion theory, what's a better alternative to that?
Yeah, it's a good question for sure. Well, I guess what I would say from my perspective of it, like what I was saying earlier, like light and sound, electromagnetics, electrostatics, those all come together. Like the creator uses those to create the physical world. And since the creator is made of like infinite light and ability to do anything, it can just create the sun, which I think is an electromagnetic, electrostatic light and sound vibration energy, like it's a luminary, like a unique luminary. And of course it's like color and its frequencies and like its potency and what it does is incredibly unique in this world. It's literally one of a kind of anything, because like the way the sky is blue seems to activate the sky to fluoresce blue. And then when it leaves that section of the sky stops fluorescing and we see the rest of the stars. But yeah, I think it's just a potent source of energy that is part of the elements that make up this entire creation.
So you think it's probably just like an ether mass, probably?
Well, I think all of the
thing.
Well, I think the celestial bodies contain plasma, ionic. There's certain gases at those layers. There's plasma reactions happening, and then there's these sound vibrations that are like all of the luminaries are actually. You know what sonoluminescence is?
Not really.
The word is sonoluminescence. So sono like meaning sound, and then luminescence meaning it fluoresces, luminesces, light. So sonoluminescence is where essentially they can actually do this in a laboratory. They call it star in a jar. So they just ignite a sound wave within, not ignite, but they emit a very potent sound frequency into a little bubble in water. And then because of that reaction, it emits light.
And they sound waves collapse upon the center, basically.
Like from just the sound waves, it creates a twinkling, pulsating light source, which that's why they call it star in a jar, because you can basically recreate like a star, in a laboratory.
What's the liquid in the jar?
Water.
Just water.
Oh, that's a good question. I guess I'd have to look into it to remind myself, because I did look into that at one point, but I don't think it's just water. I think it's some kind of like a viscous. I think they do make it a little bit more viscous, but I think there's been a couple different ones done. I don't know if it's been done in just water or whether it's always some kind of viscous fluid, but yeah, I would have to go remind myself of that. It's been a while since I've read on it in that detail. I think I did. Well, I guess what I'm remembering, if I'm trying to remember, is that there was at least one of them that did use like a viscous, like a vegetable glycerin-y kind of fluid. But there could be other ones that are just use water as well. So, Glory, did you find some that for sure only used water, or are you just going off? Because yeah, it is in water, like in general. I just don't know if they make it more viscous or something.
I think it's a hard experiment to replicate the star in the jar thing. Isn't it something that's only under certain conditions it can be done? Like it's kind of hard to replicate.
Yeah, see, this says it's in a liquid solution. No, it can be done. No, I mean, if you just Google it or type it into any search engine, you'll find quite a bit of information on it. There's Wikipedia pages on it. It's more or less mainstream in a sense. So yeah, no, it can be recreated. It's not too difficult to do. It's definitely been done many, many times. But yeah, so that's what I think the stars are. I think they're a sonoluminescent, like sound, like, the concept that God like spoke the world into existence, or, that like through frequencies, like where everything starts. And it's and in that sense, like it's like the stars are actually singing to us. They're like a chorus up there, but it's these sound waves that are being probably through electromagnetic, electrostatic forces within the whole field that surrounds the earth, like this plasma field. And within that plasma field, there's particular like electromagnetic ley lines throughout the whole thing. So those ley lines are creating the way the stars move. And then at each of the star locations, there seems to be like a potent sound wave, like sonoluminescent emission that's going off, which is emitting a really unique light. And the sound waves create the different colors of the light and the different twinkles, and also the different like cymatic and sacred geometrical shapes that are seen in stars.
Huh. Well, I mean the heliocentric model, the stuff that I ascribe to, I mean it's not even far off from that. Instead, that just the Big Bang Theory and that stuff just proposes that you got hydrogen, helium, which are hydrogen and helium are mostly like gaseous. These are just gaseous masses that coalesce around each other. They collapse in on each other in the universe itself. And if you think of the universe as like a large, they even say it's gray colored, right? The universe from a distance would look grayish in color. So it's like this grayish mass that has these twinkling stars peppered throughout it. But in the globe Earth model, they're gaseous giants. So I'm not sure you have to go to a star in the jar analogy or some sort of facsimile. I mean, because we already have this Big Bang and kind of or heliocentric cosmology that I think does a sufficient job of explaining like these huge light phenomenons and these huge gravitational phenomenons. It just seems like the star in the jar stuff, this geocentric cosmology is kind of like it's like meant to come up with just a huge alternative explanation when it seems unnecessary because we already have something that explains a lot of the physical world. I don't know what you think of that, but I mean, why don't we just go forever with this? Why don't we have downsized explanations of like the geocentric model? Like how come nobody tries to deconstruct the geocentric model yet then like the heliocentric model is subject to all this like explanation, all this subversion. I don't know.
That's
Well, I
because
guess oh, go ahead, Jerry.
well, I was going to say it's been admitted that there's no way to tell the difference between geocentric and heliocentric. Like everything would work the same. All the orbits, all the satellites would work exactly the same. Everything.
But I mean, we got all the satellites and all that stuff from working off a heliocentric belief, or whatever you call it. I know some people freak out at the word belief, but
well,
I mean, all that came from all the science and this NASA and all that stuff came from more of a round Earth kind of physics.
Well, yeah, but as far as geocentric versus the sun in the middle, they've admitted that everything would work exactly the same.
Yeah, but the problem is in the geocentric model, the retrograde motions of the planets is not explained.
Oh, I have a full understanding in my understanding of how retrograde works. Have you not heard of how it could work on a planar Earth? Or
no.
Okay, well,
the retrograde motion is not apparent. It's actually real. It is actually moving backwards.
Yeah, reference frame.
So what makes it move backwards?
The magnetic influence of the sun.
Okay, when you say move backwards, are you saying that everything goes east to west? Are you saying that thing goes west to east?
No,
I'm just
asking Glory. I understand retrograde. I know it. I'm just wondering if that's what Glory was saying or not.
It stops its normal path and it literally goes reverse.
Right, but you're not saying it. Okay, but it doesn't go west to east.
Orbit gets retarded until it gets corrected again once it pops back into place. Watch that video; it'll show you. It's like 30 seconds.
Yeah, but then you'd have to explain what you said. What did you say explains it?
Just look at it before you ask questions. Just look at it, get an idea of what this idea is.
So, Beeble, my understanding of retrograde would be this. So if you have a planar Earth, then you have a sky clock, and let's say it's all moving in circles. You've got the Tropic of Cancer, the equator. You've got all those points, right? Are you with me so far?
Yeah.
Yeah, just like in Gleason's map, AE map type concept. So all these things are circling. Now the sun and the moon go between the tropics over the equator. You know that, right? The idea of it doing that throughout the year.
Yeah.
Well, so the sun does it once a year, the moon does it once a month, makes that whole cycle. And then Saturn, Jupiter, Pluto, Mars, Mercury, I didn't do them in your normal order. But anyways, all of those are like wandering stars, and they essentially wander, quote unquote, between the tropics. So they go same thing, Tropical Cancer, Equator, Tropical Capricorn. They all do that as well, but they all do it in their quote unquote orbital cycles. So Mars, 2 years, Mercury is 87 days, Venus is 246 days, Jupiter is 11 years, Saturn is 29 years, etc. Uranus is 84 years, and so on. So that's how long it takes. So for Uranus, in order to do that whole cycle, it literally takes 84 years. For Saturn, it takes 30 years. Anyways, so if those are all moving like cars in a racetrack in all those orbital cycles that I just described, all retrograde means, so they're all moving east to west. Like if you're looking at the whole thing from above, it would all be moving clockwise. And for the little people on the Earth, that would mean east to west. So it's always doing that. All those things are always doing that. The stars, the sun, the moon, and all the wandering stars are doing that. When these things go retrograde, so it's a little more complicated as well, because you would have the sun making one cycle every 24 hours. The stars are making one cycle every 23 hours, 56 minutes. So they're going a little faster. But then all those other things like Mercury and Venus and whatever, they're all moving slower than the fixed stars. So they're all moving slower. Therefore, when they're doing that, they're moving what's called in direct motion. It's called direct motion through the zodiac. So on a zodiac, meaning where those things are in relation to the constellations, to the stars, they're always moving counterclockwise because they're going a little slower than the fixed stars. So that's in their normal motion. They're moving slower than the fixed stars. That's why they go through the zodiac. That's why, if you're born with your sun in Aries, your sun in Gemini or whatever, that's because your sun was born when it was in that certain constellation. Well, all the other things are in the constellations as well. So they're all moving in that way. When one of these goes retrograde, what it looks like in the zodiac is that it slows down and it stations. It stays in one spot in the zodiac for a little while, and then it starts going the other way, which would be clockwise if you're looking at a zodiac, but that would be moving faster than the fixed stars. So instead of it going slower than the fixed stars, when it starts to go retrograde, all it has to do is, like these little cars in a track, all it has to do is it picks up speed and it goes as fast as the fixed stars. So it's still moving around east to west, but now it's going the exact same speed as the fixed stars. That's when it's called stationing. It's about to go retrograde, but it's called stationing. And then once it starts going a little faster than the fixed stars, it's just a little bit every day, all it has to do is go a little faster than the fixed stars. Then it's going what's called retrograde, which means to us, it's moving the other way in relation to the fixed stars. It's still moving over us east to west every day, but if you were to take a snapshot of the sky at each night, you would see that occurring. So essentially, to sum all that up, retrograde motion is simply one of those objects just picking up a little speed, going as fast as the fixed stars, and then it goes a little faster than the fixed stars while it's in retrograde. Then when it's ready to go back into regular motion, it slows down again. It goes the same speed as the fixed stars for a little while, and then it goes slower, and then it's back in its normal motion.
That's what's up.
So
it's literally, summing it up in the most.
You lost me a long time ago. You see how you had to go all through that entire explanation, and I still couldn't figure it out.
Okay, then I'll sum it up even more so. If you just imagine all those things circling around above us, in order to go retrograde, all it has to do is it picks up speed and starts going faster than the fixed stars.
Yeah, but that doesn't explain what's making it go faster.
Okay. Makes it stop and turn around.
How does it just do that? Like, what's the force behind it stopping an entire planet stopping and then reversing and then going the opposite direction?
Well, it's not really stopping. What it's doing is, like, let's say you're in a car next to someone. You're on the highway. You're both going 60 miles an hour, right? Well, let's say your friend starts going 70 miles an hour and you're going 60 miles an hour. As you're going down the road, you know how like you're going to lose pace on him because he's going 70, you're going 60?
Yeah.
Okay, as that would be the normal motion for, let's say, Venus, because it's moving slower than the fixed stars. Imagine your friend going 70. He's the fixed stars. He's moving the fastest, 70 miles an hour. You're only going 60 and you're Venus. So literally you're just losing pace on the fixed stars. And that's why it goes around. It makes its whole cycle throughout the zodiac.
Yeah, but if he's going 70 miles an hour and I'm going 60, I'm never going to catch up to him.
Exactly. So when these things go retrograde, you would if you were going to go retrograde, you're Venus, and now your time to go retrograde, instead of going 60, you're going to hit the accelerator, and now you're going to go 70. So now you're going the same speed.
What's making me accelerate?
We can talk about the cause of how it's happening, but I'm just also just saying what's actually happening first. But yeah, we could go.
I have a. If you look at my stream right now, I can show you how it works in our model. If you care to look.
Oh, if you want to share it with other people, I'm thoroughly aware of the heliocentric explanation. Yeah, no, I mean, and it's pretty good for retrograde. I don't have any quarrels with it, and it works. Yeah,
it's explained. Yes,
it's explained, and it works physically in the zodiac. Right. Yeah.
Okay, so which model has the better explanation of retrograde motion?
I mean, the zodiac is a geocentric, like it looks literally like an AE map. So, I mean, it is a geocentric system, but the way they reverse engineered it, in my opinion, to make the heliocentric model, it does fit the orbital cycles and the retrograde cycles.
So I can literally watch planets like Mercury right here.
Here, let me join your thing.
Go backwards and then go forwards again.
All right, I'm looking at your thing now. Oh, that's pretty cool. What you got there? Is this Stellarium?
No, this is a space engine. If I speed it up, wait, let me go faster.
Well, just real quick to finish what I was saying with the car thing. So let's say you're Venus, you're going 60 miles an hour, your friend's going 70, and he's the fixed stars. Well, if you're going to go retrograde, Venus has a retrograde cycle that lasts for about 2 months. So when it's retrograde, it's actually more like 45 days, actually, technically. But wait, how many? Which one am I thinking of? Okay, no, Mars is 2 months.
That's Saturn right there, I think.
Venus is like 45. But yeah, so let's say that you're Venus and you're going to start going retrograde. My understanding of it, like again, you're like cars in a racetrack going over just the planar, circular circle of the Earth, the same way the sun circles the Earth. So you're going 60, you would pick up speed and you start going 70. Now you're going the same speed as your friend who's the fixed stars. So that's called stationing because it stays right in the same place in the zodiac, meaning if it's at like 5 degrees of Sagittarius, it's going to stay right at 5. It's not going to move. It's called stationing. But then you pick up speed more. You start hitting the accelerator more. Now you're going 75. You're going 80. Now you're in retrograde. You're moving faster than the fixed stars, and that causes it to go the other way through the zodiac.
So you said that word accelerate again.
Yeah. So
right. That's the point.
We could go to the idea of the cause of it, but at least B-Ball, since you did ask me and I was just sharing my understanding of it, does that at least make sense for what I'm describing?
It sort of, but it still doesn't explain the acceleration part.
Why it's doing that.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I would say for that, I can't go up there and get like a sample, so there's no way I'd be able to do that or anything. But I mean, I think the whole system, it's a sky clock. It's a sky clock of energy, plasma, sonoluminescence, sound waves, light waves. I mean, the simple answer to that is that it's a massive toroidal fractal vortex synchronistic clock time machine. And with all that being said, it's the movement of those things seem to be timed in a way that's connected to their frequency. So like Venus has a frequency and it has an orbital, if you want to call it an orbital cycle, and it has a speed and it has its retrograde cycles. See, these things retrograde in different cycles, like they're different frequencies. Like Mercury goes retrograde 3 times a year, and each time it goes retrograde, it lasts for 3 weeks, roughly. So it's like 3 weeks a year, 3 times a year.
But the thing is, it's perfectly explained in the heliocentric model. Like, because of when we're moving around the sun and another in a different orbit, we're just passing them in their orbit, basically.
Right.
I'm pretty sure someone can explain it better than I can, but that's the way I understand it.
Yeah, you got it visually, right? Visually is the best way.
Well, you talk about for retrograde. For retrograde, it's sort of like on the heliocentric model. It happens when the two bodies are close to each other. So, like, if you have like Venus and let's say you have the Earth and Mercury. When Mercury is like between you and the sun is when you're going to get the retrograde pattern, because like, yeah, it's cool to see how they kind of did it on that. I mean, or just how that when you have two things that are circling like that, where like, yeah, it's cool, but that's how that works. Yeah, it's when it's right next to it. And that does work, like I said. So yeah, I don't have any like that. Like the explanation of retrogrades in the heliocentric model, I would say is pretty much 100% solid. Like there's no problems with it. At least in their explanation of how they made the size of the balls. See, here's the thing. Here's what I would say, B-ball. You've got like the sky clock, which my understanding of how it works, but that's what's actually going on. And those things do have, if you want to call it an orbital cycle, like the time it takes for let's say Mercury to go from the Tropic of Cancer out to the equator, all the way out to the Tropic of Capricorn, back to the equator, back to the Tropic of Cancer. The time it takes Mercury to do that, let's say it's like 87 days. That's its frequency and its orbital cycle. Now, if I went through all of them, Venus, Jupiter, etc., I could explain all of them. What they did, in my understanding, they took that, the actual sky clock, the thing that we see moving above us, they just took that and they said, you know what? What would happen if we made the sun in the middle? What would we have to do if we did that and make these things balls, going around the sun? And if you do that, you then have to put Mercury first. You have to put Venus second. You have to make Earth the third rock from the sun. You have to do Mars, et cetera, et cetera. You have to put them in that order. You have to make the orbits elliptical to account for the way they actually move in the sky clock. The way that when they come to the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer on the inner and outer, they kind of get there and they pause for like a couple days, because it's either all the way stretched out or it's all the way stretched in. So that's the fact that the cycles kind of pause there at the solstices, the solstice points. They have to make the orbits of the so-called planets elliptical and the orbit of the Earth around the sun in the heliocentric model. That's why they have to make them elliptical. And then they also have to make them at those distances in order to reverse engineer it. And that's why it works enough in that conception of it. It works because they had to reverse engineer it in that way to make it actually correlate the way the sky clock is working.
Yeah, but how would you reverse engineer a flat plane to match a sphere? I mean, that part is kind of a little far-fetched.
It'd be concave Earth, baby.
But how would you have the observations match a flat plane? Or match,
you basically have to mix
globe.
perspective in there to explain why it looks like the land is obstructing the stars. Instead of perspective over a flat plane, you have it go under a ball. That's how they do it.
Yeah, but it matches the observation though.
One concept, I mean, have you heard of on a planar Earth, system, like the Earth being like a plane of existence, the concept that it's a celestial sphere. So there is perhaps a spherical dynamic to it.
Literal ball of stars inside of Earth, concave Earth, baby.
Or a hemispheric dome that the stars
but then I could just look
here with perspective.
The thing about concave Earth, if I looked up at a 45-degree angle, I should be able to see more land. I mean, even a 30-degree angle, I should be able to see land looking up. That's the way I see it.
Well, because of perspective, you're not going to be able to see forever.
Yeah, but if we're thinking about a concave Earth, everything is moving upwards.
Well, that's a whole topic in and of itself. I would say, I know what you're saying though. You're trying to kind of try to grok in your mind, like, how could stars over a planar Earth be somehow completely made into this heliocentric model, and it seems to work in some ways?
Yeah,
I have a question there. We've pretty well established there, because you said the heliocentric model explains retrograde motions perfectly, or near enough to 100%.
If we're gonna say Earth is a sun and these things are all big balls and and they're in their elliptical orbits, astronomically the retrograde explanation in the heliocentric model, as far as I know, is 100% solid. Yeah.
Okay, and we kept pushing you when you said the word accelerate. We're like, what causes that acceleration? Blah blah blah.
So the flat Earth or geocentric or whatever, the non-rotating, doesn't explain it. So you've got this tally on one side, heliocentric 1, flat Earth, whatever, 0. How many numbers, how many of these comparisons do you need to fall into the heliocentric column before you go, oh, it's actually heliocentric sphere rotating?
42.
It's the number.
40. There it is. All right. So what are you saying doesn't? Where would you talk about retrograde?
No, we've got these phenomena that you see in reality, right? One model explains them, the other model doesn't. How many do you need to fall into the globe column before you agree that it's a globe?
Okay, that's well, it sounds like you're making an opinion about something that falls into something. If you're talking about retrograde motion, I gave a lot of information on it. Did you hear what I said on it? And if you did, could you share it back, like how I explained it on a planar Earth?
I have Tourette's, and I'm listening for trigger words. And when you said the word acceleration, I was like, fucking Tourette's, cunt, fuck, cunt. Right?
I got you. No problem, man.
Yeah, as soon as you say the word acceleration, I'm going to go, what is causing the acceleration? What's the force involved?
Yeah, that's the question I had.
Okay, yeah. Venus definitely, like these things when they go retrograde. I mean, when I say a speed change, it's pretty minor, but let's say like this fixed stars are moving. Yeah, I mean it's some miles per hour. I mean, that would be interesting to actually figure that part out. The exact amount of miles per hour each one is changing, because something like Pluto, like they all track it at different speeds. But anyways, no, I mean, Ruhef, I would say that, okay, what we observe is above us, there's a sky and it seems to be moving. Now, within that sky, there's the fixed stars that are in their, constellations, as it were. They stay in relation to each other. Then you have the sun, the moon, Venus, Mercury, etc. They are moving above us. And we know where the tropics are because these things move between the tropics. So, the sun, etc., at the solstice, the equator. So we all know the spot in the sky, again, above us, that is the equator, Tropic of Cancer, Tropic of Capricorn. All I'm saying is that these lights, the sun, the moon, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto, and some other ones. There's several more, but let's just say those core ones. They're all like, just imagine like they're race cars in a racetrack, and they're all just doing the same thing the sun and the moon are. They're just moving above us in that sense. And all it takes for retrograde is for one of those to pick up its pace a little bit and go a little bit faster than the fixed stars for a set amount of time. Now, if you're asking why they accelerate like that, that's a very deep, interesting question as to why the sky clock does that. But it is what we observe. Like, that's not really even an ad hoc thing. Like, you can literally look at Venus above you and you can see how it will track the way I'm describing through the actual sky between the tropics above us. So, I mean, that is all just like direct observable. Now, if it's a planar Earth or if it's a globe, I mean, people could have different concepts, but what I'm describing is what we observe on that level.
That was my lunch. Scroll up 20 minutes.
But I mean, it is a very good and deep question. Like, why do these things go retrograde? Why do they pick up speed a little bit, slow down a little bit? Why are the stars moving at 23 hours, 56 minutes? Why does the moon do its phases? I mean, there's a million questions. I mean, it's pretty.
Guess which model has the answers, and they're all consistent.
No, it's which model have people put more time into, because at the end of the day, you could construct a flat Earth and describe all of these things mathematically. It wouldn't change any of the. Then do it.
I'm saying it can't be done.
No, it can, because you
Hey,
could just.
We're waiting.
Well, then do it.
I'm saying it can't be done. But you think it can, so we are waiting.
My point is that you could describe all of these motions mathematically, and it wouldn't change the observations at all.
Yeah, like they're moving in their positions and have been like a consistent clock. So they're just doing their thing and they're in their frequencies. And yeah,
tell me how good my lunch looks.
It can be described in different formats, but I mean, the Ruhef, at the end of the day, it's like, which one is true? That's the thing. You keep asking which one. I mean, it sounds like you're feeling like you have things that support a heliocentric model, so you think that's the one. But I guess the question is which one actually is the case?
Yeah, and that's when I keep saying what is true is what matches reality. And you haven't told me how good my lunch looks at 57 minutes past the hour.
But I could describe your lunch mathematically, and whatever explanation makes sense the most, somebody's going to pick.
Yes.
But it wouldn't change what the lunch is.
I agree.
still would have, right. So it's just a big opinion.
No. My model matches reality. My model is therefore more likely to be true than yours.
Well, do you admit that you could say, you could represent 4 with 3 plus 1 or 2 plus 2? Basically, what I'm saying is we have the 4, we have the observations, and you have 2 plus 2 saying that's what it is. But you could say it's 3 plus 1. You could just rearrange the numbers and everything would look exactly the same and match all the math and everything. So it's just a philosophical thing here.
Okay, but you're starting with 7 plus 6. I'm going to try and say it's 4.
It's such
Yeah,
bullshit.
pretty much.
I don't think you get it.
I
No,
get
I
what
do.
you're saying.
You're saying that there is other ways to explain what we see using a flat Earth. I'm saying there's not, right? It's then on you to show that it can be.
Okay, so if I get a mathematician to, rearrange physics and everything works exactly the same, but it's just represented differently, would you say, well, I guess it's flat Earth?
No, you don't even need a mathematician, man. Like you don't even need that. Just the observation itself.
Well,
you don't need a mathematician.
Right, but that's all that you guys have too. Is you have the observation.
Sure.
Then you have math that explains it. I could do the same thing.
Yeah, but you can't. You can't explain why when I'm looking at the sun through, I don't know, maybe an auto level, the sun somehow drops below eye level. That you can't explain on a flat. I cannot explain on a flat Earth.
I could just say that the light works differently, and we know that it does because it matches observation.
No, because we know how light works, and we know how light bends through the atmosphere.
Yeah, but not from millions and millions of miles away.
Yes, we do.
No, that's just an assumption that it's a vacuum out there. And
It's not an assumption. People have been there, man. What are you talking about?
Okay, so you've been to Saturn and
I haven't been there.
the
No.
Sun and
No. But we observe these things.
And you took out a pressure gauge and you
I sure didn't.
There are pressure gauges in space right now, Jerry. There are pressure gauges in space right now.
Okay, now did you take a piece of string and stretch it from Neptune all the way to Earth and said,
no one's done that.
Well,
there are other ways to measure things, Jerry.
Yes.
I know.
Speaking of measurements, actually, Brian's logic, right? He doesn't want a calculation for the speed of light. He wants a measurement. And then I point out to him that the speed of something is its distance divided by time. And he goes, that's a calculation. So I'm wondering how, I don't know, if anyone could propose any other way to measure the speed of something without measuring distance and time.
Well, it would depend on your frame of reference.
Okay.
So, speed of what, distance of what, from what starting point, from what frame of reference are we talking about here?
But here's a good question. If I have a post in the ground and it's 10 feet high, how would I somehow use math to make that post not 10 feet high?
You just call it 11. You just use it.
Yeah, but when I measure it with several different methods, it always comes out to 10.
Yeah, but you have a physical thing, and we have an agreed upon unit, so we're gonna say, 10.
Yeah, but that doesn't change the physical height. I see what you're
Correct.
saying. Like if we use a different scale and we like if in a different language, maybe
Yeah.
maybe we call it something different, but its actual height doesn't change.
Right, and that's my point with these distances to the stars and all this is that we never took a physical thing and stretched it all the way to them. We're using a theory of light, which is fine. I mean, it's all explained, and I'm not arguing for a flat Earth here. I'm just saying that it's just we could only construct our reality mathematically. There's no proof of any of
Yeah,
this. It's
but
just
Jerry, but there's a lot of things that are already in reality that you kind of disagree with that are pretty evident. The fact that yes, people have measured the distance to the sun with using different methods. People have measured a different distance to the moon with different methods. The distance to Venus, Mars, Jupiter. We use different methods to measure. It might not be exactly, I don't know, a few million miles plus or minus a few 100,000, but we can get a pretty good estimation of how far these things are using different methods, and they always check out. Just like
that part's key.
Yeah, just
Different
like
methods.
the distance from here in Hawaii where I'm at to LA, it's a specific number, but will there ever be an actual specific 4,822 point blah 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 miles? You know what I'm saying? It's never going to be an exact number, but we can get a pretty good estimation of how far it is.
Okay, so what would you say? Like, what have you come across that was convincing to you that they've come to a conclusion? Let's say the distance of Mars, Venus, take any of them, or the sun. I guess anyone you want. Like
the moon, go to the moon.
It's not really
moon
like
you can parallax.
It's not like a debate question. It's more just like, what have you found that convinced you that? Because you said it checks out. So what checked out for you in terms of that measurement, convincing you that object was indeed that far away?
So we'll take the moon, for instance. They use what? They use radar bounce.
Yep. And you can parallax
You can use parallax. You can bounce lasers off of it. You can bounce ham radio. They do ham radio too, right? I believe, to measure the distance. So I mean, that's within what? A foot, a few feet. So I mean, if you're measuring something with all these different methods and they all come out the same, you kind of have to say, well, I guess it's pretty much what it is. So and I see that
weight of evidence, yes.
Right, and I see Northern Rebellion put that same meme that we've all seen before, as if our methods for measuring haven't gotten better over the years.
Yeah.
What's your guess?
So you're talking. I guess we'd have to go through all those one at a time. But when you're talking about a lot of these signal bounces, what have you seen that convinced you that signal bounce was indeed measuring that distance? For example, what kinds of calculations did they use for presumed speed of light and other presumed concepts of how light is traveling in space to convince you that the time difference of the bounce back of a signal was indeed 230,000 miles?
Well, I don't know personally, but I know that man knows how to measure distance, the speed of light. So, and I have no reason to not believe what they're doing. So, I mean, you want something like specific, like a specific measurement that someone did? Is that what you're asking?
Well, I was kind of more asking what convinced you that any of those devices that were assumingly sending something or receiving a signal back and then counting the time in between, what convinced you? And like I said, other calculations, because I'm actually aware of a lot of what they do in terms of calculations, I think. But if you're not aware of that, that's okay. I'm just wondering, like, what have you found that was convincing in any of those bounce backs that made you confirm like that it actually was that distance?
Well, it's just like what I just said, that we know how to measure the speed of light. And, distance, you can, the time it takes for something to get somewhere and the time it takes for it to come back, you can measure that distance and you can time it. So if I can measure something in my room, if I had the ability to measure the speed of light in my room, I can turn on my light on, and it'll bounce off of a reflector and come back, and I can measure the time. Then I can be like, okay, if it's this, it takes this amount of time for this short of a distance, I can multiply that over a longer distance, and I can do the same thing over a longer distance, and go to a larger room, and I can measure how long it takes for the light to get back in a larger room, and I can continue to do that, and I can be like, okay, well, I guess what they're doing kind of checks out because it kind of matches what I'm doing. So that's how I could say, I'm convinced about it.
Yeah, we can measure the speed of light.
Okay, so you're telling me that if you have some device like that and you bounce it off a reflector and you get, let's say half a second, I'm just going to make it up. Let's say you got a half a second over some distance. Are you claiming that you've seen like solid enough evidence that has convinced you that when they did it to the moon, like, let's say it takes, just going to totally make up numbers, but a half a second to go 10 miles, whatever. If you then extrapolate that, over 236,000 miles, you're telling me that exact, like you've seen evidence or time that exact time signal indeed did take that amount of time with equipment and things that you're able to trust?
Yeah, I don't have no reason to disbelieve it.
And you're sure they're not doing calculations to account for their presumed way in which they claim?
No, because then I can test it myself.
Works in outer space.
And I could just test it myself. Like I said, I don't have no reason to disbelieve people that are doing these things.
Is there a video on YouTube, someone actually demonstrating, like some random ham radio guy bouncing off the sun, off the moon, right? Yeah.
Let me see.
What B-Ball said before, we can parallax the moon as well and get 400,000 Ks.
Okay, well, that's a whole nother method. There's a whole nother discussion there, but how do you claim you've done that? How do you claim you did that?
Would you like to do it with me?
As long as we can hold hands.
Hold hands across the Pacific. We can do that. Bandy, me and Bandy should do it.
Well, I'll hold hands.
A bit harder with
Bandy. Here, I'm about to post a lunar echo experiment.
You've got to make some pretty big assumptions for the speed.
You're quiet, Benny.
Over. Am I? Is that better?
Go again. A little.
Hello. Is that better?
Only a little bit.
Only a little bit. Hold on. Let me go to the settings.
You're good, Bandy. I can hear you clear, buddy.
I'm good. Oh, it's real if he's playing funny buggers, is he?
He's playing games.
What assumptions do we have to make over 400,000 million light years of exactly what light is doing? Like, we've only tested light over very short distances, over very specific mediums, and we are making some huge presumptions in regards to light.
Yeah, but we know that
that it is behaving exactly the same way, people, through all these mediums.
Yeah, but I mean, what medium is there in space? There's not much. Might be a few dust particles, but that's it.
I don't know. I haven't been out there, and B, you haven't been out there,
Sure.
people. And light does slow down when it's passing through a medium, right? And the more of that medium that light passes through, the slower it's going to get. Okay.
Yeah, but there's not much. Go ahead, sorry.
Well, we know that the speed of light in the vacuums that we can pull is about 300,000 kilometers per second. And the speed of light in water dramatically changes to 225,000 kilometers per second. All right. So, and we know that just over a short distance, not even a long distance. These are over very, very short distances that we use our calculations for the speed of light. But the longer that medium is, right, the more effect that medium is going to have on what is passing through it. Okay. It's like,
okay, but we do know it's a vacuum up there.
Sorry.
We do know there is a vacuum above us.
Fine, Rui, fine. But the vacuum is not void of everything. There is something in that vacuum which makes it a medium that the light is passing through. And the more of that medium that something has to pass through, right, the more it is affected by it exponentially. So we are making assumptions that the speed of light is not affected for 400,000 light years at all. It is staying the same consistent speed that whole period of time without slowing down at all, which is just, to me, is absolutely ludicrous to say that something that actually passes through a medium, doesn't matter how small or how little that medium is, it is still a medium and it still has an effect on that thing that is passing through it.
Right, but we have multiple pressure sensors in space right now, and they don't measure things in pascals, they measure things in nanopascals.
Yeah, you can
It's a vacuum.
measure them in quadruple nanopascals for all I care. It is still a medium, and you haven't got these measuring devices anywhere near 400 million trillion light years away. You only have them a very short distance away from us, and that very short distance that they are away from us is still a 15th of a 15th of a 15th anywhere near this thing that you're telling us it is.
Why do you think light would travel differently over a long distance?
It is
No, he's saying we can make up a medium.
medium. It is passing through a medium, people.
Yeah, but in space, we know that that medium is just space. There's no atmosphere there. The only time it comes in contact with atmosphere is when we see it here on Earth.
So now also too, now you're presuming that because there is a lack of gas particles in there, right, that there is nothing in between those gas particles either. So you're making all these assumptions of this medium that the light is passing through when you don't actually know the medium that the light is passing through. Just because there is a lack of gas pressure per se doesn't mean that there is not another medium that the light is passing through.
Okay, so what do you presume is going on?
I don't know, people. I've got no idea. I'm not going to make
So you
presumptions
choose.
of what
So
is going on.
do you choose to be ignorant about it, or you choose to learn about it?
Well, I can't learn about it
Sure you
unless
can.
we. No, hold on. Unless we can actually go there and physically measure it, how can I learn about it? Can we go 400 million light years away? Can we do that now?
So you're
The answer
saying,
obviously is
well,
the answer obviously is no.
of
So if we
course not.
can't go there, we can't learn about what that medium is.
Well, we can just learn about light here in our solar system then, or here on Earth.
That's
Just
my
because
point,
the
people.
light, but the light doesn't. Just because you think those stars that we can't go to, that light is somehow doing something different, doesn't mean that we can't study that light that's coming from there, in our own way here on Earth, and we can study how light works here on Earth and here in our solar system. I mean, it's just because I can't physically put a tape measure from here that star that's some odd light years away doesn't mean that the light somehow is different there than it is here.
And I am not suggesting at all that we cannot study light here and learn what it does here and use what it does here for here. I'm not saying that at all, right? What I am saying is we are taking what we know what light does here and we are extrapolating it to what it does there without knowing what there is.
Oh,
And that's
okay.
fine. Right?
Go
Sorry,
ahead.
mate.
No, I was
No,
just saying.
go.
I understand. So you're saying we're making a lot of assumptions, which is okay. In science, you can make assumptions. It's okay to make assumptions, and then you test those assumptions, right?
Yeah.
You can do that.
I've got no problems with you making assumptions and this fitting what it does. But as we know, the model that you have in front of you is changing all the time. It's changing every day with more assumptions that is put to it, or more theories that is put to it. Right? But I'm not gonna say that star that is above my head is 400 million light years away, just because someone said that the speed of light and however they've worked it out is so. I'm not going to go with that. I'm going to say that there is a star above my head that I can see, and it looks a fairly long way away, right?
Right.
But at the same time, right, with my kids, if I send them down to the back paddock in a perfect black night, and one has a bright light and one has a very, very dim light, and I send them both exactly the same distance away, right? The dim light will actually look like it's physically further away, even though they are both exactly the same distance away, because that's kind of how our brains kind of work a little bit, and that's how we've been told to look at these things too. And it is the perception of these things. Doesn't actually mean that it is so, just because it kind of looks like, because it's dimmer, it actually looks like it's further away. It doesn't actually even mean that it is further away either. So I'm not gonna accept myself that these things are whatever they say they are away. I accept that there's stars up there. I accept that they move around and all that sort of stuff. But the measurements that they put to them, with all these assumptions that they put to them, with what we study here on Earth in an Earth-like environment, without even knowing, right, what these stars are in and what the medium is in, me personally, I'm not going to accept that anymore.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, a lot of times you'll say, "Oh, this star is."
Hey, Della, Abby, and Pony.
Hot Mike, Rui.
Hi, Mike.
Hi.
If they say like a star
Get
is,
some?
I don't know, 200,000 light years away, I mean,
Pony and Dell?
that could be, give or take a few light years. I mean, I agree. It's not, they're never going to be in an exact measurement, but I guess they can come as close as they can do their best at trying to understand how close and how far it is with using different methods.
And I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
With them trying to work it out, I've got no issue with that whatsoever. But me personally, I'm not going to accept a heap of assumptions, because to me that's what they are. There's a lot of assumptions.
Yeah, I agree.
With very little assurity at the end of the day. So.
But yeah, I agree. But even with making assumptions, you can, like I can look at a tree outside and I can assume, hey, that tree is about 200 yards away. It might be 250, 130, but then I could actually somehow measure it. If I can't physically touch it, I can use different methods to actually measure about how far it is. But again, you're to agree with you on another point, like I would never actually know unless I physically measured it. So I agree with you on that point.
Yeah, but here on Earth, some of these other methods, perhaps that we use when we're looking at stuff over our head and bouncing lights off them and things like that, like laser tape measures and whatnot. I know here on Earth that these things can be fairly accurate, right? I use them myself, people, but I'm not going to use a laser tape measure and point it at the moon and think that it's going to be accurate. You know what I mean, or point it at a star, because it ain't going to be accurate. But I know these things that are developed here on Earth that work in our local environments. They do work, and some of these things do work with a great a degree of accuracy as well. I'm not going to argue that at all. But that is, like I said, that is in our own local environment here.
Right. Yeah, the farther away things are in space, yeah, I would say the likelihood of them getting the measurements correct is probably low. Things that are closer, like the moon, maybe the sun. Okay, I can probably jump on board with that. But like Alpha Centauri and all the other stars, like there's no way for us to know exactly how far they are. And I mean, I would say a lot of astronomers and scientists would say, yeah, they don't know how far it is. They can probably guess, maybe using parallax or whatever, but they'll never know exactly.
And even how light behaves and is refracting and all these sort of things in
Right.
these environments. I think there's a lot of questions that are unanswered. Really, they're their best guesstimates.
Right.
No dramas. I've
Was I
used a lot
yelling,
of
Betty?
yes.
Oh, sorry.
I've used
Yeah,
a
were
lot
you
of I've used a
yelling
lot
at
of
the kids?
guesstimates in
Oh, I had to go to the shop, so I had to tell them I'm leaving the house. So my apologies.
I've
All right,
used a
good.
lot of guesstimates in my time, B-ball. I've looked at something on, that's approximately 3 meters, and gone and grabbed a 3 meter pipe, and it's been 100 mil short, so I've had to go and grab the 6 meter one and then cut it down. I've guesstimated a lot of times and been wrong with lots of things.
Right. All right, I'll be back in a bit.
Too easy, man.
Yeah, I just want to say we can measure, Proxima Centauri pretty accurately, parallax.
You can think that, really.
I do think that because I understand geometry.
I know you do think that, right?
Yeah.
Like what's your actual definition of fairly accurately? Is it like give or take a few 100 million light years?
No, it's only like it's 4 light years away, and that's like 1 parsec, right? So that's 1 parallax arc second. Okay, these space
Give it to
telescopes we have
me.
now
Give
have
it to me in
milli arc second
kilometers.
accuracy.
Give it to me in
Oh,
kilometers.
fucking 16
right?
trillion or something.
16 trillion. So 16 trillion kilometers away. So how far off are they? 10 or 20 kilometers?
Yeah, that's just a matter of, a meter ruler. Like if you bought a meter ruler from Bunnings, right? How many nanometers is it different to a meter?
I asked you a very specific question. You said it's 16
Yeah.
trillion kilometers. I said how far off is their degree of accuracy? Is it 10 or 20 kilometers? Like how far off is it? Because you said it's
1 in
pretty damn
1,000.
accurate.
Yeah,
Sorry?
1 in 1,000. 1 in
1 in
1,000.
1,000. So it's off by how much? A million? A trillion? Like how many? Give me a number.
Several 100,000, several million kilometers. Could be, yes.
Several million.
Yes. Like I said, if you bought a meter ruler from Bunnings, how many nanometers is it truly off by a meter?
All right, Rui.
Yeah. Scale. You got to handle a scale, Betty.
Well, you don't think I don't know what scale is?
Well, you're asking me how many kilometers it's off, so, that's, yeah. Apparently you don't know what scale is.
So, yeah, and you're saying it's a 15th of a 15th, pretty much is what you're
Yeah.
saying. Yeah.
These telescopes have
I call
a
bullshit on that.
Anyway. milli arc second accuracy.
Yep, they're so accurate. They're
Yeah.
about 20 or K.
In fact, I think Gaia has sub-millisecond accuracy. Sub-milli arc second accuracy, which is fucking insane. Excuse me. All right, I'm about to go underground. Back in a minute.
You know what? If anything, this whole flat Earth thing has made me more interested in space than I ever was. It's crazy.
Space for your face.
Jerry, Star Trek's on tonight. Get your space fix. Hey, Jerry. How you going, mate?
Hey. What's up, Ansel?
I've been smoking this morning. Smoking some salmon.
Nice.
It's going to be tonight.
Awesome. Do you ever eat it raw?
Yeah.
Nice.
Dipping sauces and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, quite often eat it raw.
Sounds really potent, full of nutrients. All that pink color has that astaxanthin in it.
Okay.
It's a carotenoid called astaxanthin. It's sold as like a supplement product. It has so many benefits, and it's also in like flamingos. It's what makes flamingos pink.
Yep.
And then the salmon has it as well. Yeah. But if you eat it raw, you get the astaxanthin in its purest form, because cooking it somewhat disables, as it were, the astaxanthin. It kind of destroys it in a sense. I mean, it doesn't destroy it in a way that makes it toxic, but it kind of disengages it. What's the right word for that? Like, yeah, disengage. Well, it kind of makes it null and void in a sense. Like the heat changes the structure of the carotenoid so that it's not
denatures.
Denatures, yeah, that's a good word.
Well, flamingos are pink because they eat in this toxic water. Has this, it's like so toxic it turns their they start off white. They're actually born white. Flamingos. Totally useless piece of information. I felt the need to share with you guys.
Yeah, well, you're saying like, how do they turn pink? Well, yeah, like when they're born, they are white, and then I think it's because like the crustaceans that they eat, right? Like the crustaceans.
Yeah, they live in this. They eat in this toxic water that ends up turning them pink. It's like super toxic, the water.
Oh, you're saying toxic water makes them pink?
I don't want to say toxic. It has this very harsh chemical in it.
Huh. I thought it was because of the astaxanthin that's in the food that they eat.
Yeah, it probably is in the food too. Yes, it's in the water. They eat this thing, and that's in this very forgot the word they use for it, but it's a water that has a lot of chemical, like very harsh chemicals in it. It probably is because of what they eat, but that stuff is in that chemical water. It's like caustic, very caustic water, I think. It might be the word they use.
Well, there certainly are a lot of pollutants in the environment, that's for sure. More
No,
now.
I think this is like a natural thing. It's like a natural thing.
Yeah, this is saying that it's algae and brine shrimp is what I first found. I'm just looking it up. Yeah, so it is the crustaceans, and it is the but I'm trying to see like yeah, they're pretty cool.
Yo, I dropped bomb ass videos in the chat last night. For real, if anyone's looking for some awesome, cool ass shit, super nerdy, go check them videos I dropped. Secrets in Plain Sight one was dope. There was a lot of geometry, a lot of Freemason shit in that. The Bigfoot one with Lloyd Pye, Carl Monk, the code. Yo, my man claims that he figured out.
Dude, those videos are insane. That 3 hour long thing you're talking about, right?
Which one?
The one with like the guy takes like Washington D.C. and he shows all the streets like lining up like
That was Secrets
perfectly.
in Plain. That was Secrets in Plain Sight. That one is dope as fuck. Yeah, bro.
It's insane. Holy
That one's
shit.
awesome. Yeah, man. They built this shit. They built this whole shit, bro. The same thing is going on in London. They put like the flower of life, all kinds of geometric shit. They got Vesica Pisces, I think it's called. The Washington Monument.
That
It's
was
all
there
kinds.
before. They stole that shit. Some previous civilization or something. They stole that shit for real.
What, the obelisk?
All these buildings.
What building?
Like like the Tartaria theory, like those Tartaria looking buildings.
I've heard of this Tartaria thing. I never looked into it though. Is there any merit to it, or is there any merit to this Tartaria thing? Like, does it have any like legitimacy to it?
In its idea, yes, but you know how it's called Tartaria, and it's not civilization that called Tartaria that like ran the world. It's not that, but the ideas in it, like with mud floods and the buildings, the impossible building, stuff like that. Yeah, it's worth it.
I mean, I do believe if you ever, I should have linked some of them Graham Hancock and Randall Carlson videos, because I do believe that there was more advanced civilizations than we think. They might not have been advanced in the way we think of advancement, but I do believe there was some more advanced civilizations going on in the past. You got the Great Pyramid, Göbekli Tepe, just a lot of stuff. And if you watch Karl Monk's The Code, there's a lot of evidence that these civilizations were talking to each other, like Easter Island and the Great Pyramid people. There's a lot of evidence that there was worldwide communication between them of some sort at some point in the past.
Yeah, because some of their megaliths, they connect. You could put lines through the earth based on where they are.
Göbekli Tepe dates at 11,000 BC, and the carvings in it, they claim it was done by hunter and gatherers, but the carvings in it is in high relief, which means they didn't just like chisel something into rock. They chiseled the stuff away from the rock and left the thing that they wanted to represent. Like, say you were going to carve an A in the rock, you would just take a chisel and remove the pieces of the A. They left the pieces of A and removed everything else. It's called high relief. It's a highly advanced carving technique, like the hunters and gatherers and shit. Like, I'm not buying the story they put forth. They got this whole story built up on this paradigm that's probably not true. I'm not buying the history model they give us for a minute.
Yep, I feel that.
Chances are, I mean, they got this when the ice age melted. The last ice age melted, right? Sea levels rose like 200 feet. Most of the civilizations probably live near the coastline. I mean, we do that now. That's just where the fast travel is. You got fish. There's usually water flowing to the ocean, so you get a clean source of water somewhere nearby. It's highly beneficial to live near the coast. And if sea levels rose 200 feet right now, we'd be fucked. I'm not saying it happened overnight, but there is debates on how quickly it happened. There's huge evidence of flooding in America in the crablands. No, what's it called? Scablands in America. Huge evidence of massive flooding. Without Randall Carlson and Graham Hancock, they got some good ideas on this shit. They've been on Joe Rogan a bunch of times. They debated Michael Shermer, the guy who runs Skeptic Magazine. Yo, that Lloyd Pie, everything you know is wrong one with the Bigfoot shit, bro. That shit, that shit's legit, bro. He breaks down evolution, types of shit. He goes off on a wild tangent at the end with Zachariah Sitchin, who's shown to be wrong. He translated the Zachariah Sitchin's the guy who translated these ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs. He claims to have translated the ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs, but this was before anyone could even do it. Now there's just you can go online and do it yourself now. So we know he couldn't decipher him. I don't know. He made a lot of fantastical ideas up. My bad, did I kill the chat? You guys were talking about flamingos.
No. Go, keep going.
I mean, I don't know if you got Atlantis that's dated to happen. Pluto, sorry, Plutarch. Hold on a second. Who was that? Who's the famous ancient philosopher guy there? He dated Pluto. I can't remember his name. He gave a date of the sinking of Atlantis, the city of Atlantis. He gave a date to the sinking of that coincides with the chapter right after the Ice Age ended. Who's the guy's name?
Jeremy, your mic is going out.
He's too quiet. He's whispering.
Oh no, but I think the AirPods are dying or something.
No, I'm just trying to be quiet. I can't remember the guy's name, but he dated sinking of Atlantis to a date, and that date he would never have known about Meltwater Pulse 1b. Like, there's no way this guy would have known about it, and it just happens to coincide with that same date. Pluto or Plutarch? What the fuck? Who's the famous philosopher from back then? Historian, maybe? I don't know. Karen.
Plato?
Plato. That's it, Plato. Plato dated the sinking of Atlantis, and he gave a date that matches with the Meltwater Pulse 1b right after the Ice Age melted. There's no way he would have known about Meltwater Pulse 1b. Like, it's not even. There's no way. So yeah, I mean, I go with the Graham Hancock thing. I think there was a cataclysm on Earth because that Gobekli Tepe place, that shit was buried on purpose. It's not like we just found it and it got buried naturally. Like, they can tell it was buried on purpose. gave the dating for the ancient pyramid, the Great Pyramid. They gave the dating for it at, I don't know, 5,000 or 6,000 BC. And the reason for it was that Zahi Hawass was the guy who was in control of all the ancient architecture in Egypt. At one point, he gave the dating for the Great Pyramid at like 5,000 or 6,000 BC because there was no known civilizations that could have possibly built anything sooner than that, right? But then they found Göbekli Tepe dated at like 11,000 BC or something, and now we know there are people that could have built, giant megalithic structures. Per acre, Göbekli Tepe is way bigger than the Great Pyramids. It's the biggest megalithic structure on site. It's not even all uncovered because that area that it's in is like right near. It's in some hostile area, ridden with
No
war and
way.
shit.
Are you serious, dude?
What's up?
I'm just messing with you.
Yeah, pay attention because unlike you, I actually know what I'm saying. I'm not hoping that people weren't following for the past
That's an
5 minutes.
asshole.
I'm following.
I'm
Jeremy's
fucking
speaking.
joking, dude. Yeah, I already know, man. Göbekli Tepe some cool shit, dude.
Speaking of some right brain, I was about to say I don't know if you speak that Kosho, some right brain. You're aware of what was it, Göbekli Tepe? No, you're not aware.
How did you verify the age of Göbekli Tepe?
Oh shit, dudes, I'm back. Göbekli Tepe. Yeah, didn't they
How did Jeremy verify the age?
Yeah, but I thought they aged. I thought they what do you call it? Dated the stones and shit.
This isn't a conspiracy theory.
It's true shit, man.
Well, why does he believe that but not other things?
Why has this changed their state of peace?
Just working with an air model. It was purposely buried. They carbon dated the shit they found near it. So it's at least that old. It could be older. I don't know. It probably is older.
Carbon dating? I'm not sure.
Well, there he just said it. He doesn't know.
I mean, we studied this in archaeology, man. They definitely dated some of the rocks. Definitely dated some of the other shit. Let me see. Yeah, I'm not sure if you can do carbon dating that old. I forget what the limit. Well, that seems about right. Never mind. I think carbon dating goes like 100,000 years, maybe.
This is their own story they've handed us. So, I mean, whether it is or isn't that old, according to these guys, their own story's got some serious issues.
I gotta tell you something, man. There's a bunch of people, and some of us, like pretend like me and you, for instance, we're just working together, man. We're just trying to we're trying to figure shit out.
I don't feel like we're working together sometimes.
Yeah, well, guess what, dude? Doofus Junior. Guess what, dude? Yeah, it turns out we are working together, dude. And it turns out we're like fucking detectives. Like a bunch of Sherlock Holmes, James Bond wasn't a detective, but Batman, like a bunch of detectives. And this shit, Göbekli Tepe, you got to believe that nobody was around back then. So there's nobody who's like keeping a secret for what's happening. You know what I mean? We're trying to fucking figure it out together. So I don't think that there's any reason to even assume that anyone's lying about it, when the truth is probably nobody knows about it. Knows the truth about it, I mean.
I think they're keeping that territory under a hostile environment, a war-ridden environment on purpose, because they don't want us digging there and finding out what actually is going on. Because the guy that was in charge of it, nice old German chap, I forget what his name was, but Charles, I forget his name. Yeah, he blew the lid off. Shit.
Are you talking about Litchwink?
Good old Lichwink, man. Where's Lichwink at?
Yeah, I miss that guy.
That guy's great, dude. Where is he? Actually, I think I did talk to him somewhat like in the last year, maybe.
Yeah, he turned to a flat earther.
Well, he was always kind of there, so yeah, makes sense.
Any Glober that was around and isn't around anymore, they're not around anymore because they went to the flat Earth.
That makes a lot of sense, man.
That's what you guys do every time. Every time flat Earthers like never heard from them again. You're like, oh, we went back to the globe.
Actually, it makes sense, man. It doesn't make sense for somebody to become a flat earther and then leave the community. Oh my god. Anyway, yeah,
well, dude, a lot of some people just go into different phases of life where it's like, I mean, actually throughout my entire time, like let's say like since 2015, 2014, 15, I would say I really only had like one break time, which was about 6-month period. And yeah, it wasn't even like, that was the only time. Well, I mean, I was still keeping in touch with certain things within everything, but yeah, it took like a pretty long break. And at that time, like it just wasn't really my focus of like, wasn't really at the front of my mind for that little time period. So people go through different phases. It doesn't mean that they've changed their cosmology necessarily. It might just mean that they're not as focused on various parts of it at that time.
Wherever he is, I hope he's doing good, man. He's always a good guy. He was one of my best friends in this community. But anyway, back to Göbekli Tepe, dude. Turns out, I think carbon dating was the main method. Yeah. And they got several layers. They have something that dates back, so 9,000 years, 8,000 years, 7,000 years. Not sure where the 11,000 comes from.
That's what I'm saying. Do you think it's weird? Do you think it's weird that Göbekli Tepe is dated at that point, and Plato's got Atlantis getting dated at that point, and Plato would have known nothing about meltwater pulse 1b, which is also dated at that time.
Plato did what? Say again?
Plato got secondhand information from a very reliable source.
Ooh.
From a very reliable source. It doesn't matter where he got it from. I don't care if he fucking dreamt it.
He's not allowed to name names. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I forgot the guy that he got it from. Druss knows. Druss knows who it is. Anyways, not important. Plato. I got Pluto on the brain from yesterday with fucking Mickey Mouse and Walt Disney's goofy ass.
Plato, he had his friend told him about some shit.
No, Plato got reliable information from a source about Atlantis being dated at the same time that Meltwater Pulse 1b happened. He would have never known about Meltwater Pulse 1b. There's no way Plato could have known.
What does Atlantis have to do with this?
It has to do with we were probably more advanced than we think we were in the past.
Yeah, maybe, probably not though. Could be, possibly more.
There was a cataclysm. Humanity got back. We had to rebuild.
Don't they say Göbekli Tepe doesn't have the evidence of a cataclysm, and instead has evidence of purposeful burying?
Why would you bury that shit?
That's what the claim. That's what they say it points to. It points to that they buried it on purpose.
Yes. Yeah, but why though? Why? Unless you knew something was going to happen and you wanted to preserve it.
Maybe they broke up with his girlfriend or something. Wanted to fucking move.
What?
Maybe somebody lived there, just wanted to move the hell out.
No, there's no evidence of even people living there.
Yes, there is.
They don't even have any evidence. No, Göbekli Tepe has no evidence of anyone living there.
Oh, they found pottery and shit.
No, there's no what pottery?
That fucking pot.
They didn't find I don't think they found a single piece of a pot there. There's like no evidence that people live there.
No, they found pot there.
Yeah, they found pot, dude. No, dude, check this out. It says Göbekli Tepe was built occupied during the pre-pot Neolithic, before they smoked pot. This is the earliest division. So I guess this place was called, it was literally called the pre-pot Neolithic. So I guess they fucking It didn't even happen back then. But it said blah blah blah.
So did they find pottery there, or was this from the pre-pottery era?
Yeah, well, it says pre-pottery era, so hold on.
So they probably didn't find any pots. Is this one of the times you hope people weren't paying attention or
Shut the
lost
fuck
track
up,
of
dude. Shut the fuck up, man. Just shut up.
Kosho's hoping that people get lost in the sultry sound
Yeah,
of his
yeah,
voice.
he's like-
In the sultry sound of his voice instead of actually
Dude,
listening to what he's saying.
Just so happens that earlier when I was talking, I was kind of thinking about it. I was like, wait a minute. Maybe I was wrong, but I was like already saying it. So I just didn't stop myself, that's all.
Maybe you had some bad chicken or something. You got the wildest excuses ever all the time. You're like, I was eating chicken a minute ago. Give me a fucking break.
At least I admitted it, though, about the thing. All right, hold on. I think there might be some pottery. Hold on.
Okay.
Doesn't matter. Forget about the pottery for a second because, yeah, what was I gonna say? Oh, yeah, I was gonna ask you, what do you think? Have you ever heard about the Sumerians? You know who these people are?
Yeah, another story that makes no fucking sense whatsoever. People came out of the caves, made a city, and then invented fucking everything.
They didn't invent everything.
Dude, they invented everything, bro.
Invented a bunch of shit, but they invented
like all the basic shit, all the basic stuff they invented.
Yeah, let's look at these timelines real quick. Let's pretend to go back to Tepe's 11,000 years old. And let's pretend Sumerians, hold on, let me see. I think they're about 6,000. Let me see.
About 6'6", geez, they gotta mark that.
But do you know the truth about Sumerians?
No, I don't think you're gonna know either.
Yeah, I am. Hold on.
You're gonna Google. You're gonna Google.
I already know the truth.
All you're gonna
I'll
do is
tell
fucking
you.
Google it.
No, I'm looking to see what the age. I'm looking to see the age right now. Hold on.
You don't know the age. All you're gonna do is get the age they told you.
No, dude. Let me
That's
tell
all
you.
you can do.
Oh, dude. Anyway, it says 4,000 BC, so that's 6,000 years ago. But you know what they used to call them? There was multiple. What do you call that? Multiple cultures. So there was a culture, and this is all in the Mesopotamian area. You know what I mean? Right in the Fertile Crescent. And what do they call? There's several groups. So let's just pretend there was people who were Semitic, and there were some people who were Arabic and African maybe. But the people that they called the Sumerians, they called them water people because they had no idea where they came from. They everybody else they knew where they came from, but these people they called the water people, they had no idea where they came from, or then maybe they didn't have any idea. They just
Imagine if there was a cataclysm right now and there was a group of people, say highly advanced people, that went and lived with hunter gatherers just so they could survive and keep going. This fucking hunter gatherers have no idea where these people came from.
Yeah, well, that's the other thing. That's what I'm saying to you. Did you know that the Persian Gulf, aka the Arabian Gulf, you can call it either one. Anyways, did you know that it is only like 200 meters deep or something like that? And so they say that
Round?
I think that's it. It's not that deep. It's shallow. It's like 200 feet, 200 meters.
Until what? I don't know what you're saying.
There's a gulf, dude, between Saudi Arabia and Iran. It's called the Persian Gulf. Yeah,
I get that part.
I used to live there, dude. Anyways, they say it's like
I get that part.
They say it's like 200 meters, dude. Listen to this. Also, there's all these great
deep.
floods.
What? The water, the earth?
The water, dude. Yes, it's a gulf. God damn it! Hold up. Anyways, oh yeah, right. So they say that all these cultures they have a story of a flood. This is the truth, and
every civilization on Earth has a story of a flood.
Yeah,
You'd
exactly.
be hard pressed to find one that doesn't.
Well, that doesn't matter because it makes sense.
Because I'm right. Okay, go ahead.
Well, I mean, I was going to argue, but there's no point in arguing with that. There's probably people. But anyways,
I'm not saying you can't find one, but you'd be hard pressed to find an ancient civilization that doesn't have a flood story.
Fair enough. That's probably because there was rising of the what do you call that? The oceans, the sea level, because when the ice melted, there was an ice age.
America got rocked, bro. You ever see the Scablands?
Yeah, dude. That's why we have the Great Lakes. That's why we have, like, in New York City, they have those rocks that are still there. They kept those there because they I forget what those rocks are called, but those are like they used to roll on glaciers or whatever. So they rode with the glaciers. It's cool shit. But that's not important.
I'll tell you what's neat. Oh, go ahead. You're still rambling. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's right, dude. Because the water rose. They say it's abruptly, but they say about 200 meters over 2,000 years. Which is
I know that's what they say, but there's evidence on the contrary in the Scablands.
Well, no,
it happened extremely rapidly.
Yeah, but that's the thing, though. Even though it was that scale over that long length of time, there were probably windows where it happened fast. Like, there's probably times where it rose quickly, because 200 meters is still a lot, and so that's why places like the Persian Gulf, it actually used to be a city. Like, there was no, if there's no water there, like if the water was lower, then that whole Gulf was actually just land where people could live.
There's probably lakes and rivers and shit. Yeah.
No, not just lakes and rivers, like the fucking whole, like, a land. That's what I'm saying. That's why.
Yeah. It was below sea. It would have been below sea level, right?
No, it would have been above sea. It would have been above sea level, because the sea rose. What the hell, man? It would have been at sea level, above sea level. Anyways,
mic check. Can I get a mic check, guys?
You had a pretty good mic, man. The point is, though, that's why people think they call them the water people, or that's what I think, is that it's possible that these people they weren't from anywhere, because their places they came from got flooded. It's completely gone.
Yeah.
In the Gulf. So
that's one alternative. Another one is they came from the waters, but from the waters above, from the stars. Ooh.
Kosho, have you ever heard of the Russian guy called Anatoly Flamenco?
Yeah, I've heard of him.
Yeah.
Well, according to him, they supposedly, according to Anatoly Flamenco, they supposedly made up 1,000 years. The Romans and the Greeks, all of that shit was made up. It was like the time of Mesopotamia.
Yeah, I've heard this.
Yeah, they managed to stretch it out. They reused the same people throughout history. Timelines don't match. There's all kinds of shit Flamenco points out. Was it Flamenco or Flamenco?
Flamenco, some shit like that, right? So you guys see those photos that they take from us, like the licensed photos and things. What I think is going on is that they just use like random people's photos. Like, for example, like 4,000 years from now, they'll probably use my photo and make me seem like whatever, just they paint me in a way that it will serve their narrative, right? They'll make me look like some sort of extremist or whatever, or they make me seem like a saint. Like, I just think they just take these random pictures from the past or whatever, and they just assign some sort of history to the person just to like mystify him.
Yeah, well, this guy Flamenco, I remember him. He's kind of like, he's like Jeremy in a way. He doesn't really do much at all, and also he doesn't do his own research. He doesn't do his own investigation, archaeology. You know what I mean?
You just told me they found pots at Göbekli Tepe.
Couldn't that be said though about any historian that's ever contradicted the mainstream, right? Like there would never be, right? There's the mainstream story, right? We have that and everybody that attaches themselves to that story, and then we always have everybody else, right? And it always comes to the situation that everybody that goes against the mainstream story, they always have some sort of dark past. They always have some sort of they could never be a saint. Somebody that doesn't have a past, somebody that isn't discredited, somebody that isn't crazy, that goes against the mainstream media. It just seems to be two separate things. The mainstream media seems to be the truth for some reason, and everything else just seems to be some sort of lie or conspiracy.
Well, again, I mean, it's just easier to fight a straw man, I'm sure, but it's probably just listen to what I'm saying, because I didn't say those things. But yeah, this guy wasn't an archaeologist, for example. He wasn't a historian, for example. And so there's people who actually, you know, you're right. There's definitely people are capable of hiding history, or you know,
Or they're claiming Gobekli Tepe was predates metallurgy. Dude, they carve something in high relief without having metallurgy? That doesn't even make sense.
Dude, just look at the buildings, all these Tartarian buildings, bro. In Manhattan, there are a bunch of them, bro. I've never noticed them shits until I heard of Tartaria. There are a bunch of them, bro. The architecture on these fucking buildings is immaculate, bro. Oh, bro,
hey, show
how is
me
it
some
possible
of
that
them.
we?
Show me some pictures.
Oh, okay. So you know what I'm gonna do
I got you, bro.
when
I
I'm
got you.
working? I'm gonna start
Show
taking
us.
photos.
I got you right now.
Show us these ancient structures.
About to deliver right now. Hold
I'm
on,
from
bro.
New York City too. You know what I mean? And there's some cool buildings there, but they don't look that old. You know.
The Empire State Building is over 2,000 years old.
In New York City, really?
Listen, I've spoken to architects, bro. I've spoken to them, bro, and I've asked them about those buildings, and or they all have stories. They all telling me that we cannot accomplish these buildings today. That it would be very difficult and very expensive to even replicate one of those buildings, bro. So how is it
Look at that
possible?
video
How
I
is it
just.
possible
So
that they were able
You
to make
talking
these
about?
buildings
You talking
thousands
about?
of years ago, and we're unable to make them now?
Hold on, you
Yeah,
gotta
the
calm
Empire
down a bit.
State Building.
Are you talking about in Manhattan?
Look at that video I just.
Yeah, all the buildings in New York, they're thousands of years old.
Not thousands, but yeah.
That's a conspiracy theory.
So
Just
it
send
gets
some pictures when you can, Matrix.
Then it gets crazy with the Antiquitech, with the atmospheric electricity and all that other crazy shit in the radium fireplaces, and oh man, insane.
And there's a reason. There's actually a reason that people feel good in church, and it's the way the churches are designed. They're kind of designed like to be like healing centers, right? So
Yeah, yeah,
the
yeah.
buildings are designed to like focus energy in it. So when you're in it, you're feeling that energy that building is like gathering. So that's the reason that people feel good when they're in church, apart from being amongst their fellow brethren, right? So that energy, that feeling is what gets them feeling. It gives them a high. And all this whole time you're thinking that it has something to do with God. Well,
I
it does
actually,
have something to do with God, but not in the way that you think.
They
I
had
actually think the
crazy
great,
shit, bro. It's crazy shit. Like they had. Oh, where do I even begin? Go ahead. Go ahead.
I actually think the Great Pyramid served a purpose to something like what you just said, Jay.
Wait, what did you say?
Of
That the
course,
buildings,
all of it serves a purpose. You think that these people are gonna build a giant pyramid because of some sort of egotistical motherfucker? Come on, man. That shit is bullshit, bro. They're not gonna do all that to bury a motherfucker.
Possibly. Not to
I
bury
mean,
somebody, but you know, just to be like, dude, build me a fucking badass house. You know, who knows?
there's so
Hard
much
to say.
math. There's so much math. If you look up the Great Pyramid on YouTube, there's so much crazy geometrical math going on with it.
Yeah. You. Yeah.
On
Even with
the
these.
Great Pyramid.
Bro, look at these Gothic cathedrals they built in the 1100s. The
Oh, yeah.
magnificent stonework, unbelievable, dude. Just go and look.
Yeah. No,
11.
I've seen them, man. They were amazing masons at the time, and this is when they first started doing domes and shit. But they had a
Bro,
different way of doing domes. They use that like fucking inflatable
Kosho,
shit.
you're not aware, bro. I can link you a video. It will literally blow your mind. You ever heard of waveguides before? Waveguides? Like antenna waveguides?
Yes.
They utilize that same idea and technology with their building, bro. They
Are you
would.
sure?
Yes, they would fucking where they put their columns in the cathedrals. It's mathematical placement where they. I have to send you this video. It'll blow your fucking mind. I'll do that right now, and or for anyone else too.
Yeah, but yeah,
Tell you what's
definitely.
even.
Good, sir.
Go ahead, Gosha.
I was just saying that around that time, that's when the Masons, like, they had like their own secret group, and they were building all sorts of like cathedrals and all this type of shit. They started getting back into this is like pre-Renaissance, basically. We started getting back into fucking building cool shit.
I'll tell you what's really crazy.
Even though you're trying to use that as an excuse, Coach, even though you're trying to say there was Mason, where would have they acquired the knowledge from all those years in the past?
How's that an excuse? Does it make an excuse?
Because it seems like every time we give you a bit of information, you kind of you have this thing that you do, that you give out some sort of arbitrary some sort of information just to kind of downplay the information that was given to you. And it seems intuitive to me. It seems that you're trying to make the audience
dude, listen,
downplay the
just go off the things I say and not the things you're interpreting from what I'm saying, please, man. Because all I did, somebody shared what they knew about these buildings, and I just shared what I knew about them. That's all that happened.
It just happens to be that every time you share information, it happens to coincide exactly with the mainstream media. Is that by coincidence?
It's obviously going to be the story that's, that is the story that's recognized as being the truth, right? I mean, there's probably another story, sure. I'm just telling you the story as I know it, which, it happens to be the one that is seen to be the mainstream story. That's probably because that's what people are going to believe, right? Like, why else would I have?
How would you? But how would you determine that because it is the mainstream story? How would you determine that it is the truth? Are you simply making an assumption that because is? But you're saying things like probably or maybe, and none of these things represent truth. Probably doesn't represent truth. Neither does maybe.
I got news for you, dude. You may have been around back then, but I wasn't. So all I have to do is all I have is the clues, man. The same clues you have. But go ahead, Jeremy. I know the train station.
You know what's dope as fuck too that nobody gets rarely talked about is the stone circles in Africa. Those are fucking crazy.
Which part of Africa?
They're all over. I believe it's southern. No, I believe it's southern and mid Africa.
Stone circles.
Yeah, there's tons and tons of stone. They're not always circular, but there's tons of these weird stone shaped things.
You guys seen the video about these people in Africa? They were like recording like a sun, and the motherfucker was blinking.
They recorded a what, and somebody was blinking.
Yeah, the sun. Somebody was recording the sun, right? And it was like it looked like an African village, right? Africans and their African fucking garments and shit, and they were looking at what appears to be the sun. And the motherfucker was blinking like if some motherfucker, like when you're playing with the switch and it's on and off and on and off and on and off, the sun was doing the exact same thing. Now it could have been the sun or some other shit, but both of those conclusions are weird. Because why the fuck is the sun blinking? And if it isn't the sun, then what the fuck is it and why is it blinking?
What if the video is being fucked with?
Yes, I don't know. That's weird.
That doesn't come to your mind?
That was my first reaction. Was they don't know how to work a camera, but yeah.
Jeremy, you should
see the problem is people say things like that, right? Okay, it's easy to dismiss, but when in the video they're showing that everybody around is staring at the sun, pointing at the sun, saying what is going on, then it's hard to say that is edited, right? It's very hard to say.
Yeah, could have been edited. Could have been legit. I mean, I figure in a lot of people would have seen that, right? Wait, what year was this?
I saw the video like 2 years back, so most likely the video doesn't exist anymore. I'm gonna see if I can find it. Yeah, you already know how YouTube does. They erase all those fucking videos.
Yeah, the stone circles are dope as fuck though. They're crazy unexplained shit, and they're all over the fucking place.
I see a bunch of them. See, this is what I'm saying. You should study archaeology, dude. I wish I still had my textbooks, but a lot of this stuff.
I already understand it. Like
you understand archaeology? Wow.
Yeah, I understand they didn't find pottery at Göbekli Tepe because it's
Wow.
free pottery area.
Up, dude. Let's see this. Dude, let's see. I'm gonna test your mic, okay? I'm just gonna test your mic. Okay. What's 4 different? Let's just do. There's 4 different dating methods. Yes, sir. That's kind of a lot of dating methods, by the way. So I can just do 3. The truth is, I don't want to catch you in a gotcha. I'm just telling you, sir. You study archaeology, you might even become an archaeologist. Who knows, man?
All right, so I posted one of the videos, but there seems to be several of them. So apparently this has been going on for a while. Where the sun is like flickering and shit.
Yo, they don't even do. They're totally slacking on archaeology. Remember how we were talking about how the coastlines went up, or the water level rose 200 feet?
Oh yeah.
The place you should be doing. Hold on. The place you should be doing archaeology at should be underwater around the coastline of everywhere. Right?
Yeah.
They're totally lacking on underwater archaeology. It's sad.
No, I mean
Yes.
depends on what. Well, no, there's plenty of people. Like I know that in Japan they were doing. I mean, it depends on if they have something. And plus, I think it's expensive. If I remember correctly, it's expensive to do.
And it's dangerous. Yes, it's very expensive and dangerous. Japan is where they found that giant.
Yeah.
You know, they found a giant megalithic thing that could have only been built before the ice age melted, before that 200 foot water sea level rise.
There's like a city down there, right?
Yeah, it's so obvious that was not created. Dross will argue with me all day that it's, could have been, maybe, but it's pretty obvious that it wasn't created by currents and tides and shit. It's straight. It looks like a staircase, got straight, clean edges.
The Japanese thing, yeah, that's like obviously that's man-made, yeah.
Have you guys heard of the Mud Fossil University? The whole thing of him saying that the Earth is like some sort of biological creature.
Yeah, Mud Fossil University. That's where I got my alma mater.
Oh, okay. So I've been listening to this guy for a while, right? And right, his stories, I take it with a grain of salt, right? It's just information, and I never really considered it, right? Until the other day. The other day, I see this TikTok about this park in the United States. It's called something like Flesh Park. And when they claim that some sort of organic parasite kind of like took over the earth or whatever, but when I saw it, immediately what I thought of, yo, Roger was fucking right. What it looked to me was, it looked like uncooked flesh, right? Hypothetically, if the earth was biological and something happened, some cataclysmic something heat related happened, right? Let's just say some rapid fire fucking just goes through and burns everything, right? So that place where it's supposed to be called Flesh Park, that place probably didn't get burned as much as all the other flesh. So I don't know if you guys want to look into it. It's called something like Flesh Park or whatever. Which is very interesting, bro, because it looks like flesh. It looks like meat. It looks like meat. Like you can see tendons, you can see fucking muscles and shit, and it's the earth. It's literally the earth. So look into that to see if we could maybe find some truth somewhere around there.
And maybe some dares. I see some crazy shit though.
Oh, Kosho, what you just sent? Got the original collection of that.
Did you watch that video you dropped, Jay? The flashing sun one?
Yeah.
I saw it a while back. I saw it a while back. I didn't see the one that I posted, but it was it looked just like the one that I saw a while back. So I just posted another video about the Flesh Park, So you guys can look into that, and then maybe look into this guy called Mud Fossil Universities to see if you guys see what I'm seeing.
No, wait till you see this, dude.
And you got the whole Giza Plateau mirroring. It is upside down, but it does mirror the sky. It's probably upside down because it was because it was made so fucking long ago that with the precession or something, who knows? It was probably just different back then. But the whole plateau is a mirror image of the sky, essentially.
It's saying it's supposed to be Orion's belt. That doesn't really look.
You got
like
the belt. You got the Sphinx. You got the Sphinx as an equinoctial marker that claims to be built in the time of the when the bull. What's the bull?
The
thing?
Taurus.
Taurus. It claims to be built in the time of Taurus, but I mean the Egyptians weren't shy about making bulls. They wouldn't have made a cat.
No, well, they obviously they changed the head and the body and everything, and also I think they thought it could have been the time of Leo, right?
So what's going on with these zodiac animals? You guys think that these are maybe like the original animals of the Earth, and everything else is just like some sort of mutation from those animals?
No, I think that there's stars in the sky that have to be shaped like some of the animals, and so that's why.
You got the Nile as the Milky Way galaxy. All of Egypt's mirroring the heavens above.
Yeah, you seen
So
this?
Jeremy, I've heard you mention carbon dating a few times. Everything you hear about carbon dating, bro, take that with a giant grain of salt. And I hear
bro,
is
the
extremely
C14.
extremely fallacious.
Yeah, the C14 dating's not even close to being reputable.
Yeah, but that's why I asked you four dating methods, because you don't ever it's very rare that they will just have one dating method and make a conclusion from that and be confident about it.
Are you confident about the dating method?
It all seems to work.
Hold on.
It all seems to work like the globe math. You guys see how the globe math kind of it makes sense numerically, but it's unverifiable. You're unable to prove it in any way, shape, or form. It just seems to make sense. Well, it's kind of like that. Where the carbon dating kind of makes sense, but they cannot prove anything that they're saying. It all seems to be assumptions.
I mean, are you confident?
What did you say, by the way? I think he's dead. Fuck, man. But anyways, that's why you use multiple dating methods. You corroborate the date. That's what we call it.
Check.
Yeah, back checks there.
You got an echo.
I don't.
Kosho.
I heard myself.
I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying about the dating methods, Kosho, but it doesn't matter if you have a million dating methods. The problem is what we're trying to ascertain. It doesn't matter how many methods you run the materials through. It is not likely that the materials is going to tell you this material is 1,500 exact. That would never be the case. There was no method that would ever tell you this material is this much years old to no kind of accuracy. So anything, it would just be some sort of mathematical construction that will make you feel good, but it won't give you truth in absolute.
You're not really saying anything, man. In actuality, though, yeah, you do carbon dating method. And that's one method by itself. You may not have reason to be that confident in what you saw, but if you get a certain date from carbon dating, and then you use something called tree ring dating, and then you use something like I don't know, some other radiometric dating, and you get multiple things that are corroborating the same time frame, then you have reason to suggest that time that you're getting is pretty accurate. You have confidence in it.
You have confidence in a suggestion?
And a suggestion? No, in evidence. What are you talking about?
Well, you said the evidence that it gives it suggests something, and then you say you should be confident in that suggestion.
Yeah, so if they're all giving you the same date. Yeah, so there's carbon dating. There's also what's the thing called? There's this other type.
Nitrogen date. Listen, there's tons of methods. The point is, when you bring something in to get dated, they ask you all kinds of questions about it. Where'd you find it? Well, what do you think it is? Tons of questions. If the dating methods work, they wouldn't need to ask you no questions. They could just take the thing, date it, and give you the date.
No, that's it. Again, then you're not listening. You have the same amount of listening skills as Matrix a little bit, dude. Because what I just said was, what happens is, if you just have one object and they date it, carbon dating, brilliant. You know what this tells you? That there's no reason to be confident in what you just got, because you have no idea if you have a flawed reading, or you have some sort of something that was tampered in or whatever. But if you have something where you have multiple parts on it, so that you can date multiple sections, and then you also can do several other types of dating, like you found something else with it, like a tree ring dating sort of if you can do that, and then maybe you can do, like, what's that thing called when what's that called when they look in the rock? They look at the rock and see like what rocks it's next to. So you do all these different datings, and if they all corroborate each other, that gives you the confidence that you're getting the right date. But yeah, there's no way of
unless they're all in error with each other, right? Unless they're all in error with each other, right?
Yeah, if there's a coincidence that the errors are all pointing in the same direction, then sure, you'll come to the wrong conclusion, just like with anything else in life. Yeah.
Kosho, do they ever
But
date
you seem to be suggesting that because they created a bunch of different methods, that because these different methods exist, right, that gives us like some sort of confidence, because there's several methods as opposed to just one or two, right? And what I'm saying is there could be a thousand methods, right? None of those things are going to be able to tell us what we need to know. They're going to give us suggestions, probabilities, maybe coulda, woulda, shouldas, but none of it is going to give us truth. So it doesn't matter one method, two methods. You don't understand what we're saying, right? That it doesn't matter the amounts and how many you describe them and what they decide to call these methods. None of it can give you exactly when the material originated the Earth.
Well, then how do you find out then? Like, what sort of method would you use to narrow things down?
You make it up. That's the only method, making it up. You can't possibly know.
Just make it up. Claim anything you'd like, and don't trust any evidence whatsoever, because there's a chance that all of it, even though it corroborates each other and coincidentally fits together, there's a chance that was just, you got lucky.
You know what they do is
You're talking about corroborating evidence. How many people have ever been convicted of? Well, you're talking about corroborated evidence, that because the evidence corroborates, right? But if we look at it from like the legal system and how many people have been wrongly convicted and later found out that they've been wrongly convicted, at the time they were wrongly convicted, the evidence definitely seemed to point that they're guilty at that time, right? At that time, that their guilt was true. But it wasn't until later on in life that we figured out that their guilt was not true. It was false. But the evidence seemed to be real. Do you understand?
Yeah, it was bad evidence. It wasn't a whole bunch of things that pointed in the same direction. It was like one or two things, and nothing could. They didn't have an alibi or whatever, or they didn't have.
You're doing it again.
Having one. That's why having one piece of evidence is not strong evidence. It shouldn't.
The problem is you seem to think that the amount of evidence somehow is what changes the thing of being true or false.
Yeah, you're right. I do seem to believe that. You're right. I'm a crazy person, man. I'm a really crazy, mad fucking guy going around town believing things that have a lot of evidence.
I'm not implying that you're crazy. What I'm saying is that something.
I'm not implying that either, man.
I'm just saying, like, something might be implied that is true, and it even might look true. They might even present numbers, theories, a whole story that it is true. And as far as most of the people are concerned, it is true. Just because the mainstream media says it, but a lot of times when we investigate whatever the mainstream media is telling you, most of the times you're going to find a completely different story.
I mean, do you know if they ever dated? I don't know. This isn't like a gotcha. Do you know if they ever dated the soft tissue they found in those dinosaur bones? I believe Wetzger was her name.
Oh, you're talking about that scientist that almost got killed because she made some discovery.
I don't know if she almost got killed, but she definitely found soft tissue in dinosaur bones. Blood. I believe it was red blood cells.
Oh.
Did you heard about what happened to her and her career, her livelihood after that?
No.
I think
yeah,
maybe
they ran
you could
her.
get soft tissue from a mammoth or something, but I mean soft tissue from something millions of years ago. I just don't think that's a thing that can happen.
Yeah,
unless it isn't millions of years ago, right?
Yeah.
Possibly, right?
They definitely found soft tissue. I mean, that's not even it's not even like a question.
Yeah, it said there was muscle fiber or
it was hemo. Red blood cells.
Fiber. So there's some kind of collagen fibers. Yeah, go ahead, man.
There was once a great quote that said,
Yeah, and so yeah, this fossil. She's
what was the
claiming,
quote? You cut out.
You didn't cut out. But yeah, this what's it called? These fossils, this dinosaur bone. It says that the parts that it's hard for them to allow them to break pieces of it off to test, and the small amounts that they did, they were like crappy fragments. So they couldn't get anything off them. I don't think they got access to the tissue.
They found hemo, which is a part of hemoglobin, which it's not supposed to be able to fossilize. You can't fossilize red blood cells, but they found them. They also found bone.
Fossils can come in many forms. It doesn't have to be like inside of a rock or something. I think any old bone is considered a fossil.
No. That's incorrect. The bone, if you find a bone, it's definitely not a fossil because if it becomes fossilized, it's no longer bone.
Yeah, I'm with Jeremy on this. What I vaguely remember from school was when you get dinosaurs or fossils and stuff like that, what it did was leave a cavity in the rock, like an empty negative space where the bone was, and then that fills up over millions of years with some other thing. So
that's also
what you're getting is like, not granite, but some sort of like different material, which is just rock, but it's in the perfect shape of what was there before.
That's also incorrect. What happens is, the story they say of what happens is the bone gets mineralized and it soaks up all these minerals and becomes fossilized. It basically turns into a fossil.
Well, I'm telling you, those. I mean, I'm not trying to play who's got the biggest wiener on the playground game, okay? But
because we know you lose at that one, Kosho. We know.
I wouldn't lose. That's not important, dude. What's important is that actually no, that's not. But like what you guys said about fossils, those are the it's not like Coriolis. Like there's Coriolis, but then there's Coriolis, which is like all the coils. And
It's
it's like
too high right now.
Fossils, no, dude. Fossils are like you guys described, but to be honest with you, fossils can be, they could just be bones. That's not even a joke. I'll find something for you right now, dudes. Because
Dude, if it's a fossil, it's not a bone. If you found bones, you just found bones. If you find a fossil, it's not. It's something different than a bone. They wouldn't say they found a fossil if they found bones.
look at this, dude. It says a fossil is any preserved remains, impression, or trace of any once living thing from past geological age. Examples includes bones, shells, exoskeletons, stone imprints of animals or microbes, objects preserved in amber, hair, petrified wood, oil, coal, and even DNA remnants. That's right. But that's because fossils. This is all encompassing bullshit. But like I said, the people think of them, they think about when something becomes fossilized, like when it's like turns to a
Hold on,
rock.
you know what? What Eggshell said was actually right. That is how it happens. The bones start to be dissolved by water seeping through the rock. Minerals in the water replace the bone. See, I don't think it like totally destroys the bone. I think the minerals in the water replaces the bone over time. I don't know, but you were that was close, Eggshells.
You know that there's many ways for things to become preserved or for us to know them. Like they could be maybe they were underwater in mud, maybe they were in the swamps, maybe they were under volcano ash or fucking who knows what the fuck ice. But there's many ways that things are. Like I said, amber, oil. There's ways in which things get they're not left to the environment to decay, and so we see them years and years later. And no matter how it happens, when it happens, we do consider them fossils.
There's a very specific thing that has to happen for a fossil to get formed. Yes, it can't be left out in the open. It needs to get quickly buried or something. But the point
And
is,
that's
if you have
exactly why they're hard to find, is because the conditions have to be just right. And that's even better. Like you can find a fossil, right? But it may be only a very small part of a whole. And that's why fossil, sorry, I forgot push to talk was activated. That's why finding like an entire skeleton, for example, of a dinosaur is so incredibly rare, let alone to find it, because most of the time scavengers or like other animals will scatter the bones or like, natural elements. So it's just insane that we could even find fossils. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's why that's why there's way more things that have just died and are gone and decayed, and the things that we do find are just the things that just happen to be, in a place where they could get preserved. Yeah.
Like the tar pits, right? The La Brea tar pits.
Yeah,
you need an animal to you need something to be at the water hole, and then it gets trampled over. It gets killed, but then it gets trampled over before the environment can have at it. Before it gets pecked away by the environment, by other animals, by just straight up decay. I don't think we've ever found a fossil of a chimp or an ape, or a monkey. It's either a monkey, an ape, or a chimp, or a gorilla. We've never found a fossil of one of those things.
Yeah.
I can't remember which one.
Stuff, dude.
They just don't live in an environment where fossils are formed.
Dude, they have like million-year-old ape bones.
Well, it might be chimps or gorilla. I don't know which one. Like I said, I don't know which one it is. But
Another thing that people also sometimes might forget is that like there's different types of fossils, of course. There's a kind that are actually like bones that are left behind from animals, and then there is bone imprints on like dirt or other matter. Usually you find that more often with like spiral shaped creatures or insects, rather than actual bones of animals. But a lot of times you find smaller imprints left behind from different types of organisms. A lot of times underwater, sometimes too, like in the rocks.
Estrella, what do you think about the soft tissue that Weizsäcker found in the dinosaur bones?
What was that?
I was just wondering what your opinion was on the soft tissue they found in the dinosaur bones. That I believe the name was Holtz and Weizsäcker.
I've never heard about it. Do you want to tell me about it a little bit?
I mean, they found soft tissue in dinosaur bones. It's pretty much
Oh,
the gist of
like
it.
that's it? They just found soft tissue.
Yeah.
Jeremy, let's
Well,
talk about
was
soft.
it similar to like bone marrow? I know that bone marrow is a softer tissue, but it wouldn't be soft upon finding it still, would it?
Well, that was the thing. It was bone. It was like something collagen fibers or something. In the
Something, yeah,
bone.
they found a bunch of stuff, but it was in particular, the one thing that had them stumped and dumbfounded was the hemo or some kind of red blood cell or something they found, which can't fossilize, or it wouldn't last that long, 65 million years ago.
Yeah, they were stumped and dumbfounded.
Yeah, they were looking like Kosho in the voice chat, just fucking all over the place.
Yeah, that's right, dude. Yeah, you're right though about the red blood cell. It says they went into the claw, theropod claw, looked like red blood cells, and they thought that there might be contamination, which makes sense. But they said it wasn't human though, so.
They've tried to explain this away with everything that possible because it doesn't fit their paradigm.
So when you say that there was soft tissue, do you mean like skin? Do you mean like blood vessels, blood?
I believe it was it might have been cartilage or muscle fibers or something. I forgot what they said.
Yeah, it says it was what does it say? It says collagen fibers, yeah.
Oh, collagen fibers.
What was in the bone, yeah.
I mean, the red blood cells alone blows it out the box because there's no way.
Well, they're not sure about the red blood cell though.
Dude, I know. Would somebody get a paper cut and then drip it on the fucking thing? Come on, bro.
Well, this is what I'm talking about with archaeology is when you get one dating method or you use one dating process, you have to be skeptical and you have to collect as much as possible because it's really only when you get co-witnessing data that it's actually fair to have that kind of confidence. So
They also got
contamination.
They also got dinosaur footprints and
I sent
human
something.
footprints. What's up?
I sent something. I just thought I'm playing a game, so it's hard for me to read. But if you wanted to check it out, you can. I sent it to the text.
Well, the dating methods in particular appear to have the same essence. The assumption that there's some sort of radioactive isotope absorbed into living material whose absorption stops upon death and slowly trickles out of the material, allowing you to give a clock or a way to date the material. The problem is those rates may have changed with
like carbon
all
dating?
of the radiometric dating in general is the general title for all of it, including carbon dating.
Okay.
Uranium, strontium, all of that stuff. It falls under the same umbrella and has the same erroneous assumption.
I thought so. I know that they can use carbon dating for anything that used to at one point exist.
Yeah, because they used to be living, yeah, but all the other radiometric datings aren't related to living things.
I thought the carbon dating had a 35,000 year
50,000, something like that.
Yeah,
So
it
if
has a
you're using
limit.
carbon dating, it has to be on something living from that date forward. So you're already making an admission in a very circular fashion that you think that this thing lived 50,000 years or younger. Otherwise, you wouldn't be using that dating method.
After that, though, I think they use a method called nitrogen dating,
Dating? Don't you mean they use Tinder? Sorry.
I made a dating website called Carbon Dating or dating app.
Oh my god, I'm like cracking. It's too late it's 1 in the morning. It's too late for me to speaking.
Kosho uses Grinder. It's fine. I think after they can use C14, they use something called nitrogen dating. That
Uranium, lead, strontium, argon, and carbon dating are the only ones that I remember.
No, the nitrogen is done differently. But the reason why carbon dating is they use it for life is because of the amount of carbon 14 that's in the actual air. And basically, once you stop consuming air, then you're going to be left with then you can go off basically the half-life. And so, you can judge the amount of C14 in the specimen. Hopefully you have like a lot of different shit to test. But yeah, and it's definitely it's probably the weakest of radiocarbon dating. But radiocarbon dating in general is pretty. I wouldn't say there's anything to doubt some of the other methods.
You know how everything used to be bigger? They had the small-faced bears and all these giant fucking things back in the day. They think they found new evidence to say that there was like 30% more oxygen or something weird in the atmosphere, and that's the reason why everything was fucking huge.
It was.
Dude, this is not even necessary. I just want to say real quick, it's not okay. Like, dude, just right before you said that, Jeremy, right there, I just had this like a very potent deja vu for like 8 seconds right before you said that, and then right when it ended, you said that.
Yeah, I had a brief one.
That was a strong one.
But it could be because maybe we were in a car. We've been in. I feel like me and Gio and Definite Lemon, we've been in these radiocarbon dating conversations before. Sometimes these conversations replay after a long period of time.
Well, I had like a particular thing, like the screen I was looking at, that completely felt like that has already happened.
Dude, this is no joke. One time when P-Link was still around, I was talking with him and this other dude, and literally I was having deja vu for like 45 minutes. Like that same sort of thing was like for nonstop 45 minutes. I was like,
Deja vu drives me nuts.
That
Actually,
happens.
oh, go ahead. You can go first. It's okay.
That actually happens to me a lot in this community of the deja vus and also of ideas. Sometimes I like think about weird ideas in my head and I hear somebody like speak about them like the next day or the day after that. And I remember like, damn, I had that weird idea. Did he get it from me or some shit? Like it's like I think like we're all like linked because we're all like involved in this. Like we have like the same kind of like thinking almost.
zeitgeist.
Estrella, were you going to say something about deja vu or?
I just was going to mention that I think back a long time ago, and when I took a earth science course back in high school, we touched up on carbon dating, but there's a few other things that we had like a reference table, but God, I wish I still owned that shit. You know what I mean? Like as a kid, you get out of summer vacation, you just throw everything away. Dude, I should have fucking kept everything. I really should have.
Listen, I'm guessing most people in here are smarter than your high school earth science teacher.
Back in the day, oh yeah, wasn't it the server that I mentioned she was too busy fucking all the other teachers?
Yeah, you said it yesterday.
Yeah. No, literally she was.
No, like seriously, the earth science teachers know like the bare minimum.
The bare minimum. And then they act like they're all Oh yeah.
Dude, most teachers, they don't really. It's like we have this assumption that they're constantly like studying their fucking subject matter, whatever material. That isn't the case. They give them like a pamphlet, and they just teach the kids whatever they have in the pamphlet and whatever information you have. They're not even experts on their own subjects most of the time.
You're talking about public school teachers?
Yeah, high school teachers. Yeah, there was one time I was going to debate an earth science teacher from high school over to Coriolis. Kosho got the clip.
Oh, from a long time ago?
Yeah, remember he didn't even know about the reference range.
Oh, shit. But anyway, yeah, teachers are pretty. I mean, there's some smart teachers probably, but you know,
They don't go past the grade they're teaching though. Like somebody that teaches elementary school math, they're not home doing all kinds of complex mathematical equations. All they need to know is elementary school math. You know what I mean?
they're
Same
not
thing
even
with a
doing
high
that.
The
school.
problem is that in one semester they're a math teacher, the next semester they're a science teacher, the next after that they're an English teacher. They keep getting rotated, so they can never be like an expert on one
Well,
you know subject.
they're not even studying anything ever. They're just like preparing
They're
classes.
regurgitating the same material over and over and over again. They get the curriculum, and then that's what they teach. Like they don't really need to know anything past that. That's why
No,
it's
that's
always funny when people say like, "Oh, how many teachers?"
Yeah,
There's
right.
like these millions of people that are like in on it. It's like, yo, they're not in on it. They're just doing what they're just doing their
That's
job.
because there's the assumption. The assumption we get like on TV, like they make the teachers seem like they're so dedicated to the subject or whatever. They go out of their way to like that shit ain't true. That's just what they want to make us think, so we can have the impression that we are being taught by these like professionals that know everything.
What do you guys do for a living? If you don't
I,
mind me asking.
By the way,
I work
Estrella,
in a high.
the carbon dating, the Tinder joke was pretty funny. These guys didn't get it. We
Mm.
all made out of carbon dating Tinder. It was pretty funny.
Matrix works in a giant room with nothing hanging on the walls. I work in a high
Nah, bro,
school.
I'm smoking in the hallways. You guys should know that.
I work
You work in a hospital?
in a high school. My wife
At a
works
high
in a
school?
hospital. Yeah, my wife works in a hospital. I work in a high school.
Oh, I see. What do you do at the hospital?
School.
He's a custodial engineer.
Mm.
High school.
Yeah,
I'm
like what do
a
you do?
janitor.
Oh,
I'm a janitor. I'm basically like,
oh
have you
nice.
ever seen Good Will Hunting?
No.
Nah. You're not a
Like
janitor.
Matt Damon in Good Will
Custodial
Hunting.
engineer.
Mm-hmm.
Jeremy, you're a maintenance engineer, man. Come on.
I'm Matt
Kosho, what do
Damon.
you do? Do you
in
study,
Good.
like, are you like a teacher or anything, Kosho? I think he died.
So what do you even do? He drives
A lot of
Uber.
times people who are in like flat earth or debate service will be like, "Oh, my profession, like I study this as a profession." It's like, "Okay, no, but like what do you do?" Like really?
Kosho's a flat earthologist.
Right.
Kosho actually has many. He's an Uber driver. He's a CIA agent.
Mhm.
He's a mathematician. He's a philosopher. The guy actually has many titles.
Oh, he's on the list. Kosho's on the list.
He's a CIA Gov operative.
He's number 2 on my list.
Yeah, Kosho's the guy that gives the CIA the names of the guy that they want to frame. He picks out the craziest ones and says, "You know what? You can frame this motherfucker. He insulted me the other day," type shit.
Well, Kosho has a lucrative, cushy job with the government, so he has to shill for them slightly.
Yeah, he probably on his 15 minutes of break right now. Probably taking a smoke or something. Listening to him.
That's their only strategy now. They have to make the flat earthers look crazy or radioactive, so they don't have to deal with our killer good points.
That's nice. I like to sing and stuff, but I don't think I would make it a career. Whereas like some people who like to debate flat earth or globe earth, they would like to make it their career and that's fine. But sometimes it's good to separate what you're passionate about from what you would like to do as a living. And a lot of times it might be good to combine the two.
People are hungry for the truth. They see so much fake news and fake, information.
Mhm.
They're hungry for something real, like the flat earth or, you know, something like that, or Jesus or, God or whatever.
Yeah, like I'm not in too many servers on Discord. I'm in a couple of singing ones. I'm in a few debates, and then that's it, I think.
I'm in 100 Discord servers. I'm maxed out.
Wow. Are you active in all of them?
No, not really. No.
Oh.
Oh, a bunch of them are like crypto stuff.
Mhm.
A lot of flat Earth ones. A lot of some phone farming ones. A bunch of different stuff.
So you guys getting the echo now?
I'm playing this game and I'm literally getting so much kills. There's just so many. Oh my god.
word in there.
Hello.
Hello.
I
Who's
think there.
driving me messages? What have I missed out on?
Hmm?
Oh, g'day, Australia. Australia.
Are you drunk or sleepy?
No, I was talking with my head on my chin on my hand. I have no other excuse for it.
Right.
Hello.
Hey.
2, 3, 6, 7 people. What happened?
I don't know. I just got here. I saw there are no mods here. I joined.
Can we pawn bomb the chat?
You joined
No one's.
because there are no mods.
Yeah, no one's getting muted here.
Why were you getting muted for?
Yeah, let's start a shit show. Who do we have that we can start a shit show with?
SC Montreal, actually. Harry was in that chat with SC Montreal, Rakia, about that, classic moral reasoning question. If two adult male brothers have a sexual relationship, on what grounds is it morally wrong? And everyone just goes, "Yeah, I'm disgusted by it, therefore it's wrong." I'm like, I'm disgusted by mushrooms. Should we fucking ban mushrooms?
Therefore morally wrong. We've solved it. What's
Yeah.
wrong with you? Where's the confusion?
Exactly.
Yes, it is. It is absolutely fascinating. It was reminding me, which I think I said in the discussion. So forgive me for repeating myself, but that the moral reasoning of people when they are more left leaning or
Yeah. And rural as well.
liberal is like do no harm.
Yeah.
So if you cannot see fault in it, you can go, well, I'm absolutely disgusted by the thought of somebody, fucking their own brother. I don't see any reason to legislate against it or something like that.
Yeah.
Because I'm not able to see any or describe any specific harm that comes about as a result of that act. Whereas the more conservative somebody is, the more likely they are to say, no, it's bad, but I can't quite describe to you why.
Yeah. And that is exactly what happened in that conversation.
Yeah, it was such a good example of have a point there. And then a bunch of others would be like, how dare you? This is our birthright. We've been doing this for generations. My father was a gladiator owner and his father before him, and you're trying to crush our culture of letting people get eaten by lions while we jeer and eat popcorn.
Well, we still have slavery, don't we?
Sure. Yeah.
Right. So
And
that hasn't changed. That hasn't changed.
I'm not
We
saying
still
everything changes.
we
I'm just
still
saying
have we still have these quote unquote some would consider them barbaric acts, right? But they're legalized, right? They're in a cage, you have gloves on. They're not in a cage, you're in a ring or you're on an arena, right? You're battling it out, until submission, occasionally death,
Sure.
but that's okay. That's kind of
Well,
okay.
So, I mean,
Still.
I think it's a good point you raise because I think that is a moral quandary we should look at, particularly with the prevalence of what do they call it, CTE, chronic traumatic encephalopathy, where kids are, footballers through university because that's what gets them their qualification. That's what lets them go study at the university, particularly young black kids, right? And then they get these traumatic brain injuries that they never recover from, permanently alters and damages their behavior. I think it's a great thing to consider, like, yeah, actually, what are we doing here? Are we really, is this really a good thing? But I think it's a damn sight better to be offering that to a kid and go, hey, do you want to be a footballer, as opposed to going and capturing him in his homeland, putting him in a cage, taking him back to Rome, and then forcing him to do a even more dangerous thing against his will. So I'm not suggesting we've got it right now, but like, are we getting closer?
Well,
I think we are.
fighting in the gladiator ring too was also a road to freedom. It fights your way to freedom. Now,
right,
potentially
the
a lot
vast
of people
majority was fighting
do.
by death, though, wasn't it?
Sorry.
For a vast majority, it was not really a road to freedom. It was a road to death.
Well, if you were good enough, you could get to freedom.
Right,
You
and
had to
very
be
few were good enough.
had to be good enough. But a lot of people consider that too a road to freedom, getting themselves out of financial poverty. They take up fighting and hit their wares up against another. But because it's illegal, these sort of barbaric acts, we kind of find that okay. Yeah, it's not okay with children because I'll get some sort of chronic, some traumatized brain syndrome. But for adults, it's okay. And yeah, and we'll go and buy our tickets and we'll cheer, we'll get our popcorn and we'll roar and we'll have our favourites and all that sort of stuff. It really hasn't changed the mentality. We still want it. We still want these barbaric sort of acts. So the
Yeah, I
morality
love
of it
playing
really
shoot 'em up games.
hasn't changed. Right? If no one showed up to these arenas to watch these barbarians fight to the death, they wouldn't have done it. Right? But people want to see it, and it's been proved for eons and eons.
Yeah, yeah, no, I can't disagree with you. I think it's bang on. I mean, I think it's a awkward point morally. Still, like, but I think that people voluntarily engaging in that is just a damn sight better than people doing so involuntarily.
But I don't really think our morals are any better than what they once were, personally. Yeah, you brought up, I heard the example of grandparents having their opinions about the Japanese, for argument's sake. And my grandfather was one of those. He was he was very vocal about the Japanese.
Yeah.
But when you're being involved in something, Harry, it is gonna scar you. When you see your mates, slaughtered next to you because you volunteered to do something that you thought was right. It is gonna traumatize you, and you are going to carry that forward. It doesn't matter what your environment is. You're gonna carry that forward. Now we can say, okay, then yeah, it's wrong to call the Japanese Japs or whatever the case may be, but it doesn't stop it just because we say it's wrong, right? Our morals are individual, right? And they are a product of our environment. And who knows, in 50 years' time, it may change again, right? We may have it. New Zealand may bloody well invade us, and we'll have very similar feelings against the Kiwis, even though we probably have similar feelings with the Kiwis already. Don't need them to invade us or try anything. But I personally don't think our morals are any better today than what they were in bygone eras, thousands of years ago.
Better would be a I guess slightly different to what I'm talking about. I'm not suggesting necessarily always better, just that they evolve. But what I would say that would get it close to being quote unquote better is the fact that most of the changes that we make back then, we seem to maintain them. So like we gave women the right to vote, and except for a few people who, whose opinions I don't really value that highly, I guess, as a result of their answer to this question, most people go, yeah, I think that's a improvement. I wouldn't want to go back to a day where women aren't able to vote anymore.
Well, is voting morality?
No, voting. I'm not saying voting's morality. I'm just saying. I'm just using it as one example of like where we might.
I thought we were talking about morality though.
Right, but I mean, like the moral choice of saying women are not allowed to have a say in the way society is governed, and we sort of, as a collective across the world in almost all nations, went, okay, maybe they should have a say. And nowadays, not many people seriously want to go back from that. Or like slaves. Even though slavery does exist in certain ways around the world, the idea that you have a personal indentured servant, particularly in the West, is most of us consider not great anymore.
Well, one could argue that we're a slave to the system, too.
Well, I mean, but that to me is often just sort of changing the terms that we're talking about, right? Oh, we're a slave if you can't quit your job because you're in debt. It's like, yeah, but you get to choose which job you've got. If your boss comes and smacks you in the face one day for not doing a report right or doing something right, you can leave that job and go work for a different boss.
Well, is it that easy? Is it that easy really sometimes?
Said that that's acceptable behaviour.
Yeah, but though, is it really that easy sometimes? Writing to.
I'm not commenting on whether it's easy. I'm commenting on whether it's possible. It's like it's not
It
illegal
is
to,
possible,
let's say.
but it's not always that easy to do that. So you remain enslaved to that particular environment because you are just living from paycheck to paycheck, if not behind in paycheck to paycheck, and you've got responsibilities and these sorts of things. So you're enslaved to your environment. You're enslaved to your position as well. And these choices always aren't very, very black and white, too.
Shit, okay, I've made this plan very poorly, but that's just.
Well, I don't think they are. I could be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a difficult issue. But I mean, like, are there any things that, let's say, moral issues that we've decided were better. And I don't mean like parents, grandparents era, because that stuff is still settling down. I mean like something that we decided was not okay 400 years ago that you think actually it should be okay.
I don't know, because we're talking rights and morality. I think they're kind of two different things. It's you talk about gay rights or trans rights or these sorts of things. So I only came in when you started this conversation. I missed the first part of it. These things to me aren't morality, because, well, I think we've always been taught, it's not okay to bully people. It's not okay to, treat others how you want to treat yourself. They're kind of morals. Now, rights are a completely different thing, but it's still basically the rights are kind of stemming from the morality initially. Like, it's not okay to bully these people, and treat them any differently. So we are going to put in laws, for argument's sake, to prevent this from happening, when we basically had anti-discrimination laws, anti-bullying laws there to start off with, but we've just made subsets of these laws to target very specific people, which I don't think was necessary, because the law was already there to cover these people. But it's been deemed necessary that we have to really target these people and show them that legally too they've got to be treated like everyone else. But I don't really think that's. I think that's different to morality.
So how long is your trip going to be, Harry? You said you're going on like a worldwide kind of tour. You're going to tell everybody about the globe.
I think many people need to hear about the globe, but the plan of the trip is it'll take about a year.
A year?
Yeah.
Holy cow. What is the purpose of this excursion?
I've always wanted to do a massive trip, but also I like the idea of talking to different people about the things they believe. Sort of one of the things that brings me to these rooms as well. And I thought it'd be cool to like motorcycle through different parts of the world. That kind of relates to the thing we're talking about with morality, which is like how people's everything from moral reasoning changes. Depend quite often in some way related to their how would I put it, situation. They're like, you find one thing I think we'd all recognize is you find people are okay with stuff dependent on like proportional to the amount of development in that area. So how am I trying to say it? Like countries like Afghanistan, people have pretty poor quality of life, or they're having some pretty interesting choices compared to us Westerners. And what they see as right, we would be like, what? Your daughter got caught on a date with a boy, so you killed her. Well, yeah, to protect the family name, you know. But to go and talk to people like that, and understand a bit about the way they are and why they are.
And how many different countries are you going to?
I think it'll be about 30 by the time we're done.
Wow. Is it just you, or is this a group endeavor?
Just me and the girlfriend.
Wow. You must be pretty well off, Harry.
No, I'd been saving for quite some time for it. Like pretty much all of, well, I mean, things turned around with COVID a bit, but I'd been working quite hard and saved a chunk before COVID came about. It's a bit different now with I'm not going to be able to do much work, but I still plan on doing a little bit while I'm out because that'll help supplement things.
Are you coming to the States?
No, not on this one. Because it's just too far away. But I like if it's at all successful, if the YouTubes, you know, if people like it, want to see more of it. I was thinking the whole next one being America, most of the states, and then down to South America. But so I have to see how possible it all is.
How many inner tubes are you packing, Harry?
Say again?
How many inner tubes are you packing?
Oh my God. Well, are you saying that because you watched my last video where I tried to change a tire and buggered it? Thank you for the reminder. Yes, quite a few inner tubes. Maybe I should even try and get some know-how, some skills.
Have you tried that method you were talking about that fellow?
I saw that after the last trip, and it was like a lot of the things he was like, well, you don't want to do X because then Y is going to happen. I'm like, yep, that's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
Next bit of advice is, oh, you definitely don't want to do this. Yeah, no, I found that one out too.
Okay. You'll probably get a fuel on the way, so
yeah, more than likely get quite a few. I mean, I'm more confident now. I think I've got a better handle on it now. After just watching Nerb do it, who is the guy that was with us on that one that you would have seen when I sucked. Just little bits of like, it's tricky. How far you jam in the thing determines like whether you're going to be there for another 4 hours or not. Where you just generally think, well, it's for simplicity's sake. If I'm trying to get that, inner tube out, I'll just jam the tire iron all the way into the sucker and then pop the bastard out. But no, evidently that is not how it's done.
Are you going to check in with us from time to time, or is this a complete, cut off from social media and,
I'm not going monkish or anything with it. I'll still probably be turning up and chatting and stuff. Like we're going to be 2 days riding. What we think is anyway, will be probably about 2 days riding, and then 1 day editing, and we'll take it in turns for who's doing the edit. So the chances are, if Liz is on the computer editing, I'll probably be that addicted. I'm that addicted to these rooms. I'll probably be back and talking about it. I'd like to do some fun tests too, to be like, how do I check the shape of the Earth? You know, so I'd like to do that because I quite like one of the things that drew me to talking about flat Earth in the first place is I quite like the idea of not just taking someone's word for it. Some guy goes, yeah, no, I checked, the Earth's a globe, and everybody's like, okay. But I think it's like a good question to ask. Well, how do you know that? Why do you trust him?
You said that the states were too far, so how far are you going?
I'll be going from Sydney around to Darwin, so we'll go up through the Red Centre, which is sort of Ayers Rock and stuff in Australia, up to Darwin, and then the next place will be East Timor, Timor-Leste as they call it. Then from there, from Timor-Leste up into Indonesia, then Malaysia, then Timor, Malaysia. This is going to hear me and correct it. And then I think we have to skip Burma because military junta, or however you pronounce that bloody word, don't really. I'm not sure how well we'll go with dealing with filming where there's a military presence and they're still currently probably exterminating minorities. Yeah. Then through Malaysia, India, which I'm excited to go back there because, of course, I spent ages there. So I want to go back to my old stomping ground and probably get on another Bollywood film because that's always fun. Then Pakistan. Might even nick a bit of Afghanistan just because apparently it's now like much better. Pakistan, Afghanistan, Iran, hopefully, Saudi Arabia, then through Africa. Don't know the nations in Africa. We won't be able to tell that really until we get going. And then Morocco, which is still Africa, Spain, France, Italy, Switzerland, Germany, Netherlands, and then UK. So I don't know however many are listed then, plus the ones I didn't list in Africa.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah, I hope it will be. I think it will be.
You thought any more about doing live chats, Harry?
Yeah, I think I will do them. Like, Liz and I have been talking a bit about it because I really like live shows and stuff. But Liz and Liz does too, but not for like big announcements and stuff. So I think we're going to do a live chat soon. We're meant to be uploading soon a video about our plan because we've mentioned it a bunch of times on the channel, but haven't said we're doing it and here's what we're doing. And also going to be doing a bit of cringeworthy e-begging to be like, if you want to support us. And then, what we'll probably do is have what do you call it? Chats and stuff that people can use to support us. Because
how many you got on your channel now, Harry? 6,000?
We've gone up past 6,000. What are we at? Yeah, just past 6,000.
Nice. Well, you should get a bit of support from either super chats or Patreon or however you set it up.
Yeah, I don't want to make it too e-beggy, but I think yeah, we were saying we'd really like it. We'd feel it'd been a sign of success and that we're producing stuff that people want to watch. If by the end we're getting like I think we've scheduled it'll cost $300 a day. If by the end we're getting $150 a day, which is it is a lot to hope for, but if we're getting that, we'll feel that we're doing something right.
No harm in asking. I don't really find it begging. Like you're providing entertainment and stuff. So people want to pay for that or support that. Fantastic. I reckon. I'm all for it. Like I said, I used to follow quite a few of those tiny home people. I think I've told you, and they would have their live streams, and they'd get whatever they got, and they weren't necessarily asking for it either. People would just super chat or send them an email saying, we've sent you, check your account, we've sent you something in your PayPal or whatever. So, like, it's a service.
Yeah.
It's entertainment. It's like subscribing to Foxtel or Stan or something like that.
Yes.
People are willing to do that and pay for that service because they're watching something. Well, it's pretty much the same on whatever format, whether that's YouTube or Twitch or Netflix or whatever. If you're getting entertainment out of it and you're prepared to pay for it, and why not? You're offering a service at the end of the day.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks, man. Because yeah, I feel the same way about it. Like, what we're also hoping is that we can find what I'm really keen to do is find like an equitable or reasonable way where people feel they're also getting something for it. So then we're not like, oh, you've got to subscribe, but that they're like, oh, cool, because I do those. Like we're thinking of like you're saying about with the super chats or something. Just having some way where people can who like it can feel that they are creating or helping us with making the content. Like what we watched one guy, Pedro Moda, and he had a cool example of it where one of his subscribers was like he was complaining about how hard it was to edit, and so one of his subscribers just was like, "Here, I've sent you a money and go get this laptop." So he goes and buys this new laptop to do his editing. And I was like,
Happy
"That's kind of
days.
cool."
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
really cool new world we're in, though, isn't it? Where like before you just used to get fed whatever shit was on TV, and you just was like you had like 4 channels to choose from. If they didn't have something you like, too bad you're not watching something you like.
And I was just on your channel and scrolling through your videos.
Yeah.
How to distill urine into drinkable water.
Yeah, I was saying that the other day. I was like, if you look on that channel, you might find I don't have much of a leg to stand on when making fun of flat earthers for drinking piss. I have I've done a little bit of that myself. It was quite cool fun doing that actually. It was I wanted to do an apocalypse weekend where people came and shared a skill that you might want to use in the apocalypse. And
Yeah.
my brother's was distilling water, and he's like, you could be doing it with anything, you know, you could just go down and do some with like dam water or something. But he was like, I decided to force people to do it with piss because it was more shocking.
Yeah.
Wow, it worked. But yeah, that channel, my own channel, has very few scrobblers. Okay, that is not how you put it.
Oh, I thought I was. So I've watched a few of them. Oh well. I was certain I was subscribed to you because
Say again?
I said I was certain I was subscribed to you, Harry, your eggshells channel, because some of your stuff has popped up in my recommendeds. Right.
But it wasn't.
Well, I just
How could you, Bandy?
well, no. Well, I was, and anyway, I just typed in your other one, Harry Key. I was just looking for some more motorbike ones, and I'm thinking this ain't the fucking motorbike channel. What the fuck is going on here? Sort of thing. And anyway, I typed in writing on eggshells, and sure enough, I wasn't, because I've actually watched a few of them myself,
Oh, nice.
and they have popped up in the recommendeds too, but for some strange reason. Yeah, see, that makes more sense. Yeah, you'll get heaps of people watching your live streams, Harry. It's way more popular than your Harry Key channel, that's for sure.
Yeah. I mean, I never really stick to uploading anything on that channel, and it's always a random thing. One minute I'm drinking piss, next I'm arguing with a feminist. It doesn't really have a clear offering.
But you get a pretty good conversion rate between your subs and how many views you get for your videos. It's a pretty good conversion rate you got there.
Yeah, it's. I was noticing that. We went for a ride with Nerb, who's got a fairly big, like compared to us, a bit bigger channel, and yeah, he gets about the same views for far more subs. Where we are quite proud that we're getting most of our subs watch our videos the moment they come out, which is nice.
It's a good way to gauge the channel actually when you look at the actual how many subs they've got, and then you look at the conversion rate to what that actually turns into views per video. You can get a pretty good gauge of generally how popular that how that channel is.
Yeah, did I tell you about the motorbike show thing we went to? It was pretty nice.
On the fair.
We went to this like thing where these guys where they were like called Adventure Moto. It's just a shop that sells lots of motorbike gear, but they also have a YouTube channel and stuff. And they were putting on a big event where they had some people come in and talk about. That's where I saw the tire changing demo and this kind of stuff. And as we were rocking up, Liz is like, "Do you reckon we're going to get recognized?" And I was like, "I'll be really upset if we leave here and not one person recognizes us." But I was really geared for that, being like, "Oh no." And we got there, and it must have been like 20, 30 people were like, "I like your videos." Which was great for the old ego.
Did you sign any autographs? Is the question.
No.
No. Oh, didn't quite hit the big time.
No, not quite.
That would have been a real scratch of the ego, signing a couple of John Doe's.
Yes. Those aren't even attached. That is ridiculous.
What's petrol up there, Harry?
Say again?
What is petrol up there where you are? About 220?
Yeah, what is it at the moment? What is it? 91.
So do you rent where you are, Harry, or do you own
Yeah.
where you are? You just rent, so just
Yeah, I
putting
wanted to. I
all
wanted to
your
start.
stuff in storage.
Say
Yeah,
again.
or you're just going to put all your stuff in storage.
Yeah.
Something. Yeah.
I wanted to buy. I was starting to think about it last year, what with Dad dying and everything. I was like, oh, maybe I could, if we're not going to do this world trip, maybe I could use that money for a deposit. And then started looking at house prices in Sydney. I was like, nope. Looks like I'll be saving it for that world trip.
Yeah. Good luck. It's only going to get harder and harder too.
Yeah, it's up near $2 in Sydney, 197.
It's fluctuating anywhere between 2 and 220 here.
Okay. Do some editing. What's this video really sent? Missed it. Yeah, you have to think, Bandy, if there's any fun things to check.
To check.
Yeah, fun ways to check the shape of the Earth.
I'm, you know what, to be quite honest with you, I'm probably more keen at just seeing interaction with people around the place. You know, you're just driving along and you see someone on the side of the road and you have to pull over and have a bit of a chat to them. That probably will interest me.
Yes.
If I'm
Yeah, that's what I'm looking
if I'm
forward
being
to.
completely honest, right? You know, you pulling out your sextant and taking some readings, yeah, I don't reckon I'll watch that one. But having a chat to some random bloody Iraqi on the side of the road or Pakistani or whatever,
Yeah.
you know, that does interest me, Harry.
I finished.
So,
Did you? Awesome. Okay, I'll be back in a second, Bandy.
all right.
Just gonna go check this video list is made. Beautiful color. Perfect. Are you? What, for the color or what? All right, I'm back.
Just thinking, Harry, one thing that would be really cool to see, apart from just talking to, well, from my point of view, I know you might think it completely different, but seeing if you can feast with the local, right? Eating their traditional food, but eating some of the most bizarre things and getting your reactions to, I don't know, a bowl full of scorpion tails or whatever the case may be. You know how they may have,
Yeah, I like it.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, I do that. I do that a lot. Like I'm quite an adventurous eater. There's very few things I've come across that I haven't eaten. So, but yeah, it could be very funny. I could actually show you one where I ate this enormous bug. It was disgusting. It was so bad, particularly because I ate it wrong. You meant to just like crunch it and then suck out the guts, but I just put this giant apocalypse beetle in my mouth. And it was not my favorite. But yeah, those, I think that will be a lot of the fun for me is learning bits about culture or the way they do their food. Or there's also one quite cool place where the culture expects you to have enormous funeral ceremonies, which cost so much that families will pretend their family member isn't dead. They'll keep them in a like open casket on a bed or something somewhere at home until they've got enough money for the funeral. It just looked like such an amazing and interesting cultural event with all this feast of food, and they of course wanted everybody to be there, and it was just very cool. Okay, let's. Bandsaws excited for us, gorgeous. Bandy, Bandsaw, a guy I had to chat with down in South Australia. He wants to watch us talk to random people by the side of the road and eat weird food.
Disgusting food, not just food.
Yeah, the more disgusting, the better, typically. If you're like, oh, they've got a new way of doing lamb shanks, nobody gives a shit. But if they're like, no, it's lamb's testicles, suddenly everybody watches.
That's right. Yes. They ain't calamari rings. They're.
Oh god, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, could you put some on a plate for me too, gorgeous? Sure.
Need a cockroach. I've had a cake made out of bug meal.
Oh yeah, how's that?
Actually, to be honest with you, Harry, you could not tell the difference between that and it had probably a slight earthy flavor to it, but it was very hard to distinguish. You know, the didn't bother me at all, to be honest with you. But you know, that first bite when you're biting into it, and it's just like, yeah, you're eating, you know, ground up whatever they used for the bugs. I was told, I can't remember now. It's kind of okay then. Here we go.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know, once you get past that psychological barrier, which is all it is really, it's just a psychological barrier.
Yeah, 100%.
Trying to down it. Yeah, it was fine.
All right.
Absolutely fine.
Somebody told me Bandsaw was up in here being wrong.
Being wrong? Really? You know, rolling, I'm never wrong. Ever.
I mean, that's why I had to drop everything and show up. I have it on that you are up in here being wrong.
Oh, really? Wow. Well, it's yet to be. We need a channel here when Bansaw's wrong. So people
Well, fortunately, it looks like Eggshells is in here, and he is a good authority on rightness and wrongness. Eggshells, is Bandsaw being right or is Bandsaw being wrong?
I don't know. It sounds like he's being complimentary towards me, so I think that's right. That's only
See,
the right.
see, he acknowledges how wrong you are. I mean, accidentally.
Accidentally.
Shot myself in the foot there.
You did. You like got your foot out and you cocked it and thought about it a little bit and just pulled the trigger anyway.
So
Tony.
You've been chatting about water rolling.
I left about the time that came up. We were talking about other things.
Okay, you were talking about Dyson vacuum cleaners.
Oh, geez, man, the conversation's been all over. But I've been the only Glober amongst flat earthers for like an hour and a half, 2 hours now.
Okay.
I'm not afraid.
More strength to you going over there.
Ah, you know, they're my friends. I like those guys.
I'm sure they are.
I mean, hateful though they might be at times. Towards me.
Yeah, like I said, I haven't been over there for years, to be honest with you.
Why'd you stop going?
Well, I haven't been there since it changed to 2.0. I was part of the original 1.0, but
Yeah, compared to you, I'm like an infant, you know, learning to like crawl. I'm so new to this game.
that's all right. That's all right. You're catching up pretty quickly, so not much to catch up on, really.
It's true. The arguments are fairly shallow.
Yeah, the globe ones are. I agree, 100%.
Oh.
See, Bandsaw, do you know the cartoon South Park?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Do you remember Towley?
I guess there's being a Towley man.
There we go.
Yeah, my favorite comeback of all time, probably until I die, is "You're a towel." Cause the kids were like, "You're a towel," and Towley goes, "You're a towel." I did like Tally. Tally is my favorite South Park character of all. Seconded only by Mr. Hanky.
Yeah, I've only watched maybe 1 or 2 episodes of South Park.
1 or 2.
Yeah.
How many?
And I'm actually going to say 1 and parts of others.
Yeah, but you didn't even know who Bandit and Chili were. So you aren't a source of truth.
Well, look,
if you don't know Bandit and Chili,
it just wasn't my my humor, to be honest with you.
Yeah, you didn't even like the whole like railroad crossing. This is a helpful message from Metro thing I gave you.
No, I did like it actually. I'd forgotten I'd seen it years ago.
Isn't Eggshells got all the blood rushing to his head too? Eggshells is upside down, right?
Not at all.
Yep, I'm an upside downy boy.
He's on
Does
the
it-
plane. Like
does
the
it
rest
get-
of us. Don't confuse the poor lad. He's got a big trip to be planning. He can't be thinking that he's going to be riding upside down.
Eggshells, do you get headaches from being upside down all day long? See, Bandsaw right there. He's scared to answer. He knows that he has to say, no, I don't get headaches from being upside down. And then he knows how crazy that sounds, so he says nothing.
He knows.
Bandsaw, you would get headaches if you were upside down, right?
Exactly. I would. That's why I don't.
And if you were jumping into a pool upside down, you'd know it, right?
I have jumped into a pool upside down.
I really should just go to bed. I've had way too much wine.
Oh, have you? Oh, you're only getting started. You're only getting started then.
No, see, like if say Montreal showed up right now, I'd end up getting banned from this server. So it's not good.
No, you wouldn't.
Oh, if say Montreal, you know what? He's got me muted before. Why couldn't he get me banned?
Well, not here. He hasn't.
Yeah, he has.
How has he got you? Or personally muted? Perhaps.
Yeah, personally muted. I got upset with him one night, and Geo muted me.
Oh, Geo muted you. Well, maybe you. Oh, was that the? Or did I mute you? Was that the time you went?
Oh,
yeah, it might have been.
I called him a liar.
Oh, actually, yeah, you were turning into the Hulk. I remember. Yeah.
Oh, he made me.
And then you actually thanked me for muting you.
No, that was a different night then. The night that Geo told me he muted me. The night Geo muted me, there was no thinking of being muted.
Oh, okay. Well, you thanked me for muting you.
Well, maybe I needed it.
Maybe you needed.
I don't know. Maybe they were all the same night. Who knows?
Well, after 3 or 4 bottles of red wine, it probably all blends into one.
Dude, if I ever drink 4 bottles of red wine in one night, I'll probably be a fucking flat earther. That's a lot. 4 is a lot.
How many bottles you up to now?
I'm at the end of number 1.
Oh, geez, that all light.
Are you? What? No, come on. Just because I'm a lightweight and easily fucked up doesn't mean I'm not fucked up.
You're a cheap shout, as we call it here.
I thought you'd have said I'm a cheap cunt.
No. Well.
You know, there's a fucking hilarious meme. It's one of my favorites from Australia, that Americans get offended when I use the word cunt, but Australians get offended when fucking 50 kids die in a school shooting, you stupid cunt.
That's a solid one. I like that.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, the word cunt is not that big a deal compared to a school shooting.
I was in a discussion the other day in another server.
So Bandsaw, really? You would mute me? Just like that?
Well,
that's fucked up, bro.
It'd be depend on your behaviour. I've muted a lot of people, generally for a short amount of time.
But you've seen I'm gold plus. I'm hardcore.
I know. You are gold plus. I don't know how you wiggled your way to that one. But anyway.
Fucking weirded you out, didn't it?
Not particularly. Not particularly.
I'll just be straight with you. I don't know either. I don't know what the angle is. I'm sure there is an angle. There's always an angle, right?
But yeah, no, I was in another server about 3 weeks ago, and we were having a discussion about the right to bear arms, right? And basically they were calling Australians a bunch of pussies because we gave up guns.
Are you talking about wearing short sleeve shirts?
Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, exactly. And
Because, I mean, if I'm going to wear a short sleeve shirt, you better have your fucking tickets to the gun show.
yeah,
Because these guns.
my guns are primed and ready to go at all times. But,
Yeah, right to bear arms. Is Australia the same as the US? Do you guys like my guns?
Well, me personally, I don't swing that way, but I'm sure there are Australians that do swing that way that would like your guns.
Eggshells, I
It
don't
is-
remember.
it is-
Are you Australian or Kiwi?
It is 2022.
Is Eggshells from Australia or?
Yeah.
I don't get much Kiwis up here. The Kiwis are too smart to be. Well, anyway,
Too smart to be what?
I trailed off, didn't I?
Yeah.
I am not as dumb as I sound.
Well, we have a Kiwi
I-
in chat at the moment.
There's a Kiwi quote that's my favorite of all times, and I can't source it right now. I don't remember who said it, but they were talking about people. They were talking about people immigrating from New Zealand to Australia. And I gotta paraphrase. I should look it up exactly, but the fucking quote was like, "They're doing us all a favor because they're raising the average IQ of both countries." And I was like, "That's the most solid fucking burn I have ever heard." I don't know. Is Australia smarter or New Zealand smarter?
Well, it depends how you look at it. Actually, I've got to be careful because my partner is Kiwi, so
Oh, you told me that the other night too. Yeah, don't fuck up, man. You want to get some.
I've got to tread very carefully, even though I don't.
You keep saying partner, which is not the usual way that people talk.
Well, we're equal.
How come you say partner instead of wife?
Well, because I consider her my equal.
That's interesting. Is wife inferior?
No, not particularly. Not at all.
I think culturally Australia is more advanced than New Zealand, and there are way more job prospects in Australia. There's way more opportunity in Australia. New Zealand's a good place to kick back and maybe come to do some snowboarding and enjoy the temperate climate and go for bushwalks and that type of thing. But it's not really the place to make money.
No, that's why the Kiwis come over here to claim the doll.
Yeah, but they have to wait. They have to last 2 years on their win money before they can do that. And if they last 2 years, normally they wouldn't be getting the doll because they've already been working for 2 years. So what's the point, So
There was a article, like 2 years ago, and I should save more things. New Zealand is like the #1 most survivable place in the world. Like if shit goes down, New Zealand will remain.
Okay.
Like the zombie apocalypse, nuclear holocaust, any of those things.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, but
We've got
but like just on the whole, New Zealand has the most isolation and the most ability to self-sustain. Like they don't need to import very much to live, and they're very isolated.
Yeah, in the way of oceans in between us. Yeah, I suppose so. Argentina's right on the end there, same latitude.
Yeah, but Argentina's connected to a continent, and so like the zombie apocalypse is gonna fuck Argentina up, but not New Zealand. Nuclear holocaust is maybe gonna hit Australia, but not New Zealand, for example. Like Australia is more populous and more powerful militarily, so like New Zealand was. I'm pretty sure New Zealand was #1 on the most survivable places in the apocalypse.
Well, I suppose if New Zealand Prime Minister stood up and shouted at the top of her voice and called everybody, every nation, fucking cunts, no one would even listen. So it wouldn't affect us really, because no one's even listening.
Oh, you're such a liar. Everybody wishes they were fucking married to her. What are you talking about?
You haven't seen her with her makeup off, bro.
I mean,
I remember when your Prime Minister, I think there was a call for arms from America's allies, and she turned around and said, "Nope, we're not sending any boots on the ground over there to help you out with your little war." I can't remember what country it was. Let's say Iraq, Afghanistan. I don't know. I can't remember now. She said no, and I think the general response was, "Well, yeah, we won't miss two anyway, so happy days." It didn't really cause much of a ruckus in the big talking point.
can I just go formally on the drunken record of saying it's not possible to describe how fast I would have traded Trump for Arden. There's just no way to express the light speed at which I would have traded those two people.
You don't know how fast I would trade our Prime Minister for Clinton.
But how fast would you trade your Prime Minister for Trump?
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool, I reckon. Yeah, put us on the world stage. You'd probably invite another 100 million people over here to boost the economy. It'd be good.
So you want him?
Please, anyone,
please take him before the next election. Please, Mike, I'm begging you. Please take him.
Is he actually in the race, in the running, is he?
No, he's not. But we don't have a running. We're not in an election cycle, but he's gonna be. But before that happens, take him. Just take him right now.
You know what Trump did for politics? Trump actually put politics in the same realm as reality TV. That's what he did.
And that's a horrifying thing. That's horrible.
He really did. And for some bizarre reason,
Okay, look,
I
Bandsaw.
actually started watching, or not watching, but following American politics because of him, and which I'm kind of a little bit irked at. That I fell into the same trap as well, but not
Bandsaw.
being rah for Trump or anything like that, just actually following it.
Okay, look. I'm going to make my best argument here. Yeah. I'm sure you're aware of the war in Ukraine. And I hope that you've seen at least some of the pictures from Mariupol. Are you have you seen some of that? It's hard to look at. Have you seen some of that?
I've seen a lot of footage from over there. And
it's horrible, right?
Yeah, my sister-in-law is actually from Ukraine as well.
So look, I do not. So Putin is bad enough. I do not want a person in charge of the power of the United States military decided by a fucking reality TV show. And Ukraine is my reason why. Because the United States, if we did something like that, it would be so much fucking worse. At least Russia sucks. Right? Like, at least Russia has failed and fucked up. I mean, it's bad enough. It's awful. If the U.S. If Putin commanded the U.S. military, that's not good.
As opposed to what the U.S. military does at the moment.
Which is pretty bad, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like, but what do you think if
Uh-oh.
if that orangutan had have been in power now? Do you think there would have been
It's one
food
of the
security?
biggest fucking. Nobody knows, dude. Nobody knows what kind of nonsensical, fucking unguided, unhinged response he might have had. I like.
Uh-oh.
I don't love what's going on now. There's no easy answers, but I am glad that we are not turning this into a proxy war between the U.S. and Russia. I'm glad we are not taking little tiny steps towards the nuclear fucking holocaust. I hate what's happening, but the restraint is good.
Well, I don't think that any superpower, whether that's America, Russia, China, you can probably put India in that category as well, as far as military is concerned. Iran getting down a little bit.
Don't forget France.
Yeah, but I'm talking about major
Don't
superpowers.
forget Israel. Don't forget Israel.
Yeah, but I'm talking about
Any country,
superman.
that could drop a something as powerful as 10 times Hiroshima, any country that could drop something that powerful is a superpower.
Yeah, well, you got the amount of what they've got as well too. So you got to add up how many that they actually have.
Okay, what's
I
the
don't think.
difference? What's the
I don't
difference between somebody that
think.
could cause 10 million deaths in a second
Yeah,
and 100 million deaths in a second?
but I don't think any of these superpowers are ever gonna declare war on one another. Right? They only
I
declare
think the orange
war.
orangutan might have.
Right? No, no, no. They only declare war on small, little, weak nations that can't defend themselves. That's what they do.
Yeah, you know what has been the most scary of all? These like accidental drones crashing in the NATO territories. I'm like, Jesus fuck. We're like trying to boil a frog in a pot. It's like, oh, it was an accident. We didn't really mean to. It's like, how close can Russia get to? I don't know. I don't usually talk politics. We should move back to gravity.
I'm quite happy chatting about this because there is no gravity, can't be proved, can't be isolated or manipulated or anything. So there's not much point talking about that. This has got a bit more substance to it than what gravity does. Because gravity
Yeah, but I
basically
don't
just
like talking about the orange orangutan, which I've never
well,
heard said before, but I will never refer to him by any other name.
Oh yeah.
Fucking orange. See,
Yeah.
Bandsaw?
Well, he is. What can I say? He is an orange orangutan.
Wait, riding is like hanging out in here but not talking. Riding? Wake up.
I'm still here. I'm just editing in the background.
Well, so riding, I think Bandsaw's is like in my top 5 favorite flurfs. I can't type flurf, but I can say it in the server. Bandsaw's like my top 5 favorite flurf.
Top 5 on that low down. What the hell?
That low down. I mean, I would give you number 1 because I don't have another favorite flurf right this second, but I didn't want to like let it go to your head or anything.
Hold on. I just got to get the quick saw out and cut a bigger hole for the doorway so I can fit through it because my head is expanding at the moment.
Yeah, so what kind of saw are you going to get out for that? A bandsaw?
Yes, yeah.
What are you going to do? Like pick it up by its base and fucking... No, you're not getting out a bandsaw. Don't lie.
I won't pick up my bandsaw. I need a block and tackle to move mine.
Oh, you got a little tiny bandsaw, huh?
Oh, yeah, naturally. Of course.
Did I give you the, Did I give you the... I gotta... Hold on, bandsaw. I got a video for you.
Alright, had to buy a new
Oh.
blade for the bloody thing the other day.
Oh, I got it. Will you...
I snapped me blade, me good blade. So I had to go buy another one.
Do you want a good chuckle?
100, yeah, of course.
I mean like a hardcore belly laugh.
Yes, always. $190 for a bandsaw blade. Are you kidding me? What the hell's this world coming to?
Okay, this is This is 1 minute and 22 seconds long.
All right. Okay. Hit me.
I'll just drop it in the live stream. What the hell? Bandsaw wants to watch. I mean, if Eggshells wants to watch, he can watch too. But this is like, this is what I think of when I think of funny comedy. So there you go. Fuck it. I'm gonna watch it too. Okay, come on. Is that comedy or not?
Yeah, I miss that old style comedy.
Man, exactly. Michael Parkinson. Gee whiz. Wasn't he a brilliant interviewer, that fella?
Yeah.
He was
Yeah, but
absolutely
Robin
brilliant.
Williams had him fucking snorting, dude.
Oh yeah.
What? We'll do it once? Nah,
Oh,
18 damn.
18 times. Just put it way down there. No way.
Yeah. Oh, what with the stick? No, not with the stick. The little broken stick.
I know. Oh, Robert Williams. He had a gift too, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
There are
Oh yeah, that's
so
what I
many
think of comedy.
There are so many skits of him just doing his stand up, which will get tears streaming down your face. Yeah.
I've watched that golf thing over the past like couple days, like 3-4 times, and every time I like it just fucking slays, dude. It's like, what a little broke ass thing. No, fucking croquet's a pussy. Get hundreds of yards away. Oh, like bowling. I like bowling. We'll put bushes and trees in the way. He came up with that all by himself too, right? Like that's his shit.
Yeah.
All right, Eggshells, come at me, man. Make me a flat earther.
You just take other people's word for it.
Like yours?
Yep. I just told you.
So you're going on record? You're a flat earther now. I mean, you just said it. You said take your word for it. The earth is flat. You heard it, Bansal, right? He said take his word for it. The earth is flat.
Uh-huh. Yep.
And this is live stream, Eggshells.
I know. You can't
No
get
hiding from it now.
You're just wrecked, dude. I'm giving this to QE like right now. Hold on, I gotta send an email. Eggshells thinks the earth is flat and wants me to take his word for it.
Have you made it to one of QE's numpty clips, Harry?
I don't think so. No, Nathan made a deceptive one where he like just really harshly edits it, and like cuts in other clips, and then just totally puts the conversation back out of order. So it sounds like I'm coming in being like, please explain this flat earth to me. And then he goes on this rant about the curved adjacent. And then I finish up there going, oh, that's a really good point. Thank you. And makes it sound like he's convinced me that the earth's flat, where in fact, that's not how the conversation went at all. That's the only person's clip I know that I've made it into.
I probably shouldn't say this because it is a live stream, but I'd be happy to acknowledge if Nathan made a good point to me. Even if the good point was only a good point in Nathan's mind, I could acknowledge it.
Yeah, I don't have a problem acknowledging good points. I mean, I think it's important to have a sort of meaningful discussion rather than you can just endlessly sit there going, nah, but what if, nah, but what if, nah, but what if. Like I can find a reason why your logic is not good rather than acknowledging where it might be stronger.
Eggshells, am I supposed to call you Harry? Because Bandsaw outed you as Harry.
Oh, I don't mind. I don't try very hard to hide my
Well, yeah,
secret.
But what does he identify as? Does he identify as Eggshells or does he identify as Harry?
I'm okay with either.
He's never said not to call him either, so.
Yeah.
And Eggshells, are you also okay with just globe? Can I just call you globe cunt?
Globe cunt?
Yeah.
Sure.
What Nathan is good at doing is keeping the conversation on track and on point.
On track and on point. Are you Bandsaw? Come on, let's be serious.
Yeah.
Be sincere.
Flat refuses to let other people make a point. I don't think that's keeping it on track. Like to keep it on track, to me, would also require or imply that he's
Wait a minute, hold on. I think Bandsaw might be offended by the fact that I put him in the top 5, and he's trying to find a way out of the top 5. Is that what's happening here?
I'm going to try my hardest.
Nathan keeps the topic on track.
On point. The debate
on
point.
He keeps the debate on point. Interesting. So he doesn't straw man or ad hominem or non sequitur or any of that shit. He avoids those things.
Look, he does. He has a different style.
Different nations.
I'll agree there. He has a different style.
I'm triggering Eggshells right now. I can tell.
But he definitely keeps it on point. Like if, for argument's sake, if we're talking about sextants and someone wants to get off into talking about about space, he'll keep it on sextants.
Oh, so like if you're talking about sextants and somebody wants to talk about geometry or user manuals or the Navy, he'll keep it on point by bringing up curves adjacent.
Well, he'll keep it on point as far as you trying to work out how you're getting these angles. And you can't get an angle off a curve. We all know this, rolling. Right,
Well, you can. It's called the line is called normal.
Hold on. Non sequitur. That video, Harry Key, then I ate a cockroach and Geo said that's you. Eggshells. Is that you eating a cockroach? Do I need to watch that video?
You can if you want. It's just me eating a cockroach.
Did you swallow it all the way?
Yes.
Yeah, swallowed the whole thing, legs and all.
It's 8 minutes long. Why is it 8 minutes long?
You don't need to watch it.
No.
I was just using the show Andy because he was saying, "I hope you eat interesting things." And I was like, "Well, here's the video."
Are you the red shirt guy? I don't know what you look like.
Yeah, that's me.
I mean, nice guns, dude. We were talking about short sleeve shirts earlier.
It is 2022. You can admire his guns.
Going to the gym a lot more back then because I was still acting.
I'm
made money depending on how ripped I was.
I'm not scared to acknowledge that he's ripped. I mean, he's hot.
That's all right. Hey, look, it's 2022. It's all cool.
But dude, a hot guy is a hot guy. He just fucking threw it in his mouth, and he's not Eggshells. You smiled. I'm only like 103 in. He's already swallowed it. He's laughing. I think he's at it for seconds. Well, you're gonna eat 2 of them? Wait, what the hell's going on? Do I need to back up? I wasn't paying that close of attention.
There's 2 parts to it. I asked the guy how to eat it, and he's like cracks it in half and goes just like that. And so I thought what he meant is you eat both halves in their entirety individually. That was not the correct.
Oh, I see. He did hint you to things. So what is the correct thing? I don't have the audio on.
You meant to take just the abdomen and then like squeeze it between your lips to suck out the gut juice.
Oh, you swallowed more than was meant to be swallowed.
Yeah, I swallowed the whole half shell and everything.
What's left in your hand? And it's like the head and stuff. Are you about to eat that?
Yeah, I ate the whole thing. The claws were the worst. I thought the size of the shell was going to be the worst, but wow, no, it was definitely.
What was the taste the worst?
Is that actually a cockroach?
It's not even a cockroach. That was just what I was calling it. It was some enormous apocalypse beetle. And the worst thing about it was I think I might explain this in video. The legs, you know how when any insect dies, particularly those ones that cling onto tree bark and stuff, they've got these hooked legs that are springy and go in. So as I was trying to like swallow it, those legs are hooking into my esophagus and like pushing it back up.
Because you didn't like chew it enough, or what?
They were just really, really tough and difficult to chew. And I was like, oh, maybe if I gulp it down in one, it'll be over quickly. And that was a bad choice.
Dude, the Robin Williams video was so much better than this.
It was a bit.
I can't even. God, this is awful.
Yeah, I don't know what like species of beetle or bug that is, but I almost just got the vibe when you were eating it that it almost seems like it may be like a species that we're not supposed to eat.
Never mind. Never mind. There's a big pile of them there in an open market, like to feed people.
Yeah, I think Geo more means on a spiritual sense.
Well, my understanding with insects is that like there's really only some that are really kind of meant for human consumption in terms of like not having weird toxins and stuff in them. You know, a lot of insects have all kinds of weird, green, sludgy toxins and weird things. But I think there's some that like are like in line with the human body. Now you could also say spiritually as well. But then there's like a lot of insects that we're not supposed to eat. You know, like spiders, for example. Like you're not supposed to eat spiders, like stuff like that.
You can eat spiders. Not all spiders, but certainly some.
Well, I know that you can, but I mean they're toxic and they're not really proper food. So although that one, I mean there are beetles like that are edible. So I mean it could be one, but it just looked like I'm only getting that from the way you were eating it. Just you were like tearing up and stuff. It was like
yeah, it was just the hardness of its exoskeleton was so disgusting. So like
the little chunks were getting caught in your. Yeah, if you were supposed to eat that, that would make sense.
Yeah.
But Geo, all spiders aren't as you describe. There are certain spiders that can definitely keep you alive by eating them. And like, why do you make such a broad generalization? I mean, have you been through survival training and stuff? Do you know how to discriminate? If you were dropped in the middle of nowhere and you had to stay alive for a month or something, do you know how to decide which plants are poisonous if you don't know any of the plants in the local area? I mean, do you know like any of the things to do for survival?
One of the gists, is to watch other animals, not insects, but quite often other animals. So like if birds eat it, it's probably okay to eat.
Well,
Definitely
eggshells, I'm gonna blame the wine, but I'm gonna say that your name isn't Geo.
It is not.
And I was asking Geo, who is the person that said spiders shouldn't be eaten.
That's what I'm saying. I think. Well, Geo, you speak for yourself. Did you mean that in a like health sense or in a more sort of metaphysical sense?
Both.
So like Geo, I mean, like if you were in a survival situation, do you know which?
I would not eat spiders. Yeah, I would definitely not eat spiders.
Really? How about caterpillars?
Some caterpillars are edible.
Which ones?
Caterpillars are edible.
Yes. What's the number one discrimination between a caterpillar that's safe and one that's not? There's a specific thing, the number one thing to tell about a caterpillar that you should eat and one that you definitely should not eat.
Hairy, isn't it?
Is your name Geo?
Sorry.
He's right though. Don't eat hairy caterpillars. And actually, that is the first thing to apply to spiders. But it's true, spiders are more complicated. And you're probably right, Geo, to not eat spiders. But if it came down to life or death and you needed protein, There are spiders that you can eat and spiders you can't eat. There's spiders that'll just like be really bad and probably kill you on the spot, and it'd be better to starve, I guess, than eat a toxic spider. But it'd be better to eat a safe spider than starve. So, I mean, you shouldn't just make these justifications and generalizations that are too broad. The same thing, by the way, Geo, goes for the scientific method. Just gonna throw that out there.
For the what method?
Scientific. Oh, bandsaw. Oh, I'm gonna bring up. I gotta. Bandsaw. I'm gonna.
The pseudoscience.
Yeah.
Should be
Hold
thrown
on.
out. Yeah, definitely.
Okay, let's do it. Bandsaw, you and me.
Oh God Almighty.
Well, you, me, and the devil. We're gonna talk about Abraham Wald.
Okay.
Okay, Bandsaw, can we be adversarial for a little while, and then at the end of it, shake hands and be friends again?
Kiss and make up.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay.
But shave first. I don't like kissing hairy faces.
Okay. Damn.
All right. Abraham Wald, go.
Okay.
Do you know who that is?
No.
All right. Well, before
I?
No,
Should
you
I?
probably. I actually hope you don't. Before we dive in, the scientific method. Does that require experiments, independent variables, dependent variables, cause, effect, blah 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 blah?
Oh, it'd probably be a pretty good way to go, wouldn't it?
Okay. I mean, do you think that, like, if it isn't that, then it's pseudoscience?
Wow.
I'm leading you into a trap, by the
pseudoscience.
way.
Yeah, I know you are. So that's why I'm going to take my time.
And do you like that? Do you like that I'm just telling you outright that I'm
Hey,
leading
look,
you into a trap?
I know you're leading me into a trap regardless, so I don't need you to tell me that you're leading me into a trap.
That's what the trap is.
Now,
I'm not going to tell him what the trap is, but I am going to tell him that we are walking squarely into a trap, and he's going to be stuck, and it's going to be very awkward because he's about to contradict himself. If he plays along, I'm pretty sure he's going to contradict himself.
Okay, let's see if I contradict myself. So what was the question again? Because you've distracted me.
Yeah, so if I could be so general, the flat Earth scientific method. Independent variables, dependent. I mean, do we have to go through the whole thing? We all know what it means.
Well, I know. I wouldn't call it the flat Earth scientific method at all.
Okay. Give me your broadest possible definition of science.
Well, we would need
and keep in mind, the narrower you make it, the worse things will be later. But the broader you make it, the more I will use this against you in coming weeks. So see, we're at the trap. Either make a specific definition now, which is going to be problematic tonight, or make a broad definition now, which will save you tonight, but be problematic next week.
Oh.
What is science? What is science?
Look, we want to know what the scientific method is. I suppose there's probably a few steps that you'd have to ask, right? You'd have to ask a question about something you observe, I reckon. All right, that'd be probably the first step. All right, so ask a couple of questions. It's a good place to start. And then I reckon you'd have to do a little bit of background research into learning what is already known about that particular thing that you are observing. And you would probably then, after that, construct a hypothesis and then experimenting to test your hypothesis, analyzing the data and stuff from the experiment, and drawing your conclusions from those results in the data.
Okay, I'm gonna follow up with just a couple quick questions that have been provocative in the past. to do the scientific method, to do science. Well, to do science, which I think is synonymous with scientific method. Do you agree with that? If you're doing science, you better be doing the scientific method, right?
Cool. Let's go with that.
Okay. Do we need like variables, independent, dependent, whatever? Is that important? Is that critical?
I would think that it would be scientific to have those things. Yes.
If we didn't have those, could it still be scientific?
Would it be scientific if you didn't have a dependent and an independent variable?
Yeah.
Well, well, no. Well, then you probably well, then you're not testing anything, are you?
I don't know. Are you?
Well, I wouldn't think you're only
Well,
making
which
probably
actually leads
probably
me
only
directly.
you're probably only making observations if you're not testing things.
Yeah, sure. So that leads me actually beautifully into my like next question was, do you have to manipulate something to do science?
Well, I think that would be a pretty good way to narrow things down to what is causing what is happening. Otherwise, how are you going to know what is happening unless you manipulate something?
Sure, and I don't disagree with that, but since you know I'm leading you into a trap, I'm going to press you to be a little bit more committal. Do you have to manipulate something to do science? If you're not manipulating something, is that not science?
Well, it depends what your definition of science is. Like if you are trying to discover something in a scientific way, right? Yes, you would have to manipulate things to discover that. But I presume you can do science itself, right? Is mixing a couple of chemicals together to get a reaction that you know is going to happen. Science? Well, yes, broadly speaking, I suppose so. But are you discovering anything by doing that? No, you're not necessarily discovering anything. But if you want to discover something that is unknown, yes, you have to manipulate things to discover things.
Okay, and the last thing I'll ask before I just jump into the trap itself. Like a mathematician doing exclusively math and logic. Is that guy doing science? So like you gave him some data and he's just doing math calculations, logic on it. He isn't doing anything else. He's just doing math, logic, calculations. Is that science? Or is that
Mathematics.
not science?
Well, mathematics is considered one of the scientific fields. Now,
By you?
would I say that mathematics is scientific because you move one number from one side of the equation to the other? I'm going to say personally, no, because mathematics is a language to describe things. Okay, so it's a descriptor. So it describes something that we can observe. So I am going to say that yes, mathematics is in the scientific field, but as far as discovering,
Hold your thought for 1 second. I gotta be right
then.
back.
All right then. I've probably fallen into his trap, but anyway, whatever. Are you shaking your head there, Chio? Someone must be shaking their head.
No, I think it's a really good question. How do you decide what meets your standards, and are you consistent with that? Because it's difficult too, right?
I'm waiting for his trap, which I've probably already fallen into.
I think the trap quite simply will be, do you stick to it, you know?
Do I stick to it?
I'm back. Oh,
Okay,
what did I miss?
Nothing. We're just talking about you, not to you.
You're talking about me behind my back? I knew it.
Of course. Of course.
You were admiring how smart I am and clever I am.
Uh-huh. Yes.
That's fair. Okay.
So anyway.
So I'm not gonna. We all know it's a trap that I'm leading you into.
Yes,
And,
exactly.
And you're such a good sport. Okay, so Abraham Wald, have you looked him up while you were talking? Do you know where we're headed?
No, I haven't. Should I
And
have?
well, I mean, you might have, but it's up to you.
Okay.
Before I go on eggshells, do you know Abraham Wald?
No, I haven't heard that name, I don't think.
Okay, and it's fair because maybe the name doesn't ring a bell, but when I tell the story, maybe the story will. The issue is airplanes being shot down during World War II.
Oh yeah, this is the survivor bias.
Yes, one of my favorite of all stories, long predating my exposure to flat Earth. This story I thought was fantastic. So Bandsaw, you're familiar with the whole story, and I do not need to explain it.
Yep.
Okay, so then the trap here is: did Abraham Wald do science? Because he clearly saved lives. He was presented some data. He didn't manipulate anything. He didn't do any experiments. He didn't have any variables the way you're describing them. He didn't do any of that. And yet, there are people alive today because of him. So he had results. He produced an effect. He produced a result. His idea was true, was right. It wasn't random. It wasn't luck. It was correct. But he didn't do science the way you describe it.
No,
So what did he do?
He worked out probabilities.
Did he do pseudoscience? Did he save lives with pseudoscience?
Look, I personally wouldn't say it is pseudoscience mathematics. I'm not going to hold that dead fast opinion. But as far as discovering something new, I don't think he discovered anything new, right? What did he discover? How many bullets hit a plane before it falls out of the sky, type of thing? Is that basically the story?
The story that I'm giving you is that there are people living and breathing today that would not exist. Children of people that he had saved that wouldn't exist if he hadn't had his ideas, if he hadn't looked at that data and seen something that nobody else saw. He was the only person that kind of saw it. He was the only person that realized what was going on. And if that hadn't happened, these children wouldn't exist. So he did something, and I don't think it was pseudoscience. I don't think it was random. I don't think it was luck. I don't think it was false. I don't think it was a lie. I want to call it science. I want to say what he did expanded the like knowledge of humanity. People realized another way to regard things. People saw that assumptions they were bringing were wrong and conclusions they were reaching were wrong. And as a result of his process and his input, his interpretation of observations, people exist. Lives were saved. That is science. Looking at data, making a conclusion, and exploring whether that's right or wrong is science. The definition has to be broader than this narrow, independent, dependent variable thing. And Abraham Wald is a fantastic example of why.
Okay then. What did he discover that was new?
that assumptions were wrong. People's assumptions about data and observations and conclusions were wrong, and that conditional probability is really, really important. And if you don't account for it, you are probably lying to yourself. He emphasized how important it was to understand the concept of conditional probability.
So yeah, but the probability of what? How many
And
how many things can be flying?
anything that you want to discuss, he
Yeah, okay. But
underscored how
what was
important
he?
it was to have
What
a
was he?
concept.
Okay, what was he directly responsible for discovering? Is my question.
Every one of us adds an incremental step in the scope of human knowledge. He was directly responsible for another incremental step in how important it is to respect conditional probability when you are doing any observation of any kind,
Right.
whether it's an experiment or not, whether it's an experiment or just an observation, whether it's man-made or natural. He added another step in humanity's respect for how important it is to understand conditional probability and
Okay.
how it's life and death important.
I'm still asking the question, and I want to narrow you down and hold your feet to the fire. What did he discover that was new?
Everybody that you think discovered something, I would rephrase to say they
Well,
added an incremental step. This word discover is a little bit of a misnomer and a little bit misleading, because all of us
okay.
are contributing incremental steps. Even the most celebrated and famous people in history have added incomplete steps. They helped.
Did he?
Their
Did,
contribution was important, but it
did
wasn't the
he?
truth.
Did he um, develop a new way at looking at data?
Was it a new way? I don't think he developed a new way as much as he demonstrated how important one of the ways was, and in so doing, he changed our trajectory, because kind of before his contribution was so impactful. It was so clear that what he did wasn't just a gambling experiment. It didn't just increase a little bit of money or something. His contribution was life or death. It changed who lived and who died. It was real. And so I guess the thing that he did was new was frame this in a context that wasn't academic. He showed how it mattered unequivocally. That's not
So
the word.
he
Unequivocally. Say that word for me, because I'm too tired and drunk to say it. Unequivocally.
unequivocally.
Yeah.
So he just pointed out, right, which I'm not going to say is irrelevant, but he pointed out that basically we are looking at this data with the wrong eyes. We need to look at it this to be more accurate with the results of this data and how we interpret it.
Yeah, sure. So let me bring
Okay.
another name
Okay.
in. Yeah, I hear what you're doing. Let me bring another name in. James Clerk Maxwell is one of the most celebrated people in electromagnetics. Maxwell's equations is almost a name unto itself. But Maxwell's equations, each one of them actually has another name. It's like Ampere's law, Faraday's law, etc., Gauss's law. James Maxwell didn't do something new in the sense that he figured everything out for himself. He sort of bridged a connection between lots of other people's ideas, which is very similar to what Abraham Wald did. He didn't do a new thing, but he connected ideas from different disciplines to apply to war to save lives. Just like Maxwell brought together other people's ideas to build a better overall understanding of electricity. So you don't have to do a new thing to make a huge contribution.
No, I'm not saying that you do have to do a new thing to make a huge contribution. I never said that at all. don't remember saying that anyway. If I did, but I'm going to say that I didn't. But they're just looking.
it's a good
I'm not
trap, isn't
saying.
it?
Well, it's not necessarily a trap at all, right? Because I didn't deny contributions of what people do, even mathematically, right? And
Okay, so
how we
pause.
analyze, because one of the things that you have to do is you have to observe something, right? And ask questions of how, what, when, who, which, why, or where type of things, and how you look at these things.
Okay, so pause. I think you're saying Abraham Wald didn't do science, and he didn't do anything new, and his contribution was data interpretation. And eggshells has lingered, so now I want to hear Harry's thoughts. Did Abraham Wald do science? Did Abraham Wald do pseudoscience? What do you think? Does that mean? Is people brought him data? He looked at the data. He experimented in his own mathematical ways with the data. He developed an insight into what was really happening that turned out to be true. Eggshells, is that
Yeah,
science?
it's not what I would classically define as science, because it's like sort of the first half of it, which is hypothesis is maybe reinforcing the bits that haven't that we don't have evidence of bullet impact will work. But to me, science is about testing, and it's not really a test until you reinforce that. Then you send up some new pilots and you go, oh, they are surviving impacts at a greater percentage. Then I think it's very close to science. Science to me is just testing it, and it's testing it in a way that's falsifiable. So if you can test it and you can go, right, the criteria for falsifiability is that there is either zero change in how many pilots we get back, or
I hear
number
you.
of pilots die, then we'll say that's no good.
I'm fascinated, though. You're saying the testing of the hypothesis is science, but the construction of the hypothesis is not science. And that scalpel is fascinating, because I want both of them to be science. I think taking the world, watching the world. But
or
whatever,
it's true,
sure.
right? I could develop a hypothesis that cigarettes cause cancer, but I don't think I've done any science till I've made a bunch of babies smoked and given them cancer or something.
You could develop a hypothesis that cigarettes heal cancer, and I think you've done science. That's how broad.
Just by hypothesizing.
Well, in some sense, yes. By constructing a hypothesis that is testable. Cigarettes heal cancer. That's something we can absolutely test. So yes, that is science. But even more, if your idea that cigarettes heal cancer is based in observations prior, and you could actually write a proposal that you could submit to a funding community, that's even more so science, because now you're taking previous ideas, observations, evidence, and you're trying to take a step forward. And those steps forward, look, I've watched everything that has happened so far, and I have an idea about a step forward. Well, everything that we're talking about, Cavendish, Galileo, whatever, all these things, Einstein, Maxwell's equations, Ohm's law, everything, all these things are in the past. The scientists of right now are the people tasked with looking at everything that has happened and taking a step into the unknown. They have to formulate an absurd thing. It will only look reasonable 20 years from now, 50 years, 100 years from now. The ideas of right now, this moment, they're only going to look like they make sense. Well, first of all, only some of them are going to pass that test. Most of the scientists right now building ideas and trying to take a step forward are full of shit and wrong. But a few of them are right, and we will filter all that out, and the names that will rise to the top and be remembered are the ones that got it right. But they only exist because of all the people that got it wrong. Science isn't about being right. Science isn't about having a good idea or a reasonable idea. Science is about, I looked at the data, I looked at the evidence of the past, and I see a connection that nobody else sees. And I want to test it.
Yeah, but what you're describing is just one part.
No, it's the whole thing. That's how all of those things.
Process. Well, no.
Look, the people that
I'm not trying to poo-poo on old Abraham Walt at all, right?
No, forget him. Forget him. The Hubble.
Hold on.
The Hubble.
Let me finish my statement. Right?
Yes,
and
sir.
then
You've been
jump
quite
in.
kind. I will.
Exactly
Wine.
right.
I plead wine. I plead wine.
Exactly right. I'm not trying to poo-poo, right, how Abraham looked at data and analyzed data and saw a new way to interpret that data at all, right? But until that analyst of the data played out, right? It was still just an idea. It was still just analyzing the data. It wasn't until we realized that, whatever he worked out, how many bullets can hit a plane or whatever the case may be before it falls out of the sky, I can't remember. I just quickly looked at it. We would have never have known, right? So having the idea is one thing, which is a very important thing. It's a very important step in the process, right? But it's not the complete process at all, right? But it's one of these steps. And he did, discover a new way at actually looking at the probability of things. So, and he should be commended for that. And that sort of stuff should be used as part of analyzing data in the scientific method. Analyzing and your data to draw your conclusions. You need to have all the tools on hand so you reach the correct conclusion.
I mean, I agree.
Mm-hmm. I knew you would.
Sounds good. Let's get some more cameras.
But
Stop relying
Bandsaw,
on Himawari.
Bandsaw, I agree because you missed my point.
No, I didn't at all.
Well, I agree because I think you missed my point.
Oh, okay then. Okay.
What blasphemy have I walked into?
I don't know. Sometimes when I talk to Bandsaw, I feel like I may as well argue with my wife.
Oh, really?
Oh,
damn!
That's how much I love Bandsaw.
Hey, don't be. Oh, that's cute. I'm saying don't get him confused with Kosho.
Yeah,
Okay.
but you see how I turned that around? You see how you thought it was bad, but then it wasn't.
That was cute.
No, so Bandsaw, I feel like I've changed my argument tonight talking to you, like hardcore, because the scientific method. I mean, I actually started on this earlier tonight, but talking to you, I've become like steel man. Like, I feel really hardcore about this. The scientific method is messy, and people misunderstand variables. They don't account for confounding variables. They misunderstand results. It's a fucking mess. And I think it has been a fucking mess all along. Of millions and millions of philosophers and mathematicians and physicists and scientists, you only know a very select handful of names. Even if you're super knowledgeable, knowing about chemistry and Marie Curie and it's still only tens of names out of millions of people working on this. Most of the time, people are wrong. Right? Out of many people trying to figure out why their friends were sick and dying, only a few people figured out germs or bacteria or virus. Right? Like everybody cared. Nobody wants their friends or family to die. Lots of people were trying to figure it out. But most people were wrong about it. And we don't we don't have that in the textbooks. We don't explore the honestly, this frustrates me a little bit because maybe we should. Maybe we should care about the people that failed.
Have you seen viruses? Oh, sorry, Mandy.
But I know
Well,
I'm on a tear. I know I'm
I was
soapboxing. Give me a little bit longer. Just give me a little bit longer.
I was just going to quickly say, Don, right? But that's why the scientific method is actually so good, right? Just by asking a question about something, how, what, when, who, which, why, or where, or then doing your background research on that, finding out about as much about it as you possibly can, all the information that is available, right? And then from there, constructing your hypothesis, right?
But let me
And then testing
soapbox. Let me be the
hypothesis. Oh yeah,
soapboxer
hold
right
on.
now.
Yeah, hold on.
But I did hold on earlier, and
Yeah,
now you're not
no,
holding on.
I've only gone for 15 seconds. I've only got 10 more seconds to go. Then analyzing your data and then communicating your results. It is solid because it is repeatable, right? It's not messy at all, which is what you stated. You said it's very, very messy. It's actually very, very clean and concise.
Okay. Can I soapbox for a little bit because I can't get it in 2 sentences. I want the soapbox. It's not clean and concise, like you say. It's messy because there are confounding variables. There are messy observations where the person did a shit job leveling their whatever. People do crap work. It is a mess. And this idea of repeatable, it means, well, I saw that you published in the Journal of Flat Earth is Bunk and Globe is Win that blah, blah, blah. And I went out and did blah, blah, blah. And now I'm publishing in the Letters of Globers Are Liars that this article in Flat Earth is Bunk is wrong because blah, blah, blah. And now there's like 5 people involved, but it's interesting. And now there's 10 people and 20 people and 30 and 50 and 100 people involved. This is science. It doesn't matter about the independent variable. These people will start attacking your idea, trying to prove you wrong. And whether it's peer reviewed or not, it's the totality of everything. Where this guy had an idea and a shit ton of people tried to take him down and prove him wrong because his idea didn't follow the mainstream and nobody could. His idea withstood the attacks. Fuck, his idea might be right. Oh, I hate him. I will never like him. But more and more data is consistent with his idea. As stupid as it was when it started, it's starting to seem more and more right. Over and over and over again through history, this is what it sounds like. Science is messy. Somebody takes a step forward. Nobody likes that idea. They try to take it down, but it survives. Today, right now, we talk about historical names, Cavendish, etc., and rip apart their experiments. It'd be far better if we were talking about current, 30 and 40-year-old scientists that were actively working in the fields and what their ideas were. Because their ideas, they're the ones that we don't know. They are the ones taking steps into the unknown. Cavendish is history. Galileo, history. But there are people right now today taking scientific steps forward that will save lives, that will change wars, that will change economies. Those people are doing science even if they don't have independent and dependent variables.
You want to see my science experiment?
No, I want you to talk to me about the names of people today writing published articles for us to fight about. I want to hear citations from 2020 and later. to fight
what I'm
about,
gonna
because those
what I'm
people,
gonna
those are the people
gotta
putting
say
their
face
names on the
right?
lines.
Yeah, I just want one more thing to say. There's one more thing to say, Don. Right now, what I heard there, rolling, was a whole lot of stuff there. Right.
Yes, it was. I did so.
Right.
Thank you for
Yeah.
letting me.
Yeah. A whole lot of stuff trying to poo-poo the scientific method, which I am solid on. It is very
Wait,
solid. It
poo
is
poo
very.
poo it?
Yes, because you did try and poo-poo it a bit because you said it was very messy. All right.
It is messy.
No, hold on. Right, hold your horses. Right.
I only
No,
got one horse, brother.
because what you described there was not the scientific method being messy. It was the people themselves being messy, not the scientific method itself, right? But the people conducting these experiments, right? They're the messy ones, not the method itself, right? The people, whether or not they're setting up their machines wrong, not filling up the beaker to the right mark, or whatever the case may be, right? The people are the ones that are the messy ones,
I
not the
agree.
scientific method.
I agree.
Yeah, cool.
If I can interrupt you, I agree.
Cool. Done. I'm off my soapbox now. Go for it, Don.
I'm curious before Don jumps in. Don, hold on one second. If Eggshells is still around and was listening and would rebut me, I'm curious to hear a Glober's rebuttal of what I said.
I've been hearing bits of it. Rebuttal to what specifically?
I agree. Science is messy.
I argued
and not narrow.
that. So I'll try to be really fast, Eggshells and Ruhuf. I tried to make a very long-winded discussion about the scientific method as presented by QE, Hank Hill, somewhat Bandsaw, but Bandsaw is not easily categorized with those guys. But the broad idea is independent variables, dependent variables, cause, effect, blah blah blah. I hope everybody could be genuine enough to know what the flat Earth scientific method is.
Yeah.
However offensive, however offensive it is, however
Mm.
offensive it is to call it flat Earth scientific method, I hope everybody be sincere enough to just know what I'm talking about. Then I presented Abraham Wald. He was a mathematician given data of airplanes. He conjectured.
Gonna recap your past hours or something? Did you tell me to hold on your fucking hour? Are you serious?
But in like 5 minutes, so it'll be cool.
Well, why?
Because I don't know if Ruhif and Eggshells heard any of it, so I'm gonna go really fast. Just allow me to go really fast.
Jeez, just make your fucking point, dude. Just make your quick summary. It's not that serious.
Harry's got a rebuttal. Let Harry jump in.
Let me just finish. Abraham Wald.
He's ready to rebut you, bro. He's ready.
He's ready. Harry, writing's ready to rebut you. So
okay, I'm quiet.
Here, I'm ready.
And Don, don't be so mad, brother. I'm not being mad.
I'm
to you.
sick of my look. I'm look. My bad. I need to talk to somebody. Okay. Jesus effing correct. God bless. I'm sorry. I apologize. But you did tell me to hold on 4 times.
Sorry, Don.
Yep.
I did. I asked you to hold on, buddy. Sorry, man.
He did too.
Go for it, Don, if you want. To me, it's just. I don't know if I would agree that that saying let's reinforce the planes differently is science, but I don't think science is the only way to discover things about reality. I think we can do that with base observation without testing it. But I do think science's core idea is testing and falsifiability.
Do you think science is clean or messy?
No, it's incredibly messy. I mean, it's built on the back of breaking other previous ideas. It is never right. It just never proves anything. It's
the name, and I'm gonna
to the vast majority of human beings.
And I'm gonna
without science, you're only gonna get maybes.
I'm gonna force my way back in. Cavendish, Galileo, Newton, Einstein. These are historical figures. Eggshells. What do you think about the people right now trying to make a step forward into the unknown? The scientists right now that most of them you'll never know their names because they were wrong. Like, how do you understand the science that's happening today?
I don't. It's the truth of it. I don't understand. I mean, I think that's why there's
But what about these people? Do you think the
No,
people doing
okay, we
science that
got
are
it.
wrong?
He says he doesn't, dude. Who? I mean, his
But I
opinion of
wanna-
the
I wanna
science. Are you serious?
Let me follow
Dude,
up, Don.
he gave
Eggshells.
you a much better
Hold on,
point.
Don. Don, maybe you'll get a soundbite out of this. Just listen for a second, Don.
I don't
Eggshells.
care, dude, bro.
Eggshells.
You ain't talking about shit,
The
bro.
people-
You literally are talking about nothing.
To you.
I don't
Just
get most of the
listen, Don.
science today because most of it is about quasars or allele responses in
Yeah. The people, but eggshells.
neuroreceptors marked by, like it's just shit that's beyond me. Whereas like,
And it might be wrong.
A lever, that's simple. I get that.
It's actually probably wrong. The science that has been published in the last 2 years is probably wrong. My question, Eggshells, really specific. The people right now following the scientific method, doing experiments, variables, independent variables, trying to take steps forward into the unknown, but that are wrong. And 50 years later, we know they were wrong. Do you, Eggshells, think they are doing science even though they're fucking wrong?
Yeah, absolutely, man. But that's what I was just saying. Science is about being wrong. It's
Don, do you think that? Don, do you think the people that are wrong today trying to do science, do you think they're doing science even though 50 years later we will know they're fucking wrong?
So
right now,
HL
are they
gave
doing
us
science?
a way better. Your open-ended question has a very answers of anywhere from 0 to 10 million. I mean, dude, you're asking nothing right now. Eggshells gave us a better point where he was like, I think you can just learn from observing the world around you, but little does he want to summarize. What do you call it? Solve down that subliminally, or whether he knows consciously or measured or not, you're not unless you're doing it scientifically in your head, looking for the repeated pattern, isolating variables. You're not going to learn nothing about the world around you, whether you recognize you're doing scientific experiments or not, what laboratory setting or not. You looking for a pattern and observation, that is the scientific method right there, whether it's crispy or not. Only that method is going to get you to be confident in things without guessing. Otherwise, you're guessing. Guaranteed. You will be looking for that method to have gaining confidence. You will be looking for elimination of the variable, for the repetition of the phenomenon and control. Like, whether you recognize you're doing that or not, that is happening subliminally for you to learn pattern and understand more about the world around you.
Don, can we agree that the picture I posted, is that science? Is that real science? I mean, it's simplistic and trivial.
What do you care, bro?
If we agree or not. I think that the picture I posted is science. If you and me disagree,
I'm driving, so you
I don't know.
you could tell me about your picture. Bro.
Oh.
So the guy pulling the lever.
Yeah,
and
Eggshells will do it.
And then he gets zapped and he's looking all frazzled afterwards. And then it turns into a flow chart where one side says normal person and they're thinking, guess I shouldn't do that. Versus scientist who's thinking, I wonder if that happens every time.
No, that's not science. Doesn't sound like a picture of science. Sound like you're halfway. You're halfway on the way. You're starting.
Eggshells, do you think that's science?
In essence, yes. It's the difference between going, we're already good at spotting patterns. Science is about challenging ourselves, I think. When we found those patterns to be like, is this really a pattern and is our presumed cause really that thing? Science is about what we as normal people do is very quickly look for patterns. We even see them where they aren't. Some of that is like pareidolia or lots of pseudoscience. I think that's what's going on with dowsing. We think we spot a pattern. Science to me is about questioning that pattern. And so testing is a core of it. It's just, I don't think that being able to fuddle with a variable is the only way to test things in a falsifiable manner. It's a very
I think you're on the right page, but the picture alone doesn't seem to have enough information to me. Like, if you could say not lever, not lever, not lever, safe, 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 lever, okay, he's zapped, sure. But like,
that's not the picture.
All that in the picture is all
no,
okay.
What
well,
you
that's
just
like,
said is not the picture.
Right.
The
Well,
the
then it's
picture
not.
is the picture is a single event, and from the single event, a normal person derives a pattern, and a scientist goes, "I wonder if there's a pattern." That's really what it
Well,
is. The picture
that's
is a
where you're lying.
single event.
A normal person doesn't derive a pattern with the single event. There's
Yes,
no
they
pattern
do.
in
Yes,
one.
they do.
One is not a pattern, genius. You have to have an outside reference.
But most
One thing is
people
not a
would.
pattern.
Can I say something and maybe take some fire out of the conversation? I had an example like this as a kid, which is anybody who grew up around electric fences knows this, which is it's hard to climb through a fence, even past something over a fence, if there's an electric fence there, because it will give you a jolt, like somebody came up and full bore punched you in the arm.
Two
You can
events
feel it.
riding. That's two events. That's not one event.
Right.
That's
So
two
just
events.
let me finish though first.
All right,
You
fine.
do need to kind of test it because sometimes they're on, sometimes they're not, sometimes they're strong, sometimes they're not. And so what you're trying to do is go, how can I test if this is the case? And actually what you find, what I've been taught, is one of the ways to do the test, which is falsifiable, is grab a blade of grass and hold either end, looping it around the wire. So you sort of hold the back end, poke it over the wire, and then grab the other end, and then you bring it forward and touch the wire with it. And if it'll just give you a little tickle in your fingers, so that's a way to test without getting shocked as to whether the fence is on. That to me is getting closer to science, where you've got a hypothesis, maybe this fence is on and will give me a shock, but then you've got a test you can run, and the test will maybe there's some weird static effects or something, but the test will very, very reliably give you a little tickle in your fingers if you're about to get zapped by it.
Right. Well, the in reference to his picture,
it sends a zap like bang, bang.
Right. Riding, man. I know. In reference to his picture, I think the scientist is having the right mentality by saying he wonders more. But I don't think in the picture there was like science. Like one event can't really cross-represent things. But I think the scientist has the right mentality by saying, "Let me look deeper" or whatever.
What is the Hey Don and Bensaw. Don and Bensaw. What's the point? What's the point in trying to narrow the definition of science? Why do you want to
You
exclude?
fucking doing it. I don't know. I come in the middle of this, bro. I'm about to literally throw up. I'm drinking too much water. I don't know what's up. What is y'all doing, man? Like,
We're
bro, you give
proving
me
the
anxiety with
Earth is
this
a globe. What do you think we're doing?
Right.
bro.
You know a better way to test an electric fence?
Tell me.
Right. You grab your brother's hand and you grab onto the electric fence.
So for starters, that's not true because you get zapped too. I've done that too.
Not as hard though. Not as hard.
Yeah, not as hard. It is shared between you, and you could just shove them into it. And we used to play games of like telling them it's not on, because if you hold it between the zaps, it's just fence wire. It's so weird. You can like tap it. Sometimes you're like, oh, if I tap it gently, and the science on tapping it gently doesn't work. What you end up doing is tapping and going, maybe it wasn't on. You got to tap again, tap. But when it eventually connects, it's the same as it had been if you just held it the whole time anyway.
So when I was a kid, we had horses and an electric fence, and what he just said is true. I did know the blade of grass thing, and I would touch with the blade of grass many times and go, oh, cool, it's off, and then I'd be wrong, and I'd get fucked up. How many times that blade of grass led me astray, I can't count.
Well,
you've got to do it with a green one.
Fresh blade, fresh.
If you get
whatever, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Whatever.
It does because it's core to this thing, which is these are variables. Like, does it work with all grass? Is it all organic matter? Could I do it with another wire? Oops, no, I can do it with another wire, but it hurts the same as just touching it.
Eggshells, I disagree. I was a kid, and that time has passed. This is all over and in the past. But the thing that I learned was fucking don't trust that shit. It's probably still on. And honestly, I think that was science. This is the whole point. Even if you reach the wrong conclusion, it can still be science. And eventually we will realize that these individuals were wrong. Science doesn't have to be true. That's the whole point of the past 2 hours of my discussion, is the science can be wrong. That's allowed.
No. Who here has made an argument that science has to be right? No one's made that argument at all.
I think we're tilting at windmills here a bit, Roland. I think most of us are on board with the idea that in order to be a process, it's not a destination, it's a journey. That's how we
The people from the server that I call hometown do not talk in this way. So perhaps I have hometown bias. Perhaps I have hometown bias, but the server from which I hail does not speak this way, and so that's my bias.
Sure. Yeah, they don't. But I mean, that's just a very transparent FE tactic to gatekeep science in such a way that it can exclude data you don't like. It's just very clear because it is not consistently stuck to. If you
And look
ask,
what the
if I was in the
conditioning.
same
Well, look what
FE
the
call,
conditioning has done to an otherwise friendly glober. There's some science for you.
yeah, exactly. That's what's more interesting about it. I think. How can you have discussions where you disagree without dissonance? It's because
Nobody likes my analogy, but I say these debates are like Scrabble on Bring Your Own Dictionary night. Who cares? Who cares what the words are or what they mean? I put down what I wanted.
Dude, I'll kill anyone in here in Scrabble, guaranteed. I'll take you all on at once.
Yeah, I can believe that.
With using silly, using my dictionary or using your own?
He knows a lot of two-letter words. I bet that really helps knowing what words are.
But yeah, but if he's going to use my dictionary, then who the fuck knows?
Using the official Scrabble list.
Oh, the official word dictionary that all globers and flat earthers should have memorized.
That's right.
Yeah. What is the name of that dictionary, by the way?
Webster.
Well, it's the official.
It depends on what the word
word
is, of
list.
course.
Yeah, like in America, there's like one list, and then everywhere else there's like it's called Collins, where there's a bunch of different words. So there's different dictionaries, and then some in like France, they use a different. There's a bunch of different ones.
Why is Ruhif so quiet tonight?
Because he's always wrong.
And why is Kosho so... Kosho's not even in here. What? How have we gone like 3 hours with not input from Kosho?
Kosho needs a rest. Okay? He's been in here like 3 days straight.
3? Like, you meant 12?
Yeah, 12.
I've thought of a way I want to ask the question, Jerry and Bandsaw, about...
Oh, crap. I was like, Eggshells is gone, but it turns out he just started live streaming, so he's at the top.
Yeah, no. So, I've got a question.
For me and Jerry.
Would you... Let's say I set it up this way. I was thinking about how I could build a physical experiment.
Wait. Hold on, Eggshells. I'm feeling kind of contrary to you at this moment in time. Kind of frustrated with you. Why don't... But I am a glober.
Can you keep your contrariness to the end of, like, when I'm done my bit, if that's okay, Roland?
Yeah, I just wanted you to challenge me. I wanted to be your audience, and I wanted to be the one to come at you.
Okay, you can do that.
Yeah, let writing get it out.
Explain it. Yeah.
I'm watching his live stream, and I intend to come at him.
I'll do it a different way.
See, that's what I was thinking. I just wanted him to know that a glober was going to come at him when he was done.
So here's the idea, Bandy.
Do we have to watch your live stream?
Yeah,
I'm watching it
while I'm doing it.
Okay, hold on.
It's just a motorcycle in a forest. It's the boringest live stream I've ever seen.
Hey, it's not.
Now it's a yellow dot. It's still super boring.
So
It's
what I'm suggesting is this: if I have that, and that is a tennis ball or a basketball or a beach ball or some sort of spherical structure on a ball. This is a thought experiment. I don't plan on doing this as an experiment because I know what I'll see, and so it's not a good test. Ball there, and it can be oriented in any direction I want, and it's going to spin, and its spin can go either way, right? But I'll just put an arrow here to show that it's spinning, so we get that gist. I would love it if that arrow could be curved, but it doesn't matter. And then around the room, what I put
Hang
are
on, the yellow lines are the axis of rotation.
yes, there's the poles.
And-
It's going to be on a stick like that.
Yep.
And the closest
mapping up.
part of the sphere is moving from left to right.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what the red arrow means, right?
Are fairy lights that I put randomly distributed around the room, right?
Did you say fairy lights?
Fairy lights, right? So all I've done is put a ball on a thing, and then fairy lights covering all of the walls of the room. So if you can imagine, I'll draw the room kind of weirdly here. This is in a broader room, right? And the fairy lights are everywhere.
So straight away we're assuming a sphere.
Look at you drawn in 3D.
Thank you.
Pretty good arrow.
So the idea is this. It's just a thought experiment. I'm not actually going to do it. Now I get a camera. And
A GoPro with a fisheye lens, no less.
Yeah, I just getting this because I wanted something. I want it transparent because that's how it looks nicest. Color transparent. And I'll just grab.
Damn, your Google skills far exceed mine. Thank you for that.
And then bang, I should now have. Come on, bang. Yes. Now I've got a GoPro, and I can orient this GoPro anywhere you want on this ball. But what I try to do is give it a crosshair where it's looking straight at the horizon. Okay? So now
The apparent horizon or the geometric horizon?
that's the thing. So just the geometric horizon. I'm ignoring refraction in this, right?
Oh, okay.
And I'm
So
just
now there's
saying,
no
what
refraction.
would you expect to see if I set this up? I want to do that better because that's shit. So this is the gist of what the thing is, but you don't need to see it on there. What you need to see, the camera angles I would go for, which would be in red. And they're kind of looking north at the equator. What would I see versus looking north from up there? Because the camera will be tilted down, right? It's always sitting with its bottom flat this way as well as this way. On the ball.
If I could, you're leveling the camera.
Yeah, so its base is always flat against the ball. I just like stuck, let's say it's covered in GoPro mounts that are just stuck flat to the ball, and it always just sits straight up.
Flat
so
or
if I'm
level?
there, if I'm here, it's going to be oriented, rocked forward like that, right?
I thought you said it was
So
flat.
when it looks horizontal, it's going to be looking that way from there. So that pole, what I expect to see is quite simple. And that is, no matter how and where I orient this in the room, what happens is there are a selection of stars randomly distributed while stationary. And regardless of where I spun it around, there would be somewhere a central point, and everything else would rotate around that point. And it would rotate around it at a rate across the ground such that these ones are covering more basketball that they're dead above than these ones. And I will
This
know
just to
what
demonstrate
will be in
star
that
trails, eh?
point. Yeah. I'm
That's
just
it, right?
saying, is there any way that you could say this isn't pretty much exactly what you would see? Which is what I mean is not just the star trails, sorry, not just that, Rui, is you're measuring actually this angle at every point. And what that angle should equal is exactly its latitude on that ball. So the closer I get towards the South Pole, like this picture, if I saw this, I would be at like Southeast Asia, tip of Australia, maybe. Whereas because I'm putting that at about 45 degrees in the sky. Whereas if that was Sydney, it should be at 33 degrees down here. And I can tell that with a GoPro on a ball. Do you understand that thought experiment, and do you think it would be a valid test?
Well, you first of all, you're got everything that's in a fixed location, Okay, one being the stars. Right?
Yep.
So they're fixed. They're not moving whatsoever. Okay, and so
Sure. Yep.
and you're
Accurate.
setting up a very, yep. You're setting up a very distinct environment where things are fixed, and you've got something in the center of that spinning. So obviously, the stars aren't going to move, right? The camera's going to move.
Yes. What
So
effect do you think I would
they're
see?
gonna. Well, you're going to see exactly that. I would imagine.
So when you say exactly that, what do you mean?
Well, what you've drawn, you're
I'm
going to see
still
things,
confused.
There will be a
rotating. One with a smaller circumference to larger circumferences.
And would you agree that I will see those both north and south?
Well, depending on where the camera was and where it's pointing to, but if the camera's pointing up towards the ceiling, you're only going to see that up towards the ceiling.
Right.
Okay.
And what?
Directly 180 degrees below the camera. Like if you were to set it up near the axis, that red arrow that's near the axis, directly 180 degrees below, okay, which isn't going to be down near the south axis. It's directly 180 degrees. It's going to be slightly to the left of that southern axis, we'll call it. Right, it's going to be slightly to the left. Right, then they're going to form a different shape, I think. Yeah.
Walk me through it. Tell me what you're thinking again, because I'm not following.
Yeah, neither am I actually, to be honest with you.
I'm confused whether.
But yeah, you
like,
are.
I thought Bandy knew Star
Go.
Trails, right?
So all I'm.
But I know Star Trails.
Yeah.
I
So
don't
I'm
follow
confused
Star
by the
Trails
point,
at all,
though.
Louis.
Sorry, you do or you don't? Say again.
No, I don't follow Star Trails at all. When have I said that I follow Star Trails?
But you understand the Glober argument of having two celestial poles rotating around two separate points, right?
Yeah, but we're talking about a room with a sphere in it, stars fixed to a wall that aren't moving whatsoever. The only thing that is moving is the tennis ball or basketball or whatever the ball it is. Right, that's the only thing that's moving. Okay, so we don't know anything else about any of those other things. So for that one particular environment where we know that things are fixed and aren't moving, we know exactly what the conditions are in that room and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, you are going to get a circular motion with what you see when it's pointed direct.
Hey, Bansal, the oppressed Don was saying that he really wanted to talk, and nobody's let him talk for a while.
That is true. So you think it would be a reasonable test for this, Bandy?
See, Eggshells is cutting him off too. Why don't you guys let Don weigh in?
I was just going to say, jump in, Don.
Y'all have an actual experiment, because I hear this name dropping about Cavendish and calling him old school, and like I feel him. So let's bring it into the new school. Let's take the same principles and set up new demonstrations. Okay, it shouldn't be hard. Like for example, I was just watching a YouTube video today. Look, real quick, tell me what y'all think about this. I could describe it, but I'm gonna post it in a. There's what's claimed about averages and. What can appear to be random or chaotic events. They're just too hard to calculate. But a large enough data set or whatever, you can end up getting averages and stuff like this. For example, they dropped like 100 steel balls down like a Plinko grid. And although you don't know where every single ball is going to go, they have like
a probability distribution.
Right. Yeah. So what I would say, it was like this is just a mini demo, right? A mini demo where, man, they running this experiment over and over. It's like this sine wave is hitting at like 95% accuracy thing, right? So imagine if we took the mass to mass concept or whatever this fucking Cavendish concept is, where, you know what I'm saying, like with mass off to the side, you can have, you know, non-parallel plums and all this, or non-perpendicular plums from the zenith and all this because of the mass. We should be able to do experiments like this, don't y'all think? And affect.
I think what I'm proposing is an experiment you could do. Like you could do this with an office chair. You could do this with virtually anything. And the question I'm trying to ask is, do you think, because it's not just that it like parts of it comport, is it? It's like that would give you the fixed stars, as you say, Bandy. But if you spun that at like 60 RPM or something, or slower than that and sped up the footage, you could get some nice trails, and it would look very similar, wouldn't it? Where the two celestial poles, if you were halfway through the turn. So this is a test you could do, Don.
I didn't know y'all were on to that. I thought that y'all had that was covered a lot before. I didn't know if y'all rehash it getting seriously. And also give me
Don, I got your back, because eggshells.
It's okay. It's okay.
I don't think eggshells listen to you at all.
No, he did.
Because I was still talking about my thing. It seemed like a sidetrack from a big long thing I drew.
I am sorry, eggshells. I'm sorry I did that. I'm sorry.
No, I'm happy to converse with you, but it was just I just wanted to propose this for anybody really. I was asking Bandy directly. But do you think that if you did this kind of a test, if you just think of it in your head, do you think you might get something very, very similar to what you see, and your variable that you could be using to test is whatever angle I have that? Because you could just fix it to an arm, right? You don't even need the ball. You just know if that's an arm, that's the center of the radius, and it will be normal or perpendicular to that curve all the way around. We know we could make that with a device. You don't even need the ball. You fix that at one point, spin the stick around, fix it at the next point, spin the stick around, fix it at the next point, spin the stick around. Do you not think we would see exactly what you see at those correlating latitudes in terms of where the celestial pole is in elevation above the horizon? Such that if you were at the equator, it would be there. It would be half a circle. Do you think that would comport with what we're told?
My only question here is, are we talking down to Bandy?
Well, I think Eggshell was talking to Don, not Bandy. Bandy's got thick skin.
Bandy, why do you look?
Oh, go on. Sorry, Don.
Go, Don.
You looked muted. I didn't know you're talking.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, no, I was. But jump in, Don. Jump in, man.
What do you think? What do you think the margin of error is already for the apparent? Like they say, they already kind of,
1 degree.
Have experience seeing. There's plenty of experience seeing that the Polaris is at the angle it's supposed to be at, or whatever. I've not heard anybody dispute that ever.
No. What do I think the margin of error is for where Polaris is?
Were you picking like what? I'm trying to figure out what you're trying to do here. Is I hear star trails.
I'm saying if you don't have,
I'm not trying to do anything. I'm just trying to follow what Harry's doing.
Right. So all I'm saying is, if you had a star that was right there, and you put down here a Southern Cross, and that Southern Cross always pointed at the pole, right? And that did a small circle down there. How different do you think this would be to what we actually see? What would be the glaring errors with my model if I laid these fairy lights out? And all the rest of them were random because I couldn't be buggered. I just made one Southern Cross, might even just be an Australian flag on the floor, and then one bright light in the top of my room. Do you think we'd see something very similar to what we see in real life?
You do, right? You think we would, correct, Ronnie?
Yes, I think that this is how you tell your latitude. You go, what's the angle to Polaris? And once you've established your angle to Polaris, you go, that's where I am if you draw a line to the ball, to where I'm at. So there, it will be 90 degrees, right? Which is 90 degrees from your normal or your zenith, or however you want to say it, straight overhead, Can you point up is the question, I guess. And it will be 90 degrees overhead there. So there will be a bunch of ways I could tell. Like here's the way I'd say you could even test it again. Don't tell me which of these shots you take with the GoPro. Don't say this is at latitude blah. Give me the footage and I will tell you what latitude you're at. Do you think that would be a possible thing?
You're on some like globe map suggestion type stuff right now, pretty much. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you going to get this same observation with the Southern Cross, that not only goes in that circular motion, but it also too rotates. It rotates as well as a set of stars. Like a
Tell me again. It rotates
well.
and it goes in a circular motion. Sound like the same thing to me. What do you mean by it rotates and it?
Well, it does, because it starts in one position, right? So just say it's pointing, I don't know, 75 degrees, and then at the end of the night, right, it's pointing at 120 degrees. So not only has it moved through the sky, right, from east to west or west to east or whatever, but it's also rotating as well.
Absolutely,
you know what I mean?
yeah.
So you're not going to
doing it at the same
so
rate.
you're not going to so you're not going to get that effect, right, by sitting in your office chair just rotating around a set of fixed stars. You're not going to get that effect at all.
I think you will. I think if I put that Southern Cross 4.5 staff lengths from that thing, so that's the radius it is. That's its actual physical distance on the wall. So when I spin, I expect it, just like these other ones, to draw a tight little circle just around its current latitude.
Hey, Writing, I got a question for you. Like a big one.
That's where it is on the wall, right? All I'm spinning. What this point means, what this south celestial pole means, is it's wherever that stick's pointing. That stick will always be the pole.
But wait, but hold on, Bandsaw, just hold on just 2 seconds. Let me just. I've been quiet for a while. All right.
Missed my point, right?
I think so, but let me attack
as well on
Where's describe the rotating to me.
Like I said, like it's rotate, it's spinning like a clock in the sky.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask both of you guys. Let me ask both of you guys, because it's the same question. But Eggshells has created a very elaborate thought experiment that he thinks is really reflective of reality. He walked through it very carefully. He presented it, and then Bandsaw said, well, I don't think that's what's happening. And now Eggshells is doubling down. No, really, my thought experiment is real. And Bandsaw's doubling down. Your thought experiment is bullshit.
That's not what they're saying, though.
But it is. But it is.
Let me translate for you, because you got it fucked up. It sounds like we're agreeing that the mechanism works and the pattern finding can work. But Bandy, correct me if I'm wrong. It sounds like you're saying, but maybe there's more happening in real life than the simple assumptions for writing thought experiment, right? So
yes, exactly right.
How is that different than what I said?
Hold on. No, I've got no problem with the fixed stars, right, that are going to have that circular motion. But then we have, right, like the Southern Cross, which is a set of stars which not only moves through the sky, it also too rotates on itself. Right, it moves.
I don't understand that, Bandy. You're going to need to explain that again. That's what I was drawing here with the rotation, in that the Southern Cross is.
You mean like the moon?
Don, I think I agree with you. I think I was trying to say they had taken the thought experiment about as far as was possible, and that it needed more than a thought experiment.
Just cool it for a bit, Roland, please.
Roland! Yo,
Roland.
Why is it that serious?
Andy, could you explain what you mean by it's rotating as well? What I think it's going to do is maintain this orientation towards the pole star, but at a different point in the night, it might rotate around till it's there, right?
No,
so that's
twists on itself.
Twists on itself?
All right. Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't stay in the same orientation, right? It is
Like the
also
moon.
that set of stars.
So
Sorry, what?
what are you still watching my stream,
Like the
Bandy?
moon.
Orientation change compared
Yeah,
to this.
yeah. It doesn't stay in a fixed orientation. It rotates like the moon. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Of course, it's moving
Why?
around. Everything in the sky is moving at
I
15 degrees an hour.
think I think White gets what I'm saying, but you're not going to get that effect by rotating around on your office chair. You're not going to get that rotation of the Southern Cross. All you're going to see is those stars going from left to right or right to left, whichever way you spin. That's all you. But you're not going to get a different orientation of that constellation there at all. It's going to stay fixed position, all in the same spot, but just moving from left to right or right to left or whatever.
But it's going to be
Didn't
going
Slice
round.
by Kane model an equatorial mount really well in 3D software? Like he modeled it perfectly how you would conceive it in your head.
Eggshells, how long exactly do I have to be silent when I know that the horse has been beaten dead?
I don't think it's been beaten dead.
It has. It's a thought experiment, and you guys haven't met in the middle. You don't agree.
Well, I refer to my earlier request for you to call it, Roland.
We agree partially.
Yeah.
I don't think we haven't agreed partially.
Right,
Yeah, but you keep telling me to shut up, and I'm trying to shut up, but you keep talking about the same thought experiment and not agreeing, and I want to argue.
But Roland, you're not helping.
Well,
please.
I'm never trying to help.
Bandy, could you describe to me what you would see that's different about what we see in reality? When you say it's turning on itself, I'm not fully understanding it. So what I've drawn here, I don't know if you're still watching my stream.
How many times? That's 7. Draw it or something different. You guys aren't insane people.
And Harry wants me to be on his team, which I don't know if I am.
I think White gets it.
But I was hoping you could help me get it, Bandy. In what way is it different from what I'd see if I fixed the Southern Cross to a wall and spun a ball?
You know how the moon, right, changes its orientation. It's like it's a wheel, okay? Right, it's like it's a wheel up there. So it just doesn't move across the sky. It also rolls, right, and changes orientation.
Libration or something.
Right. So is that not what we think happens also in reality? Wouldn't that also be that? Wouldn't the pole, all the stars that are going around the actual thing, they would all.
No, well, if it's libration that I'm thinking of, that's this sort of wiggling. It does this kind of shuffling through the night. I can show you it. Moon.
From a little bit left to a little bit, no.
Yeah, it kind of wiggles in the sky a bit.
But can I say this though, man? If I look at a clock, if there's an axle between my eyes and a clock, right, and then I start rotating, I stay fixed on the clock, but I let my feet fucking flip upside down my head, and now I'm like the clock hands, and I'm just rotating around. My eyes are still fixed like an axle on this clock. Isn't it gonna look like the clock is rotating? Like, what isn't, like, come on, man. Like, what? Why this juvenile shit trips me out when y'all be on this juvenile shit right here.
Because I'm saying, I'm giving what I think is a reasonably good thought experiment. It says, do you think if you simulated a ball, you would get something nearly identical to what we see with our 2 celestial poles? And it seems like y'all are going, yeah, so what?
That is what he's saying, sure.
Oh, I guess you could get that effect. It's like, no, this is really clearly showing one thing, and it's something very close to ball.
But see, here's where your assumption comes in, right? How much data do you actually know? What's the consistency of, I was in the Southern Hemisphere and I used the celestial navigation and I've got boom, no problem. Huh?
Like, you can fuck with science, right? You could buy off scientists. You could suppress research.
Yeah, where's the data though? Where's the data?
Yeah. So the data is Captain James Cook, Ernest Shackleton, the Polynesians, hundreds of thousands of people across history have relied on this assumption that I'm talking about. This is not some shady elite who kept it hidden. That sextants were a dime a dozen
Sounds like you have anecdotal stories. Where's your evidence?
It's not an anecdotal story. I'm talking about a significant chunk of human recorded history, and we've still got the device that you can hold in your hot little hand right now that we've been using for hundreds and hundreds of years.
I'm saying, show me Brazil. Show me Chilean star time lapses. Show me South African time lapses. Australia. Well, because I'm saying without that stuff, that's where the wiggle room is going to come in. You're asking him, does he think it happens in reality? He's going to go, maybe.
Okay, I'll give you pole time lapse from Chile, and what I will be
And if
able
we
to
get
tell
it for
is
you, are you now a glober?
how,
dude,
Antarctica, star trails from Chile. I mean, you will be able to get them, and you'll be able to figure out your location, how high in the sky this person is. You could be able to know people's latitude by filming this. I don't know. Star trails. Whoops.
I can get my latitude by filming the northern star trails.
Here we go. Here's the star trail from Chile in the Atacama Desert. Circle, central point in the sky that you could put your finger on, and then you could go how high that is comports with where I'm at this, such that I know that if that camera were pointing straight that way, this southern pole would be right above their head, and I know for this person it would be at the horizon. For one, it would be so far up there it doesn't fit. For the other, it is this. Go, sorry, Griff.
Are you making a star trails argument or an equatorial mount argument?
Star trails.
Okay.
I'm saying if this thought experiment comports so perfectly with reality, what response have you?
I want the response of show me 2 or 3 different points, communicating with each other, pointing off their angle to each other, and then pointing off to this angle of the star and make sure that it's the same shit. Bro, wouldn't it be?
Do you think that sextants are real? Do you think that a sextant is a real thing?
Right.
A device that people use to find their location on Earth.
Come on, man.
How about verifying that 1 degree of drop per 69 miles is actually due to curvature and not just an optical thing? Because everything you're saying is based on that, basically.
Verifying's not a big bubble out there.
Seem exactly like this thought experiment that doesn't have any bending of light. I can produce exactly this phenomena.
Show me.
Without bending of light. And you're like, but it could be bending of light. We have no evidence for bending of light. If you want to present a similarly cogent and sense-making model as this one, then go for it. But just being like, but it could be magic. Sure, it could be magic, but it's just not a meaningful thing to say. Unless you can explain
magic.
why.
No, I didn't say magic at all. Did I say magic? Did someone hear me say magic?
And this guy's going to be at 0%. And that's what latitude means. This is 0 degrees latitude, and that is 90 degrees latitude.
Prove it, but prove it, Riding. You're just
I am just lines, mate.
If you don't have
imaginary lines, pal.
Imaginary lines, the best you can do. Just saying imaginary lines and calling it.
No, I've already told you. You need to prove that it's due to curvature to say that it's antipodal in a ball. That's all. That's all I said. I didn't say anything about magic or anything else.
This is evidence of.
No, it's not. There's an assumption that it's because of curvature.
No,
that's all
evidence.
That is. You haven't
this
verified
is evidence of curvature because it explains our reality, and there is no competing hypothesis.
Fine, I have another fucking theory for you. If you would shut up and listen.
Sure.
Okay. Pretend that all those stars are in a ball. Say it's a flat Earth, and it's half and half the sun or whatever. And on the dark side comes around, there's a ball on the outside of the dome. Okay, with all them little stars in it,
right?
Circling around the outside, spinning, and we looking into this ball from the dark half, right? So until you show me that all your little things and your latitudes line up and triangulate, every time, basically, right? You got other theories that can wiggle their way in there, dude. We know
And
that the
show
best
it
map
to
is
us.
the globe
That
map
is
right now.
true.
We know there'd be more land, but if you're trying to find the hidden land, you don't start with the assumptions. Go, I know it's a globe, and it kind of makes pretty much the best sense, and so I know, therefore, there's not hidden ocean somewhere. That's not how you do it, bro.
With respect, Don, your response sounds like I can't think of a problem with it, but there might be one that you say could wiggle in there.
I showed you one. Wiggle this one in there.
Possible, but
wiggle it in.
Would you do that? Would you do that with any other thing in your life? Would you go, all
Yeah,
the
I would be
evidence points
trying.
at that being my car in my garage, but I better still check the VIN number in case somebody swapped it out? Because the best theory is it looks like my car, so it's probably my car. Are you really going to go, I accept the validity of this whole claim?
No,
But you could set up this experiment exactly like that and get what we see on the ball. But why aren't you leaving open possibilities about
lot
magic?
of wins, weak philosophy,
doesn't
no
like
data, no data. I just
thousands of years of sextant reading. My father
falsify my model, falsify my shit. My model gonna give you sextant readings. Okay, you're looking out into a celestial sphere. Okay,
so
what's the problem?
hang on, your model doesn't give, so your model doesn't give sextant readings. Tell me about that, Don. Tell me about your model and sextant readings.
What are you talking about?
So are sextant readings real? Do you think they work?
You want to draw some? Draw you the flat pizza. Go ahead.
After you guys are done, can I talk to Don?
Yeah. Now outside of that, now keep it just like that. Now do a ball like a 3D sphere if you can.
Sure, I'll try.
Smaller, moon size, or half the size. No, halfway radius. Okay, now put it on the outer edge. Take it all the way to the out. Outside more. Go to the slide your shit over. Yeah. All right. Now in there is all the stars spinning around. So you're going to take your little thing, draw some dots on the face of it on the left side.
Yep, with you, man. Already a step ahead of you. I'm down.
Let's just maintain the left side here, maybe to simplify it.
I make sure I put in a southern.
Get them on the left. I don't like those dots over there in the middle. All right. No. All right. So your sextant reading, you're from your flat earth, different positions, looking up at that thing. Okay. There you go. Now this thing is going around the outer edge. It doesn't mean space has to be all the way around us and stuff like this. There you go. Dunzo. Now, until you get the actual real world data of look, it kind of would look like this if it was this thing, or it would kind of look like this if it was over. You're just guessing and saying we have assumed it's fine from people from 100 years ago. You don't, this anecdotal fucking stories when I asked you for the data writing. Now, there's nothing wrong with thinking like this. Going, I can wiggle shit in. You straw man and talk about my car is completely different than wiggling shit like this. Okay, thank you. Work on it some more.
Okay, so could I ask, what I gave, which wasn't enough for you, was thousands of years of sextant readings and the fact that the device exists and works. And that wasn't enough for you, which is fine. Could you give me the strongest evidence you've seen for the ball with stars going around the outside model?
Oh, they're all the same. Oh, it's the same. This is, when I see all the data that you said that there's been readings forever, I still see it this way. You see, you don't.
What's the evidence? You found the existence of a sextant and the countless manuals like Bowditch and all of those things. What's the best evidence for this model that you've presented?
Oh, that sextants match it, because this is what it would look like if this was the model and sextants matches it. It would work. So there you go. That's the best evidence.
Sorry. What if you're looking the other direction?
The other direction is daylight, genius.
So where's the sun?
Daylight.
Where's the sun though?
On the other side of the bunk cake dome.
Okay. So
sorry, hang on.
There I can also take us. Go on. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't think it's daylight. It's nighttime where I am at that red spot, right? The red angle.
No, there's a bunk cake dome pan right there that makes you think it's night, but daylight's right on the other side.
Right. Okay. Now I know what the conversation's about.
Can I?
No,
Just talking shit.
I'm actually being
Can I
sincere,
pick a
and at
site?
least I'm trying
How
to
are you?
brainstorm. At least I'm giving you a brainstorm. You guys don't do none of it. You should wake up.
No, the first angle you drew, if you're standing at that vertex and you turn around, it's still day. It's still nighttime.
Because of the bunt cake motherfucking dome, dog.
So what does the dome do?
It's the same thing. Do you know where a bunt cake pan inspiration came from?
No, I'm trying to.
Well,
now I've got to draw the dome on here. Is the sun?
That's
Is the
where
sun and the stars inside or outside the dome?
the stars are in the ball over there.
They're outside the dome in that ball over there. Okay, is the sun inside or outside the dome?
Who knows? The sun is in its own ball. Let's do a whole nother ball for the sun. Let's do a whole nother. Yeah, let's get excited. Now work on it. Think about it some. Stop dealing with your old and busted, dusty, rusted. Everybody knows the other one anyway. You don't even have the evidence for it. So
do I ever have stars at my zenith? Where's this ball? How do I see a star?
Yeah, this makes zero sense.
That this bounces up to here, and because of the dome, I now see over there.
Baby, can I talk to them? Can I talk? Okay, I got.
This one goes straight there or something.
5 minutes, broskies.
This doesn't make any sense to me.
No, like you turn around, there's no stars.
Yeah, there's a ball of stars that we see, but they seem to surround us.
When do you turn around? There's no stars in fucking reality when you turn around. What are you talking about? Come to reality.
I can see a star, and then I turn around and I see another star. No, not daytime.
This is
Nighttime.
when I
Okay, hold up. I knew he was going to do this. One more. Go back to it, Ryden. Go back. And then now what you do is you take that ball, the gray ball, make it diameter, double it in size.
God, the star's not going to go with it.
It don't matter. It don't matter. Okay, now halfway hang it over. Halfway hang it over into the middle. No, halfway to the left. Drag it to the left. Make it bigger. Drag it to the left. Make it bigger. Drag it to the left and down.
Not off the edge.
Drag it to the left and down. Now down. Halfway under and halfway in.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Down. There you go, genius. There it is.
This is still not, to me, much like what I feel I see.
Wake up. Wake up.
So what does this explain? Because there's a bunch of things this doesn't explain. Of stuff I see at nighttime, this thought experiment explains, I think, all of them. You could even put the moon, if you wanted to make the model more complex, you could put the sun and the moon and you could recreate eclipses on that model. This, would you say you've ever looked out and gone, I feel like there is a bubble of dome of night that surrounds me over here, but there's people over there for whom if light moved straight, I would see the sun. I think I'm in the dark because there is a magical invisible dome that redirects light or something. Possibly.
Do you know what a bunt cake tin is? By the way, Riding.
No, that's what
I put a picture up because I thought this would help. I put a picture up in general chat.
General chat. Hang on.
Live stream one text. Sorry.
Right.
Bunt cake.
This thing. Okay.
Okay. So that's what we got. So there's some mysterious bar that would have to be between you and the night. So coming down. So this is why you can't see across the hole in the middle, is what I'm guessing from Preston's point of view.
Does this make the most sense to you, Don? Or is this just a possibility? Because it sounds like you're presenting it as a possibility and we're taking it like it's your sworn truth.
He's just talking shit.
The more we look at it, I think what Druss just said was pretty. Do you look out and go, that's probably what's happening? I don't.
Well, right. I thought the goal here was to explain, not to prove. Right? I mean,
it is to explain, correct?
Yeah, it's to explain. This doesn't seem like it's got any explanatory power, is what I'm saying.
But if it matches Don's observation, then it's useful.
It doesn't match mine.
Yeah. Well, that's exactly your guys' argument.
Yeah. Get him to actually explain it.
There is
Show that it matches reality.
Will be 0 for somebody over here and 90 for somebody over here.
And there's no way you can do that with this. So you're right. I'm just saying, do you have an explanation?
Yeah,
This
yeah.
isn't
Don just
one.
told you.
But it's just sounds like, I mean, is this what you think is the case? Let me ask it that way, Jerry. Do you hear this and go, yeah, nailed it. No more investigation necessary. We've obviously figured out what's going on with the planet. Pack up, boys. Job's done. Go home. Or do you
I
think
mean,
you probably could do with a bit more tweaking?
It's just as good as anything, because if your standard, because if your standard is it needs to match observation and have explanatory power, that's it. It doesn't have to be proven.
This
That's
doesn't
it.
meet observation, though. You
No,
say
it
meets
matches
observation.
Don's observation.
I've never seen anything close to this. Like these two weird intersecting balls of that are
Don needs
invisible.
to show that it matches observation.
It doesn't.
Yeah, he needs to model it and somehow show that it does.
Like, does this clarify things for you, Jerry, or does it seem like a reasonable rebuttal to my point?
Like I said, it's just as good as anything. You could throw
No,
shit
it's not,
at the
Jerry.
wall and say, "Look, this matches what I would expect." It explains it
There's
to
literally
me.
zero
There you
evidence that it matches reality. Zero evidence that it matches any observation.
Well, Don just told you about it.
So I
Has
asked
he
the
shown that it
question.
matches any observation?
None.
It
Hasn't shown why it
matches
matches
his.
the South Celestial Pole. Hasn't explained what the ball's made out of, or where it goes to, or what prompts it, because it's going to be using energy to move all of that stuff, right? Because I have never seen a light emanate from nothingness. So there's probably stuff there. Moving that, accelerating that definitionally requires a force, which definitionally is going to be work or energy being done. How does it do that? Why does it mean that South Celestial Pole is at 90 degrees in the sky versus this other, unless these two domes are magically interacting to make it appear that you live on a ball?
Well,
Working furiously to give you two celestial poles.
We can't keep on going down the why this, why that road.
We can.
Right? Because there's always a dead end with every model.
So where's the there's a dead end with this. Where's the dead end with the other one? Where's the test you could run where this would fail? Is the question I'm asking.
You're gonna have to ask
saying
Don.
I could build this out of stuff I've got. Where would you want me to test that this could fail what we see in reality?
But I don't think Jerry's making the claim that this is real. He doesn't want to accept Don's burden of proof. He wants to put that on Don for Don to do it.
Yeah, which is fair enough. I don't mean to make. I'm not asking you, Jerry, to defend the position. I'm just asking you, like, honestly, when
critique
you
it.
You go, yep, that sounds right to me.
I mean, my position is this all comes down to your philosophy on how you interpret and analyze, data, and what model you're trying to make it fit. And the globe fits everything, but there's still unanswered questions. We're never going to know everything. So if your criteria is
the
that
key is the first half there, Jerry. The globe fits everything.
But Jerry,
literally said the globe fits everything.
One second, guys, because I've got a bit of a problem with that. You said that we're always going to have a problem with this. The why questions will keep going down. With the globe, you kind of admitted that we can go a lot deeper before we hit the limit of the why questions. But with Don's example, it seems we hit that kind of limit a lot sooner, pretty much at the first why. So doesn't that depth mean anything to you from a philosophical level about the plausibility of the argument?
It does.
Thank you. I appreciate
Why are you
so
a flat earther?
He would have to show how light works. Yeah. And then, just come up with a model of light.
When you said
we
that,
already have one.
I really wanted to go back to this because it was interesting you said it. You said the globe answers everything. What do you mean by that?
Nearly everything.
What kinds of things does it answer and which things does it leave unanswered?
For all the reasons you think it's a globe, that's what it answers.
Yeah.
Your two celestial poles.
Right. So you feel whatever reality is it's doing a pretty good job of, at least with these poles and stars, it's doing a good job of looking like a ball.
Yes.
I don't understand why you're a flat earther, Jerry. I don't understand.
Because it matches observation. See, you guys say it's a globe because it matches your observation. I say flat Earth matches mine, and I can't explain the two celestial poles unless I have a model of light that would, necessitate that.
Okay, so come up with a model that, models light, and I will break it for you.
You wouldn't be able to.
I guarantee you I will.
No,
Guarantee you I will.
because it's completely unfalsifiable how light is reaching our eye from 400 light years away. There is no way to confirm how it's
wait.
happening.
Can I jump in? I want to ask Ruhuf a question based on what he just said. Ruhuf, you said, give me a model of light and I'll tell you why it's wrong. And he said, I have one, but you can't unfalsify it. It's not falsifiable. Ruhuf.
Yeah. No, if he says it's unfalsifiable.
If he gives you something unfalsifiable, what are you going to do?
Yeah, then I can't, yeah.
You know how many times I have gone into the 24/7 server and asked for falsifiable statements and been told there are none? The flat earth is not falsifiable. I want to meet a flat earther that thinks the flat earth is falsifiable.
Well, they do. It is. Eminently it is. But
I think you're a Eggshells.
Constant velocity is falsifiable.
Eggshells the Glober is saying the flat earth is falsifiable on their behalf.
Absolutely. I mean, flat is falsifiable.
I am too.
A dome is falsifiable. Light doing weird stuff just because it's traveling through a vacuum for too long is falsifiable. So most of the claims that flat earthers make, I mean, sure, in the core thing of like, hey, I don't see any curvature, it's not really making a claim, but I think flat earth tries to be unfalsifiable. Every time it gets presented or subjected to scrutiny, it tries to redefine itself in a way that is unfalsifiable. But I don't.
They don't go straight up and never falsify the dome, and you don't want it. And fucking Universal Studios is stupid, bro. Y'all fucking whack.
Eggshells, do you feel any hubris when you say those things on their behalf? Do you feel any hubris at all?
No. I mean, I think.
I think that any argument that you put forward, you can put an argument to falsify it, like the globe or the flat Earth. Flat earthers try and put forward arguments that falsify the globe, but I see very, very few arguments that actually sustains their particular belief. So
okay,
a lot of the argumentation,
foolish decisions. Tell me two statements. I clicked on your name. I see that you are a Glober. Tell me two globe statements that you think are falsifiable. Just two.
Sure.
Limit it to two.
Yeah, the Earth is a globe. It's falsifiable.
One more.
69 miles.
And give me one more thing that's falsifiable.
Give me one more thing that's falsifiable. That you exist. To me.
At the globe.
That's really wow.
Yeah, you could be a simulation. You could be a construct. You could be someone that is not who you say you are.
But you think my existence is falsifiable?
Yeah, to me, because I've never met you. I don't know you. I have no idea what you are, who you are. It's pretty difficult because you're speaking in good terms. There will be lots of problems with coming up with that level of falsification, but it's not impossible to do that. Especially if you're going to an epistemic philosophical position, which is kind of what a lot of flat earthers are trying to employ now, is the philosophy of knowledge.
No, I mean, I'm a Glober. You've hit me hard, and I'm reeling. I'm trying to decide: is my existence falsifiable? Certainly, I can't prove I exist to you.
Not to you.
I can't prove my existence. But
so you agree with me?
I don't know. I didn't. I was unprepared for that level of You hit me. That was like a punch below the belt, man. But
Well, your
I think I
existence
do.
is
I
provable
think I
to
agree
you,
with you. I think
but not to us.
my existence is falsifiable. But that it hurts to say.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, because again,
This is not your first Flat Earth radio, is it?
no, not at all. I'm an ancient rodeo rider on multiple topics, especially when it comes to epistemics.
But in terms of a second falsifiable globe game, I mean, you're going to trigger flat earthers like out of their minds.
I mean, I'm triggered.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you are, Don.
I'll give you a really simple example. So, if you cut away all my evidence, and I have to do everything from the point of view of I know nothing. I've suddenly woken up on a desert island, and all I've got is my initial observations I'm looking at. I can only come to one of three conclusions with what I see, which is
really only three. Okay, I'm fully attention.
when it comes to the sort of the shape of the Earth kind of thing. So I can look up and I can say, well, either the sky is moving and I'm standing still. I'm moving and the sky is standing still, or I and the sky is moving.
Dude, I'm ready. Foolish. I'm here for this.
Yeah. So that's if I take away all my knowledge.
No. I'll take it. Wait a minute. No. The claim is in the Galilean principle that there's no experiment that could be done using all your knowledge to tell the difference, actually, sir.
No, that's incorrect, but don't worry about that. We're starting from what we call first principle.
Don, I have
first principle. I'm looking at it right here. I'm looking at the first principle right here.
Don, I have literally written down stuff that you've said over the past hour. I have so many questions for you. It's like boiling over.
Right. Well, if you want to have a real conversation, about some serious shit right here.
I just want you. You've said words, and I want to ask you what. Like,
all right, stop interrupting. Because look, you need to sit back. Yo, I fucks with foolish. Okay, right. But y'all need to keep it real up.
No doubt.
We just had a disagreement. Boom, just like that, right off the bat. He telling me the first principle is one thing. I'm like, bro, I think it's something else.
Dude, I don't even think you know what the word average means.
Oh, really? Okay.
So the problem, Don, is you went beyond. As soon as you said the Galilean model, you went beyond my thought experiment statement. Yeah, I've woken up on a desert island. I have no memories, so I'm starting from day one. I know how to talk. I know how to eat. I managed to work out some stuff I can use to survive. That's all I've got. So I've got none of my previous knowledge is there. And I look up at the night sky.
Okay, well then you're strawmanning the first principle then, because that's not.
He's not strawmanning anything. He's giving you a scenario. There's no strawman yet. There's no possible to be a strawman yet. He's just described a situation.
We need your little narrative. We don't need your little hype man in for foolish. Foolish got his own. He gonna give me.
Yeah, see, Don, I'm onto you. You use words: average, random, chaotic, accuracy. You straw man, steel man. You use words, but it doesn't matter what those words mean. You just throw them out.
Do you want to have like a real scientifically challenging conversation? Because you should sit back and you might actually hear some.
With you, yes, I would love to have that with you.
So, Rolling, hold on a second. So, Don, where did I strawman? Where did I represent
what
your argument
incorrectly? What I'm intending to say is
you understand that a straw man is when I take your argument and misrepresent it. So where have I done that? In a thought experiment where I'm not actually answering any point that you've actually made, apart from trying to go back to a really basic position. That's all I've tried to establish with this thought experiment. So explain where the straw man is.
Okay. So kind of like where I yelled in about the motion thing, and then said the Galilean thing, and then when I say kind of Galileo, you said first principle, and so I'm thinking like more of that. That was the kind of goalpost on the table, and then when you went back to I'm just kind of like on the desert island, I'm like, oh well, the desert island scenario is a kind of like a weaker version, not really the full version of not my argument, but the Galilean argument.
No, I don't know who Galileo is in this scenario.
Okay, yeah, I get you, but what I'm saying is,
so where's the straw man?
Foolish. Check this out. There's been a issue I've been on recently, and maybe you can help me with it, sir. I totally would probably agree with your desert island thing, but what I seem to read, and I'm trying to pull it up here, is that even with the experiments, supposedly we can't tell. We've had this kind of discussion before, with relativity and stuff like that, because it's kind of like it's the first assumption made in those theories, right, sir?
No, Galileo had no idea about relativity.
Okay, yeah, well, it's in the other direction. I didn't mean it in that direction, not from him back forward. I meant from us, the forward back, from Einstein back. Einstein used him.
Well, you again. So now you're changing your argument, which is fine. There's no problem with that. But again, in no way did I just want you to concede the fact that I didn't strawman anyone's argument.
I guess I wasn't saying you were doing it. I was just saying that scenario that you were presenting is I know you weren't even making the other argument. So I wanted to talk. That's why
I can only make a straw man argument if I take your argument and misrepresent it. You do understand that?
Well, when you said first principle, though, that was argument. It doesn't have to be my argument. It says whatever argument I'm saying you're straw manning, which was the Galilean argument. When you said
which I said in the thought experiment, I have no knowledge. So I have no knowledge of Galileo. Now, where am I straw manning that argument?
When you said first principle, though.
Yeah, all I mean by first principle.
Yes, you would have been. If you weren't referencing that, then I'm sorry. Of course, then
that's fine, because I didn't strawman anybody, and I kind of object, because that to me is a pretty shitty thing to do with someone else's argument.
I know you do. You make good. You on point. That's why I'm trying to talk to you, like always. You know what I'm saying? But do you feel where I'm coming from, though?
I accept your retraction of the strawman argument.
Do you see where I was coming from? Do you see where I'm coming from, though? And now I'm trying to get into this issue about that anyway. That's why I was like,
I don't think you listened to the thought experiment, and I think you made assumptions from that. But that's fine. We can move on.
Oh, come on, bro. Okay. So let me pull this shit up here.
So wait, Don, are you saying the straw man never happened and that you are wrong? Is that correct?
Not really. I mean, I kind of think he was talking about a topic where, if I misheard him and I just misheard him. Like it's fair to think that, okay, you're talking about motion. They say the first principle of this thing. And then he's just, I guess it's foolish. And again, correct me, because this is what I'm hearing again. Is you were just saying a first principle to yourself, not any particular standing scientific first principle. Is that kind of...
So again, it's first, all that first principle means is a starting position. A starting position you can logically move forward from with the evidence at hand. The only evidence I had to hand is I see the sky moving, or am I moving, or are we both moving?
Right.
So
that's
the first principle where we're starting from.
Right. Well, there's like a first principle to that. You know what I'm saying?
No, I don't.
But before you guys go further with the discussion about that, Don, do you still feel like there's a straw man here? Do you feel like he's straw manning you somehow? And can you say how?
Bro, it was more light humored. Okay, anyway, so
okay, so if it was light humored, you're saying he didn't.
Shut up.
Then just say he didn't strawman you, please.
Bro, I'm on like Wikipedia references from physics.edu, courses, physics course, lectures, this number of a lecture. Okay.
Then just say you were wrong. Say you were wrong and the strawman accusation.
While he's here, man. You on that drama, bro. So anyway.
Look at how angry you are.
Okay. So,
but see, I feel you strawmanned me now.
velocity, blah blah blah, foolish. On a sea, any observer doing experiments below the deck would not be able to tell whether the ship was moving or stationary. The fact that Earth orbits around the sun at approximately blah 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 offers somewhat more dramatic example. Okay, so I think that I've debunked this right here, and I'm wondering if any of you real deal talkers are ready to walk up to the plate and try to fail as miserably as Kosho's been doing.
Let's take the ship. So I'm below decks on a nice power yacht.
Debunking Galilean principles, baby. You don't know I am.
Show why this analogy is false. And then we let go of our mooring lines and we sort of gently cruise out, and then all of a sudden he boots the old throttle and we start roaring away. Now all the stuff on my table now moves towards me.
You calm down. Why don't you just ask me your argument? Why don't you just ask me my argument? Because I understand the principle, foolish. Can we just? I know.
I can make a reasonable inference that the boat's moving. But carry on.
All right. Yeah. Here's the inference. What if I present to you that using atomic clocks, we now have the experiment necessary to know if the boat is moving or if the land is moving?
Oh, I'd like you to explain that.
Well, we know that with more momentum, the behaviors of the atomic clock act at a different rate than which of a clock not.
Well, you're forgetting something.
Help me out. See, this is what I've been missing. Kosho wasn't able to help me out here yet.
So one of the things with the atomic clock experiment is distance from the center of mass. To be able to have something that's a measurable thing. So that's why, we stuck it in aeroplanes that are rocking around at sort of 35, 40,000 feet above the Earth. And we know it's a minute, tiny difference. We go a bit further away. We've got GPS satellites in orbit. That's about another sort of 20 times, 30 times further away. I'm not exactly sure how many. It's a bit early in the morning. I'm only on my first cup of coffee. And we get a little bit more difference. So you need that altitude above the mass, as far as I understand it, to get a significant measurable distance.
But that's one. You did say that one thing, and I feel you on that thing, because whatever, I guess, weight variable and which causes is equals to some energy, something. It's over my head, but that's why I'm trying to say, like, isn't still the momentum thing still a relevant variable that's going to be used? You have one atomic clock traveling, it doesn't matter, same center of mass. You're still going to
so. I'm not sure is going to be my honest answer. It could be just the fact we can't go that fast, or far enough on the surface of the Earth, but a plane is much easier to travel that fast. I'm not sure. I'm going to say I'm not sure. But
so
as far as I understand it, the further away from the center of the mass, the bigger difference that you can actually see in the time differential.
Okay, but feel this. Thank you, sir. And feel this. But think about it. When these principles back then, dude, this shit, they tried, but they didn't have sophisticated stuff like now, man. This might be something, bro. I'm telling you, bro. This shit smashes.
Might be, yeah, but we need evidence and that's the whole point of having an evidential position, isn't it? We made that prediction that we should see a difference. We then threw atomic clocks on some planes, and we've done that experiment multiple times, and we've got all there is. We've then done some calculations to say, well, if this is the case, and we have an attenuating value associated to it, when we stick an object up here and we want to get an accurate position on the Earth, we need to have a correction factor. And then when we do that correction factor, we find out it's pretty fucking accurate.
Man, I'm telling you, man. See, I want to say chicken or the egg, but I mean, it's more like snake eating its own tail type of situation here, bro. This situation is like great for many things, constant velocity or whatnot, to maybe a scale, who knows what, to whatever. But dude, it always felt like, you know what I'm saying, they get to an endpoint of ridiculousness that debunks the like principle one foundation. And it's like, dude, foolish. I can't.
Give me an example of that. A specific example.
This right here, like you just feel it, like you're just like, okay, well, eventually, like let's just start with type 1. There's no experiment, like I can't tell. Of course, there's a lot of scenarios where you're gonna be like, okay, the senses or the energies are tricked. But I'm not just gonna assume as a scientist in perpetuity forever that there will never be an experiment that's not going to be able to tell. It's like that what they're saying is basically to me what I hear when
experiment that's not going to tell
what?
what?
What I hear is the atomic clock will never be invented. That's what I hear them saying when they say this first Galilean principle right here.
Well, we invented the atomic clock, so it's not a problem.
That's what I'm saying, though. But that's what I'm saying. It's the conundrum, foolish.
But again, nobody's saying that you can't actually detect the motion of the planet. That's bullcrap. And I think you're misreading your quote if that's what you think it's saying. If you're saying that we can't detect the motion of our orbit around the sun, I think that's bullcrap. If we can't predict and observe the orbit of other planets around us based upon their distance and their mass, then again I'm going to call bullcrap because all of those things are there.
I'm going to call bullcrap with you, but I think
I'm going to say that you're missing the quote or you're misinterpreting the context is going to be my thought.
No, I'm not. He's fine. Like the Galileo stuff's fine. The problem is the Einstein dude. I think Einstein disagrees with us, where we say that. I think he does, bro.
No, I think I know the quote you're referring to.
Where he said the experiments where this relativity shit, bro. I'm telling you, maybe that's where I'm wrong. That's where I'm wrong, I guess. This inertial frame, non-inertial frame bullshit.
Well, don't you don't need to worry about that. I mean, you're talking about a level of you're talking about a level of physics that I doubt that either of us can put on a piece of paper and actually do the math for.
It's just logic. It's not. It doesn't have to be math. It's the logic.
No, that's how you demonstrate the outcome, though, isn't it, Dom? By understanding the system, utilizing the system, and then having an output.
But I'm saying,
and then testing that output against reality.
I still can give it like an easy level, like logic. I'm saying it doesn't. You said math over. It doesn't. No, we can be on a logic like this. Like I begin Kosho to say, like that logic isn't even possible, and then at the end he goes, "Oh well, it's possible, but like, there's really like, it's not like a."
I'm not responsible for what Kosho says.
I'll be talking about ridiculous, man. And I'm sorry we talk about other people. But here's what you seem to happen on these hard subjects that people just take for granted is not when invoking magic, just when being like, is it logical a truck could drive down the street? And they're like, yeah, trucks could drive down the street. But first they'll start off being like, no, motherfucker, I don't understand. A truck couldn't drive down the street. Then be like, you know what? You're right. It could. But actually, there's no evidence that it happened. You're like, yo, we ain't talking about that. We just talking about why you hating on the simple logic of this could be a simulation and we in a fish tank and that would be a perfect frame.
You're not talking about logic now. You're talking about philosophy.
It's really not, dude. And it all starts with shit like this bullshit. You need to look at this. Atomic clocks debunks it. We need to look into it. Thank you.
Yeah, but the thing is, you're saying, well, we need to look into it. We need to look into it. Well, but all I'm saying is the fact that, yeah, I don't need logic to make an observation. I can look out and say, oh, there's some sparrows in my front garden, because there always are. I could go and look out the window now and I'll probably see 2 or 3 sparrows. What logic do I need to sit behind that? Yeah, you can say, well, the law of identity, recognize it as a bird, I recognize it as a sparrow, but these are labels that we give things. I can see a lorry driving down my road. I don't need logic to do that. Yeah, okay, I can invoke the law of identity if I want to get pernickety about it.
But it takes the conditioning to talk like you're talking. The average person has these like current age, out of tangibility type theories, right? As these fucking indoctrinations to where you'll see them loop logic. Otherwise, normal-minded people will just break simple logics to fight against positions that they'll agree with at the end and then be like, oh, but I don't think it's just that. And you're just like,
well, you've got to remember that nearly half the people on Earth are below average intelligence.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to get my way to the upper half. I'm trying to learn enough to get to the upper half, to exercise into thinking patterns of being smarter.
You've done both my crap, but well done.
Bro.
But so again, you're talking the difference between having an observation and a predictive system that you can use to say, well, if we observe X, can we infer Y? Oh, we've seen Y. That seems to say that our inference is reasonable. So that's your inferential argument, rather than a deductive argument. And what most people argue against in this is deductive arguments. The reason you tend to argue against the deductive argument is because you have to show for sure that the premises in your argument are true for the conclusion to be true.
I just thought that Einstein really said that even if you're in a boat, sticking your hand in the water, measuring to the sun, there's no way to tell if you are permanently stationary in the whole universe and everything else is moving around you. Like, I kind of thought that's one of the arguments.
No, it's not. What he basically said is just using visual observations when you're sitting on Earth, you can't really tell. You need more data. It's a bit like, I used the argument yesterday. I can take a sample of the atmosphere. Now, I can't really see it. I can't really touch it. But I can use chemistry to start to extract what gases are present.
Okay. Of course. Okay, and then real side note, and I'd be trying to get them to talk more about gravity experiments back, like Sahelian type stuff. Whenever I think about the little ones, I think about, when you told me about that mountain. And I'd be like, man.
Mount Schehallien. Okay. Yeah, no, I know what you mean.
I want to take
it's a mountain in Scotland, by the way.
Yeah. I want to take like little dropping mechanisms, with little baby ball bearings or dusts or whatnot.
Do you know how long it took them to find that mountain?
33 years.
Yeah, it took a long time for them to find the right place to do the experiment, and they looked at a lot of different places. I'm not exactly sure why it took them so long. That's something you could probably go look into. But I know that it took quite a few years for them to find the right place to do the experiment to have the right sort of mountain. I'm not sure, as I say, the criteria of what made that mountain right or not. Again, that's something you can look into.
All right, man. I want to apologize. Look, that dude took off, man. He didn't get a chance to say bye and shit, man. Like, man, motherfucker, man. You could at least say bye with all that fucking probing and shit, all that shit he be doing. Talk about documenting foolish. He writing the motherfucker down, bro. Like, oh my goodness, dude. Come on, you guys. Think about the value, man. Release the energy. Come on. Anyway, whatever. Foolish. I appreciate it, man. What do you think about that on the side note about different gravity experiments, like orientating them differently towards the mountain and seeing if shit falls in different directions?
Well, it wasn't the fact that shit falls in different directions. The only thing that happened is it took a plumb line and it skewed it off by a fraction of a degree to a degree. So
that kind of makes me feel like stuff would fall in a tiny different direction.
Yeah, that's what that observation is actually showing. Depending on the amount of mass, if you've got enough of that sort of effect that would then, have enough of an effect to affect that level of mass, then yeah, it's going to change direction. It's the same way as, if I drop a tungsten spike weighing a kilo, it's not going to deflect very much, but if I drop a grain of dust, it's going to deflect all over the place, not just because of the wind, but because of a whole load of different forces acting upon it.
Yeah.
Measuring something that's off plumb by using the stars isn't very scientific.
That's why, exactly, Bandy. So, Bandy, what do you think about what I'm proposing?
Well, I think it should be. I think it should be tested in a variety of different ways. But if you're going to hang a plumb bob, Don, right, and put it next to a mountain, and the way that you measure that, right, is lining it up with stars.
Yeah, I get it. I'm on your side.
To me, to me,
I'm
that's
on
not very
it.
scientific.
It doesn't
Right?
even
So
make sense.
we have to be able to test this another way.
I'm
Right?
on it.
To verify that result.
Okay, yeah,
Right?
I'm on it. Don't you see we're past that already? I'm on that.
Yeah.
Literally, like,
Buddy.
I mean,
I just wanted to put my 2 cents worth in.
I mean, they love the stars. The thing is that they move, guys. Okay, that's just the thing. They move a little bit every now and then. Like, I don't think they're.
They move in very,
always-
very, very, very predictable ways.
Okay. So the star that you line it up with, did you line it up to the left-hand side of the star, the right-hand side of the star?
I didn't line it up a shit, mate. I'm not even exactly sure exactly how they did the experiment. So
No, I'm not saying you did, Bullish. You know that I'm not saying that you personally.
All right, it is fun to clown them. It is. And it's fun to clown them. But can we talk logically? I mean, out of all these voices of clowniness and hate, is there any brave people that actually want to talk about change or fit? The guy was in here. What do you think about the new motherfucker? What do you think? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, dude, foolish, you miss it. He was in here just asking, what do you think are the new scientists right now? And a lot could be wrong. And how do you feel of people who are working on science? So it's like, bro, what science can we do right now? Okay. What do you think about, it starts with the logic, the hypothesis is, and my hypothesis is from what I understand about this gravity stuff, we should be able to make stuff fall in different directions.
And what he was saying, to be fair to him, was that the scientists of today, right, the wrong results that they are getting, are they actually doing science? Right, that's what he was saying. And I think pretty much all of us agree that they are doing science. It doesn't matter if they're getting the wrong results.
Of course.
Or whatever, but they are doing science.
Absolutely. Yeah.
How are you going to make something fall sideways? Jesus.
Well, not side, but slightly sideways.
I can do that with dust by just using electromagnetic force.
Yeah, can we do it with a mountain using not electric?
No, sorry, that's not science. That's childish thought patterns.
Thanks, I appreciate your input. Anybody else?
Potentially it should.
No.
If you can pull a plumb bob offline, perhaps it could pull a falling object offline too, Don.
Yeah. No.
What do you think, Foolish? Maybe. What do you think, riding? See, this is where it's like big boy time.
Well, I've already made my point, haven't I? I explained it in nice, clear, concise terms
I think
about
you agree, then. I think
what you'd see in that effect. And again, if you're just gonna, you got to wait for people to finish. Go on.
No, I'm sorry. I think I heard you about the tungsten and all that. And I think you agree is what you're saying.
Why don't you go to a mountain with some heavy weights, drop them, see if you get any results?
I think we're gonna do variety weights.
But how would you know that it's falling off plumb though? Because if
I'm gonna post. Can I get posting permission and I'll show you?
If you put your plumb bob next to the mountain, it's already going to be off plumb.
All right.
Hold on, mate.
Give me posting.
hold on.
Give me posting permission, bro. Okay.
Don't you?
Maybe you need an external reference point, like maybe the stars. And we could see how they actually, made it accurate using that mechanism. That would be the interesting thing for me. Now, I suspect, because Polaris itself, for us in the northern hemisphere, we're lucky. We've got a star that's really freaking close to the point of rotation. So as long, we can use that to determine our latitude. And then I'm assuming from that you can do reciprocal angle calculation to then work out what should be perpendicular.
Hold on, Don. I'm trying to fix you up now.
Yeah, foolish. You might be right, but that shows balance, okay? It shows balance, what you say.
Well, I don't know. I'm guessing is what I'm doing at the moment.
No, I'm talking about me. I read you say I contrarian, but then I say we come together. That just shows balance, though.
You should have posting rights now, Don. Give it a test.
All right. See that right there? See that right there?
Yeah.
All right. So this shows the, the expected fall rate of distribution rate of like the droppity things. So you could just like do shit like this, couldn't you? And just orientate it in different ways and have controls and then.
Well, no, the problem you got there is what do those little sort of like knobbly spike bits mean when it comes to what you're dropping? The other thing as well is the shape that's actually indicated in your diagram is not representative to the graph pattern that sits below, because you see you got your outliers on the left and right of your bell curve distribution.
Yeah.
And you got the majority in the middle, but there's nothing represented on that. So I'd say that's a pretty fucking bad image if what that graph is supposed to be representing is what that image is showing above.
Could you think deeper into the concept though of what we're talking about here and stuff like
Yeah,
this?
you're just talking about a Poisson distribution model.
Okay. And so what about scenarios like this and this, like you don't have to use, see, the problem that Bandy and like people we're bringing up is like the stars are the baseline. We could use something like this as a baseline is my point.
How? How would you use that to determine plumb against the side of a fucking mountain?
You could do it and find control distributions not next to the mountain.
Yeah, all you're doing there is working out an average. You're not working out the actual. And if you look at that, so the base of that triangle is going to be your error bar margin, which is fucking huge. That's a shit way of doing it. Don, I would suggest that if you're going to try and use models like this,
it could be water.
If you're going to do models like this, go and start reading up on statistics. So I do statistics. It's a fair portion of what I do.
I have to be slightly harsher than Josh and say this is nothing to do with gravity. It won't tell you anything, and you need to grow up.
Could you tell me why? Could you be more specific?
Because all it is an experiment to show that a triangle of ball bearings can drop into a triangle of ball bearings when they drop through plastic lumpy spikes.
It's not the point. It's not about bouncing off of the ball bearings. You can eliminate the ball bearings and just assume a distribution model of drop. That's the point. Guys, think deeper.
How would any distribution model?
I'm saying you can eliminate
any information about things dropping towards mountains. How would it help?
How would it help? Because you wouldn't have it orientated towards the star, and then you could say that they actually have clean data.
But you understand the fact that plumb could be anywhere from the furthest outlier to the furthest outlier on your distribution model, yeah? And all you're saying is that it's most likely, not is, but it is most likely to be towards the center of your distribution model. Do you understand why that's
in
flawed?
this scenario? No. I think if we eliminated the pegs, foolish, and we were
It doesn't matter about the pegs. You're talking about a distribution model. You're talking about a mean. So the mean is the average of your left to right distribution.
Yeah,
unless you're using a weighted mean, which means you're going to say, I'm going to eliminate X and Y values because they're seen as erroneous values.
Mr. Statistician, I think with millions of sand sized particles, or I'm just saying millions of like let's say whatever type of experiment you're doing, it has the quantity of like grains of sand in an hourglass, whatever scale, then you could do such a thing like, thousands of times. You don't think you could get enough data to get a baseline that would be shifted by the phenomenon?
What you will get is a distribution, and a distribution by definition is not going to increase your accuracy. All it's going to do is give you further outliers and a statistical norm that is towards the center of your distribution. It says nothing.
It has a wave. It has a wave, though. You don't think the wave would have any shift in it?
Oh, done. Yeah, I'm not going to sit here and try and
Look, I'm
explain
sorry if it's
distribution
pissing
models
you
to you.
off. Sorry
It's
for
not
pissing you
pissing me
off.
off. It's the fact that basically what you're doing is not fundamentally understanding the foundation of what you're invoking.
Right, but if it was that, if it was such a thing, you'd just be able to just point it out and be like, boom. And it's
And
like
that's
to
what
me,
I've just done. I've just gone, oh, look, the value could be anywhere from the far left to the far right of your model. Yeah, that's
I'm
all
not
you're
asking
fucking
you that.
saying there.
I'm
And
asking you a
therefore,
simple
there's
yes or
no
no question.
accuracy.
Listen, so you got to say no to my question directly. Then one more time, I'm going to ask it so I can understand. You just have to say directly no if I'm mistaken. Okay. I get that there's some distribution model, but what I'm saying is if I'm seeing phenomenon of gravity, I'm seeing shit dropping perpendicular in fucking control perfect setting. Okay.
You're not, are you? Oh, you mean
Seeing
perpendicular
Trump being
down, straight down?
perpendicular. I'm seeing that shit being shifted next to a mountain. That's the phenomenon I understand is being claimed. Right?
Hang on. What are you actually seeing?
Next step, if I got some fucking shit that distributes on a wave pattern, you're gonna have a perfect shell of a wave like this. Okay. And I'm envisioning that when I put it next to the mountain or whatever, that the wave gonna slightly, the pattern of the wave could be shifted. Whatever the mean ends up being, all that you're saying, foolish. You just telling me no, the wave can't, this ain't gonna have a phenomenon on that?
Yeah, I'm telling you this won't affect it, but you could try just to make sure. But I'll also tell you, you won't. You will never try this.
Why don't you think it would be
it's just in your mind? It's not real.
Foolish.
He's kind of right in the fact. Sorry, Bandy, go on.
No, this thought experiment or experiment that Don is proposing, and I see what you're talking about with the outliers and all that sort of stuff. But if you were to do a control, say in the middle of a desert where you've got 500.
That's where I was saying when he changed his thought experiment, Bandy, he's now onto a better point, because what you'd see is you'd see a deviation from the mean you'd see in the desert
Well, of
to
course,
what
that's
you'd
what
see
the
next to
fuck
the
I was
mountain.
talking about from the beginning. Of course, what the fuck? You need a fucking control.
Don, you didn't explain it like that. You just said,
Oh
"Oh,
my
it's
god!
next to a mountain."
I'm your boy, foolish. To give me some credit.
Well, it was a little bit
Yeah.
unfair to me too, but that's fine. threw that in, right? So I'll take that back now, seeing as it was painted out pretty clearly.
Of course, I'm talking about you have a mechanism, you have a system that you get a baseline dropping of the water from or whatever. Then you bring it next to the mountain and you see did that.
Yeah, you see, Don, to do this, you would have to be clever at it, work it out, study it, and then do it. You can't just say to us, if you drop some stones in a triangle, you might have a different wave pattern near a mountain. Because none of us care. We all believe that gravity is to the center of Earth and mountains are just mountains. So we're not going to be doing the test. You'll have to do it.
No, but we're doing. But what I'm saying is isn't this some new Cavendish shit right here, bro? That's what I'm trying to say.
No, it's a flat Earth thought. That's all it is.
It's not really a Cavendish. All it would show is the fact that we're seeing a differentiation in some sort of force. You use the word and we set it up perfectly. Great. Okay, so we build a nice controlled building. We eliminate everything else out of it, and we have to contain that experiment, whether that's a 200-foot tube or whatever you're going to do to do this thought experiment with. And then we're going to look at our distribution from strike points, based in taking this to the desert and then moving this experiment and then recreating it next to something like Mount Shaholian. Cool. That's fine. And then you can use, then you've got to take in, your controls on the different weights of objects. And I think what you'll probably find is you've got to use something really, really light to have that effect. To even show that problem. So, and again, I'm guessing. I don't know because I don't really know an awful lot about the experiment, apart from the fact it's a mountain in Scotland.
I'm not counting it out. I'm saying you're gonna have to do it, and I don't think it will show you anything.
And how are you gonna negate whatever's falling through that? You got those hundreds of ball bearings or whatever you use in there as they're falling down. They're creating their own pressure zone around each little bit of substance that is falling.
It's just funny to think about how everything really is attracting everything, but because of the perpendicular into the center of the earth, like everything, like you could have two balls on a level surface and they ain't gonna roll into each other, you know, because of that, you know, pulling down and being at rest already or whatever. And it's just so weird, like, but yet if the stuff is falling or if it's hanging loose, you know, it can be influenced or whatever. That's kind of like the phenomenon to me. That's interesting. And so it's like why we should be having more experiments like
I reckon I would give you that if you found a planet with a huge mountain, maybe Olympus Mons or whatever that big huge one is on the other moon. Maybe you can. Maybe you could, yeah, Olympus Mons, they're saying it. It's a huge mountain on a planet. If you did experiments near these huge mountains that are like bigger than ours, or even next to Everest, maybe you'll get some result that shows, yeah, there's a tiny bit of gravity influence from the big rock called a mountain. It's not going to debunk Earth having gravity, is it? Because everything's still going to fall down.
Yeah, well, heavy things fall down.
Yeah. All you'd be doing is proving gravity more.
We might find some lighter stuff eventually, though.
Helium.
No, like dark matter, like stuff that doesn't get pulled by gravity or by other, like it's lighter or who knows, like different stuff.
Light is just a comparison to something else, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty much. It's hard to say, like new characteristic, like different than heavy light characteristic, because everything, like you're saying, as long as it has mass. It's gonna mass thing, yeah. You know?
Yeah. So that's what we're talking about, you know. And the thing is, there's nothing in my world that I can physically pick up and manipulate that doesn't have mass.
Right. But what I think hold up real quick. What I think is important to see, foolish from that, is taking air and turning it into a solid.
Yeah, that's pretty easy. So you take air and you cool it enough, and the gases higher up the periodic table will turn into a solid.
That's what's up. And that to me, see, that's science. And about, look, this stuff is the same stuff. Type stuff.
Do you feel weird and icky and less of a man if you just admitted that mass attracts mass and that's how the universe works?
Oh yeah. It's just about the principle of why and how it does it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, what if it does it because?
Of course, it does it.
What if, you know how you're a man and sometimes you fancy a woman and you want to attract them to you? What if it works just like that, but for rocks? Yes. You want more, so you attract it.
It seems like an anecdote, like some sort of
like a magnet. A magnet wants to attract another magnet. There's no real reason why, it just does as part of its nature, right?
But do you think gravity trumps everything? That's what I'm saying. Do you think it's like the end force, the space time?
No, I think it's just part of how we understand how space moves and things fall so far, and it's easy to accept, and it's childish to deny. That's
right. And then that's fucked up that you come at me adversarially when you know you're gonna come out like you on that same page, knowing it's fucking these people out here religiously on this fucking Einstein shit, like the trampoline bending in with the ball, like it's some really sucked into black hole shit.
Yeah,
and know it's some placeholder bullshit, and I'm trying to fucking explore it, man.
I don't think it's placeholder bullshit until you get really far out into thought experiments about theoretical physics, and then it's a placeholder.
Yeah, like black hole.
You know, Christians all around the planet have Jesus as a placeholder. So what's wrong with a placeholder?
It's a game holder, bro.
But it's just a thing to help you understand other things. You say, this is how we understand it so far. Things fall, they seem to accelerate. We think it's because the more mass there is, makes it happen to the center of that mass. It seems weird. We're not sure why, but it just seems to be a thing.
Bro. You fake, bro.
Just like some men decide to be gay. It's just a thing that happens.
It's not my problem, right? It's not your problem.
Yeah, you'll have a happier life if you forget worrying about gravity.
Until they come with the tanks for you, it's not our problem. Yeah. Be happy.
Well, I think what you're doing is you're obsessing over someone else's religion.
Man, dude. It's whatever, bro. It's whatever. I just think that these people have logics that they put on the table. They teach the kids stuff. And they go, oh, well, they'll learn more later. We're just playing around right now. That's basically the philosophy, dude, of teaching kids. And it's just retarded. Kids should know about atomic clocks from the gate.
Let's say that, hypothetically, if the mass of the Earth being heavy inside the middle, whatever's there, let's say it's obsidian or something weird that's heavy, or lead. Whatever's in there is heavy. And wouldn't that be the perfect explanation for how things fall towards Earth? Wouldn't it explain it so well that we wouldn't have to think about it ever again? We just decided we know now.
In my opinion, simulation would be a way better explanation.
What the person that set the simulation up said things should fall towards things.
Person that made the Sims video game just made there be a bottom to the realm, and then everyone else is.
But that's the same as gravity. It's literally gravity, just called bottom. The bottom reset.
Exactly.
Or to the bottom. That is what gravity is.
Doesn't mean there's anything inside of the Earth or anything like that. Or
well, you don't believe in hollow Earth, do you?
I believe in they constantly change their readings, Earth, on what's in the middle. I mean, it just changed 6 months ago. Again. Riding sleep. I can't believe you ain't said shit. I hope you're recording this shit. I'm gonna play some chess. Stay blessed.
So that channel that Dross shared is just a man riding around on his bike, and he's got 1.5 million subscribers.
You guys just need to find some curvature. Definitive, physical proof of curvature. And it just puts it all down. It's all finished then. Done.
Come on. You can't.
You don't even need a good fucking story.
You can't describe what you mean by definitive or physical, so we're stuck.
Oh, I've done it plenty of times.
Yeah,
Done it plenty of times. You just don't. You just can only go optical will do. Optical will do.
Every time I asked, you changed what it meant.
All you've got is optical. So if there's anything other than optical, it might be on its way to physical.
So
all you've got is optical, Dawn. So we don't even need to worry about definitions right now. Just something other than optical would be good.
Let me ask you today, does physical mean I have to touch it?
You don't personally have to touch it, no.
Does someone?
No. How about I ask you again today? Do you have anything other than optical evidence?
Does the measuring stick or a different person have to touch it for it to be physical?
I don't care what sort of measuring device you use, but it needs to be physical in nature, not optical.
Does it have to touch it? Does it have to touch it?
Well, that's up to you. You come up with the device, mate.
Oh no! So you haven't decided yet what physical even means. That's a you issue.
No, I have. I just haven't designed the apparatus. If you think there's some apparatus out there to measure it physically,
No,
then that would be sweet.
If you can't tell me what you mean by physical, I'm not even going to bother thinking.
Yeah, non-optical. Dawn, we've been over this 1,000 times,
I'm
mate.
checking
Non-optical.
what you mean by asking. Do you mean it has to touch it?
That depends on the device, Dawn.
On any
Doesn't
device.
it?
So can I find a measuring device that doesn't have to touch the thing?
Or can you? Think about one.
Like a camera and trigonometry?
Well, camera is not a measuring device. No, it's not a measuring device.
Right, so I've tried
Camera
one.
and
I've tried one and
trigonometry
you said no.
is not a measuring device.
You name what a measuring device that won't have.
No. This is your question for you to answer.
Oh my god, no, it's your question.
It's not my question at all, buddy.
You asked.
Not at all.
Where's the curvature? Please provide something that's physical and definitive. You asked for that, and I said, "What do you mean by physical?" And you're still stuck on that.
I'm not stuck at all.
Well, what
I
you're doing
can't
is
think
you're being
of the
vague.
device that
You're
can
being
measure it. Can you?
You can think of one.
No, I can't. I can't think of a device to measure it.
Oh, no.
It's on such a large scale, it would be very difficult.
So it's impossible, you think?
I wouldn't say impossible, mate. That would be silly.
But so far, there's no device available.
I can't think of one. It doesn't mean there isn't one.
Wow.
Dawn. You know this.
Well, you need to go back to the drawing board and think of one then.
Why?
It's your brain fart that you think needs.
No.
So you need to
no.
go and
So
find a
you need to acknowledge now that there is no physical measurement.
No,
and
I
it's
don't
all
agree with that.
optical,
I think
and
there's
you've
loads
settled
of
for
tools.
that.
I think there's
Isn't it
tools.
convenient, White, that you've put this proof
Here
out
we
of your own
go.
reach?
It's not out of my reach, Rui. Come on.
You can't think of any physical way to do it.
Not on the scale it is, no.
No.
But that's just that's my limitation. I didn't
Why
say
would
it's
you
not
ask for
possible
something you
though.
think's impossible?
Feel free to present a method that could do it.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with optics.
No. Aside from that, I appreciate you acknowledge optics as physical, or maybe you don't acknowledge it as physical, but you're just happy with optics as a measuring tool. Something physical. Like, can you even entertain the thought of trying to think
You can't.
of one? If
can you?
someone gave you $1 million
You
and tasked you with a physical fucking, device, what would you come up with?
You can't entertain.
I
it,
don't
so
think
why
there'd
should
be
we?
anything you could do. How would you do it?
You think it is impossible? Okay, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. All right.
Isn't it convenient that you put
We
it
all
out of your own
agree.
reach?
We all agree that physical measurement of Earth is nearly impossible, probably impossible. Now what?
No, we won't
Now
agree
what?
on that.
You agree.
If you think that your brain and my brain and Rui's put together is enough to conjure up all possibilities, then that's sad.
So far, it's impossible.
Is
we
it?
All agree. We all agree.
So far, it's impossible. Interesting.
I think it is.
Well, what about if it was a flat plane, and therefore you're never going to measure curvature because there isn't any? Yeah, we can always measure level.
What
and
if it's a
horizontal.
unicorn that's farting?
I guarantee you, White, if we could measure curvature optically and you went out and measured it to have no curvature, you would accept an optical measurement.
Measure it. Optical.
Yeah, I
Would it
guarantee
have
you would
anything to
accept
do with
it.
optics?
He would, yeah.
Yeah. If an optical measurement said there was no curve, I guarantee you would accept it.
Well, but then I would have to also then say, and there's no refraction, which would be ludicrous.
Yeah, but we understand.
Because we know there is.
We know what effect it has.
No. You've got a mathematical model. That doesn't mean you know in every situation what's going on. If
I have accurate data for the weather conditions and the atmospheric
you
conditions,
don't have accurate
I know
data
what light
for
will
the
do.
optical corridor
Yes, I do.
of anything, you've got a photo. No, you don't. You've got weather balloon
I
data
have weather
of
balloon
rough
data
estimations
all over
of
the
around
world.
a certain area.
All over the
Right.
world, and it all says the same thing.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. for the optical corridor of a particular image.
If you are above 100 meters above the surface, it is consistent.
So another mathematical model, it's consistent. Are you
No,
up there all the time to know
real
that?
life data, White. It's real life data that's measured with a weather balloon.
Yeah, but that's over however many, such an area. That's not specific to a certain zone that you're trying to look
over
for.
the world. All over the world. It's the same.
Okay, so things don't change then. Things aren't dynamic.
All over the world, if you get above 100 meters, the chance of light bending upwards is very close to zero.
Okay, so very close to is still based on a mathematical model. Can you verify any of
I've
it?
literally just said real world data that we've measured.
Real world data, yeah, temperature stuff. That's fine.
Yeah,
but that's not going to show that the refraction has been verified to be almost near zero. That's based on a mathematical model.
I'm struggling to understand how the difference between measuring actual conditions translates to, it's just a mathematical model with no relation to
Okay,
real
so
world.
when you get your actual data, what do you do with that? Do you put it into a formula?
Yes.
Right. How do you then verify what that formula spits out with reality?
Okay, if I've traveled 60 kilometers and I measure that 60 kilometers, and then I measure, it takes an hour, and I plug it into a formula, what have I done?
Well, you've put data into a formula, right?
Okay. Have I measured the speed?
No, but what do you get? You got the results.
No, I don't. All right.
Now, how did you verify that?
These things are lab experiments that verify the refractive index.
Okay, but they're in
Verifies that it
controlled
travels.
conditions. They weren't
Yes,
done
then I
over
measure
100
the
meters
conditions.
over X amount of kilometers. No, they weren't. They were
Then I
done
measure.
in controlled
Then I measure
conditions,
the conditions
small distance.
in the real world
Right.
and apply what I've learned in the lab.
Okay, but then you haven't verified in the real world that it's the same. That's my point.
I've got the fucking
Rui.
real world data. I've got the
No,
real
you
world
don't.
data.
You've got controlled
Yes, I
lab
do.
condition data.
I've got the real world weather data. I know what
Yeah,
the
but you
refractive
haven't
index is
verified
of
that
those
the
conditions.
lab conditions apply to real world above 100 feet over kilometers. That's what you haven't verified, and you know it.
Yeah, this is a deductive argument. Right? In the lab, I know what the refractive index is of air under certain conditions.
Right.
Right?
Therefore,
Right.
you
So
can
I go
extrapolate
into
that out to infinitum, can you?
Yes.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can. Because I know
Okay,
that the
well, at least
gradient is
verify.
consistent.
At least verify that you can. Do you think
I
it's fair
know
to
that the
just
gradient
assume
is
that you can, or
consistent
should it be verified?
everywhere. I know that the
Okay, so you're not
gradient
going to
is
verify it.
consistent all
That's
over the
okay.
world.
You're
I've
happy with
verified it with
optics.
the weather balloon
That's
data.
fine. So
The
do
weather
you
balloon
think
data
that when we look
says
straight
that the
up,
gradient
there's
is
zero
consistent.
refraction?
Yeah.
When we look straight up at something, zenith, do you reckon that's zero refraction?
Yep.
Even though there's water in the atmosphere?
Yep.
Wow.
You'll get twinkles. That's what the twinkling is.
So it's not
But you don't get
quite zero
consistent
then?
bending.
So it's like plus
It's
or
not
minus
consistent
zero, is it?
bending. It's not consistent
Right.
bending.
Interesting. Okay. Fair enough.
The gradient is horizontal. When you're looking
Nice.
horizontal, you've got a more dense layer below you and a less dense above you. This is a deductive thing.
It's only infinitely horizontal, isn't it? Like, or
I
finitely,
don't
should
even know
I
what that
say?
means.
A finite. Well, okay. So on a ball, you've got a single plumb line, and perpendicular to that, only at that plumb line point is it horizontal, because
Right.
everywhere else to the surface of the Earth is not horizontal anymore, is it?
Right.
Right. So only
And?
at that point is it horizontal. Well, so therefore
Right.
it's curved. It's not flat, the atmosphere. It's curved.
Now, if I post you
Are we looking through
derivation,
a single point?
if I post you the derivation, I know that you're not going to follow it, but I'll post it anyway. Hold on.
Oh, more mathematical models that you haven't verified,
Yes.
mate. Interesting.
Fuck, I don't know why you dismiss maths all the time.
I'm not dismissing maths. Don't straw man. I never dismiss maths, mate. You haven't verified any of your models. That's all. in the real
Well,
world.
I'm telling you, we know the refractive index of air under any conditions, and we measure the conditions, and therefore we can apply what we've learned in the lab. Anyway, I'm going to put some kids to
Yeah, but
bed.
you.
So I'll be
Okay,
muting.
good night, mate.
Good night.
Strap him in.
I'll
Let
be
him know
mute.
about the flat Earth,
Will do.
the outer ponders. Mention the outer ponders. That's the best part of flat Earth.
Wait.
Dawn.
You'll
Dawnbuster.
you'll lose the debate because you're asking for something you've decided.
There
is
is no
impossible.
loss of debate, Dawn, until you can
finish what I was
verify
saying.
something. Go for it.
Just let me finish what I was saying. You come on and you ask for something that you've already decided is impossible, but you can't describe
I said
why
it wasn't impossible. Don't lie. I'm not going to let you fucking finish talking if you're going to lie. I never said it was impossible.
Yeah, I know.
I
Sorry,
said I couldn't think of it.
I understand that. That happens to me a lot, and I do the same. When people lie, I have to overtalk. Okay, you didn't say it's impossible, but you said there's no tool available yet, and you can't think of it.
I can't think of it. Yeah.
It's as good as not doable right now. Which
No,
is kind
it's not.
Okay, how do you describe it? Hasn't never been done. Not sure if you can do it.
Well, no, I'm just not ignorant to think that that if I can't think of it, then it's not possible. I just said I can't think of it, and I can't think of one. That does not mean for a second that there isn't a way, mate.
All right, let me tell you this then. You've come on and said you can't think of any way to do this, but you want it to be done, maybe. And my response is, which I think all Glober's response should be, "Oh, go away, do it yourself."
Okay, fair enough, right? Dawn. Okay, sure. Thanks for that very, very helpful statement. That's really, really helpful.
If you really
I come on and said, all you need to do is prove physically the curvature. You then asked me to say, oh, what is physical? I said non-optical. Maybe with something that hasn't been developed yet. I can't think of it. And now you're trying to tell me I come on here demanding for someone to come up with a device. That's not what I did. No. If you're gonna claim definitively that there's curvature, you need to come up with some sort of proof of it, not optical.
You summed it up well, so let me talk back to that. We already did, and we're happy with optical. It's just you that wants physical.
No.
And you find it hard to describe what physical means, which is also an issue for you.
You know what physical means. I know what physical means. You're just trying to talk around it because you can't provide it. And we both know that. And the actual honest truth is, I've asked for physical. You guys have gone, well, we can't provide that, but we're settling for optical. That's what the honest statement would be.
Yeah. And now what?
So can you say it back nice and clearly? Can you say that statement back nice and clearly for the internet and the recording? The honest answer to that.
No one cares to try and measure Earth. Wait, hang on. You can't talk through me because I won't get to finish it.
No, but you're not repeating the statement. Okay, make your own. Make your own.
Or just stop talking and don't listen. No one cares to measure Earth curve physically for you because everyone's happy. Earth curve has already been measured satisfactorily. Yeah, so it's all you.
However, you need to tell yourself, Dawn. You know,
this is what I'm telling you. I decided this years ago. I decided this years ago. This is what I'm telling you.
I'm sorry I had to steal that.
Because you've been shot down again, bringing it up.
Oh, yeah. I guess you just shot me down like the Ukrainians are shooting down the Russians right now, apparently.
Me and Rue have both said.
You got me, Dawn.
No, sorry.
Flow the propaganda machine. Fire it up. Quick.
We both said.
Everyone else better talk about how I got shot down by Dawn.
You said you
it
need
could
to
be
prove
true
the
then.
You need to prove the globe. That's what you said, and we said no. Sorry, we already did.
No, you said no. Sorry, we can't do that physically. We're all settling for optical measurements, which we know have contention. So going forward, we're going to try our best to think of physical proofs to satisfy the flat earthers.
No one cares.
But no,
it's being contended by a bunch of lunatics. No one cares.
You're going to stand here and just try and say, optics is physical. We know this, but you just won't come up with something physical. You know you can't. Talk around it all you like. It's pretty hard to measure curvature in something that's flat, Dawn.
You're
You
being
must
totally
admit.
dishonest now.
Good luck.
Like a lot of flat earthers, you're just lying.
How am I lying? You are the one that's trying to tell yourself that
Because you're
optical is physical.
self-aggrandizing your own bullshit.
Come
Self-aggrandizing your
on,
own
tell
nonsense.
me. Tell me, Dawn, and tell everyone. Optical is physical. Go.
Earth was measured. It's only you that has a problem.
Optical is physical, according to Dawn.
White thinks he can measure Earth with a tape measure because he smokes so much weed.
Put words in my mouth because it's all he's got.
That's what you did. That's what you did.
Is that what I did?
I was just
Really?
copying you.
Oh.
You did it.
Really? So all you've got is copying and then putting lies, putting words in my mouth.
You put words
Have you
in
got
my mouth.
anything
So I
good?
copied you, and now you're deciding
Really?
it's absurd and stupid to do it. The thing you just
Sure. Sure. So is optical physical,
did. Called
Dawn?
mirroring. When someone does it back to you, you say, "Ugh, what are you doing? That's a silly thing to do." And they remind you,
Oh, it's a
"Why
baller
did you just
tactic,
do it
isn't it?
then?"
It's a heliocentric baller tactic. I think actually Bill Clinton thought of it first. Are you a Clinton?
Putting words in my mouth.
Dawn Clinton. Dawn Buster Clinton. No words, mate.
You should have memes of yourself like Bev with you and a tape measure against loads of different things that could never be measured with a tape measure.
Yeah, what, like, oh, I won't go there. But she said it, that's all. I didn't say it, she fucking said
Proof
it.
Discord is Discord, physically, with a measure. That's your level.
Get the fucking, get the magnifying glass
Tell me
out.
exactly how
The
long
micrometer.
baking powder is, physically. That's your level.
Interesting. Keep diverting, Dawn, away from that physical proof that you don't have, that you try and rely on optical to justify.
I'll read you Ruhev's comics quite good. Optics is a branch of physics. I'll cope with that.
No, cope. Fair enough. That's all right. That to me is descending.
Your laugh says it all. Your fake laugh says it all.
No, I'm laughing quite hard because although it might be, it doesn't make it a physical measurement, and it's just a sign of descending and spiraling like usual.
Because it's your own stupidity. You don't actually find it funny, so you're having to pretend to laugh.
Well, yeah, because it's all he's got. It's sad.
It's probably true as well, which
I said it was true, but it's just sad that he's got to bring that statement in as an argument to what I'm asking for.
What does physics mean?
What do you think it means, Dawn? Do you think it means optical?
Of physical things.
Of course it could.
Wow.
Yeah. And you can study it in many ways. But does that mean optical is a physical measurement, Dawn? I think we're talking about two different things here. Slightly, which is why I laughed, because Ruhiv thought it was some sort of answer to the question.
Optical measurements are good measurements sometimes.
Are they physical? Are they good? But you're not going to use the word physical for some reason.
No one cares.
They're good.
If you think
optical.
They're
physical, no one cares. Get defensive, mate. Get defensive.
Only you
all good. It's only me. Just me. Little old me.
A few others like Bansaw, but it's
a couple
just you
of
that worries
others.
about this.
Just a couple.
Dawn, stop trolling him and trying to wind him up, because that's all you're trying to do. You're trying to get a reaction out of him, right? Because that's all you're trying to do.
He can't wind me up.
Your tactics are very, very obvious.
That's what he's doing to us.
Right?
I know his tactic. I know his tactic. Hang on, I'm saying something.
I was talking, Dawn.
Oh, okay,
right?
you talk.
You think you can fucking overtalk everyone all the time.
If you lie about me, yeah.
After camp.
Right?
No.
Right? You're not here for an honest conversation. Or
Neither are you. Neither are you.
Yes, we are. Yes,
yes,
we are.
I am.
All
yes,
you
I
want
am.
to do is go, no, my model's right. No.
That's what you do.
My model's right. No.
No. We can't see because light bends. No. Space might be a medium. No. Water.
Take a break.
Does my voice put you off, Bandy?
Your voice.
Yeah. Is a good way to shut me up, to shut Dawn up.
Man, I just fucking had some nice conversations here, and Dawn just comes in here and just bloody well trolls heavily.
I think it's all he can do. That's all Rehab does. I think he does it slightly more tactically, but yeah, get your big giant tape measure out, Dawn. That's what I want to see.
What did you do today? Anything exciting?
Myself.
Yeah. Well, I'm not talking to anyone else.
Oh, I can't see who's in it. I wasn't sure. Converted some old drop hockey goals into like scorers shelter boxes. That was my job for today.
Some what shelters? Oh, scorers. Scorer shelters.
Yeah, like scorers and like
Yep.
spare players.
Yep. Are you a hockey player from way back when, or is it something because of your kids?
Oh, from way back. Yes, I am.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm actually just getting back into it this year myself. But yeah, my youngest plays as well.
We had the option of hockey at school, but it was kind of like an elective sort of thing, which was only kind of held like maybe once or twice. We didn't really have a team or anything like that at the school that I went to. But it's funny because 20 kilometers up the road, lots of schools had a hockey team and competed between one another.
Yeah, it is funny like that with regard to the popularity of it between different areas.
Like around Eltham Way, it's hugely popular. I'm talking back Victoria now, obviously. But I don't know so much here, but also to things like baseball too. It seems to be very area specific. You'll have lots of schools whatnot playing baseball or softball, where in another region it's not so popular.
Yeah, there's nothing like that down here.
But I suppose it depends on the councils and stuff too. Building adequate facilities and fields and whatnot for people to participate in these things. That probably is a lot to do with it.
Yeah, demand as well. I mean, even soccer's a lot more popular down here now, but 10 years ago, geez, soccer was hardly spoken of.
Yeah.
Whereas in Adelaide, it's been flat out for a long time. And I know in Victoria, it was probably quite prominent. What about yourself, Bandy? Up to anything special today?
I did some smoking actually.
Ooh.
Yeah, some salmon and stuff, which was nice, and it was
Too good.
very enjoyable. And actually, because it's my second go at it, and Ali was in here the other night, and I told him that I'd built myself a smoker. Anyway, he was telling me that one of his mates used to do a lot of smoking. Anyway, how I did it, I just filtered the fish and whacked it in there and blah blah blah, let it go for its life, and it tasted really really nice, I must say. But his mate, he said he used to salt it, before he put it in, to draw out some moisture and whatnot. But he didn't know the ratios, so I did a little bit of googling and whatnot, and kind of worked it out a little bit, and tried it, and it actually worked so much better. Now I don't know, because some of the moisture was drawn out of the salmon, that the smoke was able to penetrate more into it. Perhaps maybe there was not as much resistance, from the moisture, steam, all that sort of stuff.
You're having a hot smoke or cold smoke? What did you do? Hot or cold?
Hot.
Okay, right, yeah.
Yeah.
Roger that.
Yep. And it seemed to make the world of difference, and the flavour was just, it was just intensified. Yeah, not overpowering, not overpowering at all, but it was just just more intense.
Have you ever smoked eggs?
Eggs? No.
Just whack a carton of whole eggs in your smoker, mate.
Right.
Dead set. Fucking 4 hours and really low, like 50 degrees or around there. I try and keep it really low. And oh my God, Bandy, they're fantastic. You wouldn't think it'd penetrate the shell, but it does. That shell's very, very permeable.
Yeah, I'm writing that down now, actually. Eggs. I'll give it.
And that's cheap. Just whack it here on a shelf, goes with dinner.
So they turn out to be like a soft-boiled or a hard-boiled egg, at the end of the day.
Yeah, well, that's dependent on, when you want to start checking them out. If you make 2 cartons in, you can pull a few out as you go along, and then when they're perfect, you can pull them all out.
Yeah.
Yeah, but mine, I usually put mine on for about 4 hours, as low as I can. And that sits just under about 50 degrees. Centigrade for all you Yankees. I'm not converting it for you, you lazy buggers.
I don't know. If I had to wait 4 hours for an egg, I am not giving you a tip.
Well, you wouldn't go in and order one. You wouldn't order one.
Jerry ain't waiting 4 hours for anything.
That's funny.
Fair
Set and
enough.
forget, mate. Set and forget.
Fair enough too.
I've got bits of meat that will go in the sous vide for, I don't know, 36 hours. Yeah. You don't want them in a hurry. I can tell you that.
36 hours.
Yeah. Like you buy a chuck roast,
Yeah.
big chuck roast. It's fucking pretty cheap meat. And vacuum seal it and chuck it in the sous vide. 36 hours. It comes out better than Scotch billet, man. It's beautiful. Then you just cut it into steaks and sear it, high temperature. It's beautiful.
I know down
Meat's
south
getting
here.
expensive.
But yeah, well, like down south here, they smoke, or they barbecue the pig, and they do it like the day before, and then like they put the whole friggin' pig in there, and they pull it out,
Well,
and the meat just falls off. Crazy.
Yum.
Pulled pork. Oh,
Yep, that's it.
I used to watch there's some American barbecue show or smoking show that, man, the smokers that they have are hardcore.
Oh yeah.
Competitions and what that show to watch, and they all had their secret herbs and spices and marinades and all that sort of stuff. And yeah, it's actually quite a serious business, the old smoking barbecuing circuit, by the looks of things. And these fellas going off getting their smokers built by engineers and whatnot.
Oh yeah. Those tailgate parties though almost warrant having an industry like that. Like, could you imagine heading to a football show here, a football game, where all in the car park there's people just doing that sort of stuff? Like, we just wouldn't allow it. Those tailgate parties are awesome. You settled down yet, Dawn?
Yeah, sorry everyone. Calm down. I'm just stubborn. If someone wants to talk about what if this and what if that, maybe I don't mind, but I just don't find White's line of questioning honest. So I got triggered, and Bansor got triggered, and then you triggered me super hard. I'm all good.
Did come in on the end of it too, I must say, because I was deaf and muted for probably a lot of it. So anyway, you're off the leash now, Dawn.
I was the only one that didn't get triggered in that, Dawn. Thank you. Thank you very much. I like to think I keep my cool.
Okay, I guess I would turn your weird line of questioning round. If I did your line of questioning to you, I would come on, and then out of nowhere, I'd say, "Come on, Whites. All you need is a physical measurement of flatness on the oceans, and it'll all be over."
Yep, you'd be right.
I'd say we have one.
And there
Water
we go.
level.
We're both done. That's what you did it to me, and we all got triggered. And I said, "We've done it."
Yeah, but I can say we've got one. It's a water level. You can't do that. You have to go optical is physical. It's good enough.
Yeah, but to us, that's even better than your water level. So we've both got an answer now, and we can move on.
You can say you got a
But it's not physical.
over a short distance. You can say that.
What if I said all you need?
We could do one over 20 kilometers, couldn't we?
All you need is a
that would still
physical
be physical,
measurement.
wouldn't it?
You need a physical measurement that isn't a water level. That's what you need.
Good luck doing one over.
Is what would be the obstruction, Bandy? Just out of curiosity.
The obstruction.
Yeah, like what would stop us from, like, you know, a pipe? Let's just say we've got a pipe. Someone's donated $1 million. We bought a pipe that's 20 kilometers long. Like, what's stopping us from filling that pipe with water?
The practicality of it all, actually doing it. The practicality.
Okay, but people can lay pipes for 20 kilometers. Like, we've got water pipes that traverse this country, you know. So pipes can be done. So I'm just saying that's practical. It's been done. What's stopping us from doing just 20 kilometer segment and checking horizontal?
Yeah, but are those? Well, I suppose some of them are actually. I'll take that back, but mainly if we're talking water pipe and whatnot, they've got risers and all that sort of stuff in them, which to us wouldn't make a difference as far as water level is concerned, because
No, the more rises, the more points we've got to check that it's horizontal. Yeah.
Exactly right. Exactly right. But how does that in itself disprove the globe model when they're going to turn around and say, well, that's exactly what we'd expect on the globe model?
Well, that could be verified with a piece of equipment that they deem is sufficient, i.e. a theodolite.
I'll give you. You could do it over 2 kilometers. Yeah, just means doing it. The fact is, you haven't.
No, it's been done. It's been done, and it showed that there was less than there should have been. But that's all. So that's not definitive in
So
any
it
way.
showed curvature.
Oh, it shows something, but not as much as it should have been to match. And it certainly didn't show flat.
Isn't it curvature when you have less curvature?
Well, it's still possibly curvature when you have less than expected, of course.
No,
but then you'd also have a much bigger ball, wouldn't you?
If it's not flat and it's
No, I agreed. It's still curvature, even if it's less,
you
right? Or
proved the
potential.
globe Earth, you've just admitted.
No, I didn't do it, and I didn't prove it because we haven't verified that it's curvature, have we?
Well, how would you verify it's not then in the future for yourself if you can't with that?
Well, okay. Well, based on that, then would you declare that the ball is much bigger than it is then, and we've got it wrong?
No, I'd say that's a silly.
Right.
No, wait, hang on.
Well, it must be. If it's less curvature, Dawn, it must be bigger. Acknowledge that.
I don't even think it's a real experiment that they found. Like, they just got it
Right.
wrong.
So then just stop talking about it, or you're trolling again, and you're going to get
No,
muted,
it's not
unfortunately.
trolling. It's me saying you didn't manage to prove what you wanted again, even with that example.
No. Vandy agreed we could make a pipe 20 kilometres long if we had the money. It is practical. We'd have lots of risers, and that would help. And we could use a theodolite, which you agree is verifiable. That we could verify that it's indeed horizontal and not curving over that distance.
Do you think you could make a water level over water 20 kilometers long?
I didn't say over water. I said they water level.
That's what I wanted.
Why?
You have to prove physical flatness over water.
Why do I need to do that?
Earth could be a hill.
Earth could be a hill.
Yeah, the
Mount Earth.
bit where you set the water level up could be a hill. You need to do it over water like flat earthers, like the real test.
That's interesting.
Water finds its
Repeat
level.
that. We have to do it on a hill.
Ground doesn't find its level as good as water, so water's better. And it's just the fact that that's what I asked for. I said that's all you'd have to do to prove flat Earth is get a measurement of flat water over quite a big distance.
Yeah, that's a pipe.
I think it's possible, right, to do it without a water level.
Okay.
You can make water levels and you can make long ones like Bev tries to do. He's never made a long enough one to debunk himself yet. But I do think he's slightly debunked himself, even with short ones already.
Well, whether it's Bev or whether it's what's his name, Sply, I think setting up a water level over a long enough distance is not as easy as one would think.
Oh, well, it's not easy at all.
So, but I definitely think that the surface of water can probably be measured within an acceptable degree of tolerance, because it doesn't matter what you measure, you're always going to have a degree of inaccuracy.
Myself, I'd be happy if Flat Earth did multiple optical measurements of water being flat. But to me, they haven't even got to that point yet. So I don't care about the physical thing. I just want any measurement that I can trust and that seems real.
So what about things like what they do when they shine lasers across a body of water over some pretty long distances, and then that laser then hits, say, a mirror or a target? Is that?
I really like that. A Flat Earth core, they got a lot of shit, and I think they deserve some shit. But at the end of the day, they did a test.
Yeah.
That showed it's harder to find curve on a frozen lake than you would expect. And if you forgive them for refracting the laser and say they could have got a better laser, forgive them for being flat earthers and say they could have been more trustworthy with the results. What you need is more things like that, with less refraction, harder lasers, showing that it's hard to find curve across the water bits. But that isn't possible because people do find curve. That's what I believe.
I am unaware that they were. Did you say that they should have been more honest with their results? I didn't know that they were dishonest with their results, to be honest with you.
Just not have all been flat earthers and released everything online, so full footage of all of it, even the bits that went wrong.
Really?
But
NASA don't even do that.
The
And
other
yeah,
one
flat
where
earthers, what they have to do it. Interesting.
No, earthers can do it, but I need it to not be just flat earthers to trust the different. When there's multiple ones and it's replicated, I need it to not all be flat earth.
Mm-hmm.
The other one where they shined the light through the holes, so I thought that was good too, and I think that was some evidence towards a globe against flat Earth. But I'm glad they did it.
Talking about the one Jaren and his mates did.
Yeah. They tried their best to not get a globe result, and they still got one. But that's not proof of a globe. That's just extra evidence. One test didn't manage to prove flat. So to me, I'll add it to the globe evidence.
Yeah, look, I've heard different stories about that particular.
Yeah, they're all new ones. I'm saying if we had 40 examples of this, different teams, we'd have a lot more to look at, wouldn't we?
Yeah, I think it's a better idea to have both teams working together, Dawn, on something.
I think that can work. But I think what happens then is the globers take control, and the flat earthers just naturally take a back seat. And then the end result isn't always agreed upon.
Is that what always happens? It's happened so many times now that we've got a thing that we know. Or is that your just assumption?
I think that's how it usually happens when people like Ruhif and Ranty do, or something like that, do an experiment together.
Yeah, well, Randy's a punk. You know that.
What?
Randy's a punk. You know that.
He was a flat earther, and he did do some tests with globers before.
He was never a flat earther. Not one point was he a flat earther. If one picture he can fucking see changes him, he was never a flat earther, mate. I can guarantee you that.
Maybe you're right, and he was faking it, but to me, he was quite believable for some of the points.
But people are entitled to change their mind.
Yeah, but one picture can't do it, Bandy.
No, well, look.
No, he's lying about that.
Well,
How he
look,
converted, he's lying about that.
Me personally, if I was Ranty and I had 722 trillion terabytes of photos, and some other person's random photo changed my mind, I don't see that personally myself. But look, you can definitely change your mind on things and how you see things. You know, I know
Of course, yeah.
You know, changed my mind. Re-looked at things and then come back. You know, people are changing their minds all the time. Why?
I know that, mate. If I get down pressure on this test, I'll be fucking scratching my head. Don't you worry.
So
one test.
But I suppose I don't like the I would have been fine. I would have been fine with him changing his mind. I would have had no issue with it. But then what I have issue with, actually, I suppose, as far as that is concerned, is what he has done since. That's what I have issue with.
Yeah, me too. I only brought Randy up as an example. Another example would be George doing his experiments with some flat earthers. And to me, that's not going to work well, because at the end of the day, George is going to take control and just say, this is how it is. This is real science. The flat earthers will end up doing their own sort of experiment just on the same day.
Well, that's not together there, is it?
Yeah.
You probably got George, Rumpus, who are very dominating characters that want to take control over the situation.
That's what I mean.
Because they're right about all the mathematics and the way everything should be done. Yeah, I hear what you're kind of saying a little bit there.
I shouldn't put us off trying. Well, I think my main point was just we need more honest tests. That's mostly going to come from Flat Earth, I know, because Globers are already happy with what's been presented.
I think more collaborative tests is probably a good way to go.
If you want to collaborate with Globe, doesn't that mean Globe will debunk you every time? Or are you still hoping that you'll do a test and you'll blow the Glober's mind and they'll think, oh my God, all this time I thought it was a Globe until now.
You would hope that if you were to do something, Dawn, you would go into something with good faith, right? That's what
I reckon.
I would hope, and you have to let the data or the results speak for themselves. Now, I suppose the results, you can analyze those results many a different way, but the data's gonna be the data. Really.
If flat Earth and globe do it together, they'll both be trying to convert each other, and that's the main reason they're doing it.
But it's not. I think you do the scientific method or whatever a disservice if you don't kind of stick to it and adhere to it.
Yeah, but
both sides.
But you'd do your trust and your belief and your knowledge a disservice if you went round testing the globe when you already know it's a globe.
Oh my god.
Well,
no, I would. I know that's why I don't devote my time to it, because I know it's a globe and that would be a waste of time.
Well, they do say too that science is always about trying to disprove things as well. That's what scientists do. They don't prove anything; they disprove things or eliminate things. I suppose.
We tried that, and that's how we ended up.
Dawn is not a scientist; he is a believer.
So are you.
I have a
Really? I'm doing an experiment, pal, a physical
No,
one.
you're not. You're not
It's the
doing
only
anything.
physical one that's been done so far.
You're eating meat and chopping weed every day. You're not doing science, bro.
Meat, chopping weed. You got me down pat. There is something else I do every now and then, but that's pretty funny, Dawn.
I wouldn't say yours is the only physical experiment.
No, all right. So hey, he was having a go at me before about physical things, and all he had is optical, and here I am doing at least something physical. But anyway,
You're not doing anything. Don't lie to yourself.
here we go. Is it optical, Dawn?
Why are you winding him up, saying that he's basically not going to do it, Dawn?
Because he hasn't done it. It's a thought experiment. Nothing's happening.
Well, do you know?
I didn't say it was done.
Exactly right. Do you know why it hasn't been done up until date?
Yeah, because he hasn't bothered looking for a second option of a beach.
There are no other options, Dawn.
There you go.
And well, there
It's
may
on,
be
it's on the coast. No other beaches. What a load of
there
shit.
may be constraints.
We could do a water pipe here too, Bandy. We could do a water level thing on the same beach.
No, hold on. What do you just expect him to pack up his bag of kit and drive all over the countryside to fulfill your requirement of now it's been done in the time frame that you want?
I expect him to stop claiming he's doing an experiment. That's what I expect.
Well, there are constraints behind where the experiment can be done or the measurement can be done and at what time.
Going to do? Is that better, Dawn? Going to do as opposed to doing? Like I by no means meant that I was partaking in the experiment right now when I said doing, but
at this
like
point,
going to do, is that better?
No, at this point I think that's wrong too.
Whatever, mate. All right.
Wish you could.
I'm
Wish
done.
you could.
I'm done. I'm
Wish
not
you could
listening
one day.
anymore.
Hey,
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, mate.
You've already purchased the line, haven't you?
I've got the line. I've got to make some posts and shit still and put some scales on. I'm a bit behind there, really, but
No. But you've already purchased the line, yeah?
yeah, definitely, it's happening.
So do you think, Dawn, that someone that has put expense into something because the line ain't cheap, right, has actually got no plans to do anything with it except maybe hang it on his wall and make a fishing net out of it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, well, that is just... See, once again, you're trolling again, Dawn, right?
I would say someone pretending to buy some wire to cut into Earth like cheese on one beach is trolling. That's what I'd say.
Really pretending. He's pretending.
No one says we're gonna cut the earth like cheese, Dawn. That's false again.
Anyway.
You know this. Cutting the fucking earth. Misrepresent it. Unbelievable.
Maybe if we pull it hard enough, we'll cut it.
If it was steel cable, I reckon we might have a chance. No, I don't think so. But hey, Dawn, if there's some geometry like you believe there is, because you can't prove it to yourself, then there should be some downward pressure. That's for sure.
I don't think it even works as a thought experiment.
Fair enough.
Fair enough. You don't have to.
Wouldn't it be nice if someone could think of another one so that we could have multiple things that we could be organizing to do to test this physical curvature?
There's another flat Earth idea. It's not for curvature, but it's for spin. It's to put a camera on the bottom of a plane one day and see Earth drift. It's another flat Earth idea that hasn't been done yet.
I think too many people will dispute the results with that to warrant doing it. Even though obviously people are well aware that if I don't get any downforce, it doesn't mean it's flat. But at the end of the day, I think there's a little bit more to that than putting a camera at the bottom of the plane and flying it.
Good luck attaching
Although,
a plane, I reckon.
Jeremy's old idea to, I think he said, take a mold of a 90-degree wall and then transport the mold to the ocean, turn it 90 degrees, hold it down next to the ocean and see if the ocean is deviating from the mold.
I think it was just a thought experiment, right? I don't think he's actually being 100% serious.
He's not bought the mold yet, no, but this is a flat Earth idea that hasn't been done.
No, talking about, so you're taking it out of context, and it was trying to develop a perfectly straight line or reference frame. Right?
Yeah, it's absurd. Another absurd flat Earth idea that hasn't been done and will never be done.
Yeah, well, I suppose no more than absurd than an apple fell on my head, thus gravity. Just as absurd.
Apples fall to Earth. There you go, gravity. Gravity is just a short way of saying apples fall to Earth.
and it needed an apple to fall to Earth for someone to think of that. That's crazy. Nothing else falling ever before made anyone think. It took an apple to hit something.
Story.
But that's the story. Oh, that's just what they say. That's not what really happened. Fucking hell, you just backed up the whole flat Earth argument. We don't believe the stories. Right, thanks. Thanks, Tom.
That's how it happened. Apple fell on head, gravity. It's as simple as that.
It's ridiculous.
No, it's not ridiculous at all. Because that is the story.
Don't you believe the book, Dawn?
Now the conclusion, 100%, that is silly and ridiculous. Apple falls on head, thus gravity.
Fuck yeah, time's not even real, Dawn. You still haven't got that little concept going.
Ludicrous, right? Had nothing to do with the apple being ripe or a bird landing on the branch, shaking the branch, maybe an earth tremor. None of these sorts of things. It was gravity.
Gravity is one of the causes, as well as the apple becoming ripe.
Really? Well, there you go.
As well as his head being under the apple.
No other explanation for it.
Not the breeze.
Magical gravity.
Not the apple being ripe. None of that. All these things were eliminated.
No.
Appeal to magic fallacy.
I just told you they're all causes as well as the gravity. I just told you this.
Really? Appeal to as well fallacy.
It's after it's ripe and after it drops off the tree. Why is it dropping? Why is the heaviness of the ripeness making it pull off its little holder, natural holder to the
Disequilibrium.
Why is the heaviness of the ripeness? I like
Yeah.
Yeah.
It sounds silly,
I
but
blame
I'm
just
there's a question there. Why does the heaviness of the ripeness pull the apple off the branch onto my head or next to me?
Disequilibrium. Get over it.
Yeah, they probably thought that through and thought, yeah, that doesn't work, so we're going to have to keep thinking.
It does work. It works exactly right.
No.
The only thing that took it out of equilibrium was the tree as it grew. Obviously, the apple developed on the tree, but
Utter nonsense.
it's not utter nonsense. Utter nonsense at all.
Equilibrium, though.
It's true.
Isn't that just a pseudo term? Like, is there a definitive thing that you could point
Pseudo.
to what equilibrium is, in the way that a scientist could point out force and say what it is and what it isn't? It's to me, it doesn't matter. It's a made up term. This equilibrium.
It's made up. We've never heard of the term equilibrium, where things are in balance, as opposed to disequilibrium, not in balance.
Would somebody like tipping over sideways be a sign of disequilibrium?
Well, with inside their noggin, yeah, you'd have disequilibrium with inside the vestibular system until they righted themselves, yes.
Right. Is there anything else that's disequilibrium?
Here we go.
Well, anything like a lava lamp, for example. You know, when it's stone cold, it's in equilibrium. When you turn the heat on, it ends up being out of equilibrium or in disequilibrium, and it moves around dynamically, trying to obtain equilibrium again.
Did you say it was a made-up term? Writing.
It sounds to
He
me,
knows it's not.
It just sounds to me like it's not going to be a easy to.
Here we go.
Define.
There we go. Boom.
Bandy's onto it.
There you go. Equilibrium.
State of balance between opposing forces or actions. Okay, sure. Yeah, that works. Okay, so that's the one we're going with. That works absolutely cool. So tell me about it.
Well, I just gave you what a definition was, or because you said it was made up.
I think it's a great description for it, right? If there is a state
Like a weather system, high and low pressure, you know, they're out of or disequilibrium when they're you know, at their biggest potential, and then they come together and neutralize. Same thing. Hot to cold, it's all the same shit.
Sure, I guess it.
So yeah, so it's not a flat Earth term. Equilibrium.
At the end of the day, eggshells. You could have, like, you say the word gravity, and in your model, the heliocentric model, there's obviously a whole connotation behind what the word gravity means. And in the way I look at things, gravity could just simply have set, or the mechanism, if you want to call it that sets the bias for up and down. And then after that, everything falls into place, right? In terms of a gradient and how things want to settle within that system. And then because of that gradient, you then have forces when things are in and out of equilibrium that come into play. So gravity doesn't need to be this warping of space-time, but something definitely needed to set a direction of up and down. What that is, I don't know.
See, gravity should be down.
I mean,
That's why gravity's better, because it explains the direction as well, which is very important.
Yeah, it explains the direction, explains what's going to happen, and behaves in a consistent manner, or even changes in a consistent